Chapter 1. Mount Lang Lang. Night. Lin Zhan lay upon his bed, dragging his weary body. How does one describe starting off as a mountain bandit? Merely the lowest of the low, a lackey stationed at the front gate day in and day out. Even the passing dogs felt entitled to relieve themselves upon him. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Zhan was filled with an overwhelming sense of reflection. Why, when simply enjoying a game, must he endure such a convoluted fate of transmigration? Still relegated to the status of a mere gatekeeper, one could only wonder if it was because he had been a security guard in his past life. Lin Zhan scratched his head, a thought crossing his mind. Simulator. At the instant of his contemplation, a segment of text materialized. 99.99. Loading. This was his golden finger. Or perhaps, more accurately, a cheat. In his previous life, to enjoy gaming more thoroughly, he had fashioned a simulator that allowed him to practice martial arts, level up, inherit skills, and bloodlines, among other things. To his astonishment, it had traversed with him. After waiting 3 days, it finally reached 99. Hopefully, this will enhance my life, Lin Zhan mused with anticipation. His identity in this life was rather clique orphan street urchin who grew up fighting for a few copper coins at the age of 13. Facing 3 opponents alone, he fought valiantly, even in defeat, earning respect. It was then that a small bandit leader from the nearby Mount Lang Lang took notice of him and brought him into the mountains, thus becoming a proud bandit. That small leader even taught him a basic martial art. But alas, Lin Zhan lacked exceptional talent after 2.5 years. He had yet to even grasp the fundamentals of martial arts. Ding! The simulator has been activated. A familiar voice echoed. Lin Zhan felt a wave of annoyance. It was his own recorded voice, albeit altered with a rather unpleasant tone. Kumos. Lin Zhan focused his attention and initiated the process. This device could only be used once a day, and he must make the most of it. On the first day, you rolled up your sleeves and took up the once-neglected opening mountain fist, determined to diligently train in martial arts and rise above the ordinary. You began your earnest efforts. You exerted yourself to the utmost. On the 5th day, the small leader, Li Minghai, who had once brought you to the mountains, regarded you with newfound respect upon witnessing your dedication. On the 10th day, you continued your practice. On the 30th day, still persevering. Your innate talent was already lacking, and coupled with the realization that martial arts training is not merely physical exercise, but requires ample medicinal herbs to replenish qi and blood. After a month, the results were minimal. In the 2nd month, you made no progress whatsoever. In the 3rd month, Li Minghai, recognizing your extraordinary perseverance, decided to nurture you properly. He personally guided you in the practice of opening mountain fist and provided you with substantial resources for replenishing your qi and physical strength. By the 5th month, you successfully broke through, stepping into the first layer of postnatal realm. As you understood, martial artists have 2 major realms, postnatal and innate. Postnatal concerns body training, while innate focuses on qi cultivation. The strongest bandit leader of Mount Lang Lang was a master at the 9th layer of postnatal realm. You diligently pursued your training, wasting no idle moments. The entire Mount Lang Lang was aware of your fervor for martial arts, and many began to regard you with newfound respect. In the 6th month, your progress was modest, yet you never wavered. In the 8th month, you continued your training. By the 9th month, with Li Minghai's support, you broke through, advancing to the 2nd layer of postnatal realm, significantly enhancing your strength. You had become somewhat of a minor elite within Mount Lang Lang. You had risen from a mere gatekeeper to an ordinary bandit, now capable of participating in raids. On the 10th month, one night, Li Minghai summoned you to his side. Kid, you should realize that your innate talent is lacking. Without my support, you would never have reached this point. For your future training, you will require more resources. You gazed respectfully at the now 50-something Li Minghai and bowed, saying, "Please, Uncle Li, enlighten me." Li Minghai smiled. "I do admire your character. Kid, I am 58 this year, and I have only reached the 6th layer of postnatal realm in my lifetime. If you wish, from now on, you may call me adoptive father, and I will ensure your training resources." Without hesitation, you replied, "I pay my respects to my adoptive father. Had you stated this sooner, you would have kneeled long ago." The following day, Li Minghai called upon his closest associates and explained your newfound relationship from henceforth. You would be his adopted son, bound to care for him in his old age. In the 11th month, you continued your training, occasionally partaking in raids, yet never engaging in combat, remaining merely a background figure. The first year came to a close, and your cultivation remained at the 2nd layer of postnatal realm. In March of the 2nd year, Mount Lang Lang remained unchanged, save for the deteriorating health of your adoptive father, Li Minghai, who fell gravely ill from a cold. You devoted day and night to his care, fulfilling all duties expected of a son. In April of the second year, Li Minghai recovered and regarded you with even greater favor, providing you with more resources for training. In the third year, you broke through, officially stepping into the third layer of postnatal realm. You were promoted to the position of deputy team leader, overseeing 3 to 5 subordinates, all at the first and second layers. When you accompanied your companions on raids, you frequently engaged in combat, gaining valuable experience and strength. By the 7th year, through your relentless efforts, you advanced to the 4th layer of postnatal realm, exhausting all of Li Minghai's resources. Continuing your training would require your own efforts. In the 8th year, you began to venture out frequently, leading your subordinates in raids, specifically targeting the weak, yielding satisfactory results. You bore no psychological burden regarding this. Your sole desire was to enhance your strength. In the 9th year, you brought notable profits to Mount Lang Lang, earning a promotion to team leader, now commanding 20 subordinates, and receiving support for your training from Mount Lang Lang. Among them, the third leader, Yilan, held you in particularly high regard, respecting your integrity and considering you a good brother. After all, Li Minghai had become of no further use to you, yet you never abandoned him. In the 12th year, with Yilan's support, you broke through to the 5th layer of postnatal realm and were promoted to a small leader, commanding 200 subordinates, thus entering the mid-tier of Mount Lang Lang. At the age of 28, in your 13th year, youth still ablaze, Li Minghai succumbed to illness, regardless of your attentive care. You interred Li Minghai at the foot of Mount Lang Lang, and that night, you wept uncontrollably. Li Minghai had devoted everything to aid your cultivation. You would never forget this adoptive father. In the 15th year, at dawn, Mount Lang Lang was suddenly besieged by a group of officials. You received orders to defend and led your subordinates to resist the soldiers. The government officials were well-equipped and formidable. A middle-aged man in the distance drew his bow, aiming at you. Whoosh! A black feathered arrow pierced your throat. With deadly accuracy, you perished. The simulation has concluded. You have attained the 5th layer of postnatal realm. Do you wish to inherit? Lin Zhan did not hesitate. Inherit. After all, it was the only option available. There was no alternative. In the next moment, all memories of opening mountain fists surged forth, and in an instant he grasped all techniques, memories, and training methods related to it. Not only that, but he also acquired a wealth of combat experience utilizing opening mountain fist. At this moment, he was indeed at the 5th layer of postnatal realm. The sudden elevation of his martial arts prowess greatly enhanced Lin Zhan's strength. Moreover, his once frail physique had transformed considerably, now appearing much more robust. Yet, the changes were not overtly noticeable. Even donned in clothing, the transformation remained subtle. This sensation is truly marvelous, Lin Zhan thought, his heart swelling with excitement. This newfound strength instilled within him a profound sense of confidence. Having been in this world for 3 days, he finally felt a semblance of security. After yawning, Lin Zhan fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, the biological clock of his body roused him at the appointed hour. He activated the simulator. Midnight had passed, and the cool-down period had refreshed. Without hesitation, Lin Zhan chose to simulate. On the first day, you revealed your 5th layer of postnatal realm, shocking the small leader, Li Minghai, who immediately reported it. The chief, Zhao Yunfeng, summoned you. He was a burly man with a thick beard, exuding a robust masculine aura, albeit with a slight odor. Interesting to have achieved the 5th layer of postnatal realm in just 2.5 years. Truly a genius. Zhao Yunfeng clapped you on the shoulder. This bone structure of yours seems rather peculiar. Indeed, it was strange. He felt your bone structure was unremarkable, yet your 5th layer strength could not be feigned, still rooted in the authentic opening mountain fist. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yunfeng dismissed the thought. Since you are a genius, then I shall cultivate you to the fullest. I intend to see just how far you can grow. On the second day, you were taken on as Zhao Yunfeng's disciple, receiving the entire resource supply of Mount Lang Lang. You made perfect use of these medicinal herbs and meat, relentlessly enhancing yourself as you continued to train in opening mountain fist. Training in the postnatal realm involves this. Mastering a martial art to its pinnacle without diverting your focus to others along the way. Doing so would scatter your efforts. According to the descriptions in opening mountain fist, simultaneously practicing 2 or more martial arts could lead to instability, significantly impacting breakthroughs into the innate realm. Your tenacity in martial arts left Zhao Yunfeng deeply impressed. You possess the same fierce spirit I had in my youth. In the second year, your progress was minimal, which caused Zhao Yunfeng to harbor doubts about your innate talent. By the third year, with Zhao Yunfeng's support, You managed to break through, stepping into the 6th level of the acquired stage. Yet Zhao Yunfeng furrowed his brow in concern. What on earth is wrong with you? Are you trying to deceive me? Such a pace of cultivation was akin to that of an ordinary person, a complete waste of these resources. This won't do having come this far. I refuse to suffer a loss. There must be another reason. Zhao Yunfeng gritted his teeth, determined to continue nurturing you. For after all, achieving the 6th level of the acquired stage at 18 was still commendable. In the 4th year, the 5th year, the 6th year, and by the 7th year, your progress dwindled further, bringing Zhao Yunfeng to the brink of despair. What have I raised? After weighing the pros and cons, he abandoned you, reclaiming 90% of the resources allotted to you, relegating you to a minor leader. You felt a twinge of regret, realizing you hadn't managed to reap a greater share of benefits. You began to engage in banditry, leading a life akin to that of a mountain thief, yet you found no aversion to this new existence, often declaring that one should love their trade. You got along harmoniously with your subordinates, who all recognized your leadership, thanks in part to Zhao Yunfeng's influence. In the 8th year, leveraging your contributions to the Langlang Mountain, you exchanged for additional cultivation resources. You never squandered time and leisure. Instead, you diligently pursued your training, enduring relentless hardship, prompting others to view you as somewhat of a madman. By the 9th year, the 3rd chief, Yilan, found you intriguing and provided you with ample resources for cultivation, for which you were immensely grateful. In the 10th year, you broke through to the 7th level of the acquired stage, your strength significantly enhanced. Throughout the entire decade, you spared not a moment in complacency. However, after reaching the 7th level of the acquired stage, your cultivation speed began to decelerate, and barring any unforeseen events, you foresaw no advancements within the next 15 years. With a sigh, you continued your training, gritting your teeth in perseverance. In the 13th year, Li Minghai succumbed to illness, having no close relatives, and was interred by the other brothers at the foot of Langlang Mountain. You burned copious amounts of paper at his grave. In the 14th year, your progress was minuscule, and thoughts of the impending government action a year hence left you feeling uncertain. By the end of the 14th year, you left a note for the 3rd chief, Yilan, and then made a hasty escape. You had meticulously planned for this day, and no one noticed your departure. You left Langlang Mountain, choosing a direction based on the memories etched in your mind. With your strength at the 7th level of the acquired stage, the vast world was yours to traverse. In the 15th year, you arrived at Ziyun City, 100 miles away. After a period of exploration, you joined the newly established Wild Wolf Gang within the city. Your abilities were commendable, and you quickly rose to the position of a mid-level leader, commanding over 200 followers. In the 16th year, you utilized the resources provided by the Wild Wolf Gang to continue your training. Your diligent demeanor inspired many of your subordinates, one of whom, named Li Qingze, caught your attention. Big brother, I too shall strive for progress, earn merits, and make money so I can buy milk powder for my family's Lian. Every time you trained, he was right beside you, his effort already half of yours. You admired such self-discipline. Gazing at him, you smiled slightly. Just remember, don't buy Sanlu. Okay. Li Qingze had never heard of this brand, but committed your words to memory. In the 18th year, your cultivation progressed only marginally, yet frequent battles significantly enhanced your combat experience, deepening your understanding of the mountain-splitting fist. By the 20th year, a sudden gang war erupted within the city. You received orders to lead your subordinates in a nighttime ambush on the opposing Poison Snake Gang's gambling den. You struck fiercely, quickly instilling fear in a number of foes, causing the rival gang to flee in panic. Just as you were on the verge of success, a burly man emerged, launching a relentless assault against you. He was at the 8th level of the acquired stage, and you were no match for him, leading to a series of setbacks. Bang! The burly man roared, delivering a powerful punch that sent Li Qingze flying. Li Qingze crashed against the wall, spewing a mouthful of blood, gravely injured and on the brink of death. The burly man rushed to his side, viciously grasping his throat. Anyone daring to strike at my Poison Snake Gang shall perish. Li Qingze struggled futilely against the grip. You could not bear to witness this scene, and, despite your better judgment, you leapt into action after 3 years of camaraderie. You could not abandon this brother. In the instant you charged forward, a small figure appeared abruptly. It was a young boy, sporting a topknot, barely reaching your waist, but his eyes held a chilling intensity that belied his stature. He glanced at you. Then in a flash, he was atop the burly man's head, delivering a devastating blow. Blood splattered across the gambling den. Dad, are you all right? The young boy's voice was laced with concern. He had arrived too late. Li Qingze clutched the boy's hand tightly, but ultimately had to let go. Dad! The boy's expression shifted dramatically, and his aura grew even colder. He covered Li Cheng's eyes with his hand and slowly rose to his feet. The gang. They all deserve to die. Whether it be the Wild Wolf Gang or the Poison Snake Gang, they shall all perish. The boy gritted his teeth, retrieving a dagger from his sleeve, and then charged at the nearby members of the Poison Snake Gang. His speed was astonishing, rendering you unable to discern his movements. By the time you registered what was happening, you found yourself sprawled on the ground, a gash across your neck. Simultaneously, every member of the gambling den lay dead. The simulation concluded, and you received a notification. Having attained the 7th level of the acquired stage, would you like to inherit this power? Staring at the simulator's prompt, Lin Zhan felt as if his head would explode. What was happening? Li Cheng's child was incredibly formidable. He was barely 5 years old, yet so powerful to kill at the 7th and 8th levels of the acquired stage. That child must be at least at the congenital level. Lin Zhan could hardly fathom it. Moreover, he was Li Cheng's elder brother, his good friend. What on earth was that child thinking? Inherit. The power of the 7th level of the acquired stage surged within you. Lin Zhan grasped it instantaneously. Unlike before, this time he possessed a wealth of combat experience with a mountain-splitting fist, encompassing numerous lethal encounters. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhan forced himself to adapt to it all. Stretching his limbs, he stepped outside the small wooden hut. At the 7th level of the acquired stage, he was considered a notable figure within Langlang Mountain, given that the head of the gang was only at the 9th level of the acquired stage. One more level up, and he could claim the 4th seat of authority within the stronghold. This was a statement made by Zhao Yinfeng himself. Within Langlang Mountain, there were only a little over 1,000 bandits, most of whom were inept, with only the head of the gang at the 9th level. There were merely 2 others at the 8th level. After breaking through, Lin Zhan's physique transformed significantly. He was now a muscular man, embodying the very essence of strength. Without glancing at that youthful and delicate face, one might mistake him for a boxer. He refrained from revealing his true prowess, instead proceeding to hand over his duties to the bandits on night watch, carrying a knife on his back as he silently stood before the gates of the Langlang Mountain stronghold. A day passed in this manner. As evening descended, after hastily consuming a meal in the kitchen, Lin Zhan quickly took his leave. Night fell. After midnight, he resolved that a trip to Ziyun City was no longer feasible. It would be best to find a different location to steadily enhance his abilities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhan commenced his endeavor. On the first night, seizing the opportunity, he discreetly departed from Langlang Mountain, exercising caution to avoid drawing any attention. You journeyed westward, and 2 months later, you arrived at a quaint town. After gathering some information, you pressed on and reached a small village situated 10 miles away. You have grown weary of relentless striving and now seek a sanctuary to devote your time to the enhancement of your martial prowess. In the 3rd month, you established your residence in a quaint village known as Qinshan. Frequently, you ventured into the mountains to hunt and gather medicinal herbs, concocting your own elixirs for martial training. By the 2nd year, you had become well acquainted with the villagers, who regarded you with a favorable disposition. In the 3rd year, you continued your cultivation. Albeit lacking the support of a powerful faction, you still made notable progress. By the 5th year, your neighbor's wife gave birth to a child and requested your assistance in selecting a name. You gazed at the other person's dark visage and smiled, suggesting, "Let us call him Yihei, affectionately known as Xiaohaizi." The couple was thoroughly delighted, finding the name quite charming. In the 8th year, Yihei had grown, often seeking your company for play. Observing your daily martial arts practice, he instinctively began to emulate your movements. By the 10th year, Yihei found it increasingly difficult to engage in play. He began to work more frequently, as the rural child had scant time for leisure, burdened by an unending cycle of agricultural labor throughout the seasons. At the age of 15, Yihei turned 10, and his father arranged a marriage for him. The girl across the way was merely 9, which was rather early indeed. You attended the wedding and gifted them 2 of your home-raised roosters. In the 20th year, you finally achieved a breakthrough, officially entering the 8th level of postnatal development, mastering the formidable opening mountain fist. That same year, Yihei's wife became pregnant, giving birth to a robust baby girl. Yihei knocked on your door, saying, "Uncle Lin, could you assist in naming her?" You gazed at the girl nestled in Yihei's embrace, then cast your eyes towards the sky adorned with white clouds, casually inquiring, "What do you think of Yiyun?" Yihei nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "What a wonderful name indeed." "Thank you, Uncle Lin." With that, his wife placed a bundle of fruits outside your courtyard. Watching the family of 3 depart, a profound sense of solitude enveloped you. At 35 years of age, You felt the weight of time pressing upon you. The following day, you captured a black dog, intending to alleviate your loneliness. As the 23rd year unfolded, life remained persistently tranquil. Your cultivation advanced, albeit at a pace reminiscent of a tortoise's crawl. By the 25th year, an unexpected locust plague besieged the village, leaving the harvest barren. Except for the village chief and a handful of small landowners, the rest of the villagers found themselves in dire straits, facing the grim reality of starvation. You frequently venture into the mountains to hunt, remaining largely unaffected by the calamity that has befallen most villagers, who have become victims of disaster and left Qingshan village. You offered a handful of rice to the Yi family, only to incite the avarice of others. In the dead of night, dozens of villagers encircled your home, intent on seizing your hard-won bounty. You smiled, then raised your fist, striking with fierce determination. You struck down dozens in a single breath. None survived to witness the dawn of the following day. A sense of helplessness mingled with exhilaration coursed through you. You departed from Qingshan village with your grown black dog. In the 30th year, you arrived in another city. Out of a momentary whim, you established a territory here and opened a martial arts school. Numerous individuals enrolled, and you made a modest profit. You allocated the funds to various factions, quelling their fury over the division of territory. With dedication, you began to cultivate your martial arts academy, simultaneously leveraging the resources available to enhance your own prowess. By the 40th year, the decline of your physical condition had commenced. As the pinnacle of a postnatal martial artist is fleeting, you recognized the necessity to devise a strategy. That same year, the black dog passed away, leaving you with a sense of sorrow, and you laid it to rest in the backyard, planting a tree in its memory. In the 50th year, you entrusted the martial arts academy you had nurtured for 2 decades to the Li family of the city, signing a contract of servitude to harness their resources for a final surge in your training. The Li family, being the foremost clan in the city, possessed formidable strength capable of supporting your various endeavors in martial cultivation. By the 60th year, you had reached the age of 75, a remarkable feat in itself. In the 61st year, after enduring 41 years of arduous training and with the backing of the Li family, you ascended to the 9th level of postnatal mastery. However, it was regrettably too late, as your decline was nearing its conclusion. In the 63rd year, your health steadily deteriorated, culminating in a severe illness. By the 65th year, at the age of 80, the Li family presented you with 2 choices: to confront an adversary from the Zhang family in battle, or to depart from the Li family at this juncture. You smiled, dismissing the battle as insignificant. You have issued a challenge to a formidable practitioner of the 9th level from the Li family, under the radiant embrace of the sun. You engaged in a duel with that 60-year-old comrade and faced defeat. The simulation has concluded, and you have attained the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. Do you wish to inherit this? Yes. In the quiet of his room, Lin Zhan felt a surge of exhilaration. By the 3rd day of the simulation, he had ascended to the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, his prowess now comparable to that of the village chief. This sensation was more intoxicating than any form of enhancement. Clenching his fists and feeling the explosive power coursing through him, Lin Zhan took a deep breath. The strength of the 9th level instilled in him a sense of invincibility and boundless energy. Sleep was unnecessary at this moment. Beyond the postnatal stage lies the innate realm, which necessitates mastery of an internal discipline. Lin Zhan pondered deeply within the confines of his room. In this world, internal cultivation is an exceedingly rare treasure, typically reserved for prestigious families and powerful factions. Thus, how could he possibly acquire such knowledge? According to the memories of this body, the strongest practitioners in small cities seldom exceed the postnatal level. Only those from significant sects or advanced powers in larger cities possess innate experts. Should he consider joining a sect? That seems unwise, as his current cultivation could not be adequately explained. However, the simulation may offer different possibilities. After a period of contemplation, Lin Zhan rose and departed from Lang Lang Mountain. Remaining there served no purpose. Now that he had reached the 9th level, the changes in his physique were too conspicuous, likely to attract unwanted attention. It was wiser to seek a place where no one recognized him. As he stepped out of the small wooden cabin, Lin Zhan hastily made his way into the night, devoid of any sentimentality or hesitation. Such was his nature. You hold value for me, thus I shall utilize it. You hold no value to me, thus you may be discarded. Unless, of course, a profound bond exists between us. A simulator is merely a simulator. It is what it is. In the early morning, clad in black, Lin Zhan arrived at a small county town, the very place of his upbringing, known as Qiwan. The most formidable presence in this town was merely a gang leader of the fifth layer of postnatal cultivation, situated in one of the most remote regions of the Xia Kingdom. The administrative divisions of the Great Xia were straightforward, comprising the capital city, prefectural city, county cities, and finally, towns and villages. As Lin Zhan wandered through the county, he casually surveyed his surroundings. Upon entering a narrow alley, he was suddenly confronted by an individual. "You dare to enter the city alone? Boy, hand over all your money." This was a scrawny fellow with a sharp, monkey-like face. Brandishing a gleaming dagger, a smug grin plastered across his face as he threatened Lin Zhan. "Robbing someone alone?" Lin Zhan remarked, somewhat astonished. The man was significantly shorter than him, and it puzzled Lin Zhan where he found such audacity. "Ha ha ha, you little brat. My grandfather is from the Green Serpent Gang. If you're wise, hurry up and hand over your money." The thin man boasted with pride. The Green Serpent Gang was the most powerful faction in Kaiyuan County, controlling 3/4 of the town's businesses and having connections within the local authorities. They were, in essence, the greatest scourge of Kaiyuan County. Lin Zhan understood. In the past, he had clashed with members of the Green Serpent Gang, which led to his being noticed by Li Minghai. After all, for a mere beggar to stand against such a formidable force was no ordinary display of bravery. What a tiresome charade. Lin Zhan swiftly grasped the scrawny man's neck and instinctively twisted it, leaving the thief unable to react. Not a single threatening word escaped the man's lips before he rolled his eyes in demise. This was purely instinctive for Lin Zhan, honed through countless battles in his previous simulations. Having ended the life of a petty thug, Lin Zhan felt no remorse, nor did he wish to dwell on it. He rummaged through the man's belongings and ultimately retrieved 10 taels of silver. With the silver in hand, Lin Zhan casually sought out an inn, changed into a new outfit, and enjoyed a hearty meal. Delightful. One could say it was the finest meal he had savored in the past few days. Completing these tasks had cost him less than 3 taels of silver. As night fell, Lin Zhan hesitated momentarily before making his way to the pleasure quarters of Kaiyuan County. Having traversed through time, he felt an undeniable itch to explore. "Oh dear, young master." Upon entering the establishment, a heavily made-up madam rushed towards him, rubbing against him. "Do you have someone you fancy?" However, upon hearing her exaggerated tones, Lin Zhan suddenly lost all interest and turned to leave. It was all too frivolous. The quality was lacking, not to his taste. At midnight, in the inn, observing the simulator refresh, Lin Zhan resolved to continue his simulations. This time, he was determined to acquire the internal martial arts techniques. On the first day, you departed from Kaiyuan County, journeying eastward with the intention of exploring the county town above. By the second month, you arrived at Linen County within Kaiyuan, where you diligently inquired and discovered that the entirety of Linen was indeed home to innate masters. Furthermore, there existed several locations where one could easily acquire inner strength techniques, predominantly associated with martial arts academies. Should one successfully gain entry and become a true disciple, the master of the academy would impart their invaluable teachings. In addition to these martial arts schools, certain families, factions, and even government officials possess similar avenues. As long as one remained loyal to them, assistance would be readily available. It was, in essence, a transaction. After considerable contemplation, the following day, you arrived at the Bayou Martial Arts Academy in Linen County. Bang, bang, bang. You knock on the door of the Bayou Martial Arts Academy, the weakest innate force in Linen County. The master, Bai Ryu, has reached the age of 65 and possesses feeble strength, with only 1 or 2 disciples under her tutelage. Here, the likelihood of acquiring martial arts techniques is exceedingly high. Who is it? A woman clad in training attire opens the door, inquiring, "Whom do you seek?" "Greetings. I have come to seek a mentor." You reveal your postnatal cultivation at the 9th level, astonishing the Bayou Martial Arts Academy. Before long, you find yourself in the presence of the innate master. She is an elderly woman with silver hair and a face lined with wrinkles, scrutinizing you as she asks, "You wish to learn? Let me see your skills." You assumed a poised stance and executed a sequence of foundational punches with remarkable precision and unwavering determination. Upon witnessing your martial prowess, Bai Ryu scarcely hesitated before deciding to take you under his wing as a disciple. You are also quite surprised. "What is your name?" "Lin Zhan." "Very well. Starting tomorrow, you shall accompany me in my training." Thus, you successfully became the 3rd disciple under Bai Ryu, rising to the position of senior disciple due to your formidable prowess, with 2 junior sisters under your guidance. Bai Ryu provided you with a substantial supply of restorative elixirs and body-tempering ointments, allowing your strength to ascend rapidly. By the following year, Through your diligence and by Ryu's support, you reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm. The next day, Bai Ryu imparted to you the internal martial arts that had been passed down for 3 generations, a particularly domineering technique known as Tsang Yuan Ju, encompassing 4 levels corresponding to the lower, middle, upper, and peak stages of the innate realm. In less than a quarter of an hour, a figure approached Lin Zhan. The leader of the Green Serpent Gang was a middle-aged man with a somewhat gloomy complexion, sporting a neat goatee and possessing an agreeable appearance. "My lord." Gang leader Situ Xing approached cautiously, bowing respectfully. Lin Zhan regarded him in silence, the tense and grave atmosphere engulfing the inn, rendering everyone mute. "From this day forth, the Green Serpent Gang shall submit to my command." How does that sound? After a moment of silence, Lin Zhan articulated his inquiry word by word. Situ Xing promptly knelt, exclaiming, "Rest assured, my lord. From this moment on, the 3,000 members of the Green Serpent Gang shall be your most loyal subordinates. We vow never to betray you. And should we break this oath, let the wrath of heaven and earth be upon us." He exchanged glances with his followers, who echoed his sentiments vociferously. This fierce dragon had crossed the river, while they, mere snakes, stood powerless in opposition. In Lin Zhan's perception, he was an unfathomable force, insurmountable. Such an entity must be approached with caution. Lin Zhan nodded affirmatively. "I too believe you will not betray me." With a smile, he waved his hand. "Return now. We shall discuss matters further tomorrow. By the way, I require some information regarding martial arts cultivation." "Yes." A few minutes later, Situ Xing personally delivered a bundle of bound books. "My lord, would you like me to arrange for more suitable accommodations?" "This place is rather rudimentary," Situ Xing inquired cautiously. "Do not speak. This leader exhibits a remarkable understanding. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. You may return for now." Lin Zhan decisively dismissed the individual and subsequently picked up a book, casually perusing its pages. Although he was illiterate, his training in martial arts during simulations had enabled him to acquire reading skills, and he had mastered it post-simulation. Time passed inexorably. Under the flickering light of several candles, Lin Zhan diligently turned the pages of numerous books. After a night of contemplation, he yawned, having gained profound insights into the path of enlightenment within this world. Indeed, it is a flourishing era for martial arts. In this realm, there exist 3 kingdoms, the Eastern Daxia, the Southern Qin, and the Northern Song. Beneath these nations lie various martial arts sects and powerful clans, a complex tapestry of influence and authority. The practice of martial arts is exceptionally rigorous and meticulous, with a clear progression from weakness to strength, each step meticulously interconnected. Postnatal, innate, Qi Master, Grandmaster, Purple Qi, Ascendant, True Person, Earth Phenomenon. Heaven Phenomenon. Legends speak of the mightiest of Heaven Phenomenon warriors who can invoke extraordinary celestial occurrences. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire can shift in response to their emotions, and their lifespans may extend to a remarkable 1,000 years. There is indeed an air of the fantastical. Setting the book aside, Lin Zhan rubbed his eyes. Though the road ahead was long and arduous, he felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Such a world is truly captivating. "Waiter, refill my tea." At noon, Lin Zhan arrived at a manor outside Qiwan County. He did not overly seek to dominate, but rather subtly controlled everything from the shadows. He did not require the loyalty of these individuals. A temporary grasp was sufficient. His demands were minimal. "Sir, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to express them. The Qingxi gang shall surely fulfill your wishes." Lin Zhan nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well." Situ Xing proved adept at understanding the nuances of his needs and, sensing the underlying currents, sent over 30 well-trained maids that very afternoon, all devoted to his service. Each one possessed exquisite beauty, surpassing even the most glamorous figures seen online. Lin Zhan continued to instruct Situ Xing to procure more martial arts texts and other literature, gradually deepening his understanding of this world. As midnight approached, he declared, "Enough, I shall take my rest." Lin Zhan donned his attire, and the maids gracefully withdrew. Standing beside a bronze mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. After breaking through to the innate stage, he noticed a significant reduction in his muscular bulk, returning to a state where he appeared lean when clothed yet well-defined when undressed. Furthermore, perhaps due to the formidable prowess of the Tsang Yuan technique, his gaze radiated an air of aggression that deterred others from meeting his eyes, even amidst the complexity of recent confrontations. Ding! Midnight has arrived. The simulation refreshes. It has been 8 days since I entered this world. Perseverance is key. On the first day, you did not depart from Qiwan County immediately. Instead, you continued to relish the enchanting life here. On the 10th day, Situ Xing presented you with a remarkably skilled woman named Lu Rushuang, who excelled in every art, be it music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and possessed an extraordinary talent for singing and playing instruments. On the 11th day of your journey, after enduring a night of arduous struggle, you succumbed to a profound slumber. Upon awakening on the 12th day, you discovered an overwhelming weakness enveloping your entire being, rendering your vital energies utterly stagnant. A mere trifle, you might think. Do you truly believe that I, Situ Xing, am a mere pushover? Situ Xing approached, wielding a fan, and burst into hearty laughter. What of it? Even if one is a master of innate prowess, in my presence, one remains powerless to stir the tempest. Young one, encountering me is the greatest misfortune of your life. It is hard to fathom that you have been outwitted by a martial artist who has honed their skills through effort alone. How did you manage to accomplish this? With a puzzled expression, you inquired, only to be met with Situ Xing's boisterous laughter. He delivered a sharp slap to your face, seemingly to satiate his own emotional turmoil, and proclaimed the answer. In this world, as long as one possesses the means, there is nothing unattainable, despite your innate abilities. You find yourself unable to contend with all the poisons that exist, let alone when my venom resides in such a position. I understand now. No wonder the flavors seem to miss. Situ Xing, in a fit of excitement, subjected you to a barrage of inquiries, but ultimately lost interest and began to press you for the secrets of your internal cultivation techniques. You smiled, enduring his torment without uttering a word. Situ Xing, realizing that he could not extract any secrets of internal martial arts from your lips, resolutely struck, using a dagger to slice through your neck. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Shall any memories be inherited? Lin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, indulgence in wine and lust can lead one astray. Moreover, can one select memories upon the loss of their cultivation? He found himself at a loss regarding the simulator he had conjured. Inheritance. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged forth, each frame obscured by a mosaic, for their release would be utterly unacceptable. Moments later, Lin Zhan gasped in astonishment. Situ Xing, you truly possess remarkable prowess. These memories were comprised of two segments, the pleasures he relished and the torment inflicted by Situ Xing. It became evident that one must remain perpetually vigilant in the company of such individuals. A single misstep could lead one astray. How utterly exasperating. Sighing in lament, Lin Zhan felt he had squandered a valuable opportunity for simulation. The following day, when Situ Xing arrived as per his usual routine to pay his respects, Lin Zhan rose leisurely to his feet. It's time for a change in leadership within the Qingxi gang. No sooner had the words left his lips than he unleashed a powerful punch, striking Situ Xing squarely on the head. Blood erupted, and flesh was sent flying. The maidservants and young subordinates nearby were gripped by fear and trepidation. This fellow is truly a madman. In this lifetime, they had never witnessed such ferocious tactics. Clean this up and ensure the Qingxi gang appoints a new leader. Mark my words, harboring unwelcome thoughts is best avoided, Lin Zhan threatened coldly. Slaying him today should instill a measure of dread within the Qingxi gang for some time. After a day of turmoil, night fell once more. Lin Zhan patiently awaited the simulator's reset. This time, he would not squander his time. On the first day, you departed from Qiyuan County, resolved to seek a place to diligently cultivate and conclude your remaining days. By the 15th day, you had arrived at a small village in Linan County, where you constructed a dwelling and tilled 2 plots of land. In the first year, your progress in the Tsang Yuan technique was modest. By the 5th year, you returned from the mountains with a black wolf, resolved to keep it as a companion. Thoughts of a wife and children had entirely evaded you. In the 10th year, life in the village had been relatively pleasant, and your formidable strength earned the villagers deep respect. By the 14th year, you had amassed sufficient Tsang Yuan true energy, advancing the Tsang Yu technique to its 3rd tier, stepping into the realm of innate high rank. You have grown stronger. In the 20th year, a colossal creature emerged from the rear mountains of the village, injuring many. You personally took action, accompanied by the Black Wolf, and with a single strike, you effortlessly shattered the head of the monstrous foe, emerging victorious with ease. The villagers regarded you as a celestial being descended to earth, even going so far as to enshrine your likeness in their homes. In the 30th year, the Black Wolf passed away. Perhaps it was due to the natural course of life, or perhaps it succumbed to an ailment, though you could not ascertain the precise cause of its demise. You continue your cultivation, having no desire to practice any other forms of swordplay or weaponry in this lifetime. You still believe that mastery is of utmost importance, for formidable strength can suppress all. Moreover, the true chi of the Tsang Yuan is inherently formidable. In the 40th year, the village was suddenly besieged by bandits, Hundreds of marauders, mounted on black steeds, invaded the settlement, slaying anyone they encountered and committing unspeakable atrocities. Unable to restrain yourself any longer, you took action. With every punch and kick, you instill terror in the hearts of the bandits. This group of inept individuals, at best, reaches only the 9th level of acquired strength, rendering them utterly incapable of matching your prowess. Beneath the protection of your vital energy, even a concealed attack cannot harm you. You single-handedly vanquished over 100 bandits, driving them away with resolute determination. You have earned the respect of all the villagers. In the 41st year, a young man arrived in the village. After making inquiries, he found you. Are you the legendary hero who defeated a band of robbers? He asked reverently. I am Ouyang Sun, and I humbly request that you take me as your disciple. To accept a disciple was not something you had considered, and thus you firmly rejected him. Master, I speak with sincerity. My entire family has been slaughtered. I am in desperate need of strength, the strength for vengeance. Lin, I will not let him escape justice. The name Lin resonated with you. It sounded familiar. After careful reflection, you recalled that he was the son of Li Chengza, the little brother from the second simulation. The prodigious child who, at the tender age of 5, had already wreaked havoc. Please, elaborate, you urged. Lin was undoubtedly extraordinary, suspected to possess some remarkable fortune. If you could seize his opportunity, it would undoubtedly yield boundless benefits for you. If you remained unprovoked, you were confident in breaking through to the pinnacle of innate power in this lifetime. However, after achieving innate mastery, you would still require subsequent cultivation methods. Lin was certainly a target not to be overlooked. He is a demon, for the sake of a precious item belonging to my family. He slaughtered everyone in a single night. Ouyang Sun exclaimed, his fury palpable. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Senior, I implore you to lend me your strength. Your eyes flicker ever so slightly, revealing your discernment. It is evident that this individual is spinning falsehoods. Furthermore, this young man possesses a level of innate cultivation. If he truly sought a mentor, he would not approach someone like myself. His tone and demeanor unmistakably suggest that he intends to use me as a shield, a rather naive ploy of using another's hand to strike. As you were about to speak, a figure suddenly darted past in the distance. Ouyang Sun, why are you running? A youth clad in black approached, wielding a dagger. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon Ouyang Sun. You think you can escape after committing murder? Such fortune does not exist in this world. Ouyang Sun's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly took refuge behind you. Senior, this is Lin. He slaughtered my entire family for the sake of our family's treasures. I implore you, take action and rid the world of this menace. You smiled, lifting him with one hand, and then placing him beside Li and gazing into his eyes. You inquired, could you elaborate on what transpired? Lin, somewhat taken aback by your demeanor, offered you a respectful smile and remarked, as expected of a seasoned elder. You have not been led astray by him. This man has insulted a lady on my territory and even committed murder. I intend to escort him back to apologize to the family of that young woman. He cast Ouyang Sun aside, saying, be my guest. Having spoken, he turned on his heel and strode back to the courtyard. Ha ha, Ouyang Sun, come along with me. Lin struck a decisive blow, rendering Ouyang Sun's cultivation null, shattering his chi, and then dragged him away like a lifeless dog. You gazed quietly at this scene, unable to perceive, utterly incapable of discerning the realm of this individual. Having attained innate talent at the tender age of 5, what level has he reached after 2 decades? You did not act rashly. Regardless of the circumstances, it would be illogical to strike at the protagonist now. In the 50th year, though advancing in age, your strength remains formidable, and you have long since reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. By the 54th year, you have successfully accumulated a sufficient amount of Tsang Yuan true energy, elevating your prowess to the 4th tier and breaking through the peak of the innate stage. The next step is the manifestation of the Gang Qi. But how shall one proceed? In the 55th year, you departed from the village. After a long journey, you arrived at another county city, where the Lord, Lian, had established his own powerful faction. You requested an audience with the esteemed Elder Lian. To your surprise, he welcomed you into the grand hall of the city lord's residence. At 70 years of age, he harbored no ambitions other than his passion for cultivation, hoping to discover a suitable method for a breakthrough through your guidance. After a moment of silence, Lian gazed at you and remarked, since the elder has spoken, it is only natural for the younger generation to assist in your endeavors. With a smile, he presented you with a tome, saying, behold, this is a technique of the masters. Through diligent practice, one may ascend to the pinnacle of mastery. He extended the sacred text towards you. Thank you, you exclaimed. To your astonishment, The other party readily offered themselves to you, and he expressed his gratitude. Just as Li was about to speak, a deep voice suddenly echoed from outside. Evil demon Li, why do you not come forth to engage in battle? Evil demon Li? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over you. The old mentor, a familiar face, assured you that he would return shortly. Li waved his hand with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the presence of those outside. He rose from his seat and exited the hall, only to be confronted by a dozen figures clad in black, who blocked all avenues of escape, effectively halting your progress. You appear somewhat bewildered. It seems that Li may not be as straightforward as one might have imagined. You perused the martial arts manual in your hands, committing its teachings to memory. This masterful technique, known as the Tai Xian Ju, harnesses a unique power through its cultivation, embodying a formidable offensive prowess. Before long, Lin returned, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his expression grim. He seized you by the throat, exclaiming, "Elder, I require your life for a moment." In the midst of his words, he had already dragged you outside the building. Upon the white steps, a youth clad in white and wielding a sword regarded you both with an icy gaze. His eyes shone like stars, exuding an indescribable aura. Qin Xian, this individual in my grasp is none other than the renowned tiger hero of Lin County, beloved by the people in the surrounding towns and villages. I offer you a choice. Either I slay him before your very eyes, and you may then take my life in return, or you may withdraw, and I shall spare him. Lin audaciously used you as leverage to threaten another. The youth in white remained silent, merely turning away. In that case, I shall spare your life today. Lin, when we meet again, your demise is inevitable. As the young man prepared to depart, you were suddenly hurled by Lin, propelled with a force towards Qin Xian. Reacting swiftly, Qin Xian delivered a kick that sent you flying, fully focused on the encounter. Yet, he was a moment too late. The dagger in Lin's hand had already plunged into his heart. Qin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. You. Before he could utter another word, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. What just transpired? You rose, momentarily bewildered. Lin erupted in laughter. Qin Xian, I knew you could not surpass me. What of your prodigious talent? What of your status as the foremost in the martial world? Ultimately, this realm belongs to me, Lin. As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from him, a strength beyond your imagination. Our Kunlun demon sect shall undoubtedly unify the martial world and dominate the land. With a triumphant roar, Lin unleashed a palm strike, an invisible force surging forth from within him, striking you with great intensity. You instantaneously succumbed to death. You have perished. This simulation has concluded, and you have acquired the profound technique of Tai Xian Ju, attaining the pinnacle of the innate realm. Will you inherit it? Yes. The totality of true energy within me has inexplicably multiplied over tenfold, and my physical constitution has significantly improved as well. Lin Zhan continuously contemplates all the battle memories from this simulation. After 2 seconds, he regains his focus. At this moment, he is a veritable master of the innate pinnacle. Both in combat prowess and realm, he stands as the strongest among the innate practitioners. More importantly, he has also obtained a unique technique. Reflecting upon the contents of Tai Xian Ju, Lin Zhan is filled with eager anticipation. And what of this Lin? What is his level of cultivation? That Qin Xian, who overshadowed Lin, is no ordinary figure. With his enhanced strength, Lin Zhan now harbors intentions regarding Lin. If he could seize Lin's opportunities, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. The following morning, within the estate, Lin Zhan encountered the newly appointed leader of the Green Serpent Gang, a young man in his 20s, who bore a handsome visage. Li Zhang, paying respects to the esteemed one. The youth bowed respectfully. His demeanor markedly improved compared to the previous leader, Situ Xing. He trembled slightly, perspiration forming behind him. There was no denying it. The individual before him was truly terrifying. Cold and merciless, his methods were fearsome indeed. Divine, simply divine. Lin Zhan nodded. Just do your job well. I am quite reasonable. After issuing a warning to the new leader, Lin Zhan dismissed him and turned his attention back to the study of Tai Xian Ju. The practice of the Gang Qi realm involves transforming true energy into true Gang Qi, under the protection of which a martial artist's strength is greatly enhanced, even enabling the Gang Qi to separate from the body, allowing for invisible lethality. However, breaking through to the Gang Qi realm is extraordinarily challenging. For someone as mediocre as he, without 20 or 30 years of cultivation and comprehension, there is no chance of entering the Gang Qi realm, especially with the aid of rare resources. If one were to endure the hardships of cultivation, a minimum of 100 years would be required to achieve a breakthrough. And as time progresses, that duration would only extend further. Putting away Tai Xianju, Lin Zhan shook his head. My aptitude is exceedingly mediocre. I must find a way to enhance my innate qualities. The lifespan of a martial artist is inherently limited, even in my current state. I can live at most for a century, only reaching an ultimate lifespan of 150 years upon attaining the master realm. Thus, Lin Zhan found himself increasingly intrigued by the opportunities surrounding Lin. That young lad is merely 5 years old, and the cultivation he has displayed is only innate. Surely, there must be a way for me to resolve this. In the afternoon, a voice echoed, "Who killed my brother?" As Lin Zhan was enjoying a moment of respite, he was abruptly interrupted by a furious roar. Grasping the fan that had been resting on his face, he looked up to see a wild-haired man wielding 2 axes, storming towards him with menacing fury. The maidservants of the manor were utterly powerless to stop him, and several were even toppled in the chaos. Lin Zhan's expression darkened. "Si Tuchen, cease this at once." The newly appointed leader, Li Zheng, rushed forward, desperately attempting to intervene. "Humph." Si Tuchen brandished his axes, advancing menacingly to stand before Lin Zhan. He tossed his long hair back defiantly. "It is you, you pretty boy. How dare you slay my elder brother? Do you not know that he hails from Qifeng Mountain?" Lin Zhan's mind flickered with recognition. Qifeng Mountain was a notorious stronghold in Linan County, boasting considerable power and several innate masters among its ranks, with a formidable army exceeding 10,000. It was far beyond the capabilities of a mere minor stronghold like Langlang Mountain. Oh? Lin Zhan rose slowly to his feet. Was this the scenario where the small fry had summoned the big guns? Did they think he was unprotected? Sensing the opponent's burgeoning aura, he sighed and suddenly hurled the fan in his hand, sending it spiraling towards Si Tuchen. A mere parlor trick. Si Tuchen raised his axe, only to discover that the force behind the fan was astonishing, rendering him unable to block it. He exerted every ounce of strength he had, but the fan shattered, sending a multitude of shards embedding into his body. Si Tuchen's cries of agony echoed through the air. Lin Zhan approached, stepping on him with a slight increase in pressure. With a sickening crunch, Si Tuchen's head exploded into a spray of gore. This was troublesome, truly troublesome. Li Zheng hurried over, his face paling in horror. "My lord, this Si Tuchen is the third in command of Qifeng Mountain. He has 2 peak innate brothers backing him, along with an army of 10,000. We have stirred a hornet's nest." Lin Zhan chuckled. "Qifeng Mountain, you say?" With a powerful kick, he crushed Li Zhang's body beneath his foot, a look of exhilaration on his face. The members of the Qing Shi gang surrounding them appeared anxious and bewildered. Lin Zhan strode purposefully towards Li Zhang, who was gasping for breath, his life hanging by a thread. Is it not preferable to live in peace? Why must everyone conspire against me? He was utterly exasperated. Was it simply for the sake of leveraging the resources of the Qing Shi gang to enjoy life? Why did they all seem intent on ending his life? The Qing Shi gang was a dominant force in Kaiyuan County. It was inconceivable that they would remain unaware of Si Tuchen's arrival, nor would they allow him to intrude so brazenly, without the support of the Qing Shi gang. He found it hard to believe this situation could unfold. Shaking the blood from his shoes, Lin Zhan turned to a middle-aged man in the distance. "From this day forth, you shall be the leader of the Qing Shi gang. Go back and inform them that if they trouble me again, I shall eradicate them all." This was already the second time this had occurred. Lin Zhan felt his patience wearing thin. "As you command." The middle-aged man swallowed hard and turned to flee. Curse it. This harbinger of death is far too ruthless. He suddenly felt that mingling in the county was not as appealing as he had thought. Perhaps it would be better to return home, marry a wife, and raise children. Though mundane, it would lack the constant threat of death. In the dead of night, Lin Zhan dismissed the 35 maidens from his chamber and sat alone upon his bed, awaiting in silence. Soon, the clock struck midnight. After covering himself with the blanket, he began to simulate. "Lin, let me uncover the true nature of your being. On the first day, you departed from Kaiyuan County, advancing swiftly. By the second month, you had journeyed far and arrived in Ziyun City. You swiftly took action, unifying all factions with your formidable strength and seizing control of the entire Ziyun City, making all powers subordinate to you. You have located Li Chengze and assigned personnel to monitor him, diligently recording information day and night. Li Chengze, an ordinary child of 8 years, hails from humble agricultural parents who sustain their livelihood through farming and foraging for medicinal herbs. While you monitor the other party, you simultaneously cultivate the profound art of Tai Xian. In the second year, a powerful faction from the neighboring county approaches you, seeking to establish a collaboration. You consented to the expansion of various industries, amassing considerable wealth. You began to acquire a plethora of resources and frequented prestigious auctions. In the same year, you procured a martial art technique from the underworld, known as Knight, comprising 91 intricate moves, which could only be executed with a unique blade. You developed an interest in honing your skills in the Tai Chi secret art while simultaneously practicing swordplay. These martial arts are categorized into several realms: the threshold of mastery, the integration of knowledge, the pinnacle of perfection, and the return to simplicity. In the third year, despite lacking progress in the Tai Chi secret art, your Knight blade technique advanced to the threshold of mastery. In the fourth year, you continued to gather resources in preparation for breaking through to the Qi realm, while diligently practicing your swordplay each day. The fifth year remained consistent. By the 10th year, your Knight blade technique transcended to the realm of integration. In the 14th year, at the age of 22, Li Qingze wed a humble girl from the village. The 15th year brought the birth of Li Qingze's child, for whom he sought the village's old scholar to bestow a name, Lian. In the same year, in pursuit of greater financial means to support his family, Li Qingze ventured into Ziyun City and joined the Wild Wolf Gang. You dispatched someone to observe Ong Li with greater scrutiny. His performance is indistinguishable from that of the other children, showing no discernible differences. You did not perceive anything amiss. In the 17th year, Ong Li was 2 years old. Just like other children, indulging in daily merriment and consuming milk, though at times he would lapse into a daze. In the 18th year, one night, while you were in the depths of slumber, a shadow unexpectedly approached your side. A chilling dagger was pressed against your neck. Lin Zhan, why do you surveil me? You are abruptly awakened, hearing the words of the other person, only to realize that it is the 4-year-old Lian, dressed in a red garment sewn by his mother. He gazes at you with a look of apprehension and asks, "Do you know me? Do you desire something of mine?" You cough softly, suggesting that it might all be a misunderstanding, for I tend to be quite concerned for those under my command. Ong Li chuckles, brandishing a dagger that swiftly severs one of your fingers. Such insincerity is unpalatable. I have little fondness for those who weave a tapestry of deceit. You are bewildered. My friend, at this very moment, the displayed power is neither innate nor acquired. You cannot fathom the opponent's realm and level. It seems you truly grasp something profound. An ant dares to covet the wealth of an elephant. Lin Zhan, you possess remarkable courage. Lian let out a cold laugh, drawing forth a dagger, and began to torment you, one cut at a time. If you refuse to speak, do not blame me for prolonging this. As you endure the agony coursing through your body, you are rendered utterly speechless. This fellow is exceedingly ferocious. Until your blood runs dry, until your body is riddled with wounds, you utter not a single word. Lian is genuinely impressed. What a man. With that, he swiftly slashed your throat. You have perished. The simulation has concluded, and you have acquired the profound mastery of the Knight blade technique. Will you inherit it? Lin Zhan leaned against the bed, perplexed. This individual is exceedingly formidable. Possessing such terrifying power at the tender age of 4 is astonishing. In the short term, I am utterly incapable of contending with Lian. It seems I must abandon this path. With a sigh, Lin Zhan promptly embraced the blade technique. Memories of 18 years of cultivation surged forth, instantly assimilated. His combat prowess surged significantly, yet it still fell short. Witnessing the extraordinary Lian ignited Lin Zhan's ambition. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you. Naturally, he would refrain from provoking Lian in the immediate future. This Lian is shrouded in mystery. To be so enigmatic at merely 4 years old suggests he must be either reincarnated, transported from another realm, or possessed by another spirit. In any case, he could not possibly be an ordinary child of 4, Lin Zhan concluded. Otherwise, the entirety of this enigma would be inexplicable. The following day, he summoned the newly appointed leader of the Green Snake Gang and presented a sketch. I require a blade of this design, forged from the finest materials. The MO blade is unlike any other. It is elongated and undeniably striking. Of course, that is a matter of personal taste. Rest assured, my lord. It shall be completed within 3 days. The new leader, Zhao Hai, promptly acquiesced. Coexisting with this harbinger of death necessitated constant vigilance, providing emotional support at all times. Most importantly, he must harbor no ulterior motives. Otherwise, death would be inevitable, and a most gruesome one at that. After handing over the blueprint, Lin Zhan returned to his leisurely existence, indulging in the comforts afforded by the Green Snake Gang. He could not help it. His previous life had been fraught with hardship. Now that he finally had an opportunity, he intended to relish it. Nightfall descended. Lin Zhan had dismissed 108 maidens. Having spent 9 days in this world and undergone 7 simulations, he clenched his fists, then gently unfurled them. This is not yet my limit. I shall grow even stronger. On the first day, you arrived in Linan County. Typically, The most formidable in a small town is merely at the 9th level of acquired realm. While the county city boasts peak innate experts, the city beyond is governed by master-level warriors, and those of even greater strength are dispersed throughout their respective domains. You spent a full 7 days in Lin County, during which, armed with your innate peak strength, you vanquished numerous formidable adversaries of the same realm, acquiring their foundational techniques. Here, you also forged a blade tailored to your own style. Weighing 150 pounds and measuring 2 meters in length, it became an extension of your will. In the 3rd month, you ventured to the capital city, seeking new opportunities while wielding your newly crafted blade. Throughout this period, you mastered all internal skills, broadened your experiences, and enhanced your strength, albeit without making any significant breakthroughs. The capital of Lin County is Jinhua Prefecture. Upon your arrival, after careful consideration, you resolved to join the local government as an exemplary constable. However, the authorities conducted a thorough investigation into your identity and ultimately discovered that you were, in fact, a mountain bandit. They harbored grave suspicions regarding your intentions, yet remained perplexed by your simple desire for stable employment. You spoke the truth, yet no one believed your tall tales. However, considering your mere 15 years of age and the innate prowess you possess, the chief constable still chose to take you under his wing. You have become the head constable of Jinhua Prefecture, commanding a force of 300 constables, responsible for maintaining order within a designated area of the prefecture. Due to your apparent intelligence and talent, the authorities have promptly provided you with abundant training resources, intending to assist you in breaking through to the realm of Qi. You have acquired the official martial arts technique, the bloodbound heart method, which allows you to cultivate your skills to the pinnacle of the Qi realm. Throughout this journey, the authorities will generously provide you with all necessary resources at no cost. In the 4th month, you diligently train while engaging in various cases, thus enhancing your professional competence. By the 5th month, you have resolved a perplexing mystery, garnering the attention of the entire region. People affectionately refer to you as the Divine Detective, and the reputation of head constable Lin spreads rapidly. As time accelerates, your days in Jinhua Prefecture become increasingly fulfilling. In the following year, the chief constable meticulously assesses your progress in cultivation. It cannot be said that you have made remarkable strides, but rather that your advancement is non-existent. You chuckled softly, declaring, "Boss, in truth, I am but a waste." The chief, unable to fathom the complexities of your thought process, found it equally perplexing to comprehend the rapidity of your cultivation. After all, your dedication surpassed that of anyone else, rendering the situation utterly incomprehensible. With a profound sense of bewilderment, the chief departed. In the 5th year, you unraveled several cases, honing your investigative prowess to a level that closely mirrored that of the chief. Even seasoned captains of the spirit realm found it challenging to surpass your abilities. The name Detective Lin Zhan began to circulate throughout Jinhua, and your reputation flourished. By the 10th year, your mastery of the night blade technique reached an extraordinary pinnacle, elevating your strength to unparalleled heights. Within the same realm, none could withstand your single strike. The chief had grown entirely accustomed to your so-called ineptitude, discreetly retracting much of his prior support. You have not practiced the blood heart technique, but have devoted yourself to the cultivation of the supreme profound art. Over the past decade, with the support of the government, you have indeed made some progress. In your 20th year, at the age of 35, although your strength remains modest, your investigative skills have gained recognition throughout the entire Jinhua Prefecture, and many influential figures seek your assistance in solving their dilemmas. Throughout this journey, you have forged connections with numerous heroic figures of the martial world and acquired an array of extraordinary martial arts, including a technique for contracting one's bones, skills in disguise, and methods of thievery. As your circle of friends continues to expand, your rapport with many in Jinhua Mansion grows ever more harmonious. By the 30th year, with your innate prowess at its zenith, you ascended to the esteemed position of Chief Constable of Jinhua Mansion. Facing no opposition whatsoever, their trust in your capabilities is absolute. I am, without a doubt, a natural-born detective akin to Conan or Sherlock Holmes. You take great pride in your accomplishments. After 35 years and 53 years of arduous cultivation, you have finally broken through. With the assistance of the government and various friends, you have harnessed the essence of the Tai-Chian formula to enter the realm of Qi. In your nascent stage of Qi manipulation, you can project your energy 3 feet and 3 inches outward, filling you with exhilaration. In your 40th year, your night blade technique reaches its ultimate perfection, transcending to a state of simplicity and purity, a level of mastery that is both awe-inspiring and formidable. With a single stroke, even those of mid-tier vigor cannot withstand it. In the same year, the renowned detective Lin Zhan's title has transformed into that of Lin the Divine Captor. Your exceptional abilities have garnered immense recognition, elevating you to the esteemed title of the foremost detective of the Great Xia. In the 50th year, you became embroiled in an enigmatic case. In the neighboring Qinghua prefecture, the entire family of the magistrate, comprising 91 members, was tragically annihilated. The circumstances surrounding the incident are shrouded in mystery, and the perpetrator remains elusive. Upon arriving at the crime scene, you conducted a thorough investigation. 10 days later, you and your team unearthed a few crucial clues, prompting you to swiftly assemble your personnel for further inquiry. Gazing at the horrific scene before you, an unsettling premonition washed over you. A month later, after delving deeper into the investigation, you began to discern the faint outlines of the truth. You are to report immediately and prepare to investigate all information regarding the perpetrator. As you slumber, shadows bearing torches approach, rousing you from your dreams. Grasping the nearby blade, you prepare to confront the imminent threat. Your days of tranquility are drawing to a close. The intruders kick open the door, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Oh!" Before you stands Li Xia, the chief of the guards of Qinghua Prefecture, a master of unparalleled prowess, significantly more formidable than yourself. Lin Zhan, there are matters beyond your comprehension. He declares, as fate would have it, we have identified the perpetrator today. Li Xia bursts into hearty laughter, commanding, seize this heinous criminal and execute him on the spot. The murderer has ruthlessly slain the entire family of the prefect, totaling 91 lives, and has also taken the life of Lin Zhan, the head investigator of this case, under the cover of night. Surrounding you are the guards, each a formidable master of their craft. What a baseless accusation. You pointed at them, your face pale, gripping the hilt of your knife with fierce determination, ready to strike at any moment. Enough. Stop hesitating. Kill them. Anyone who knows me deserves to die. As you lift your gaze, a figure suddenly materializes in the distance. Dressed in dark attire, the slender silhouette expresses a hint of impatience as they utter, "Leon." You unconsciously uttered. And Ong Li cast a peculiar glance in your direction. You actually know me? Act quickly and eliminate him. He turned and silently departed. Dozens of formidable warriors charged towards you. And with unwavering determination, you unleashed the full extent of your Night Blade technique, striking down upon them all. Sizzle. You unleashed your full potential, delivering a final strike that severed the body of a mid-tier martial artist. However, at that very moment, more weapons rained down upon you, leaving you grievously wounded and on the brink of death. Whoosh! A dagger soared through the air from a distance, landing with precision upon your head. You are deceased. Lin Zhan sat upon his bed, his eyes wide as saucers. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Quite remarkable indeed, my friend. Lian, truly, he is Lian. No wonder he could be slain at the tender age of 4. How many times has it been? 8 simulations. For deaths at the hands of Lian. This fellow is simply relentless. He must be plotting something in the shadows. How sinister indeed. Lin Zhan felt an increasing wariness towards this young man. No matter how far he ventured, he still encountered him. Next time, he would resolve the matter directly. It was a struggle to bring him into this world in the first place. Lin Zhan chuckled coldly. The current simulation has concluded, and he has acquired a low-tier mastery of the Gang Qi, the blood extraction heart method, and the Black Night Blade technique of returning to simplicity. Will he inherit these? Yes, inherit. A surge of new power emerged. The true energy within Lin Zhan swiftly transformed into a more formidable Gang Qi. He extended a finger, and a strand of black Gang Qi shot forth from his hand, piercing through the wardrobe before him. The Gang Qi, once detached, proved to be remarkably powerful. In addition to his cultivation, the Black Night Blade technique of returning to simplicity greatly enhanced his prowess. It was a pity, however, that he had not acquired any knowledge pertaining to case handling or disguise techniques. Lin Zhan felt a tinge of regret. After acclimating to his newfound strength, he felt a heightened sense of security. Tucking himself beneath the covers, he finally drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Lin Zhan immersed himself in the study of the blood extraction heart method of the government, a relatively simple internal skill, not dissimilar from the common cultivation methods. Although he had not practiced it, he sensed some deeper meanings within the technique. The benefits were manifold. Cultivation in the realm of Gang Qi necessitated various tonics. While solitary practice was safe, it was also prohibitively slow. He pondered the need to align himself with a faction in the future. This time, it was primarily due to Lian. This individual was exceedingly enigmatic, leaving traces of his presence everywhere. If he could eliminate Lian ahead of time next round, perhaps he could enjoy a period of tranquility. Regardless, it was clear that for the time being, interference with his opportunities was out of the question. Enhancing his strength was paramount. In the evening, after dinner, Lin Zhan strolled through Kaiyuan County, sampling various snacks he had recently purchased. After a while, he found himself before a restaurant. How interesting. He looked up and was surprised to see a Sha County eatery. "Waiter, bring me a chicken leg rice and a jug of yellow wine," Lin Zhan casually requested as he took a seat. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on." The waiter, clad in a towel, approached with a cheerful demeanor, pouring him a cup of tea before attending to other matters. He had yet to witness what Sha County cuisine was like in this world, but he imagined it would be quite similar. After a brief wait, the waiter returned with a bowl of rice. Lin Zhan's eyes widened. Indeed, one should not harbor excessive expectations for ancient food. The chicken leg rice is truly just chicken leg rice. A single chicken leg, a bowl of rice. Fortunately, some seasonings were added atop the chicken leg, and its aroma can be described as merely edible. As Lin Zhan lifted his chopsticks, poised to take a bite, a shadow abruptly dashed towards him from a distance. Reacting swiftly, he extended his right hand in a flash, channeling his vital energy, and seized it. It was an arrow, one poisoned and lethal. "I am utterly fed up with this," Lin Zhan sighed, shaking his head. His vital energy surged forth, crushing the arrow into fine splinters of wood. Rising to his feet, his figure flickered as he dashed towards the street beyond. "Run! We've been discovered." At the alley's entrance, two young men's expressions shifted dramatically, and they bolted away, disappearing into the labyrinthine alleyways. Clearly, all of this had been premeditated. Lin Zhan pursued, yet found no trace of them. The alleyways branched extensively, and for a moment, he could not ascertain where they had fled. "So, this is how you wish to play?" A cold smile crept across his face as he turned to leave. A few minutes later, the two young men emerged from a different path, one laughing heartily. "Brother, your foresight is impressive. Although we failed to kill him, we certainly left a strong impression. The death of someone from Qifeng Mountain must come with consequences." The other's expression, however, darkened considerably. "Xiao San, this is serious." He gripped his bow tightly, a sheen of fine sweat appearing on his brow. "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiao San asked, puzzled. "Your eyesight is insufficient. You did not see." "But I did. Just now, he intercepted the arrow with his vital energy." "The vital energy realm. This is something we cannot contend with. Perhaps no one on Qifeng Mountain can defeat him," Sita Qing remarked, his face clouded with apprehension. "The vital energy realm? Impossible," Xiao San gasped. "Why would such a master linger in a small place like this? In my understanding, those who wield vital energy are significant figures. They typically cultivate within the major powers of the capital, each holding considerable influence and cunning." Both of them felt a wave of unease wash over them. "Qing Shigang." Lin Zhan gripped the neck of the newly appointed leader, Zhao Hai. "I shall grant you 1 hour to identify those who ambushed me just now. If no one appears after an hour, I will annihilate the entire Qing Shi gang, leaving none alive." He released his grasp and, expressionless, settled into a chair within the hall. Zhao Hai crashed to the ground, momentarily stunned before regaining his senses. "Bring help, quickly. This is urgent. We must spare no effort." Time ticked away, and yet the Qing Shi gang failed to present the culprit. Lin Zhan's patience waned. "It seems I must seek a different venue." He rose slowly, his gaze growing increasingly frigid, and an aura of madness began to envelop him. "My lord, we have found them." At a crucial moment, Zhao Hai rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, there are 2 individuals, both hailing from Qifeng Mountain." He hastily conveyed, as dozens of members from the Qing Snake gang followed behind him, subduing more than 10 men, who dared not utter a sound. Lin Zhan cast a glance around, noting that the Qing Snake had captured a total of 15 individuals. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Hai stepped forward and stated, "My lord, apart from the 2 culprits, the rest are all from Qifeng Mountain. They orchestrated the scheme that led to your previous predicament." In a desperate bid for survival, he had directly rebelled against the upper echelons of the Qing Snake gang, personally leading his subordinates to apprehend these old rascals. Fortunately, the operation had gone smoothly. Lin Zhan nodded, discerning the truth in Zhao Hai's words. Raising his right hand, a series of formidable energies surged forth, akin to lasers, piercing through the skulls of the 15 captives. They were afforded no opportunity to plead for mercy or scream, meeting their demise in an instant. "Clean this up, and take a portion of the men with me to Qifeng Mountain." Having taken action, Lin Zhan was determined to see it through to the end. With immense power at his disposal, he harbored no hesitation, compassion, or weakness. Anyone who posed a threat to him must perish. "Understood." Zhao Hai nodded vigorously. He had anticipated Lin Zhan's intentions, yet at this juncture, he felt trapped. Moreover, he had longed to eliminate this group of useless individuals to gain complete control over the Qing snake gang. It was, for him, an opportunity. "My lord, your sword is ready." At that moment, a member of the Qing snake gang approached from a distance, softly informing him. "Is the sword ready?" After experiencing the essence of the night blade technique, Lin Zhan gestured grandly. "Bring it forth. Let us annihilate Qing Feng Mountain." Before long, he was presented with the saber. 2 meters in length, weighing 300 pounds, its entire body was pitch black, with a razor-sharp edge. Lin Zhan was instantly enamored with this weapon. "Since it is the night blade technique, you shall be named Knight." He grasped the hilt and gently swung it, sending waves of energy along the blade's edge, leaving deep gashes on the surrounding structures, showcasing its ferocious might. White markings adorned both sides of the blade, resembling a menacing white dragon. Lin Zhan planted the saber before him and turned to Zhao Hai, declaring, "Let us depart." Qi Feng Mountain had provoked him repeatedly. Did they truly consider him a soft target? Command acknowledged. Zhao Hai felt a surge of trepidation as he promptly led his subordinates, rallying their efforts to ascend Qi Feng Mountain. As night fell, over 800 individuals navigated through a chaotic mountain path, ultimately arriving at the foot of Qi Feng Mountain. Gazing at the bizarre structures before them, Lin Zhan raised his hand, proclaiming, "I shall eliminate all the formidable foes in the shortest time possible. Your duty is to block all the paths. Allow no one to escape." Qi Feng Mountain was significantly stronger than the Qing Snake Gang, and charging in recklessly would be tantamount to suicide. Their greatest role would be to provide support. Just as Zhao Hai was about to respond, he witnessed Lin Zhan transform into a fleeting shadow, suddenly vanishing. "Everyone, keep your eyes peeled," he bellowed, his expression intense. At the mountainside, Lin Zhan brazenly infiltrated the stronghold, cleaving a guard in two with a single stroke. "All those from Qing Feng Mountain shall perish." His aura was ferocious, and his gaze was ruthless as he surged toward the surrounding structures. The bandits, who had just begun to investigate the commotion, were caught off guard, their weapons still ungrasped, and fell victim to his blade before they could react. He encountered no hindrance along his path. Nothing within his line of sight was spared. The technique of the night blade reached its zenith, and his speed accelerated further. Soon, a multitude of martial experts emerged around him, wielding various weapons and confronting Lin Zhan. "Esteemed elder, what grievance do we hold against one another?" the chief of Qi Feng Mountain questioned, bewildered. He had just acquired a minor concubine and had yet to consummate his acquisition when suddenly an assault was upon them, one led by a formidable master of Qi. This was a matter of life and death. There is indeed a grudge, a profound one. Lin Zhan laughed cruelly, delivering a decisive blow that unleashed a surge of Qi, cleaving the chief in half from several meters away. "Die, all of you." His eyes burned with fury as he plunged into the throng. The bandits were left in a stupor, bewildered by his madness. In a flurry of sparks and fury, within mere seconds, all the martial experts lay dead. Only a group of novice martial artists remained, exchanging bewildered glances before hastily retreating. Lin Zhan swung his blade with mechanical precision, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. He had become enraptured, unable to extricate himself from the bloodshed. Time became an abstraction, and when he finally regained his senses, the surroundings were devoid of life. The ground was strewn with corpses, and not a single soul remained alive. The heavy scent of blood hung in the air. A sound of footsteps approached, and Lin Zhan turned to see Zhao Hai, who, along with his men, had rushed into the stronghold. "My lord," he began. But the sight before him left him speechless. It was a scene reminiscent of a hell on earth. "Search. Leave no survivors," Lin Zhan commanded, sheathing the night blade and plunging it into the ground. "Even the worms shall be cleaved asunder." In a single breath, he vanquished hundreds of bandits, an act that brought about numerous repercussions. Fortunately, his mind brimmed with a wealth of combat experience, accompanied by a myriad of corresponding images, allowing him to adapt after a brief moment of hesitation. Shaking his head, Lin Zhan set forth in the direction of Kaiyuan County. Just as he exited the bandit stronghold, he suddenly halted, surveying his surroundings before stepping into a nearby haystack. Upon lifting the covering, he discovered a small puppy. Such a young creature, already consorting with criminals and aiding in their malevolence, could not be spared. With a sweep of his formidable energy, he swiftly severed the innocent dog's head. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Perhaps I am becoming somewhat unhinged. He patted the hilt of his dagger, a frown creasing his brow. After a night of relentless travel, Lin Zhan returned to the estate in Kaiyuan County. With the assistance of several maidens, he refreshed himself and reclined on his bed, feeling rejuvenated. The night had fully descended. The haunting images of slaughter still echoed in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhan activated the simulator. Midnight had passed. It was time to commence the simulation. This time, the target was to eliminate Lian's father. Taking a deep breath, he immediately set to work. On the first day, after resting through the night. The following day, you departed Qiwan County under the cloak of darkness. By the second month, you arrived at Ziyun City, and after a brief search, you located the 8-year-old Li Qingze. Without a moment's hesitation, you discreetly hurled a flying dagger, resulting in his demise. This time, you preemptively eliminated Li Qingze a full 15 years early, and you are eager to witness how this young man will emerge. After a brief moment of indecision, you resolved to join a sect. The governmental forces are far too conservative. You require greater resources and support. In the 4th month, you departed from Jinhua Prefecture and journeyed to the nearby Qihua Prefecture, where you encountered the illustrious martial arts sect known as Wanjianmen. Wanjianmen boasts formidable strength, with 2 eminent masters stationed at its helm. It is rumored that an esteemed elder of the Earth symbol realm also resides within. The hierarchy is delineated as follows: postnatal, innate, Gongqi, master, purple qi, seeking the summit, true person, earth symbol, and heavenly symbol. Wanjianmen stands as the most powerful force within Qinghua Prefecture, wielding significant influence. At the foot of the mountain, you conveyed your intentions to a disciple guarding the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man approached, regarding you with curiosity. Young lad, are you truly at the low tier of Gongqi? Only 15 years of age this year? You have not concealed your intentions this time. You are prepared to probe the attitudes of these formidable figures. If circumstances permit, you are inclined to engage in a significant challenge. Indeed, the peculiarities of your skills are undeniable. After a moment of hesitation, you inquire, what is so peculiar? The middle-aged man grasped your right wrist, stating, indeed. Your bone age appears to be 15, and your cultivation exudes formidable energy. Senior, I have experienced a sudden surge in strength, the means of which elude my understanding. It feels as though I merely awoke from slumber to possess such extraordinary abilities. Tentatively, the middle-aged man stroked his chin, lost in thought. Before bursting into laughter and seizing your neck, youngster, are you deceiving me? I inquired about the Wanjin sect, a righteous faction of the martial world. You exude an aura of bloodshed and yet dare to mislead me? You wish to join my Wanjin sect? Ha! The man laughed heartily, leading you through the mountain gate. Quickly, inform the others. I have captured a fool, suspected to be an undercover agent from the Tianjin sect, inside a lavishly adorned hall. You found yourself surrounded by a group of individuals. At merely 15, his low-level vigor is hardly remarkable. One might say it is decent at best, someone remarked. This lad is brimming with bloodlust, having undoubtedly killed over 1,000 people. The Wanjin sect cannot accept such a villain. Let us investigate further. It remains uncertain whether he hails from the Tianjin sect. Is there even a need for investigation? Who else would dare to act against us, if not the Tianjin sect? In Qinghua Prefecture, the Tianjin sect and the Wanjin sect stood as rival factions, perpetually at odds. The Wanjin sect, however, had consistently held the upper hand over the Tianjin sect. In recent years, the latter had produced a spate of talented disciples, hinting at a potential resurgence. After a discussion among the elders of the Wanjin sect, you were confined to a small darkroom. 2 months later, you were released. The current leader of the Wanjin sect, Qin Jian, gazed at you with a complex expression. You truly are extraordinary. During your confinement, they had utilized all their resources and connections to uncover every detail about your life. Born a beggar, turning to banditry at 13, departing from Langlang Mountain 4 months ago, showcasing formidable skills, and taking control of the Qingxi gang. You had eliminated 2 gang leaders and led a complete annihilation of the entire Qingfeng Mountain. Qin Jian, perplexed, inquired, young man, from where do your martial skills originate? According to their gathered information, your trajectory of growth was traceable, leaving no opportunity for such a dramatic enhancement of power. Senior, I have already explained. I became this strong all of a sudden. Qin Jian chuckled, and suddenly, you also possess extensive combat experience? He paced the room, clearly conflicted, before summoning 5 elders from the Wanjin sect. Gentlemen, should we keep him or let him go? Should we kill him or spare him? Offer some advice. Qin Jian sighed. The eldest elder furrowed his brow. This lad's martial prowess is of unknown origin. He likely has a formidable master behind him. His intentions for joining the Wanjin sect may be ulterior. I recommend execution. The second elder shook his head. No expert can achieve such feats without leaving a trace. I suspect he may possess unique abilities that could benefit our sect. We should consider keeping him. The third elder coughed and declared, "The risks are simply too great. Let us provide him with some compensation and send him on his way." However, the fourth elder offered a different perspective. He possesses a benevolent heart, having dismantled a bandit stronghold and taken control of a gang. The fifth elder interrupted, "A benevolent heart?" After seizing the Qingxi gang, he indulged in pleasures daily and killed an innocent 8-year-old child after leaving Kaiyuan County. Do you truly consider him virtuous? The 5 individuals were engaged in a continuous dispute. Your mind buzzes incessantly, and finally, you exclaim, "Enough, enough. I shall speak the truth. I have been reborn, and I carry with me the martial arts of my past life." You articulated the existence of the simulator in a different manner, elucidating the origin of your formidable strength. The 6 individuals were taken aback, and the sect leader, Qin Jian, approached you, keenly attuned to your essence. Indeed, the martial arts within you bore the marks of time. Furthermore, the technique of returning to the essence, a mastery of swordsmanship, was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a mere 15-year-old. What you spoke was, without a doubt, the truth. You fell silent, realizing that recklessly revealing your identity and joining forces may not have been the wisest decision. Many matters remain inexplicable. After a thorough discussion among the higher-ups of the Sword Gate, they ultimately resolved to assist you in your cultivation. To them, you represent an invaluable opportunity. The benefits of your acceptance far outweigh the drawbacks. If you are contemplative, you have thus become a new disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect, receiving comprehensive training from the entire sect. Qin Jian frequently engages you in conversation, addressing your doubts regarding cultivation while also indulging in casual banter. You have acquired the supreme technique of the sword-wielding sect, the Wenchuan heavenly sword art, and have persevered in your cultivation until reaching the realm of the true body. With the assistance of the sword-wielding sect, your progress in cultivation has accelerated remarkably, even with modest innate talent. The abundance of resources at your disposal has propelled your strength to new heights. By the 5th year, you have entered the intermediate stage of the Qi condensation realm. And the sword aura you have cultivated through the Wenchuan heavenly sword art is formidable, radiating brilliance, complemented by the Night Blade technique. Even those at the advanced Qi condensation stage are no match for you. In the 6th year, Qin Jian entrusted you with a new sword technique, known as the Qianyuan sword art, which is the signature style of the sword-wielding sect. In the training grounds, you executed the Qianyuan sword art with fluidity, prompting Qin Jian to applaud. "Well done, well done." If you could be reborn, carrying the mastery of both the Wenchuan heavenly sword art and the Qianyuan sword art, I believe no one would doubt your prowess. Gazing into Qin Jian's eyes, you ponder deeply. You have diligently pursued your training, never allowing yourself to become complacent. Your strength has steadily ascended. In the 10th year, upon consuming a vial of the blood of a ferocious beast, your vital energy surged significantly, propelling you into the advanced realm of vital energy in a single breath. In the same year, your mastery of the Qianyuan sword technique reached an unparalleled level, achieving a state of profound understanding and harmonious integration. Yet, as you continued your arduous practice, you felt the limitations of your innate talent weighing heavily upon you. Old Qin, is there truly no treasure in this world that can enhance one's innate aptitude and comprehension? You inquired once more. Qin Jian, cradling a cup of steaming tea, shook his head. To my knowledge, innate talent and comprehension are inherent qualities. There are no treasures capable of augmenting them. You are immensely disheartened. In pursuit of your cultivation, you have sacrificed greatly at the Sword Gate, with resources sufficient to nurture 10 masters. Indeed, without treasures, it seems that only certain techniques could achieve such results. Qin Jian then shifted his tone and laughed heartily. Techniques? You inquired eagerly. Qin Jian did not withhold any information and directly revealed. This is something I discovered yesterday in the sect scriptures. It is said that the Inma sect of Southern Qin possesses a technique that enhances one's innate talent. With diligent practice, even a mere pig could transform into a genius. The mention of the Inma sect piqued your interest, and you etched the name deeply into your memory. In the 15th year, Qin Jian sought you out. His expression somewhat peculiar. Kaiyuan County has allied with other counties and led the county troops to annihilate the entirety of Langlang Mountain. You had foretold this event 15 years prior. This time, he was utterly convinced of your identity as a reincarnator. In the 20th year, you once again achieved a breakthrough, stepping into the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm, while the Qianyuan sword technique reached an extraordinary level of mastery. All these accomplishments were made possible through the unwavering support and cultivation provided by Qin Jian and others. Your sentiments towards the Sword Inquiry sect have deepened, fostering a profound sense of belonging. In the 30th year, at the age of 45, you have not one step beyond the confines of the sect for a full 30 years. Your existence has been devoted entirely to rigorous cultivation, with unrelenting dedication. All members of the Sword Inquiry sect regard you as one of their own, and the bonds among you have flourished. As soon as you speak, I shall hasten to bring them to you. Qin Jian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You laughed, saying, Old Qin, I am already 45 years old, let it be. In this lifetime, I only wish to diligently cultivate and ascend to a higher realm. Yet, your innate talent is limited, even with our unwavering support. To transcend to the level of a grandmaster would require no less than 2 centuries. You simply cannot achieve it. You have remained silent. It has been a decade since your last breakthrough, an entire 10 years. Aside from the Qian Yuan sword technique, there has been no sign of progress. Nevertheless, I shall persist in practicing the sword, the saber, and my agility. I shall not yield. Your gaze is more resolute than ever before. Qin Jian patted your shoulder and said, to be honest, if you were to die, would you be able to start anew? Moreover, would you return with all your martial arts? You were momentarily stunned, yet Qin Jian had already discovered the answer. You should focus on your cultivation for now. With that, Qin Jian turned to depart, his silhouette exuding an inexplicable sense of melancholy and peculiarity. You find it impossible to articulate this feeling. This individual has astonishingly discerned the true essence of the simulator. How terrifying. In the 40th year, everything remains unchanged. Under the guidance of Qin Jian and others, you have cultivated the Qian Yuan sword technique to the realm of returning to simplicity. Furthermore, you have also mastered the step through the blossoms to a level of profound understanding. Your cultivation has seen slight progress, though it is hardly conspicuous. Entering the realm of a master after 2 centuries is certainly bearable, for you possess an abundance of time. In the 50th year, your step through the blossoms has ascended to the pinnacle of perfection. That same year, late at night, you hear a cacophony of footsteps, and the outside world is in disarray. Qin Jian, surrender our sex techniques, and I may spare your life. You heard a resounding explosion, bang. The wall of your bedroom crumbled, and a shadowy figure burst in. It was Lin Zhan. Quick, take note, he urged. It was Qin Jian, who tossed you a bound book, his expression fraught with urgency. As you open the book, you discover that it contains the profound techniques of the Shadow Demon sect, known as the Yin Yang Wuji. The majority of the content consists of intricate illustrations with very few written words. You are bewildered. This, by all accounts, is indeed a dual cultivation technique. A powerful aura descends from the heavens, and a figure suddenly materializes. Seizing Qin Jian by the throat, daring to steal the secret manual of my Shadow Demon sect from the Sword Inquiry sect. How audacious. With a splatter, Qin Jian coughs up blood, revealing a wretched smile. Worth it, indeed. You paused for a moment, then hastily immersed yourself in the text, committing every detail of the concepts of yin and yang to memory. Having trained in martial arts for many years, and with the material being primarily illustrations, you absorb the information swiftly. Yin Feng, this is not a place for your reckless antics. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, and immediately, a shadowy figure materialized, advancing menacingly towards you. The master of the Yin Demon sect, Yin Feng. All you perceived was a blazing, explosive radiance. The ominous wind chuckled. How dare such a trivial manifestation stand before me with such arrogance? Prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous roar, a surge of power erupted around you, propelling you through the air and leaving you gravely wounded and on the brink of death. You open your eyes, struggling with great effort. Lin Zhan. You hear a persistent voice. It is Qin Jian, who struggles to crawl before you, his body drenched in blood. You owe me one, he begins to say. But before he can finish his words, he succumbs to death entirely. You tremble as you gaze upon the scene before you. The formidable celestial beings unleash their full might. A kaleidoscope of radiant hues cascading around, illuminating the surroundings. The entire Sword Inquiry sect has been obliterated. All have perished, none left alive. With a sudden jolt, a fragment of stone hurtles from the distance, shattering your skull in a single blow. You are dead. Lin Zhan awoke with a start. This simulation was rather exhilarating. Did Qin Jian sacrifice the entire Wanjin sect for his own purposes? In those final words he spoke, I owe you a cause and effect? He pondered. With the conclusion of this simulation, he had attained the pinnacle of Qi mastery, when with Tian Jianju, the essence of the Qian Yuan sword technique, and the profound skill of Wan Hua Tsung Zhongbu. The method of Yin Yang Wuji, shall it be inherited? Yes. As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of power flooded into his being. The one with Tian Jianju, far superior to the Tai Xianju, manifested within him. and the essence transformed into a formidable sword energy, brimming with explosive aggression. Alongside it was the Qian Yuan sword technique of the essence returning realm. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Lin Zhan regained his composure and sat at a nearby table, pouring himself a cup of cool tea. Qin Jian, what is your true intent? This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary, with grand ambitions. Given this, is there any need for him to cultivate the techniques he stealthily reclaimed? A thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to recall the Yin-Yang Wu-Ji technique. As the most potent method of the Yin-Mo sect, Yin-Yang Wu-Ji is shrouded in mystery. It genuinely possesses the ability to enhance a warrior's innate qualities and comprehension. Yet, the prerequisites are exceedingly stringent. One must not only find a woman of greater aptitude, but also engage in prolonged cultivation with her, sharing life and experiences. Ultimately, after 50 years of dual cultivation, one may utilize this technique to transfer the partner's innate qualities and comprehension to oneself. Indeed, this technique is predatory in nature. Dual cultivation and absorption are indispensable. Lin Zhan stroked his chin, feeling a wave of hesitation wash over him. If he sought Qin Jian again, would he assist him once more? Qin Jian is an enigma, even more so than Lian in his eyes. Without understanding him, Lin Zhan found it impossible to remain calm. Since a connection had already been forged, he might as well exploit it to the fullest. As the leader of the Wanjian sect, Qin Jian's cultivation is undeniably authentic, reaching the realm of true immortality. The resources for Lin Zhan's future cultivation remain a pressing concern. Why not take advantage of what is available? Lin Zhan narrowed his eyes, his thoughts swirling as he took another few sips of cool tea, feeling a bit heated within. The following day, the members of the Green Serpent Gang returned, laden with spoils, having completely stripped Qinfeng Mountain bare. Lin Zhan did not concern himself with the allocation of these resources, nor did he acknowledge Zhao Hai and the others. Instead, he sought out a sword for himself and undertook a simple practice of the Qianyuan sword technique, discovering its potency to far exceed that of the Night Blade technique. The execution was remarkably fluid. At this moment, with his vital energy at its zenith, he projected a sword aura extending 20 meters, significantly amplifying its lethality. After a spell of practice, Lin Zhan ceased his endeavors and continued to indulge himself. The day swiftly passed, and soon the clock struck midnight. Lin Zhan snugly wrapped himself in his blanket and commenced his simulation. On the first day, you departed Kaiching County under the cover of night, navigating through a tumult of flowers with all your might. By the 15th day, you arrived at Ziyun City, where you dispatched Lian's father, Li Qingze, with a single stroke, thereby thwarting this individual's existence. By the second month, you exerted every effort and finally stood at the foot of the Wanjian sect. Junior brother, I seek an audience. A steward of the Wanjian sect received you, and, upon your request to meet with Qin Jian, responded with disdain. Our sect leader is beset with numerous affairs. How could there be time to meet with a mere minnow like you? You too smiled, and then, right there, executed a set of the primordial Qianyuan sword technique, returning to the essence of simplicity. The steward was utterly astonished, hastily supporting his nearly dropped jaw. Who on earth are you? Ah, merely an ordinary passerby, I replied with a chuckle. Do summon someone quickly. You let out a soft laugh and sheathed your sword. Soon, you encountered Qin Jian in a small courtyard of the Sword Inquiry sect. He, as always, exuded an air of profound mystery, clad in garments of deep black that accentuated his enigmatic presence. I have never seen you before. Have you gained the status of an unorthodox disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect? Qin Jian inquired. Unorthodox? You were momentarily perplexed by the term, but soon regained your composure. No, I am a reincarnator. In my previous life, I sacrificed everything for the sword sect, ultimately meeting a bitter end. This time, I am determined to reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Qin Jian furrowed his brows, grasping your shoulders and sealing your meridians. Are you a time traveler? Your rhetoric resembles that of a mindless fantasy narrative. You have successfully acquired significant information. Qin Jian is indeed remarkable, as he is aware of the existence of time travelers. Could it be that he himself is also a time traveler? Ah, I have traversed realms and been reborn. As soon as you uttered these words, Qin Jian fell silent once more, captivated by the profound essence of your internal mastery of the heavenly sword technique. Achieving such a level of prowess typically requires decades of arduous training, yet you appear remarkably youthful. You waved your hand dismissively, abandoning pretense. I cherish the truth. In your previous life, in an effort to enhance my qualifications, you infiltrated the Shadow Demon sect and absconded with their Yin-Yang Infinite technique, claiming that I owed you a karmic debt. I yearn to understand your motives for such actions. You recklessly led the entire sword inquiry sect to their demise, and ultimately, the formidable celestial beings of the Shadow Demon sect unleashed their wrath, resulting in the annihilation of the entire sword inquiry sect. You widened your eyes in astonishment. You exhibit no sense of urgency regarding the exposure of sensitive information. After all, this is merely a simulation. This is a pivotal test. Is that so? Qin Jian cast a penetrating gaze upon you. I believe I comprehend your intentions, my friend. Come, let us take a stroll together, and I shall reveal all to you. You nodded and followed him along a gravel path leading to the back mountain of the Sword Inquiry Gate. Qin Jian walked ahead, his silhouette imbued with a poignant melancholy. I am Qin Jian, a boy from an ordinary family in my past life, who endeavored to study and work diligently, all to provide a better life for those around me. Yet, fate is capricious. At the age of 23, I was on the brink of marrying my beloved, with whom I had shared a decade of companionship. On the eve of our wedding, I strolled with a row on a rubber track at a university, painting vivid pictures of the splendid wedding that awaited us. She giggled, playfully punching and slapping me, her beauty reminiscent of a blossom in full bloom. After walking 3 laps around the playground, I went to fetch her a drink. Before I departed, Ero smiled and requested jasmine tea. She had always cherished jasmine tea, likening its flavor to life itself, a taste imbued with inexplicable meanings and unspoken bitterness. Upon returning with a bottle of jasmine tea and a bottle of iced flower tea, I was taken aback to see 2 young men surrounding Ero. I rushed over. Bro, she's your wife? She's quite a catch. One of them exclaimed. Hey man, can we borrow her for a bit? They appeared to be in their 20s, dressed in a trendy, rebellious manner. I remained silent, gripping Ero's hand and leading her away from the playground. Today's youth can be reckless, and it was hardly worth engaging with them. Ero held my hand tightly, her touch cool, yet she did not voice any reproach regarding my seemingly negative demeanor. We left the playground and walked along the path home. Ero. I began to explain, but she handed me the iced flower tea, her smile disarming. Don't say anything. I'm not foolish enough to blame you for this. I love you, and I do not want you to find yourself in an awkward or unpleasant situation. Avoiding conflict with them is indeed wise. I embraced Ero tightly, feeling that with such a wife, what more could I desire? We laughed and continued to dream about the beauty of the morrow. I longed to proclaim my love for Ero before all, declaring it loudly. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck my back, followed by a throbbing ache in my head, and darkness enveloped me. When I regained consciousness, an infuriating scene unfolded before my eyes. Ero, my beloved wife, was being harassed by 3 ruffians. They laughed maniacally, unabashedly recording the ordeal on their phones, reveling in their perceived superiority. Hey, darling, you're awake. One boy in a red shirt leaped off the bed, trampling me underfoot. Guys, this is going to be fun. Everyone, get your phones out. Do not fear, for Brother Dideo shall resolve all our troubles. The ensuing night would be akin to hell on earth. For the past 23 years, I have never felt such fury. For the sake of Eru, I have cast my dignity to the ground, allowing them to insult, trample, and shatter me. Yet, Eru has sacrificed even more for me. My tears have run dry. As I lay bound on the ground, powerless and in torment, a sense of despair unlike any I had known enveloped me. This agony persisted until dawn. The 3 fiends donned their attire and brandished a folding knife, pressing it against Eru's throat. Since we are in this deep, let us end it. After all, we will have to pay in the end. A clean break. No, please don't do this. I cried, struggling in vain. The boy in red laughed and plunged the folding knife into my chest, yet I felt no pain. In comparison to my current plight, what was this? I pleaded for them to spare Eru, revealing every bank card password and my mobile payment codes. I sank to the depths of humility, yet received no response. At last, I could only see the vacant eyes of Eru. Amid the excruciating torment, I finally succumbed to death. When I regained consciousness, I found myself transported to a world where martial arts flourished, a realm where the strong could live for a millennium and single-handedly subdue the world. I was ablaze with fervor. I resolved to become powerful, employing every means at my disposal to strengthen myself. My efforts soon bore fruit. I became the most outstanding disciple of the Wanjian sect, accepted as a true disciple by the sect leader and granted abundant resources for my cultivation. Day and night, I labored diligently, never relenting. Yet, my innate talent and potential were ultimately limited. I feared I might never achieve the pinnacle of strength. Still, I did not yield. I seized every moment to train, willing to sacrifice everything. 2 centuries later, at the age of 220, I had ascended to the realm of true beings. But this was my limit. I could advance no further. I became the leader of the Wanjian sect, revered by thousands. On the surface, I appeared to bask in glory, my name resounding throughout the martial world, yet each night I was consumed by self-loathing for my inadequacies. 320 years hence. At the age of 256, my cultivation had made no progress. This year, however, I learned of a technique within the Inma sect that could enhance one's innate qualities, crafted by the current sect leader of the Inma sect. Alas, it was too late. All opportunities had eluded me. The lifespan of a true being peaks at 400 years, and my time was running short. I had long since accepted that I could never attain the extraordinary strength portrayed in novels. Even if I were a celestial being, what of it? The mightiest could merely crush mountains with a single hand. Living for a millennium, how could one traverse time and space? I sank into an abyss of despair. This, then, is my tale. Qin Jian gazed at you with a somber expression, perhaps foreseeing the extent of your abilities in the future, and thus placed all hope upon your shoulders. For the sake of Aro, any version of myself would willingly relinquish everything and make any sacrifice. You remain silent. Very well, let us engage in a reciprocal exchange. From this day forth, you shall wholeheartedly support my cultivation, and should I ever attain that day, I shall certainly assist you in realizing your aspirations. Qin Jin smiled, and with a solemn demeanor, he clasped his fist in salute to you, expressing his gratitude. Your great kindness requires no words of thanks. On this day, you formally joined the Sword Inquiry sect, becoming its most esteemed disciple. Qin Jian, defying the opinions of many, bestowed upon you the entirety of the sect's resources. Having presided over the Sword Inquiry sect for decades, his authority was unquestioned, and dissent was non-existent. In the third month, Qin Jian sought you out. Accompanied by a young girl, like you, she was also 15 years of age. A refugee, I have assessed her. Her innate talent and comprehension are unparalleled. Provided that the resources are ample, transcending the celestial phenomena is merely a matter of time. You gaze at the leaves resting in the little girl's hair and her grimy face, lost in contemplation. Was this something you had long anticipated? You suddenly inquired, prompting Qin Jian to fall silent. He then gestured dismissively, stating, "This matter does not concern you. I have promised to exert my utmost efforts to assist you." In that moment, you comprehended the depths of this man's heart. From that day forth, you began cohabiting with the young girl Su Wanma, embarking on the practice of Yin-Yang Wuji while simultaneously honing your skills in various other martial arts. Among these was a new sword technique known as Chahong Guanri, which, when mastered, possessed unparalleled power upon returning to its essence. Additionally, there was a stealthy weapon technique called Xiao Li Fei Shui, which, upon reaching its fundamental state, exhibited remarkable strength, enabling one to engage in combat beyond their level and even turn the tide against their adversaries. You diligently cultivate your skills, living through an endless cycle of repetition. In the 10th year, Qin Jian exhausts every effort to assist you. Your swordsmanship and concealed weapon techniques have reached a profound level of mastery, and your agility amidst the flowers has shown remarkable improvement. Your cultivation, however, has only progressed slightly. In the 20th year, your relationship with Su Wanma deepens harmoniously, marked by mutual affection that elicits envy. By the 30th year, your swordsmanship and mastery of concealed weapons have reached an unparalleled pinnacle as you traverse through the myriad of blossoms, stepping into the realm of simplicity, thus acquiring a third form of the art of returning to simplicity. In the 50th year, the night, you sit alongside Qin Jian, whose age has rendered him frail, his hair a cascade of white, and his skin wrinkled like a well-used washboard. Do you feel regret, perhaps hesitation? Qin Jian's breath grows ever fainter as he manages a faint smile, gazing at you with serene intensity. A bond can be forged even after 50 years in the company of a pig. How much deeper must be the connection with a person, especially one with whom you have shared countless days and tender affections? With great difficulty, Qin Jian coughed up a mouthful of blood. He lowered his hand, his voice growing ever fainter. I am nearing the end. I should have perished long ago, yet I am reluctant, unwilling to depart without witnessing your success. Suddenly, Qin Jian grasped your hand tightly. Lin Zhan, do not hold it against me. His eyes widened in desperation, yet ultimately he succumbed. The maximum lifespan in the realm of reality is 400 years, yet he lived for 406. The last 6 years were sustained solely by sheer willpower, and his face bore the marks of profound regret. With a deep sigh, you resolved to retrieve his remains, pondering the reason behind his apology. Suddenly, a vague realization dawned upon you, causing your complexion to shift dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, you rushed towards the small courtyard where you resided. Inside the room, upon the chair beside the wooden bed, your wife, Su Wanma, awaited your arrival, a dagger in hand. After 50 years without cultivation, Su Wanma had aged into an elderly woman, her youthful beauty long faded. Yet, within your heart, there resided no trace of disdain. Rather, your affection for her remained unwavering as ever. As you stepped into the room, she plunged a dagger into her heart, exclaiming, "My lord, you have arrived just in time." You rushed in front of her, immediately halting her. Why are you doing this? In your heart, you have already found the answer, yet you hesitate to voice it. My lord, I was raised by the sect leader. For you, for the sect leader, I am willing to sacrifice everything. These matters are mere trifles. Su Wanma smiled as she drew forth the dagger, blood splattering upon you and staining your face. Her breath grew increasingly feeble, teetering on the brink of death at any moment. You embraced her form, gently brushing against her visage. With tears welling in your eyes, you then channeled your energy, absorbing all the boundless forces of yin and yang within Su Wanma. Correspondingly, you also embraced her exceptional talents and innate understanding. You have succeeded. Su Wanma has perished. You have utilized everything about her to forge an entirely new self. Qin Jian, you have spent a decade with Aru, willing to sacrifice everything for her. Have you ever considered me? I have been with Wanma for 50 years, an entire half-century. Your eyes are devoid of spirit, burdened by an endless sense of desolation. Qin Jian has passed away, interred in the mountains behind the Sword Inquiry Gate. Su Wanma has taken her own life, buried amidst a grove of bamboo. In that same year, you devoted yourself wholeheartedly to your cultivation. The Sword Inquiry Gate continued to provide you with abundant resources, never wavering in its support over the years. A testament to Qin Jian's enduring influence. Realm classification: acquired, innate, gongqi, master, purple qi, ascendancy, true person, earthly phenomenon, celestial phenomenon. Lifespan: master 150, purple qi 200, ascendancy 300. True person 400, earthly phenomenon 500, celestial phenomenon 1000. In the 51st year, you achieved a breakthrough, officially reaching the lower tier of master, with your lifespan extending to the human limit of 150 years. In that same year, the snow flew from your sleeves, and the long rainbow pierced the sun, stepping into the realm of returning to simplicity. You harnessed the resources of the Sword Gate, embarking on an intense journey to elevate your cultivation. Additionally, you practiced a body refinement technique known as the Celestial Manifestation Formula, which, upon reaching a state of simplicity and authenticity, significantly enhances one's physical prowess. In the 60th year, leveraging your unparalleled talent and exceptional resources, you ascended to the mid-level of the Master Realm. Your mastery of the Celestial Manifestation Formula reached an extraordinary level, nearing the state of simplicity and authenticity. By the 70th year, you advanced to the high level of the Master Realm, your strength magnified further. With the Celestial Manifestation Formula fully realized, your close combat prowess became unmatched, allowing you to exert your full might and vanquish even those at the pinnacle of the Master Realm. You commenced the practice of various body refinement techniques to augment your strength. In the 8th decade, you diligently pursued your qi cultivation without faltering. By the 85th year, you transcended to the pinnacle of mastery. In the 100th year, you ascended to new heights, entering the realm of purple qi and embraced the second body refinement technique. Returning to simplicity, your formidable aura transforms into a majestic purple energy, enhancing your strength by more than tenfold, rendering you extraordinarily powerful like never before. You commenced your cultivation of the third body refinement technique in the 120th year, entering the intermediate stage of purple energy. By the 130th year, although your cultivation had yet to advance, you had achieved a state of primal simplicity in the third body refinement technique. The following day, you are diligently practicing in your courtyard when, all of a sudden, you are startled by the sound of hacking and slashing. As you emerge from the training chamber, you are confronted by numerous disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, who, upon sighting any individual, unleash their fury as if possessed by madness. Master Uncle, a disciple exclaims in despair, the Grand Master of the Heavenly Sword sect has ascended to the celestial realm, leading his two subordinates of the earthly realm into battle. We are doomed. You remain silent, merely placing a gentle hand on his shoulder and whispering, "Flee for your life." You have unearthed the long-forgotten darkness, drawn forth a collection of daggers, and slung upon your back a seemingly ordinary sword. Kill. Inquire of the disciples of the Sword sect. Leaving none unscathed. One day, a disciple of the Sword sect shouted loudly, "Whoosh." You hurled a dagger, piercing through his skull. With one hand grasping the darkness, you advance towards all the disciples of the Sword Gate. The Sword Gate has nurtured you for 130 years. Should you flee from this battle, you shall never forgive yourself. In truth, you have long desired death, ever since 80 years ago. With a swift stroke, you decimated more than 10 disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, lowering your head with a light chuckle. I apologize, but I truly wish to embrace death. To perish here could indeed be seen as a form of liberation. The night continued to swirl around you as you became frenzied with the thrill of slaughter. A mere wisp of purple energy, a show of skill in the wrong arena. Suddenly, a figure lunged at you from behind. Your reflexes were sharp, and you executed the move Snowfall from the sleeve, driving your dagger forcefully into his heart. He was a master of the Ascendant Realm, yet he had not even had the time to conjure a defensive barrier before succumbing to your attack. Killing beyond one's level. What a remarkable technique. Another figure approached you. It was a middle-aged swordsman clad in black, at the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm. He unsheathed his flexible sword, a smile curling upon his lips as he charged toward you. But you did not evade, allowing the soft sword to pierce your heart. Possessing the 3 methods of body refinement, you did not perish immediately. Instead, a flicker of vitality remained within you. You smiled, and the middle-aged swordsman sensed that something was amiss. You suddenly drew your sword from behind, a long rainbow piercing the sun. The 2 supreme techniques of the Qianyuan swordsmanship were unleashed as you gathered all the purple energy within you. With a single stroke, you severed his head. Thud. The soft, lifeless head tumbled to the ground, rolling about aimlessly. You spat a mouthful of blood, withdrew the sword from your heart, and knelt upon the ground. Transcending a grand realm to slay foes has become your utmost limit. You shift your body, positioning yourself before the grave of Su Wanma, as your consciousness begins to wane. What a valiant man, filled with noble spirit. It is a pity, for how splendid it would be if you and I were both members of the Heavenly Sword sect. Amidst a wave of poignant reflection, you ultimately succumb to the abyss of unconsciousness. You have perished. Lin Zhan felt a chill run down his spine. This Qin Jian, indeed, is a time traveler with such a convoluted tale. To possess the strength to traverse time and space is beyond Lin Zhan's imagination. He could not fathom such power. The simulation has concluded, and he has attained the mid-level realm of purple qi, questioning the heavenly sword technique, along with exceptional martial aptitude. The return to simplicity manifests as a long rainbow piercing the sun, as well as the elegant snow flying from his sleeves. In the realm of returning to simplicity, he steps through a myriad of flowers, invokes the celestial phenomenon technique, and masters the bull demon skill. Should he inherit this? Yes, Lin Zhan replied with anticipation. As he confirmed, a powerful force erupted within him. His cultivation instantly ascended from the pinnacle of astral qi to the mid-level of purple qi. The energy transformed into purple qi, swirling around his body. His physical attributes surged dramatically, his form expanding to a towering height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters. His garments torn asunder. Goodness, is this the might of body refinement techniques? Lin Zhan's spirit sword. Remarkable. He had proportionally enhanced. He had become stronger. With the prowess of a body refinement master possessing the lightness technique of returning to simplicity, who could possibly stand in his way? Beyond sheer strength. He also inherited a wealth of combat experience and memories, all intricately linked to martial arts. Yet, the targets of these battles remained obscured, a mere mosaic, leaving nothing clear. Lin Zhan sat on his bed, taking considerable time to acclimate to his newfound physique. The yin-yang infinity was indeed remarkable. He could distinctly feel his mind becoming considerably lighter. Akin to a common person shedding 20 kilograms of burden, an exhilarating sensation. Next time, he could fully dedicate himself to improvement and knowing Qin Jian's nature. This time he would undoubtedly cultivate him even better. Alas, Qin Jian. Casting a glance at the current simulation records, Lin Zhan beheld segments of unbearable text and silently resolved. Should I ever attain such a realm, I shall not forget you. The strongest among the questioning sword sect is the earthly aspect. In a short period, it could offer him substantial assistance. The sole concern lay with the heavenly sword sect 130 years hence. Based on temporal deductions, at this very moment, the heavenly sword sect already possessed the strength to obliterate the questioning sword sect. Yet, for reasons unknown, they waited a century and a half before taking action. Could it be that they too feared something? Lin Zhan could not ascertain the truth. Lying in bed, he fell into a deep slumber. The following day, at noon, several maidservants who came to attend to his ablutions were taken aback. You are a lord? One incredulously inquired. How could such a transformation occur overnight? Who can endure this? Fortunately, there were enough of them to manage. It is I, he replied. My matters are confidential. Should any information leak, I shall eliminate your entire family. Lin Zhan wiped his face and cast her a cold glance. Rest assured, my lord, we shall never speak of this. Clad in a fresh set of garments, Lin Zhan felt invigorated. Sitting by the pond within the estate, he sipped tea while observing a few black fish in the water. He scattered a handful of feed, and the black fish immediately swarmed around, their mouths agape, voraciously consuming the morsels without a hint of restraint. It was as if they were insatiable gluttons. With a flick of his wrist, a wisp of purple energy escaped his hand, swiftly penetrating the bodies of several black fish, reducing them to mere fragments. Many creatures behave similarly. Once they encounter food, they devour it to their own peril, heedless of the consequences, ultimately leading to their own demise. Lin Zhan tilted his head back, gazing into the cerulean sky, a look of daze in his eyes. Could I be like this? He relentlessly pursued power solely to escape the stronghold, to attain a better life. Now that he had achieved his objective, he showed no signs of wanting to cease. Mastering power was indeed an addictive pursuit. Like a boulder rolling down a mountain, once it commenced, there was no turning back. A day passed without incident. In the deep of night, Lin Zhan lounged casually in a chair, patiently awaiting the arrival of time. Ding! Midnight had arrived. The simulation refreshed. This time, it must be something extraordinary. The purple energy was certainly not my limit. Counting meticulously, this marked the 11th simulation since his arrival in this world, 12 days in total. On the first day, he departed from Kaiyuan County, and half a month later, he reached a small village at the foot of Ziyun City, where he decisively eliminated Li Qingze. A month later, leveraging his formidable physical prowess, he successfully arrived at the Wenjian sect amidst the flourishing blooms of nature. The arrival of a master wielding purple energy quickly drew the attention of many. Before the mountain guardians could react, a formidable figure from the sect emerged, inquiring, "Who are you?" You clasped your fists and remarked, "An old acquaintance of Qin Jian." The leader's acquaintance? Please wait a moment. The master of the realm turned and vanished. After a brief wait, Qin Jian finally arrived, clad once more in black attire and wielding a dark sword. Despite being over 3 centuries old and nearing the threshold of the grave, he appeared as youthful as ever. "Who might you be? I have no acquaintance such as you," Qin Jian remarked, gazing at you with a hint of confusion. You smiled. "It was you and Ero who brought me here." Qin Jian stood in stunned silence. You revealed everything to him, including the actions of the Heavenly Sword Gate 130 years hence, as well as the number of formidable experts dispatched. Qin Jian felt a sense of incredulity, yet it was eclipsed by an overwhelming excitement and an uncontainable joy. He hoped that Qin Jian would overcome the opposition and successfully join the Sword Inquiry sect, becoming a true disciple. You began to diligently cultivate your skills by utilizing the resources of the Wenjian sect, striving to transcend your current realm. Qin Jian bestowed upon you a more formidable technique, capable of guiding you all the way to the earthly manifestation realm, known as the Wenwu Gong. It is said to have been established by the founding patriarch of the Wenjian sect. A month later, you successfully adapted to this newfound method, embarking on the monotonous journey of daily and yearly cultivation. You have once again discovered the fourth body refinement technique, and you believe you possess a remarkable talent in this area. Your formidable physical strength grants you a heightened sense of security as the first year comes to a close. You have made some progress in your abilities, yet your mastery of the fourth body refinement technique remains at an elementary level. In the third year, while you were diligently practicing, you were suddenly informed by Qin Jian of a startling revelation. It turns out that the Heavenly Sword sect has secretly colluded with the notorious Kunlun Demon sect, the most formidable evil faction in the martial world, receiving substantial support from them. This information has already spread, and the righteous forces of the martial world are preparing to eradicate the Heavenly Sword sect. While the Kunlun Demon sect finds itself compelled to abandon its alliance with the Heavenly Sword sect, you are somewhat taken aback. Yet a sense of dread creeps in upon deeper reflection. The Kunlun Demon sect, is this not under the command of Ang Li? Chapter 8. One can almost perceive the shadow of Ang Li. In the 5th year, the Heavenly Sword sect was annihilated. As a messenger of this news, the Wenjian sect was rewarded handsomely by the foremost righteous sect, the Dedao sect. You have also acquired numerous valuable treasures along the way. In the same year, you participated in a competition among your peers and emerged victorious, showcasing your remarkable talents. By the 10th year, you ascended to the advanced stage of Purple Qi, mastering the fourth body refinement technique, thereby enhancing your prowess. That year, a sudden task was bestowed upon you. to journey 1,000 miles to the Cloud Mansion, delivering a letter to the local Falling Blossom sect. This mission was entrusted to you by the Grand Elder, who acknowledged your existence and held you in high regard. The Grand Elder has promised that upon your return, he would elucidate all the intricate challenges of martial arts, undoubtedly elevating your abilities further. Qin Jian spoke earnestly, anxious that you might harbor dissatisfaction, for in these 10 years, your existence has revolved solely around survival and cultivation, leaving you indifferent to all else. You nodded reassuringly to him and then departed, bearing a sword on your back, numerous concealed weapons, and a newly forged 500-pound broadsword. The enhancement from the 4-gate body refinement techniques elevated your stature to approximately 3 meters, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. You ride a black steed, traversing through the forested mountains. After half a day, the noble horse succumbs to exhaustion, leaving you burdened by the weight of your armaments. My apologies. You apologized to the lifeless body of the black horse and subsequently consumed it. Employing the technique of amidst the blossoms, you pressed on. The burden you carried greatly hampered your speed, prompting you to resolve to cultivate a form of lightness in your movements, for a true man must develop in all aspects. On the 10th day, you arrived at the colorful Cloud Mansion, making your way directly towards the Falling Flower Gate. Along the journey, your robust physique and fearsome weaponry intimidated numerous bandits and robbers. On the 17th day, upon reaching the Falling Flower Gate, you were besieged by a group of cloaked figures, resulting in heavy casualties among the disciples of the gate. Your complexion shifted slightly as you drew your unfamiliar blade and charged forward. With the prowess of a high-level purple aura, your strength was formidable, and each strike of your nocturnal sword technique was lethally precise. Wherever you tread, there lies only dismembered remains, not a single whole body to be found. Before long, you have dispatched the final cloaked figure, whose strength barely grazed the pinnacle of the purple aura, a pitiful weakness indeed. The entire Falling Blossom sect is on the brink of annihilation, with only 2 female disciples remaining alive. Thank you for saving our lives, noble hero. One disciple, clad in training attire, choked out as she bowed, while the other hastily expressed her gratitude as well. Noble hero? You find yourself somewhat at a loss for words. At merely 25 years of age, you too are but a young knight. Esteemed ladies, this is a letter from our esteemed elder addressed to your sect's master. You withdrew the letter, your expression somewhat amiss. Brave warrior, my family's leader has passed away. With a weary sigh, you resolved to escort them back to the Sword Inquiry Gate, leaving the rest to unfold as it may, detached from your concerns. The 3 of you exerted considerable effort to lay to rest many souls at the Fallen Blossom Gate. Subsequently, you retraced your steps, making your way towards Qinghua Prefecture. With your escort accompanying you along the journey, it was marked by tranquility and free from peril. You are excessively heavy, and the strange blade is equally burdensome, requiring a full 4 fine steeds to draw it, resulting in a notably sluggish pace. You sit outside the carriage, guiding 4 magnificent black steeds as you proceed at a leisurely pace. Brother, which disciple of the Sword Gate do you inquire about? I have not heard of them until now, the female disciple within the carriage asks. I am Lin Zhan, and my master is the esteemed sect leader, Qin Jian. You reply candidly. Brother Lin Zhan, I am immensely grateful to you. The female disciple continues to engage you in conversation. In the span of a single day, among the hundreds of disciples from the Falling Flower sect, only the 2 of you remain, as all acquaintances have perished, leaving her in a state of profound terror. You remain speechless, yet instinctively offer comfort to the other person. A month later, the 3 of you successfully arrive at Qinghua Prefecture, encountering little danger along the way. However, the female disciple named by Ryu incessantly chats with you, which proves to be quite bothersome. You vaguely sense by Ryu's feelings towards you. It appears that this woman harbors a certain fondness for you, albeit her emotions are rather intricate. After a month and a half, you successfully return to the Wanjin sect. Upon receiving the news, the Supreme Elder of the Earth Element Realm was filled with rage. In the forbidden area of the back mountain of Wanjin sect, the Supreme Elder, while dining, slammed his bowl onto the table, exclaiming, "What?" in the entirety of the Great Xia, who is unaware that the leader of the Falling Flower sect is the daughter of an old acquaintance of mine. How dare they lay a hand on the Falling Flower sect? This is akin to an old woman consuming arsenic, reckless to the point of courting death. With his hair as white as snow, the Supreme Elder displayed a countenance of indignation. He promptly notified Qin Jian, instructing him to gather personnel and reach out to various sects, government officials, and family factions to hunt down the perpetrators. You, weary of such matters, retreated to your own courtyard, silently devoted to your cultivation. Yet, Bai Ruyu followed you, often tidying your chamber, laundering your garments, preparing meals, and washing the dishes. In the beginning, you found it somewhat challenging, having refrained from indulgence for a decade. Gradually, however, you acclimated to the notion a touch of femininity was not unwelcome. Amidst your cultivation, as you gazed upon the elegant figure of Bai Ruyu, pure as jade, your mouth watered uncontrollably. Suddenly, Qin Jian arrived, teasingly suggesting, "Surely you aren't contemplating marriage. After all, you are 25 now. At this age, one should already be thinking of having children." Looking at Qin Jian's cheerful face, you sighed. "Let fate decide. I am indifferent to it." By the 15th year, the Wanjian sect had vaguely uncovered some information, yet all leads had abruptly ceased. That same year, at the age of 30, you wed, unable to resist the allure, and your wife was indeed Bai Ruyu. In the 20th year, your cultivation reached the pinnacle of purple energy, and your mastery of the 4th tier of body refinement techniques became exquisite, nearing the return to simplicity. Under your deliberate guidance, you chose not to have children, reasoning that having someone to share companionship with was already a considerable blessing. Children seemed unnecessary, a mere drain on time and emotions. In the same year, the Wanjian sect finally discovered that the destruction of the Luhua sect was orchestrated by a minor demonic sect known as the Balian sect, which had itself been obliterated by other forces 3 years prior. With no evidence to substantiate claims and all intelligence severed, elderly Yu Liang ultimately abandoned the investigation. You remain indifferent to trivial matters, steadfastly dedicating yourself to your cultivation in pursuit of transcending to a higher realm. In the 21st year, you achieved a breakthrough in your 4th body refinement technique, entering the realm of returning to one's original essence. By the 35th year, you made a significant advancement, officially stepping into the realm of ascendancy. The hallmark of this realm is the automatic condensation of purple qi into a singular cauldron, encircling your form and greatly enhancing your defensive capabilities. After years of diligent cultivation, you have amassed profound purple energy, enabling you to condense the purple cauldron for an impressive 23 hours and 57 minutes each day. As for the remaining 3 minutes, it is best left unspoken, for they are reserved for grand undertakings. In the stillness of the night, you step out of your chamber and once more envelop yourself in the protective aura of the purple cauldron. Within the room, Bai Ruyu, fair as jade, is tidying the bed linens and has lit a solitary candle. "My dear husband, what brings you the pleasure of moon-gazing tonight?" she inquires, approaching your side to drape a garment over your shoulders. The 4 gates of return to simplicity cultivation technique has significantly enhanced your physique, now towering at an impressive 3 meters and 3 centimeters. In contrast, Bai Ruyu's slender figure of 1 meter and 60 centimeters appears diminutive, almost like a delicate toy in your presence. There is nothing amiss. Rather, it is merely a moment of reflection. You place the exquisite jade upon your lap, succumbing to deep contemplation as a myriad of surreal images involuntarily dance through your mind. "Madam, you may rest now. I shall retreat to my practice." With a firm rap on your head, you made the decision to depart from this place. You have discovered a technique known as treading on snow without leaving a trace, and thus commenced your practice. In the 40th year, your skills have seen modest advancement, as you have entered the threshold of mastery in this art. By the 50th year, you are on the verge of breaking through to the intermediate stage, having attained a profound understanding of treading on snow without leaving a trace. Yet, in this very year, Qin Jian succumbed to his fate. He summoned you to his bedside, gripping your hand tightly, and implored, "Do not forget." With those final 3 words, he breathed his last. A traveler from another realm, a martial artist of the true realm, has thus perished. Your emotions are somewhat intricate. You personally interred Qin Jian, placing greater significance on this act than anyone else. That evening, the esteemed elderly Yu Liang approached you, inquiring, "Young one, would you be interested in becoming the sect leader? You have diligently honed your skills for 50 years without error, and most importantly, you have no descendants. You are the most suitable candidate to become the future leader." You shook your head, saying, "Elder, I desire to cultivate alone." The old man replied, "You rascal, you remind me of my younger self." Li Yuliang, somewhat helpless, waved his sleeve and departed. After Qin Jian's demise, time seemed to accelerate in your perception. In the 52nd year, you ascended to the intermediate stage of mastery. By the 70th year, you treaded the snow without leaving a trace, returning to simplicity, and you acquired a 3rd skill in lightness. 70 years have passed. You are now 85, while your wife, Bai Ruyu, is 81. You still possess the appearance of middle age, yet she is aged, her figure stooped. Unable to straighten her back, struggling even to walk. Her cultivation falls short of that of a master, and her life approaches its twilight. While you diligently cultivate your skills, you also tend to your wife, accompanying her through the final moments of her earthly existence. In the 8th decade of your life, you achieve a breakthrough, ascending to a higher echelon of mastery, and your 3rd technique in lightness skill reaches unparalleled perfection. Tragically, in the same year, your beloved wife passes away, leaving this world on an utterly ordinary day. You harbor no sorrow, no grief. You simply inter her in silence upon the hillside, where you sit alone throughout the night, bearing witness to the fall of acquaintances. Perhaps this is the price of becoming stronger, a cost you are entirely willing to accept. In the 90th year, the 3rd level of your lightness skill returns to its essence, your speed has increased, and you have rediscovered the 5th level of body refinement technique, diligently practicing it. By the 100th year, you ascend to the pinnacle of inquiry, ever closer to the next realm of true mastery, with the 5th level of body refinement perfected. In the 110th year, your 5th level of body refinement achieves a return to its essence. By the 120th year, you break through to the low tier of true mastery, relying solely on your own comprehension, continuously enhancing yourself without the need for any resources. At this stage, the greatest expenditure is merely time. You have devoted yourself wholeheartedly to your cultivation and have embarked on the practice of the 6th body refinement technique for 130 years. Despite your unwavering efforts, you have not achieved any breakthroughs in your cultivation, yet your mastery of the body refinement technique has reached an extraordinary level of perfection. You have sought the wisdom of Li Yuliang regarding the cultivation of the true person realm. He imparted to you that relentless asceticism yields minimal progress. Rather, the accumulation of experiences is paramount, as it facilitates the elevation of both body and mind. In the 135th year of contemplation, your body refinement technique has transcended to a state of simplicity and authenticity. You departed from the Wanjian Gate, which you had inhabited for 130 years, and commenced your journey through the martial world, pursuing that which you truly cherished. You indulge in the various opulent establishments, utterly surrendering to relaxation. Your renown swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Qinghua Prefecture. Having cultivated 6 formidable body-refining techniques, your physique has grown robust, reaching an impressive height of 3 meters and 90 centimeters, on the verge of breaking the 4-meter mark. It is scarcely surprising that you have garnered attention. More significantly, your prowess is formidable. You can effortlessly defeat hundreds of adversaries in a single encounter. After some time, you found yourself on the blacklist of the local establishments within Qinghua Prefecture, permitted only to enter for the sake of enjoying wine and melodies, strictly forbidden from engaging in any unruly behavior. With a cold sneer, you departed from Qihua Mansion, journeying through the realms while simultaneously honing your skills. In the 130th year, you vanquished 15 bandit strongholds and left the great Xia laden with immense wealth. Having heard tales of the superior quality of the establishments in southern Qin, you ventured forth with boundless anticipation. In the 135th year, you settled in southern Qin. And indeed, the quality here is truly remarkable. By the 150th year, your body and mind had reached a state of profound relaxation, allowing you to break through to the mid-stage of the true man realm. The following day, within the establishment, you were comfortably ensconced in a private room, savoring a delightful tune, your heart brimming with joy and satisfaction. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a figure burst in. Is Master Lin Zhan here? He was drenched in blood and appeared utterly disheveled. Upon noticing the emblem of the Wanjian sect upon his person, his countenance shifted dramatically as he steadied him, exclaiming, "I am Lin Zhan. What has transpired?" Gazing at your formidable physique, the newcomer swallowed hard. Then, with a visage of utter despair, lamented, "Master Uncle, the Wanjian sect has been annihilated. It was obliterated by the Kunlun demon cult. Over 1,000 fellow disciples and elders have perished. I fear that only the 2 of us remain from the entire Wanjian sect." You squinted your eyes, having roamed the world for many years, and you were utterly convinced that this young man was lying. You became instantly alert, seizing his head as if grasping a baseball. Once again, the Kunlun demon sect rears its head, relentless as ever. With a surge, the purple cauldron erupted, shattering the corporeal form of the individual before you. You sensed the approach of formidable energies, shattering doors and windows, and you leapt from the 3rd floor. Outside the railing, dozens of cloaked figures adorned in black robes and masks had been waiting for some time to eradicate the last remnant of the Sword Inquiry sect. Your demise would resolve everything completely. Among the gathering, a man adorned with a dragon mask stepped forth. With a surge, the purple cauldron expanded, and he charged toward you. This was a pinnacle master of the true realm. You stepped back, then with a swift motion of your hand, a dagger soared forth, aimed at your opponent. The dagger was intercepted by the purple cauldron, leaving him unscathed. In the next moment, a dazzling array of lights surged around him, revealing that he was indeed a formidable earth elemental warrior. He unsheathed his curved blade and descended from the heavens with a thunderous strike. You summoned all your strength to intercept the blow, yet the purple cauldron shattered. After patting your chest, you took a deep breath, resolutely preparing to confront your adversary. After several exchanges, you were struck numerous times by the Qinglong mask. Even with astonishing defensive capabilities, you could no longer withstand the onslaught. You were struck by a blade, sent flying, crashing through a building, and fell heavily to the ground, your body drenched in blood. You struggled to rise to your feet. With a sneer, the Azure Dragon mask pierced your heart. All the external skills you honed were rendered futile, for in the face of pure essence, everything is but a superficial display. He cast a disdainful glance your way, and then, with a contemptuous step, crushed your skull beneath his foot. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. You have attained the intermediate realm of true self-cultivation. Ask me about the true skill, returning to the essence, leaving no trace upon the snow, mastering lightness skills, and the body refinement technique of returning to the essence. Will you inherit these? Lin Zhan shifted his posture and replied, yes. The power from the simulation surged into his body. Lin Zhan transformed into a towering figure, standing at 4 meters tall, remarkably robust. His strength had amplified over tenfold. Even I cannot transcend realms to defeat an earth element expert? Shaking his head, Lin Zhan lamented. The Kunlun demon sect is exceedingly formidable. They dispatched an earth element expert merely to eliminate him, a force capable of annihilating the Sword Inquiry sect. Could it be that the Kunlun demon sect's actions are motivated by revenge for past grievances? The ambitions of the Kunlun demon sect have always been considerable. Initially, the Sword Inquiry sect disrupted their plans to support the Heavenly Sword sect, thus their subsequent destruction seems quite justified. Lacking sufficient strength previously, approaching the Sword Inquiry sect would only lead to one's own downfall. After all, the conflict between the Heavenly Sword sect and the Sword Inquiry sect is utterly unavoidable. However, aside from the Sword Inquiry sect, there are scarcely any factions in the martial world that would invest fully in nurturing their own. Qin Jian is merely an exception. Cultivating in the realm of true self merely requires continuous comprehension, whereas breaking through the earth element requires an abundance of resources to assist. For tomorrow's simulation, I must make more choices. Lin Zhan squinted, having already made up his mind. Furthermore, his current physique was too conspicuous, easily attracting attention. Lin Zhan immediately controlled his bones, forcefully compressing them. Moments later, his 4-meter stature was reduced to just over 2 meters. Though still considerable, it was no longer absurd. This was merely a manipulation of his skeletal structure, compressing his muscles, akin to a bone-shrinking technique, not an extraordinary skill. Any true self-practitioner could easily accomplish this. Lying in bed, Lin Zhan began contemplating the circumstances of the Kunlun demon sect. What connection does this faction have with Lian? Now that he had entered the realm of true self, did he possess the capability to delve into Lian's secrets? Lost in thought, he soon drifted into slumber. The following day, Zhao Hai paid a visit. My lord, I have stumbled upon a treasure and have come to present it to you. He waved his hand, and a young member of the Green Snake gang brought forth a small tiger cub. My lord, this tiger cub is quite intelligent. I have noticed that the influential figures in other cities are raising pets, and I hope you will find it to your liking. Lin Zhan nodded, reaching out to stroke the cub's head. Its fur was soft and pleasant to the touch. Not bad. You have put in effort. Casting a glance at Zhao Hai, he waved his hand. Zhao Hai promptly took his leave. The estate was left with only Lin Zhan, a group of maidens, and the tiger cub. You are quite chubby. From now on, you shall be called Fat Tiger. Lin Zhan decisively named the small tiger. Holding it close, he playfully ruffled its fur several times, causing the cub to tremble and not dare to resist. It appeared rather docile. Lin Zhan chuckled. This tiger is quite intriguing. The day has come to a close. Midnight strikes. On the first day, you employed your lightness skill and departed from Qian County under the cover of night. 7 days later, you arrived at Ziyun Mansion and eliminated Li Qingze. 15 days thereafter, you reached Wenjian Gate, where the unmistakable aura of a true practitioner emanated from you. Qin Jian promptly emerged, his expression filled with caution as he gazed at you. Old Qin, Ero sent me. You spoke softly, then proceeded to reveal to Qin Jian the events yet to unfold, including the annihilation of the Falling Flower sect, the subjugation of the Heavenly Sword sect by the Kunlun demon cult, and the significant upheavals orchestrated by the Kunlun demon cult a century and a half hence. Qin Jian's expression shifted dramatically, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. I understand now. Do not worry. I shall prepare all the resources necessary for your ascension to the pinnacle of reality. Qin Jian nodded in acknowledgement. You are left with merely 50 years of life. I fear that I may not be able to achieve the pinnacle of reality within that time. You furrowed your brow. Rest assured, even in my absence, my disciple will ensure that all resources are entrusted to you. In the first month, you embarked on a journey through the myriad realms of the Great Xia, seeking to soothe your spirit and achieve a breakthrough. You act according to your whims, at times punishing the wicked and eliminating evil, while at other moments indulging in your desires. Your reputation swiftly spread, earning you the title of the enigmatic hero among the wanderers of the realm. As you traversed the narrow paths, a cold smile graced your lips. These fools are merely adept at bestowing nicknames. The first year concluded with no discernible progress in your cultivation, yet an air of nonchalance enveloped you. In the second year, you ventured to the southern region of the Great Xia, where a tranquil water city captured your heart, its serene harmony enchanting your spirit. You decided to make this quaint locale your home. With leisure time at your disposal, you resolved to nurture a newfound passion, and within a few days, you embarked on the art of root carving. By the third year, your skill in root carving had significantly flourished. With each piece you crafted, animals and figures, exuding lifelike vibrancy. A decade passed, and wearied by this existence, you prepared to depart from the water city in pursuit of fresh experiences. On the eve of your departure, a figure halted your path. Lin Zhan, will you return? It was a striking young woman clad in a flowing white dress, her demeanor gentle and modest, yet tinged with timidity. Her name was Qin Rui, your neighbor, and you could sense the depth of her feelings for you. However, given her nature, she would never voice them in this lifetime. I cannot be certain. The vastness of the world is my home, you replied, casting a warm smile at Qin Rui. I shall await your return, endlessly, she declared earnestly, her gaze steadfast before she lowered her head once more. You witnessed the tears that cascaded down her cheeks in an instant. Approaching her, you gently cupped her face with both hands and asked, Fair maiden, would you be interested in embarking on an adventure through the realm with this gallant hero? The essence of transcending the realm of reality lies in embracing one's whims and desires. You do not harbor any resentment towards Qin Rui. Perhaps accompanying her might indeed prove beneficial for your own cultivation. Lin Zhan, Qin Rui forcefully pushed your hand away, declaring, I shall wait for you here. It seems she is reluctant to depart. Very well, let us part with the hope of meeting again. Should the day come when I fulfill my aspirations, I shall return to your side once more. You waved your hand, casting a long shadow behind you. In the 11th year, you departed from the Great Xia, journeying towards the prosperous northern Song. It is said that the Song boasts the most developed economy, a wealthy nation teeming with martial arts masters and numerous prominent sections. In the 13th year, despite your myriad experiences in the Song, you felt a persistent lack of breakthrough, as though you were always a step away from advancement. In the 15th year, a sudden invasion by the nomadic tribes of the northern Song occurred while you were drinking in a small town in the north. The nomads stormed in, wreaking havoc and destruction, leaving you devoid of any enthusiasm. You revealed a towering figure of 4 meters, striking with formidable force, transforming into a machine of slaughter, ruthlessly annihilating the northern marauders who sought to exploit the bounty. The thrill of your triumph was profound. In a matter of moments, hundreds of barbarians lay slain within the small town. The survivors prostrated themselves before you, bowing in reverence, proclaiming you a deity, a hero. You smiled, your heart filled with an unprecedented sense of completeness, having transcended to a higher realm of existence after 15 years of relentless endeavor. The state of Song flourished economically, governed by scholars, yet the court remained feeble, never initiating aggression, only resorting to territorial concessions and reparations, signing pacts in their stead. Gazing upon the ragged and tormented populace within the town, you fell into a long silence. Could I possibly alter this fate? Suddenly, a phrase emerged in your mind. Nobility and royalty, do they not possess a certain nature? You immediately commenced your endeavors. In the 16th year, you spent an entire year traversing the vast expanse of the Song dynasty, conquering 36 formidable mountain strongholds and commanding an army of 300,000 troops, among whom were countless skilled warriors. With your advanced cultivation at the age of 31, you instilled awe in all and garnered the support of everyone. The 16th year, midterm. In the dead of night, you struck decisively, slaying the governor of a prefectural city in the Song dynasty. With a commanding gesture, your band of mountain bandits surged into the city, seizing control of all within. With this as your foundation, continuously expand in all directions, vanquish the noble clans. Seize control of the realm, eradicate the barbarian tribes, and enjoy everlasting peace. You proclaimed a rallying cry that resonated with the aspirations of many. And under the allure of your myriad promises of benefit, your subordinates fought with fervor akin to that of a blood-boosted frenzy. In the 17th year, you commanded 1/6 of the territory of the Song dynasty, with an army of 500,000 troops and countless skilled warriors among them, including 2 adept in the earthly and 1 in the celestial realms. They were once revered heroes of the martial world, driven by a sense of duty to their nation and people, unable to bear witness to the oppression of the common folk by barbaric foes, and thus chose to follow in your footsteps to transform the world together. Your relentless assault has captured one city after another. Your name has spread throughout the vast realm of the Song dynasty, and even into the territories of the southern Chun and the Great Xia. The name Lin Zhan has become a nightmare for all the disciples of the noble families in the Song. In the 18th year, you commanded half of the Song's territory. With an army exceeding 1 million, various powerful factions, including sects and clans, rallied to your side as you embraced all, absorbing their strength. At this juncture, your command boasted 5 celestial masters and 30 terrestrial ones, a formidable force even in the entirety of the realm. They were captivated by your charisma, enchanted by your innate talent, and resolved to accompany you in reshaping the world. In the 19th year, your grand army marched southward, causing the Song court to retreat progressively, while dissent began to stir within, heralding a promising turn of events. By the 20th year, after 5 arduous years, you finally led your elite warriors into the heart of the Song capital. You have eradicated all the noble families in one fell swoop. With the death toll exceeding hundreds of thousands within a single day, the streets of the capital ran red with the blood of the aristocracy. Daring to mock Huang Chao's manhood, the slaughter was relentless. On that fateful day, the capital was awash in blood, and your army reveled in their triumph. Having subdued the great Song, your heart surged with exhilaration, yet you remained steadfast in your ultimate aim. After a 3-day respite, you commanded an army of 1 million, marching northward to confront the nomadic tribes, determined to bring this chapter to a conclusive end. In the 21st year, your formidable warriors frequently executed decapitation missions, engaging in an unyielding stalemate against the barbarian forces. By the 23rd year, the grand sorcerer of the barbarian tribes emerged, summoning storms and altering the heavens, compelling your champions to exert their utmost effort. In the 24th year, the elite warriors of the barbarians rallied together. In the middle of that year, you fell gravely ill, prompting your celestial warriors to furrow their brows in concern. Brother Lin, it appears you have fallen victim to the curse of the barbarian sorcerer. Meanwhile, your spies were dispatched to gather intelligence. You have comprehended everything. In a desperate bid to thwart your progress, the barbaric grand sorcerer has sacrificed thousands, including their own life, to cast upon you a lethal curse. Although you are merely a mortal, your years of military engagement and your esteemed position have garnered you considerable respect, endowing you with a formidable aura. Assassination and decapitation hold little efficacy against you. In such circumstances, even the barbarian nation's sorcerer is left with no alternative. You have fallen ill, and your time is drawing near. You commanded the entire army to mobilize, vowing to annihilate the barbarian horde at any cost. You declared that until this thorn was removed, you would not find peace in death. Your generals, resolute in their determination, exerted their utmost efforts, and along the way, countless skilled warriors joined your ranks. In the 25th year, you emerged victorious. Your army ventured deep into the grasslands, dividing into multiple paths, and after incurring tremendous losses, utterly annihilated the tribes of the plains. Within the confines of your tent, an unprecedented exhilaration surged through you. That night, you indulged in copious amounts of wine. Your health has deteriorated. The effects of the deadly curse are gradually manifesting. Your physique has become exceedingly frail, and you cough incessantly, your breath faint. Brother Lin, you still have some time left. Your loyal confidants, 10 formidable celestial beings, found you late at night. They knelt before you, their gazes profoundly intense. As the chill of the night set in, I draped a cloak over Brother Lin. One of the celestial beings adorned you with a royal robe. Your Majesty, it fits remarkably well, they remarked. You exude an aura of imperial majesty, ha ha ha. Are you ready to claim the throne? To unify the Song dynasty and vanquish the barbarian tribes, it is indeed time for you to ascend as emperor. Yet, in your heart, such aspirations did not reside. My brothers, you said, I do not have much time left. What does it matter if I become emperor? You gazed at your brothers beneath the canopy with a bittersweet smile, shedding your golden robe and placing it beside you. Choose another among yourselves. In this final hour, I intend to pursue my own desires. No one could sway your resolve, just as no one could dissuade you from your ambition to transform the world. In the 25th year, the Song dynasty was renamed Zhou, with the era titled Chang'an. In that same year, accompanied by a formidable celestial adept, you departed from the Song and returned to the great Xia. Go on, I have but a month left. Allow me some solitude. Standing before the gates of Water City, you dismissed the celestial adept, who regarded you intently. Your Majesty, here lies a technique you have long coveted. He presented you with a small tome, sighed deeply, and departed in an instant. You picked up the book The Heart Sutra of Tai Chi, containing the cultivation techniques of your most formidable subordinate, Zhang Wuyan, which can lead one to the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, the ultimate destination of martial arts in this world. Initially, you sought it for a long time, but Zhang Wuyan persistently refused your request. You recall the martial arts techniques as you walk into the Water City, your emotions entangled. The sound of clanging gongs and drums resonates through the streets. Upon inquiring, you discover that it is the celebration of the marriage of the daughter of the esteemed Chen Yuanwei. Chen Yuanwei, is he not the father of Chen Rui? Rui is getting married? This revelation leaves you utterly astonished, your complexion growing increasingly pale, rendering you utterly disconcerted. You circumvented the procession of the wedding, evading the scattered red papers and the auspicious characters, and returned alone to the courtyard where you once resided. You brushed aside a delicate spider's web, retrieving a carving tool from the corner. Instinctively, you began to carve, the sound of your work resonating like a rhythmic symphony. You remain steadfast, never pausing as the night deepens. Having completed the final step, before you stands a diminutive figure, adorned in a flowing gown, remarkably lifelike. You firmly grasped the intricately carved figurine, placing it against your heart as you leaned against the corner of the wall. Weariness enveloped you, fatigue deepening with each passing moment. Suddenly, in the haze of your drowsiness, you heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. You lifted your head, only to behold a visage strikingly familiar. A perfect replica of her from 15 years ago, still as beautiful and enchanting as ever. Is it truly you? You extended your hand, and Chen Rui gazed at your utterly haggard visage, her heart aching profoundly. Ever since the deadly curse was cast upon you, your physique had withered day by day, your appearance growing increasingly unappealing, devoid of the once vibrant spirit and gallant demeanor. In this moment, you resembled a beggar, a madman. Lin Zhan, it is I, Chen Rui cried, tears streaming down her face. I have waited for you for 15 years. How could you return only now? I have heard whispers of a tyrant named Lin Zhan from the northern Song dynasty, who slaughtered many and established a new Dezhou. Is that you? Chen Rui pressed against your heart, gripping your hand tightly. You discarded the root carving in your hand, exerting all your strength to push her away. That is not me. Furthermore, you are already married, so do not seek me any longer. Fool, that is my sister. Not me. Chen Rui's words sent a tremor through your heart. I am not Lin Zhan. I am merely a. You waved your hand, attempting to rise. But Chen Rui covered your mouth, tightly embracing your form. You are, indeed you are. I cannot be mistaken. I have promised to wait for you, and I shall continue to wait for you. As flowers bloom and wither, and as spring gives way to autumn, I have always been here, waiting for you. The fragrance emanating from Chen Rui envelopes you, leaving you to ponder the essence of life, and what more could one possibly desire. You smiled, your consciousness gradually fading. You have become somewhat unable to discern the world before you. In the midst of profound sorrow and joy, you can no longer endure. Yes, my apologies. You exerted every effort to utter these few words. You are aware that your time is drawing to a close, and all you desire is to see her once more, even if it is merely for the final farewell. Your state of mind has reached an unprecedented completeness. Your cultivation has transcended, and you have officially stepped into the pinnacle of reality. Chen Rui gently cupped your face, stroking your hair. Lin Zhan, do not leave me. After 15 years, why must you treat me this way? You heard a mournful cry. In the final scene, you witnessed Chen Rui pull the hairpin from her head and, without hesitation, plunge it into her own heart. Lin Zhan, the greatest regret of my life is that I did not leave this place with you. The simulation concluded. Attaining the pinnacle of the true realm, ask me about true skills, the Tai Chi Heart Sutra, and the Dragon Chi Bodyguard. Will you inherit them? Lin Zhan was momentarily stunned. Dragon Chi Bodyguard? What is that? Yes, inherit. A surge of formidable power flooded in, and Lin Zhan instantly assimilated it. The mastery of the true pinnacle realm, the entirety of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra, and finally, the Dragon Chi. With a mere thought, a thick golden barrier enveloped him, encircling him like a protective sphere. Within this barrier, an ethereal golden dragon circled around him ceaselessly. Dragon Chi bodyguard. The aura of an emperor gracing him. How intriguing. At this moment, Lin Zhan comprehended the specific capabilities of this power. Most emperors possessed the Dragon Chi bodyguard, capable of defending against assassination attempts and attacks, yet lacking offensive prowess. Furthermore, should another bearer of Dragon Chi appear, the two would instinctively clash, with the stronger ultimately consuming the weaker. This is delightful, he mused. For a brief period, even those of formidable strength would be powerless against him. Indeed, it was only for a short while. Once he distanced himself from his nation and its influence, the Dragon Chi would gradually wane, eventually vanishing entirely. Lin Zhan held little faith in such external forces. He preferred the strength that resided within himself. After thoroughly savoring his newfound power, Lin Zhan drifted into a blissful slumber. The following day, he continued to indulge in activities that many cherished. With his formidable strength, he could easily contend with 100 foes, breaching all defenses. In every regard, he was an absolute sovereign, capable of adapting to any posture, or rather, aptitude. In the afternoon, after a day of toil, Master Lin was tending to little me. He tossed the small tiger into a nearby pool, where it flailed desperately. Yet soon enough, guided by instinct, it learned to swim. The little creature frolicked joyously in the water. How I envy you, so carefree, Lin Zhan remarked as he grasped the little tiger's head and submerged it. Allow me to ignite a spark in your life. Without enduring tempests, how can one behold a rainbow? You shall thank me for this. Moments later, the little tiger, fully sated, began to float effortlessly. It was then that Lin Zhan scooped him up, gently pressing on his tiny belly. With a soft splutter, the little tiger expelled a mouthful of water and came back to life. Unfortunately, I had forgotten the heartwarming dumplings, dragon fruit, restorative pastries, blueberries, and the elixir of youth. The little tiger gazed back in sheer terror, as if questioning from which asylum it had escaped. Such torment was unbearable. As evening fell, Lin Zhan cradled the little tiger and tucked him into bed. Chubby tiger, may you bring me fortune, he murmured. Mighty Tiger King, we shall surely succeed. The 13th simulation commenced. On the first day, you set forth immediately. By the 7th day, you had slain Li Qingze. On the 13th day, you arrived at the Sword Inquiry sect, where you met Qin Jian and articulated your demands. Qin Jian, composed and unflappable, responded calmly. 10 years. Grant me 10 years. And I shall surely gather the resources necessary for your breakthrough. As the leader of the Sword Inquiry sect, he had many considerations. And 10 years was already a considerable concession. Good old Qin, it all rests upon you, Lin Zhan thought. You took the initiative to depart, embarking on the transformation of your martial arts practice by studying the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. This sacred text is the ancestral technique of the Zhang family, with Zhang Wuyan being the contemporary heir of this illustrious lineage. The Zhang family has been a renowned martial arts clan in the Song dynasty for thousands of years. Unlike the Tai Chi you remember, this particular Tai Chi Heart Sutra possesses formidable offensive techniques, existing solely for the purpose of lethality, devoid of any harmonious integration of yin and yang, or the pursuit of balance. As the first year concluded, you successfully adapted your practice, resulting in a significant enhancement of your abilities. Your Tai Chi's purple aura is exceptionally formidable, accompanied by the effect of rebound damage, reminiscent of the principle of an eye for an eye. In the second year, you roamed the vast lands of the Great Xia, seeking a second opportunity for rapid advancement. A decade is a lengthy span, and you do not wish to squander it in vain. In the third year, an entire year slipped by, yielding nothing of worth. However, in the fourth year, a brilliant idea dawned upon you. You departed from the Great Xia and made your way to the Zhang family of the Northern Song dynasty. Upon your arrival at the entrance of the Zhang residence, a true adept halted your passage, addressing you, esteemed guest. You boldly declared, I am searching for Zhang Wuyan. Are you here to stir trouble? With a slight curl of your lips, you exhaled, I seek Zhang Wuyan. The esteemed figure before you furrowed his brow. Though he could not discern your origins, he sensed your formidable presence. Before he could react, a figure descended from the heavens, accompanied by a fierce flash of lightning. Landing gracefully before you, clad in a robe of contrasting black and white, he exuded an aura reminiscent of Tai Chi. His youthful visage marked by a crimson emblem on his forehead, radiating an ethereal charisma. This individual was none other than Zhang Wuyan. What brings you, young friend? He inquired. Without preamble, you declared, Zhang Wuyan, I am a reincarnated being. In my previous life, you and I together altered the course of the Northern Song dynasty, subsequently vanquishing the northern barbarian tribes and exterminating all prominent families. However, I met my demise due to a deadly curse cast upon me by the grand sorcerer of the barbarian nation. Ultimately, you ascended to my former position and became the new emperor of the Great Zhou. In this life, I implore you to assist me in achieving the pinnacle of martial arts, to sweep away the hunger, and to reclaim my true self. Zhang Wuyan's lips twitched slightly. Are you jesting, my young friend? He perceived a significant flaw in your reasoning, indeed a profound one. You smiled, and then directly revealed the pinnacle mastery of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. Zhang Wuyan was taken aback, astonished. The Zhang family's Tai Chi Heart Sutra has been passed down for a millennium, never disclosed to outsiders. How could this individual have acquired it? The corners of your mouth slightly curl upwards, revealing a peculiar arc. I am 15 years old, at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. And you may freely investigate my background. Zhang Wuyan believed half of this. Young friend, come in for a discussion. Zhang San, this matter is to remain confidential. Should a third party learn of it, I shall surely end your life. Before entering, Zhang Wuyan addressed the threat. Rest assured, elder. You let out a sigh of relief, unaware of who succeeded you in the last simulation. Nevertheless, it matters little. After all, it is indeed true that Zhang Wuyan entrusted you with the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. A connection that must be extraordinary, given the Zhang family's secret chamber. After conversing with Zhang Wuyan for an extended period, he examined your bones and ascertained your identity, sensing the dragon energy within you, leaving him utterly bewildered. Rebirth? Does such a phenomenon truly exist in this world? He looked up in confusion and said, Old Zhang, as you can see, I need to transcend to the earthly realm. From here on, I shall rely on you. You spread your hands and shamelessly proclaimed that 3 days later, the Zhang family would uncover all your information. Zhang Wuyan had no choice but to believe this scene, as there was no other way to explain your remarkable transformation. Without further contemplation, he promptly granted you access to the Zhang family's elite resources, all of which were perfectly suited for the cultivation of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. You are so moved that it feels as if you might burst into tears. My dear brother, for a lifetime, etched in the heart, never to be forgotten. Although Zhang Wuyan is 500 years your senior, time flows relentlessly. Yet you remain steadfast in your cultivation. After 5 years, you have triumphed, successfully breaking through and stepping into the realm of earthly manifestation. In this realm, one enjoys a lifespan of 500 years, endowed with the power of the earthly manifestation, where a warrior returns to simplicity, transcending the ordinary and becoming extraordinary, simply put. It is remarkable. Following your breakthrough, your appearance has undergone a significant transformation, no longer the imposing figure of a practitioner. You have returned to the visage of a youthful gentleman. You are slightly exhilarated, filled with anticipation for the future. Zhang Wuyan resumes his meticulous teachings on the various practices within the realm of terrestrial phenomena. This domain transcends the human experience. To continue to break through, one must gain insights amidst various geological calamities such as earthquakes, landslides, and mudflows. You comprehended the task at hand, subsequently leveraging the influence of the Zhang family to investigate pertinent information within the realm of the Three Kingdoms, with the intention of accelerating your cultivation progress. In the 6th year, you uncovered a portion of the data, simulating the 1st year in March, a catastrophic earthquake struck Tianping town of the Great Song, resulting in the tragic loss of over 10,000 lives. Simulating the 3rd year in May, a devastating mudslide occurred in Wanhua town of the southern Qin, obstructing mountain roads and causing hundreds of casualties. In the 5th year, a seismic event transpired in Yong'an County of the Great Xia, claiming the lives of over 100,000 individuals. You have etched this information into your memory, preparing to utilize it in the upcoming simulation. In the 8th year, Zhang Wuyan unexpectedly brought you to a canyon in the southern Qin. Within 3 days, the mountains here will suddenly collapse. Take your time to observe and reflect. Zhang Wuyan spoke softly. Old Zhang, how did you come to know this? You wear a look of astonishment. If you were to read more, you would naturally be able to foresee such issues, as many calamities are preceded by warning signs. Old Zhang, wearing an expression of helplessness, feels as though he is imparting wisdom to his grandson about the importance of education. As you ponder, 3 days later, the canyon suddenly erupts, revealing an extraordinarily magnificent scene. Mountains collapse, and clouds of dust soar into the air, while the creatures within the mountains suffer greatly, facing heavy casualties. Fortunately, at this moment, no one has ventured into the mountains. Gazing at the spectacle before you, a sudden epiphany engulfs you, and the power of the earth within you surges. resulting in a slight enhancement of your strength, filling you with exhilaration. After witnessing this calamity, you stand amidst the ruins, slowly raising your hand as the earth's energy within you flows ceaselessly. You distinctly observe a fissure forming in the ground before you. Zhang Wuyan chuckles, stating that those within the realm of earth can influence the power of the land, while those in the realm of celestial phenomena can perform extraordinary feats. With a grand gesture, he restores a portion of the recently shattered mountains. Though only a fifth of their former glory, it astounds you nonetheless. He then points to the sky, where dark clouds gather, and surprisingly, rain begins to fall in the midst of winter. Is this the power of celestial and earth phenomena? Your heart swells with an overwhelming desire for strength. Old Zhang, given this fervor, could you perhaps unveil a mountain for me each day, allowing me to broaden my horizons? Zhang, with a silent shake of his head and a bitter smile, replied, artificially created geological phenomena are perpetually ineffectual. What a pity. You have returned to the great Song dynasty, diligently recording all celestial and terrestrial phenomena of the past years in a small notebook. Its cover inscribed with the title, Lin's Diary of Cultivation. On your journey back, you visited the Wanjian Gate, informing old Qin that he need not toil any longer, for you have already achieved a breakthrough. Qin Jian's gaze was particularly intricate. I did not misspeak. You. Surely, you can accomplish it. You fell silent, then gently patted his shoulder, resolutely declaring, rest assured, I shall certainly assist you. Qin Jian has sacrificed so much for you. Although his motives are laden with ulterior intentions, the benefits you have gained are undeniably tangible. And then there is Zhang Wuyan. You shall forever cherish the assistance rendered by these individuals. In the 15th year, amidst the recurrence of calamities, your strength witnessed a modest enhancement, though it had yet to reach the threshold of breakthrough. In that very year, the dragon energy that once flowed within you vanished entirely. By the 20th year, as you gazed upon the countless homes ravaged by the earthquake at the foot of the mountain and heard the anguished cries of thousands of suffering villagers, your heart was a tumult of emotions. You have departed from this place. You have transcended, formally entering the intermediate realm of the earth manifestation. This achievement is inextricably linked to the invaluable guidance provided by Zhang Wuyan. Without him, even given another decade, you would not have been afforded the opportunity to break through. In your 25th year, you remain in the throes of cultivation. Throughout these years, you have indeed practiced numerous external techniques. Yet you have come to realize that you have reached your limits. Following your breakthrough into earth manifestation, the enhancements from swordplay, blade techniques, and body refinement methods are exceedingly marginal. Within this realm, the mastery of earth manifestation's power assumes paramount importance. This power can conjure calamities or be wielded to vanquish foes. In your 35th year, on this day, Zhang Wuyan brought you to a verdant rice field in the countryside of the Great Xia. Under the radiant sun, everything glimmered in golden splendor. Zhang Wuyan remained silent for an extended period before inquiring, Lin Zhan, are you aware of the celestial phenomenon known as the end of days? Taken aback, you replied, I am not aware. I have not heard of it. Zhang Wuyan chuckled softly and explained. The celestial phenomenon refers to the moment when a powerful entity of the heavens meets their demise. You were taken aback. Lao Zhang, do not frighten me. Zhang, in silence, drew a sword from his person. 3 centuries ago, I was afflicted with a most potent poison, its venom having permeated my very bones and viscera. To have survived for 300 years is a remarkable feat indeed. Lin Zhan, this is the final opportunity one bestow upon you. Witness my celestial demise, and it shall undoubtedly facilitate your advancement. You are at a loss, old fellow. What on earth are you up to? Why the sudden inclination towards such sentimental matters? Lin Zhan, I implore you for one thing. Zhang Wuyan suddenly spoke. I once believed I had moved on, yet I find I cannot forget. Do not deny it. I am acutely aware that after your demise, you will be reborn, possessing the strength you currently wield. Otherwise, your present circumstances would remain inexplicable. A typical individual would never engage in such reckless behavior as you do. You nodded and said, Old Zhang, please go ahead. If you were to be reborn 35 years ago, then make a journey to southern Qin and assist me in rescuing someone. Zhang Wuyan smiled at you, gradually retreating step by step. Her name is Li Hongye. At that time, she should be around 830 years old, residing in the Sunflower Mansion, Qiushui Town, Xinghua Village. I owe her an immense debt, yet she suffered grievously from an illness and refused to see me even until her death. I have held on to a sense of pride, which has prevented me from seeking her out. I implore you to employ every means possible, even if it requires force, to bring her to Northern Song. I wondered why you were so kind to me, revealing such a complex layer of motives. Rest assured, I shall see to it. He gave him an affirmative response. Zhang Huiyan smiled, lying quietly on the ground with his eyes closed. Red Leaf, if there is an afterlife, I shall exhaust all my efforts to treat you well. 2 tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as Zhang Huiyan let out a hearty laugh, choosing silence thereafter. Buzz. A blinding light suddenly erupted, and you felt an extraordinarily unique force. Zhang Huiyan's body transformed into fragments, drifting towards the sky, reminiscent of those souls lost to Thanos' snap. The cataclysmic power of the celestial phenomenon enveloped you, immersing you in its essence, as you instantaneously entered a state of profound enlightenment, fervently grasping the significance of it all. Half an hour later, you have concluded this moment of enlightenment, transcending and officially stepping into the realm of advanced Earth symbolism. Zhang Huiyan has vanished completely, leaving nothing behind, not even a trace of clothing. You sat in the rice field for 3 days and 3 nights before finally departing. You have not ventured into the Northern Song dynasty, but rather traversed the vast expanse of the Great Xia, diligently documenting the geological and natural calamities occurring in various locales. In preparation for the next simulation of fervent introspection, you are fully prepared. After 5 decades of twists and turns, you find yourself back in Kaiyuan County. The once formidable Green Serpent Gang has long since vanished, and this territory is now dominated by a faction known as the Wind and Wave Gang. You have heard whispers that their leader possesses a precious creature, a fierce tiger that has thrived for a full 50 years. This beast, imbued with extraordinary strength and an eerie ferocity, is unlike any ordinary tiger. It is said to possess remarkable intelligence as well, having traversed the martial world for decades. You have never encountered any mythical beasts or supernatural entities. As you entered the tumultuous realm of the Windstorm Gang, an air of intrigue enveloped you, and none could impede your progress. Within the grand headquarters of the gang, your gaze fell upon a magnificent tiger. Towering 3 meters in height and stretching 5 meters in length, its crimson fur radiating an aura of power. A regal emblem adorned its brow, exuding an imposing majesty. Before this majestic creature knelt a middle-aged man, diligently grooming its fur and offering a soothing massage. To your astonishment, this man appears to be the leader of the Windstorm Gang. Who is this? The red tiger spoke with human words, instilling both surprise and fear within you. Help! Oh, noble hero! This unruly tiger is truly extraordinary. Upon noticing your presence, the man swiftly fled, his speed suggesting he had honed his skills for no less than 2.5 years. As you approached, the red tiger displayed a vigilant demeanor, occasionally inhaling deeply as if ensnared in a reverie. Fat tiger, have you forgotten me? You chuckled softly, taking a step towards the crimson tiger and grasped his cheek, playfully kneading it. The crimson tiger appeared bewildered. Why you? He stammered, covering his face, slightly hesitant to meet your gaze. Ha ha ha, how amusing, how delightful. You exhibit the formidable strength of a mighty being, completely overpowering the red tiger, rendering it motionless with trepidation. After 5 decades of separation, you have astonishingly evolved to this pinnacle. The red tiger lowered its paw that had been shielding its face, managing to muster a smile. Master, welcome home. I have been guarding this place for you, eagerly awaiting your return. My yearning for you has been profound, heart-wrenching, and fervent. You cast a glance at the crimson tiger, reclining upon its form, and inquired, Are you a demon? A ferocious beast? A spiritual creature? The crimson tiger, paralyzed by your presence, could only respond softly, Master. I am but a small tiger awakened to ancestral memories. Ancestral memories? Is this not a world of martial arts? How can such a concept exist here? Pray, elaborate. You urged. The crimson tiger delicately licked your shoe and continued. In the 30th year of your absence, I awakened the bloodline of the earth tiger, gaining sentience and acquiring a cultivation technique. Gradually, you came to understand everything. Your countenance gradually contorts, eerie and terrifying, whose formidable technique is a dual cultivation method. Over these past 2 decades, the red tiger has squandered countless feline and tiger companions, yet due to the absence of a suitable counterpart, his strength has ascended at an agonizingly slow pace. Indeed, as a tiger, he can only engage in dual cultivation with various creatures, including fellow tigers, lions, leopards, and even the elusive snow leopards. Throughout the years, in order to avoid drawing attention, the red tiger has kept his actions exceedingly subtle, merely exercising control over the territory of Kaiyuan County. If you ponder deeply, do you wish to survive, Almighty Tiger King? The crimson tiger trembles in fear, as if transported back to the terrifying scene from 50 years ago when you held him submerged in water. Yes, speak. What means may I employ to seize control over you, to earn your unwavering trust? You led him to a distant pond, intending to awaken his memories. The red tiger swallowed hard and said, Master, you may forge a contract with me. I can guide you through the specific steps. What kind of contract? The beast mastery contract. Please elaborate. The red tiger then revealed to you the intricacies of this solemn pact. By merely offering a drop of your blood and reciting the corresponding incantation, you would successfully harness his power. You cast a scrutinizing glance at the red tiger, then vehemently threatened him for a while. The red tiger made a plethora of promises, oaths, and guarantees that there would be absolutely no issues. You nodded slightly, extracting a drop of blood and placing it into his mouth, then intoned an incantation. Buzz! A tremendous roar echoed in your ears. You stood in stunned silence for a brief moment, only to have a claw descend from above, ruthlessly tearing through your heart. The elemental force within you was thoroughly restrained, leaving you utterly powerless to resist. Despicable humans, the gluttonous beast. The ferocious tiger shattered your right hand with a single blow. Mighty Tiger King, he taunted, delivering another devastating strike that obliterated your lower body. I was born to be free. How could I ever be subjugated by mere mortals? If you seek to dominate me, may you choke on your own arrogance. He gazed at you with a chilling indifference, ultimately sealing your fate with a merciless descent upon you. You have perished. Lin Zhan gazed at the little tiger cradled in his arms, feeling invigorated. Wonderful, truly wonderful. With a firm grasp, he startled the little creature from its slumber, inducing a state of sheer fright. Ah, you adorable fool, with a heart untainted, bearing indignities and casting aside pride, you are indeed a gallant fellow. Lin Zhan unceremoniously tossed him into the pond outside the window, where a surge of purple energy ensnared his form, compelling him to drink incessantly. The simulation has concluded. You have attained the advanced cultivation of Earth Elemental Mastery, Taoist Heart Sutra, with the potential for Earth Elemental and Celestial moments over the next 50 years, as well as the illusory beast control technique. Do you wish to inherit this? Yes. The power of the Earth element surged within him, bestowing immense enhancements across all facets of his being. Particularly, the continuous circulation of Earth elemental energy overwhelmingly surpassed the purple aura. Excellent, excellent. With 50 years of Earth elemental and celestial moments at his disposal, a breakthrough to celestial realms was imminent. And then there was the plump tiger, the one awakened with ancestral memories. This required careful consideration. The illusory beast control technique, was it? Lin Zhan pondered while gently patting his younger companion. Just as the stout tiger was on the verge of drowning, Lin Zhan arrived at the pond to rescue him. The little creature was thoroughly satiated this time, with a fishtail protruding from its mouth, presenting a rather comical sight. With a chuckle, Lin Zhan gave him a playful smack, prompting the plump tiger to sputter out a mouthful of water, followed by another 2 coughs, before he finally regained his senses. Oh woo! Faced with Lin Zhan, who was now within paw's reach, the plump tiger, in a state of panic, kicked his hind legs in fright. A black-hearted tiger, you say? How intriguing, truly intriguing. Lin Zhan seized the nape of his neck and tossed him onto the bed, subsequently lost in deep contemplation. Moments later, he let out a resigned sigh. Confronted by an adversary of such superior caliber, he felt utterly powerless. Only 2 options lay before him. The first, to eliminate; the second, to foster a bond. To touch his heart with genuine emotion. Do not blame me, dear cub. At your age, you ought to venture forth into the world. For your future, I am left with no choice. This is all for your own good, so you must comply. The future you will be grateful for the efforts of your present self. Lin Zhan reflected on the teachings of his parents in his previous life and poured all of that wisdom into the plump tiger. Oh well, the plump tiger, flustered yet adorable, exuded an aura of auspiciousness befitting the year of the tiger. Very well, let us rest for now. With a yawn, Lin Zhan lifted the plump tiger once more and carried him to bed. Do not speak. The little creature is soft and does not shed, making it the perfect companion for warming the bed. The following day, Lin Zhan suddenly awoke. Beside the bed, a maidservant holding a basin of water stood with her mouth agape, clearly the source of the earlier exclamation. What is the matter? Lin Zhan furrowed his brow, wondering why the people around him seemed so peculiar. Young master, you are so handsome. The maidservant swallowed nervously, speaking instinctively. Handsome? Lin Zhan realized. After the earthly transformation, he had returned to his true self, experiencing enhancements in every aspect. It was only natural he appeared handsome. Typically, those who possessed the might of the earthly and celestial realms were never unattractive. How absurd. He had always been this striking. With a dismissive glance at the maidservant, Lin Zhan tossed aside the covers, saying, "It is time to rise." Outside the door, a dozen more maidservants arrived, ready to attend to his decadent day. The chubby tiger, cradled in Lin Zhan's arms, seemed a bit bewildered. Thus began another day, uneventful and devoid of surprises. Lin Zhan, holding the well-fed chubby tiger, climbed into bed and regaled it with terrifying tales. On Jingyang Ridge, Wu Song felled a tiger with a single punch. Li Kuei, in a fit of rage, barehandedly slew 3 tigers. Sun Wukong struck down a tiger with a staff, fashioning himself a tiger-skin skirt. The Qinglong King Kong buried the white tiger King Kong with a single slap. Tai Gu was unceremoniously shoved into the earth by Bagua Ren. The tragic capture of the tiger resulted in financial losses. The chubby tiger, unable to comprehend, instinctively shivered. Lin Zhan pinched its mouth, admonishing, "No mischief now. You are but a cub, are you not?" After midnight, the chubby tiger had fallen deeply asleep. A slight smile crept across Lin Zhan's lips, revealing a dangerous grin unique to villains. "Brother in prison, let them witness our power this time. Annihilate the humans and machines, transcend the celestial realm. With the chubby tiger in hand, I shall reign supreme." On the first day following the memories, you hastened to the easternmost city of the Great Xia. On the night 3 days later, you stood in the heart of the city. Boom! An earthquake erupted, fissures spreading across the ground, buildings collapsing, and the populace suffering grave losses. You have entered a state of enlightenment. Having experienced this moment of profound realization, your strength has indeed increased. Yet you have yet to surpass your limits. With a sigh, you journeyed south, resolutely determined to fulfill the promise made to another. Coincidentally, within this month, there were several moments of significance in the southern region. Yet, before attending to that, there were matters that required your attention. Days later, in the village, you took the life of Li Qingze. On the 15th day, employing the agility of your perfected skills alongside the strength of your elemental power, you moved with remarkable swiftness and finally arrived at the southern realm. On the 16th day, following a significant moment, you successfully reached the residence of the Sunflower. By the 17th day, you had located Xiushui Town and Xinghua Village. After inquiring along the way, you found yourself deep within the village, standing before an ancient house. Knock. Knock, knock. You knocked on the door. Who is it? A peasant girl, clad in a short top and trousers, opened the door. Her skin was sun-kissed and rough, a testament to years of labor. Her face bore the marks of many seasons, yet she retained a striking beauty. Particularly captivating were her eyes, possessing an unparalleled purity. Enchanted by the youthful beauty before you for a fleeting 30 seconds, you swiftly regained your composure and declared, "I am in search of the esteemed Li Hongya. Are you looking for my grandmother?" The maiden inquired, her eyes fluttering with curiosity. "Who are you to her? I have never heard of you before." She appeared quite intrigued as you revealed your intent to escort her away on behalf of another. "Ah." The girl paused, letting out a sigh. "My grandmother's condition has deteriorated significantly. It would be best if you refrained from subjecting her to further travels." You furrow your brows. "Let me see her first." Having trained in martial arts for many years, you consider yourself somewhat of a healer. "All right," the young girl replies, leading you into a small courtyard. You arrive at a dilapidated room, where you find the individual known as Li Hongya resting on the earthen bed. You seem to be mistaken. Weren't they described as an octogenarian? How is it possible for them to appear so youthful? Lying upon the bed is an exquisite woman clad in a white gown. Her eyes gently closed, emitting a rhythmic and tranquil sound of breath. You cannot discern any ailment she possesses. "Senpai." You called her twice, yet Li Hongya did not respond. "I am prepared to escort her to the Northern Song dynasty. Rest assured, I shall attend to my esteemed elder throughout the journey, ensuring that she remains unperturbed." With unwavering determination, you inquired, "Do we truly have to go? I have heard that the Northern Song is quite distant." The young girl appeared somewhat bewildered. Having grown up in the mountains, she had never interacted with anyone other than her grandmother. "We must go," you asserted, placing your hand gently upon Li Hongya's wrist. Your breath steady, concealing any signs of distress. Suddenly, a peculiar force surged through you, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped your surroundings. A hand materialized abruptly, gripping your throat with alarming intensity. "Who are you? Do you intend to take me to the Northern Song?" In a fevered state, Li Hong's expression turned frantic, her face etched with a murderous intent. "This is rather perilous." You swallowed hard and spoke candidly. "Senior, it was Zhang Wuyin who sent me here." Upon uttering these words, you revealed the profound mastery of your Tai Chi Heart Sutra. "So it was he, after all. Since he wishes for my presence, I shall oblige. It has been 3 centuries since we last met, and I shall grant him this favor. Li Hongye, nestled beneath the covers, spoke in a muffled tone. You fell silent, contemplating the haughty demeanor of the elderly woman. It seemed she regarded your offer with disdain, yet her bond with Zhang Wuyan was undeniably profound. Shaking your head, you bowed respectfully and said, in that case, esteemed elder, please wait a moment while I make the necessary preparations. The young girl gazed at your retreating figure with an expression of curiosity. That day, you set forth on your journey together. You were driving a luxurious carriage, accompanied by Li Hongye and her adopted granddaughter, a young girl named Ning Hongye. The name is somewhat abstract, yet it lingers in your mind. Brother Lin, is Northern Song vast? Along the journey, Ning Hongye incessantly bombards you with a myriad of inquiries. You tirelessly responded, while Li Hongye displayed a look of contentment in the carriage. She felt you to be more dependable than Zhang Wuyan. A month later, you departed from the southern Qin and officially entered the territory of the Northern Song. Ning Hongye spoke far less during this time. Over the past month, she witnessed you effortlessly vanquishing wave after wave of bandits and rogues, including various scoundrels who sought to take advantage of the vulnerable. The number of foes who perished at your hands far exceeded 500. She began to harbor a certain trepidation towards you. Yet, within a few days, she resumed her interactions with you. Thanks to Li Hongye's efforts, this seasoned veteran possessed an astuteness that surpassed that of others. By the end of the second month, you successfully arrived at the Zhang residence. Before the formidable and imposing courtyard, you halted the carriage and, revealing your mastery of the earthly realm, shouted, Old Zhang, I have brought your wife. Li Hongye's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Soon after, Zhang Wuyan descended from the heavens, clad in a Tai Chi robe, radiating arcs of lightning, and gazed at you in astonishment. Almost immediately, he sensed Li Hongye within the carriage. His expression shifted dramatically, and in an instant, Zhang Wuyan seized your neck, demanding, Who on earth are you? Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Ning Hongye, nearly dropping her jaw, exclaimed, Brother Lin, weren't you entrusted with a task? What is happening? Li Hongye also disembarked from the carriage, questioning, You little rascal, are you toying with me? Zhang Wuyan did not send me here at all? She responded with a flurry of inquiries. You raised your eyebrows, yet Zhang Wuyan remained utterly unresponsive. Without an explanation. Do not expect to leave here alive today. You have manifested the profound cultivation of the Taiji Heart Sutra. Or perhaps the formidable power of the high echelon of the earth element. Zhang Wuyan fell into silence. He released his hold on you, and you hastily exclaimed, Old Zhang, why are you still dawdling? Quickly appease her. Zhang Wuyan turned his gaze towards the pallid-faced Li Hongye, feeling somewhat awkward, and promptly approached her. Hongye, it has been 3 centuries since we last met. Are you? Well? Li Hongye replied with a cold sneer. Useless. Hongye, get in the car, and you, young man, drive us back. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and walked away, leaving Zhang Wuyan in a state of bewilderment. You can no longer bear to watch. Old Zhang, plead with her, embrace her. How could you act in such a manner? In a moment of desperation, Zhang Wuyan, filled with resolve, grasped Li Hongye's hand and implored, Hongye, please do not leave. He leaned in and kissed her. You lowered your head. This old man is indeed quite stubborn. Ning Hongye hurried to your side, inquiring, Brother Lin, do you not recognize them? Her mind was filled with questions. This is a long story. You do not intend to explain. The 2 individuals on the other side embraced each other without regard for those around them. Let them indulge for now. Hongye, allow me to take you for a stroll in the city. You grasped Ning Hongye's hand, leading her towards the distant street, exchanging laughter and conversation along the way. As your feelings intensified dramatically, after spending the entire day in merriment, you returned to Zhang's residence only when darkness had fallen. In a secluded chamber, Zhang Wuyan summoned you, demanding a reasonable explanation. You smiled. In my previous life, I shattered myself to fulfill your wishes. In this life, I shall start anew and directly bring the person to you. Zhang Wuyan furrowed his brow and said, Speak plainly. I have been reborn, and this time, I am determined to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. Yet, Zhang Wuyan's expression still bore a hint of discontent. With a deep sigh, you elucidated the circumstances, revealing the truth behind it all. Zhang Wuyan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Hongye was afflicted by an illness that would claim her life within a mere 3 years. And this malady bore a connection to him as well. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Wuyan turned and departed. The following day, you bid farewell to Zhang Wuyan. Ready to embark on your journey of cultivation, determined to witness all significant earthly phenomena over the next 50 years. Zhang Wuyan acquiesced. Yet Li Hongye vehemently insisted that you include Ning Hongye in your endeavors. After a moment of hesitation, you acquiesced. Thus, you embarked on a new journey. Encountering various earthquakes and landslides along the way, your cultivation progressively advanced, and your speed soared in the third year. You brought Ning Hongye to the vicinity of a towering cliff. Hongye, you said, soon this mountain will crumble. Everything will be obliterated. You spoke softly, and Ning Hongye's eyes widened in astonishment. That is indeed a terrifying matter. No sooner had the words left her lips than the cliff shattered, and the mountains trembled violently. You embraced Ning Hongye, guiding her to stand upon a distant tree, silently gazing at the apocalyptic scene before you. Brother Lin, this is so frightening, Ning Hongye exclaimed. Clinging tightly to your neck, it truly is terrifying. With a smile, you responded, and in that very moment, you had finally transcended, achieving the pinnacle of earthly mastery. What lay ahead was the observation of various celestial phenomena, necessitating a breakthrough into this profound realm. Let us proceed, Hongye. After your cultivation breakthrough, your spirits soared. Ning Hongye wished to express something but ultimately chose to remain silent. Time has been calculated, and it seems that Li Hongye's life is drawing to a close. Half a month later, you returned to the Zhang family in northern Song with Ning Hongye. In the following days, you scarcely caught a glimpse of Ning Hongye. She was constantly by Li Hongye's side, as if they had an endless stream of conversation. 3 years have elapsed, and Zhang Wuyan has aged significantly. No longer resembling his youthful self, he is weary in body and soul, filled with profound regret. If only I had awakened to this realization 3 centuries ago. Perhaps the outcome would have been different. He often expresses this sentiment. Do not dwell on what has already transpired, old Zhang. Cherish the people present in your life. You gently patted his shoulder and said, You rascal, promise me one more thing. All right, old Zhang, he replied. Zhang Wuyan then retrieved an ancient tome from his bosom and handed it to you. This is a compilation of insights from the celestial practitioners of the Zhang family, documenting the intricate details of breakthroughs from the pinnacle of the earthly realm to the zenith of the celestial realm. With this, your path of cultivation will be considerably smoother. As you peruse the ancient tome, a fleeting glance confirms its immense value, an exquisite treasure indeed. Old Zhang, you assert directly. I shall assist you in any endeavor within my capabilities. Zhang, filled with nostalgia, reflects, 2 centuries ago, I ventured into the Great Xia, where I encountered an array of wondrous texts. Among them was a tale of the martial world, where the protagonist embarked on a journey of cultivation, ascending from the realm of martial arts to that of immortals, and ultimately reaching the domain of deities, thereby affirming their singular existence and traversing the vast multiverse. I find myself perplexed by the timelines, the multiplicity, and the causality presented therein. However, one thing remains etched in my memory. The protagonist's ultimate level of mastery enabled them to effortlessly return to the past, traverse the future, and alter all that was. If such a day were to arrive before Zhang could finish his thought, you interject with a smile, Old Zhang, I grasp your meaning. If I ever attain such a realm, I shall undoubtedly fulfill your wish, esteemed Hongye. With a solemn expression, you spoke earnestly. Zhang Wuyan looked at you with gratitude. By the way, do you know who wrote that book? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Wuyan smiled and replied, It appears to be written by Qin Jian, the master of the Xia Wanjian sect. He is quite an intriguing young man. Indeed, it is this fellow, Qin Jian, Zhang Wuyan, Aro, and Li Hongye. You have etched these individuals deeply into your memory. 2 months later, Li Hongye departed, her illness severe, surpassing the limits of Zhang Wuyan's care. Zhang Wuyan organized a funeral for Li Hongye, attended solely by the 3 of you. In the dead of night, before Li Hongye's coffin, Zhang Wuyan remained silent for an interminable period, ultimately breaking into a hearty laugh, only to cough up blood and collapse. You and Ning Hongye rushed forward. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Wuyan, clutching his chest, gazed at you with an expression of calm resignation. With Hongye's passing, I have no desire to live another day. Remember to bury us together. Suddenly, a cataclysmic phenomenon enveloped the sky, and Zhang Wuyan gradually faded away, leaving nothing behind. Old Zhang, you have truly placed me in a difficult position. After casting one last glance at the empty coffin, you shook your head and, alongside Ning Hongye, retrieved the garments they often wore in life and placed them in the coffin. Subsequently, you laid them to rest beneath the earth, in the dark forest of the night. Ning Hongye wept profusely, exclaiming, Brother Lin, it seems that there truly exists such a thing as love's sacrifice in this world. Those tales of love you spoke of were indeed real. Indeed, you cannot help but reminisce about Qin Rui from the Water City. During that particular simulation, after your demise, she too chose to end her life. Is this not a form of tragic devotion? Brother Lin, will you love me for eternity? Ning Hongye embraced you from behind. With considerable strength, you grasped her hands gently, declaring, I shall cherish you for a lifetime. Indeed, for this lifetime. In your heart, you silently reiterated the truth. Indeed. You are acutely aware that once the simulation concludes, no details will linger in your memory. In reality, you have merely engaged in a linguistic pastime, devoid of genuine experience and, consequently, lacking any true emotion. That night, Ning Hong wept sorrowfully, her heart heavy with grief. You have also remained silent for quite some time. You departed from the Northern Song dynasty, and you meticulously transcribed the ancient texts, leaving the original in the Zhang family as possession. You embarked on a myriad of journeys with Ning Hongye, traversing the expanse of 365 days, with 100 of those spent on the road. You took her to witness torrential rains, blizzards, thunderclaps, mountain floods, waterfalls, avalanches, and typhoons. You were immersed in the wonders of nature. In the 5th year, having witnessed numerous celestial moments, you have finally transcended and officially entered the realm of celestial phenomena, achieving a longevity of 1,000 years and immense power. However, Ning Hongye lacks the aptitude for cultivation. Despite the myriad resources and techniques you have provided, there has been no advancement whatsoever. She has not even mastered the most fundamental aspects of postnatal development. This perplexes you, leaving you utterly bewildered. The 10th year, the 15th year, the 20th year. You have never ceased to marvel at various spectacles. Ning Hongye is acutely aware of your primary intent. She has never shunned it. She relishes trailing in your wake, delighting in your ability to command the clouds and soar across the horizon. More so, she treasures the moments spent beneath the thunderous sky, listening to the resounding booms of lightning. In the 25th year, Ning Hongye has reached the age of 40. The relentless passage of time has rendered her appearance less youthful and beautiful, a truth she has come to recognize, instilling within her a sense of trepidation and discomfort. She begins to worry about numerous matters. You continually offered her solace. One night, Ning Hong suddenly spoke, Brother Lin, let us have a child. I am aware that you shall live for many more years, and I cannot accompany you for that long. I wish to leave something significant in your life. Something that will ensure you remember me forever. A child? You embraced her tightly, whispering, as you wish. 3 days later, through your meticulous efforts, Ning Hongye became pregnant. In the 26th year, she bore you a daughter, whom you named Lin Ning, a beautiful blend of both your and your wife's surnames. In the 27th year, you continued to explore the wild wonders of nature with your wife and child, seeking to surpass your limits. By the 30th year, after 25 years of unceasing introspection, you finally ascended to the intermediate realm of celestial phenomena, emerging stronger than ever. However, it is with great sorrow that I must convey the unfortunate truth. During your years of travel, Ning Hongye's health had deteriorated significantly, her body worn by toil and fatigue, and she could not endure much longer. At the age of 45, particularly after childbirth, her condition had declined day by day. You employed every conceivable means to heal her, yet the effects were minimal. In the 32nd year, Lin Ning was 6 years old. Despite her tender age, she had already learned to care for her mother. She was exceptionally well behaved, and you cherished this child dearly. In the 33rd year, Ning Hongye's breath fluctuated, ultimately failing to endure the night. She passed away before your very eyes. Lin Ning wept inconsolably, and you held your daughter tightly, sinking into an interminable silence. I am sorry. 33 years ago, I should not have allowed myself to fall for you. Had it not been for you, Ning Hongye would undoubtedly have lived a better life. Though she experienced many wonders by your side, she also endured immense suffering. She was merely an ordinary person, incapable of bearing such burdens. You interred Ning Hongye in the hills behind the village where you reside, erecting a tombstone there inscribed, My wife, Ning Hongye. You kneel upon the ground, overwhelmed by an endless tide of regret. With your beloved gone, life must still forge ahead. You embarked on a new journey alongside Lin Ning. You discover that the 7-year-old Lin Ning possesses an extraordinary talent, a natural prodigy in martial arts. After a few tentative lessons, she effortlessly grasps the essentials. Within just a month, she masters a seemingly ordinary technique to perfection, transcending to the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level. You were utterly astonished and subsequently imparted the essence of Tai Chi to your daughter, embarking on a journey together to witness all the celestial phenomena you had foreseen. In the 34th year, Lin Ning, at the tender age of 8, had already transcended to the pinnacle of the Qi realm, her extraordinary talent leaving you in awe. By the 36th year, at the age of 10, you brought her to Southern Qin, where, after experiencing a celestial moment, you paid homage to Ning Hongye. By the age of 10, Lin Ning had matured significantly. She had endured much and gained profound insights over the years, her cultivation swiftly advancing into the realm of masters. You found it difficult to comprehend how your daughter possessed such formidable gifts. In the 38th year, the 40th year, the 45th year, and the 50th year, you departed from the last celestial moment. Even then, you had yet to break through, remaining at the intermediate stage of celestial phenomena. Meanwhile, your 24-year-old daughter's cultivation continued to ascend, now reaching the low tier of the true realm. Lin Ning inherited her mother Ning Hongge's beauty, consistently adorning herself in a form-fitting black training garb, excelling in swordsmanship, her prowess far surpassing that of her peers in the same realm. 50 years later, without any news of celestial moments, you were left to rely solely on your knowledge for predictions. Alas, these were often inaccurate, causing you to miss numerous opportunities. You slowed your pace, continuing to traverse the realms of the three kingdoms with Lin Ning, meticulously documenting all celestial phenomena for the preparations of the next breakthrough. In the 56th year, Lin Ning, now 30, hesitated for a long time before bidding you farewell. Father, I am ready to journey through the world and pursue my final breakthrough. The cultivation of the true person realm relies entirely on personal insight and the relaxation of the heart. However, having you by my side has made it difficult for me to attain such a state. Go forth and take care. You smiled at your daughter, assuring her that her safety did not concern you. Over the past 6 years, although Lin Ning's cultivation had not progressed, the power residing within her was beyond your imagination. She harbored secrets, immense secrets. As a father, you harbored many regrets towards your daughter, Ning Hongye, and wished to exhaust every means to atone for them. Other matters held little significance to you. In the 60th year, you wandered in circles, ultimately returning to the grand city of Jinhua in the Great Xia, specifically to Kaiyuan City in Linen Prefecture. Here, you encountered Fat Tiger once more, basking comfortably in the sun within the courtyard. Surrounded by a dozen maidens attending to him with massages and grooming, exuding an air of effortless elegance. You smiled and rose to approach. How wonderful! A hero has arrived to our rescue. The maidens, upon seeing you, hastily stood and fled in a panic. Pang Hu took a deep breath, gazing at you in disbelief, then rubbed his eyes with his paw. Master, is it truly you? He lunged toward you, exclaiming, Master, how I have missed you. A flicker of emotion crossed your face before you struck Fat Tiger down with a resounding slap, causing him to spit blood and gaze at you in utter despair. He had concealed his murderous intent so well. How could it have been revealed? In this moment, you had ascended to the realm of celestial might, embodying the essence of simplicity to its fullest extent. Fat Tiger, unaware of your true power, still regarded you as an ordinary human, having suffered a great defeat this time. His arrogance had been utterly shattered. After 60 years apart, how could you have made no progress whatsoever? You gently tapped Fat Tiger's head, and then a surge of lightning appeared in your hand. After reaching the realm of celestial phenomena, you have acquired the ability to effortlessly manipulate the elements of nature, earth, wind, water, fire, light, rain, and thunder are all at your command. Little me, I trust you will be quite obedient, won't you? With a smile, you delivered a stunning electric shock to him. Fat Tiger's fur bristled violently, charred and blackened, as he instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. You quietly sat beside him, delivering a powerful punch that struck fiercely into Fat Tiger's abdomen. Blood gushed forth as Fat Tiger awakened, frantically spewing blood and crying out, Master, I was wrong. I should not have ambushed you. You whispered softly, I require a means to govern you, ensuring peace of mind for both you and me. This matter is entrusted to you. With a cold laugh, you turned and departed, vowing to restore the estate and make it your permanent residence. You swiftly took action, unifying all the factions in the vicinity, commanding tens of thousands, and continuously sending out emissaries to document the celestial phenomena of recent years. You relentlessly torment Fat Tiger, paying no heed to his every utterance. In the 61st year, Fat Tiger, unable to endure any longer, bestowed upon you a beast mastery technique. Upon glancing at it, you realized it was identical to the one acquired in your previous simulation. Oh, portly one, your heart is not true. With a chilling smile, you raised your fist once more, engaging in a flurry of actions directed at the corpulent tiger. In the 63rd year, the stout feline could no longer bear it. He made numerous assurances and presented a genuine beast mastery technique. As long as the master signs a pact with me, they shall wield dominion over my life and death. This time, it is undoubtedly authentic. How could I, the stout tiger, ever dare to deceive you? My greatest aversion is to deceit. The stout tiger blinked his large eyes, speaking in a pitiful manner. With a weary sigh, you remarked, Child, deceit will inevitably lead to punishment. After transcending the celestial phenomena, your perception has sharpened remarkably, allowing you to discern clearly through Fat Tiger's subtle movements that he was indeed lying. Once again, the once mighty tiger found himself in a precarious situation. A creature of both strength and cunning, yet now diminished. In the 65th year, Fat Tiger, with a face etched with reluctance, finally capitulated, presenting a contract with a plea. "Master, trust me." To which you responded, "Child, your performance leaves much to be desired. Next time, do endeavor to express yourself more convincingly." You have, for the third time, unmasked Fat Tiger's cunning schemes, embarking upon a new phase of torment. In the 70th year, your forces have continually expanded, gradually seizing control of 5 surrounding prefectural cities. While meticulously documenting 150 celestial events over the span of 70 years within the realm, your cultivation remains unchanged, and you are destined to transcend the celestial realm, for, barring unforeseen circumstances, your lifespan is assuredly a millennium. However, soon enough, an unforeseen event occurs. In the 76th year, while you are engaged in a game with Fat Tiger, he suddenly unleashes a formidable force, toppling you to the ground. "Useless piece of trash. I have tolerated you for 16 years, 16 years. Now, with the complete awakening of my tiger bloodline, today marks your doom." In a fit of rage, Fat Tiger hurls curses at you, and with one final strike, he shatters your skull. In the last fleeting moment of your life, you recall a slender silhouette. She opens the door, gazing at you in utter astonishment. "Who is it?" "Ning Hongya. You shall never forget her. This simulation has come to an end. You have attained the intermediate realm of celestial phenomena, encompassing all celestial moments within the 3 kingdoms for the next 76 years. Alongside the false beast control technique and the deceptive contract. Will you inherit this?" Lin Zhan clenched his teeth and abruptly awakened the slumbering Fat Tiger. Truly, what a stalwart man. His resilience is remarkable. Fat Tiger jolted awake, gazing at him in bewilderment, wondering if his master had lost his mind once more. Observing the innocence in his eyes, Lin Zhan felt a surge of emotion welling within him. "Fat Tiger, my temper is rather elevated at the moment." He gently pressed down on Fat Tiger's head, then internally declared, "Inheritance." The power of the intermediate celestial realm surged towards him. In an instant, Lin Zhan broke through. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. He could not suppress a sound of pure delight. Upon reaching the celestial realm, he underwent a profound transformation, his strength significantly amplified. And with the integration of several fundamental martial arts and the protective aura of dragon energy, he could contend with the majority of celestial warriors. With such prowess, I should be able to handle that wretched Lin now, right? No, that still feels uncertain. Reflecting on the myriad of information regarding Lin, Lin Zhan resolved to bide his time a little longer. Life was pleasant for him, and he had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. Life in Kaiyuan County continued in its unremarkable fashion. Each day was filled with monotonous yet comforting routines, and Lin Zhan was utterly engrossed, unable to extricate himself. To elevate his quality of life, he had Zhao Hai procure 300 exceptional maidens, making his existence quite gratifying. As evening descended, Lin Zhan sat in a small courtyard, reveling in a captivating dance performed by a white-haired woman clad in a flowing celestial gown. She was said to have joined Feihong Courtyard just a day prior, a remarkable beauty. Feihong Courtyard was the largest establishment in Kaiyuan County, unmatched in strength. This woman, named Xia, had quickly ascended to the position of the prime performer, her ability seemingly unfathomable. Upon hearing of her, Lin Zhan could not contain his curiosity. Today I shall witness just how profound you truly are." With a cold chuckle, he lifted a nearby goblet and took a sip. The flavor was quite pleasing, warm, and endearing. As the dance concluded, Xia paused, striking a pose before gracefully approaching Lin Zhan, her presence ethereal, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Which celestial being graces this establishment? Lin Zhan adjusted himself comfortably, gripping the intricately designed goblet, his gaze unwavering upon Xia. After but a few breaths, Xia approached, inquiring, "You must be the figure behind the Green Serpent Gang." Her voice was sultry, exuding an alluring confidence. With a light laugh, she inadvertently stumbled and fell into Lin Zhan's embrace. "Young Master Lin, I have been yearning for you dearly." Lin Zhan remained unperturbed, gently grasping Xia's right hand. "My lady, your dance is commendable, yet your acting leaves much to be desired." As the celestial forces stirred, he swiftly seized a dagger from Xia's grasp, setting his wine glass aside. With one hand, he tightened his grip around her neck, exerting pressure. "Missin, we bear no animosity towards one another, do we?" His brow furrowed in perplexity. utterly bewildered by the motive behind the attempted assassination. Upon having her intentions unveiled, and Shiya's expression turned icy. "Since you are aware, do as you please." Lin Zhan positioned the dagger before him and exhaled, releasing a plume of crimson smoke. "This poison is capable of slaying a celestial adept. Listen, it would be prudent for you to disclose your purpose. Otherwise, I shall ensure you experience an unforgettable night." Lin Zhan's gaze bore into her, imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Seeing his demeanor, and Shiya let out a soft laugh. "To share a fleeting moment with a young prodigy like you, Master Lin, is not without its merits. Even in death, I would have gained." With that, she fixed her eyes upon his, as if perceiving something profound within them. "Ah, Missin, you are mistaken. The unforgettable night I speak of does not pertain to us." He rose, chuckling softly. "It concerns my brothers from the Green Serpent Gang, 900 in total. If you remain silent, I shall instruct them to form a line." And Shiya's countenance shifted once more, her gaze piercing as she glared at Lin Zhan. "At such a young age, how could your heart be so cruel?" Lin Zhan feigned innocence. "Alas, I cannot afford to be merciful, otherwise survival would be unattainable. Missin, are you truly prepared to resist to the bitter end? I find myself with no avenue of retreat." And Shiya smiled, yet the next moment, she collapsed to the ground, devoid of consciousness. Lin Zhan examined her closely, discovering the presence of a lethal toxin. And Shiya had succumbed to the poison on the dagger, her life extinguished. "What a pity," he sighed, casting a glance at her exquisite form. Yet, soon enough, a greater enigma consumed his thoughts. Who was behind Shiya? Why had she sought to take his life? Her arrival had been so abrupt. He had been caught entirely unawares. Was this woman merely a pawn in a larger scheme? Lin Zhan found himself bereft of any useful information. "Summon someone." He uttered a cold grunt, instructing them to bring Zhao Hai. "Investigate thoroughly, spare no effort." Zhao Hai, upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground, was drenched in cold sweat. "Damn it. After just a few days of peace, how has this calamity resurfaced?" "Understood." After expressing his unwavering loyalty, Zhao Hai swiftly departed. Lin Zhan resumed his seat, his desire to enjoy the entertainment extinguished. He understood all too well that the Green Serpent Gang's inquiries would yield no results, for the adversary's standing was far too elevated. "Whoever you may be, should you provoke my ire, not even your dear brother can come to your rescue." With just one more simulation, he could transcend the pinnacle of celestial phenomena and dominate the three kingdoms. After undergoing a tumultuous psychological journey, Lin Zhan resolutely commenced his 15th simulation. On the first day, you departed from Kaiyuan County with Fat Tiger, making your way to Ziyun City. By the third day, you had slain Li Qingze. On the 10th day, you began observing celestial occurrences, preparing for your breakthrough. As the first year came to a close, your cultivation had progressed, albeit marginally. Fat Tiger accompanied you through the elements. Growing considerably plumper, you found it difficult to comprehend the robustness of his physique. Perhaps this was the essence of one possessing the bloodline of the Earth Tiger. You have devoted yourself wholeheartedly to the stout tiger, preparing to leverage the emotional bond. What does it matter if he bears the bloodline of the Earth Tiger? Even the Earth Tiger's armor cannot withstand the trials. In the second year, you continued to lead this life, and by the third year, you had undergone a total of 15 celestial moments, honing your mastery over your own power with greater precision. By the fifth year, you achieved a breakthrough, finally ascending to the higher echelons of celestial phenomena. Yet, for reasons unknown, an ever-present sense of crisis lingered, elusive and intangible. In the 10th year, as you immersed yourself in your cultivation, your bond with the stout tiger deepened. He relished lying before you, licking your shoes, and playfully swatting your body with his tail. One day, while resting atop the stout tiger, you suddenly sensed an overwhelming and lethal threat. You reacted swiftly, seizing Fat Tiger and making your escape. A slender figure descended from the heavens, landing precisely where you had stood moments before. Clutching a sword, she fixed her icy gaze upon you. "Are you Lin Zhan? The Lin Zhan who murdered my disciple a decade ago?" The newcomer, clad in a white, chest-length dress, exuded an aura of coldness, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "If the person you speak of is Shiya, then indeed, she is connected to me. However, she did not perish at my hands. Rather, she succumbed to poison in a desperate act of self-destruction." You covered Fat Tiger's ears and calmly remarked that at this moment, you could no longer perceive the murderous intent emanating from him, only a layer of hatred and anger. The woman in the white dress approached your side, sheathed her sword, and stood with an air of elegance. "Lin Zhan, would you care to join me in taking a life?" she inquired with a hint of anticipation in her gaze. "I have no interest," you replied outright, for you are merely at an advanced level of celestial phenomena and wish to avoid entangling yourself in peril. You believed that this time would be better spent in transcending to a higher realm, even if that person sought to kill you? The woman continued to question. Not interested. Even if he aimed to slay my entire family, I remained disinterested. You smiled faintly, hoisting the hefty tiger upon your shoulder as you departed. My time is limited. I have no inclination to engage in such frivolities with you. I comprehend your sentiment. Lin Zhan hopes you will not harbor regrets. Your current state is indeed perilous. The woman in the white dress nodded, then silently turned away, striding towards the horizon. By the way, my name is He Kaiwei, she declared, leaving behind her name before resolutely continuing on her way. You spread your hands and exclaimed, "What does it matter to me?" With a thud, Fat Tiger tumbled down from your side, bruised and battered. He gazed at you with an expression of innocence. You are still young. Do not heed these tales of violence and strife. The world, after all, remains a beautiful place. In the 15th year, you guided the corpulent tiger, towering 3 meters high, to the northern mountains of Daxia, where you encountered the most formidable blizzard. This experience left you with profound reflections, plunging you into an extended silence. The plump tiger, meanwhile, busied himself with drawing, leaving a trail of flowers etched into the snow. In the 20th year, you and the rotund tiger ventured to the northern tribal territories of the Song dynasty, where you witnessed the singular sandstorm that had occurred in 80 years. The sky was engulfed in a swirling tempest of yellow sand, stretching endlessly into the horizon. You quietly immerse yourself in the beauty surrounding you, entering a state of profound realization. When you regain your senses, 3 days have elapsed. Fat Tiger stands beside you, his expression one of vigilance as he gazes into the distance at a solitary figure. It is an elderly man, clad in monk's robes, barefoot amidst the shifting sands, with a necklace of skulls, each the size of a fist, hanging ominously from his chest, exuding an unsettling aura. Young hero, you possess a kind heart. The old monk greets you with a bow. I am the national master of the barbarian tribe, Mu Wang. The national master of the barbarian tribe? The same one who cast the deadly curse upon you? You do not comprehend his intentions, yet you still offer a slight bow, saying, I have met the esteemed elder. This fellow possesses a rather intriguing name, with the surname Mu and the given name Wang. The young hero, not yet a century old, already boasts an extraordinary martial prowess. Truly a prodigy. Mu Wang gazes at you with a beaming smile, inquiring, Young hero, would you be interested in joining my Ironwood tribe? I have persuaded the chieftain that should you join our clan, you shall become the foremost of Ironwood. Join the barbarian tribe? I have slain countless barbarians in the past. Esteemed elder, I am wholly devoted to my cultivation and, regrettably, have no desire to become entangled in worldly affairs. With gentle refusal, you observed that the Wood King was undeterred. He continued, Young hero, your future is boundless. To persist in solitary cultivation is indeed a waste of a lifetime. Now that I have unified my tribal lands, the Khan possesses the strength to engulf the world. Why not join my cause, make your mark, and etch your name in history? As you regarded his earnest expression, impatience began to swell within you. Esteemed elder, farewell. Shaking your head, you once more declined, turning to depart. Hero, can I truly trust you to leave unscathed? The Wood King suddenly made his move, appearing beside you with the prowess of a celestial being at the pinnacle of his realm. He then grasped your shoulder firmly. Young hero, since you are unwilling to halt, I shall join you. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from him, you helplessly raised your hands. You had never encountered this individual before. Why had he chosen you? What had you done to provoke him? Was it truly so difficult to live freely and unencumbered? Young hero, your heart lacks sincerity. The Wood King shook his head. Your unpredictability poses a significant threat. You must perish. Boom. Before you could fully comprehend the situation, you were struck by the Wood King's powerful punch, sending you hurtling through the air for several dozen meters. The rotund tiger hastily pursued, but the Wood King, emboldened by his advantage, was intercepted by a multitude of figures. Please, National Master, hold your ground. Upon raising your gaze, you were met with a contingent of Taoists, clad in an array of colorful robes, their expressions grave, each one a formidable celestial force. Limitless, celestial, venerable. The foremost elder Taoist chuckled lightly, as his long sword levitated gracefully, encircling him. Great National Master, if you wish to slay him, you must first contend with the sword at this humble Taoist's side. One behind him remarked, lifting his leg, and my leg. My elbow. Another chimed in. And the old man's rotten tooth. The Wood King's expression turned frigid. True Tao. In the next moment, he unleashed his fury upon the gathered crowd. Meanwhile, at a distance, the rotund tiger clamped down on your clothing, flinging you onto his back as he sprinted for dear life. Shortly thereafter, the rotund tiger came to an abrupt halt as a figure barred his path. "Follow me." You hastily lifted your gaze, only to find a familiar face, none other than Hikaiwe from years past. She swiftly seized you, cradling you in her arms as she exclaimed, "Little tiger, do stay close." No sooner had the words left her lips than she transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. Penghu, wide-eyed and momentarily bewildered, emitted a couple of peculiar sounds before ultimately giving chase. You find yourself nestled in the embrace of Hikaiwe. You're being infused with the tempestuous celestial power of the Grandmaster. You struggle to resist, bewildered by the lack of any means for retaliation against someone merely a minor realm above you. It feels utterly unreasonable, just as you attempt to regain your composure. The situation escalates. Inhaling the inexplicable fragrance emanating from Hikaiwe, you gradually succumb to unconsciousness. Upon regaining awareness, you discover yourself sprawled within a dilapidated shrine, where Fat Tiger approaches, prodding you insistently with his claws. "Get away." You cast him a fierce glance and began to channel the essence of Tai Chi, seeking to mend your injuries. Hikaiwe approached, holding a bowl of medicinal soup, her demeanor markedly different from the first time you encountered her. "Why?" You remained silent for a prolonged period before finally uttering 3 words. "Why so many questions? Is it not enough to simply exist and harbor hope?" Hikaiwe firmly clasped your mouth and forcefully administered the medicinal soup, her actions rather brusque, causing some of the liquid to splatter upon the malevolent entity. The adversary, possessing the pinnacle of celestial prowess, rendered you utterly incapable of resistance in your grievously wounded state. "Strip off your clothes. I shall cleanse you." With that, Hikaiwe tore apart your garments, while Penghu came forth to assist in flipping you over. Hikaiwe affectionately patted Penghu's head, expressing her satisfaction. "Good dog. Good dog. You have disregarded all of this. Your heart is laden with an abundance of questions. You have never forgotten the assassination mission concerning Inshiya. However, in this simulation, your sole desire is to enhance your strength, rather than squander time on past grievances. Regrettably, the unfolding events have diverged entirely from your expectations. Perhaps this is simply the way of fate. The following day, Hikaiwe presented you with a new outfit, seemingly crafted by her own hands. The garment features a delicate white trim, bearing traces of celestial phenomena. As Hikaiwe dressed you in this attire, she sat before you, enveloped in silence. "We have been schemed against," Hikaiwe suddenly remarked. You gazed at her, brow furrowed. "Could you recount the tale from the very beginning?" Hikaiwe nodded gently, rising to close the door and windows. "I am Hikaiwe, abandoned by my parents at birth, amidst a patch of wild peas. I was discovered and raised by a female Taoist priestess who bestowed upon me the melodious name of Hikaiwe. The priestess, known as Qin Yun, devoted her utmost care to me, providing an abundance of tenderness and joy that far surpassed that of my peers. At the age of 15, Qin passed away, and I laid her to rest, inheriting her Taoist temple, thus becoming a Taoist myself. I spent my days engrossed in reading and practicing, finding a semblance of freedom in my pursuits. My martial arts talent was exceptionally formidable. By the age of 15, I had reached the pinnacle of innate mastery, becoming the foremost expert in the entire city. My interest in martial arts was profound, and I yearned to attain a higher realm of martial prowess. To transcend the innate stage, I departed from the small town, embarking on a journey through the martial world. In the initial years, I faced numerous hardships and endured severe injuries on several occasions, even flirting with death. As my strength grew and my circle of friends expanded, my circumstances improved remarkably. A century later, upon returning to the temple, I had broken through to the pinnacle of mastery, earning a formidable reputation as a female hero in the martial realm. Entering the temple, I surveyed the familiar surroundings, feeling a surge of emotion, and effortlessly transcended to the realm of true immortality. My heart brimmed with contentment. I felt blissful. Thus, during my time as a true immortal, I scarcely spent more than 5 years before ascending to the earthly aspect. By this time, I was already 120 years old, residing in the temple and leading a life reminiscent of my master's past. Everything was tranquil, my days fulfilling, and I was profoundly satisfied. Until 400 years later, at the age of 520, I chanced upon a girl in the same location. Without hesitation, I brought her back to the temple, dedicating myself to her training. I named her Inshiya, wishing for her life to be stable, filled with poetry, and embodying the elegance I had pursued for 5 centuries, a realm I envisioned but had never entered, not even glimpsed. Inshiya also possessed notable talent, reaching the realm of true immortality within a century, which brought me great joy. However, she departed the temple to seek breakthroughs and ventured into the martial world, never to return. It was only after 8 years that I learned she had encountered a man while contemplating her state of mind. For his sake, she undertook the assassination of another man. The first man was the newly appointed leader of the Kunlun demon sect, named Chu Buxiu. He foretold Xia that she would ultimately perish at the hands of a youth and urged her to eliminate him beforehand. The second man was the youth, known as Lin Zhan. Upon comprehending the entirety of this situation, I grasped my sword, preparing to avenge Xia by eliminating both men. The first target was the Kunlun demon sect. Yet, before I could infiltrate their domain, I was detected by 2 earthly aspect warriors who relentlessly pursued me. I fought valiantly, but ultimately sustained severe injuries and barely escaped. I had failed once. The second target was Lin Zhan. After 10 years of arduous training, I finally located Lin Zhan, ready to exact my vengeance. However, the moment I laid eyes on the young man, I was momentarily stunned. What manner of eyes are those? And what visage do they bear? At the age of 25, the celestial prodigy possesses an extraordinary talent, his future boundless. I extended an invitation for him to confront the Kunlun demon sect, yet he declined, even upon realizing the machinations against him. I returned to my small town, to the Taoist temple, resuming my cultivation and relentless efforts, determined to avenge Xia with my own strength. 5 years hence, I finally ascended to the pinnacle of celestial prowess, ready to unleash my full might and settle all accounts. Yet en route, I was intercepted by several Taoist priests who claimed to belong to the true Tao. They asserted that I was to be the mother of their future disciple, with Lin Zhan as the father. This disciple, named Qin Xian, was their beacon of hope. I was perplexed by the nature of this hope, only aware that I had once again been constrained. They compelled me to engage with Lin Zhan, a request I vehemently refused. However, one among them struck me with a devastating blow, and I found myself imprisoned. After 5 years, they released me, revealing that Lin Zhan was now in grave peril. I was left with but a singular choice: to save him, to coexist with him, and to bear a child. The indifferent leader of the true Tao gazed upon me, stating, "The Kunlun demon sect has endured for millennia. You shall never slay Chu Buxiu in this lifetime. Our only hope lies in our disciple." Thus, I acquiesced, embarking on a journey toward the northern borders of the Song dynasty. At 600 years of age, I was to be with a 35-year-old boy, to conceive a child devoid of any connection to us. My name is He Kaiwei, and I find myself bereft of choices. Having listened to He Kaiwei's tale, your emotions are particularly intricate. Zhenyi Dao, one of the 3 great sects, is indeed renowned for its prowess in divination and calculations. As the legends suggest, you let out a sigh, your expression far from pleasant. Qin Xian. The name suddenly came to mind, the young man who had contended against Ong Li during the 5th simulation. What are your intentions now? He Kaiwei inquired. Do you genuinely wish for me to bear your child? Aunt, over 600 years old, yet still adorned in such a novel fashion. He Kaiwei maintained her composure. The choice is yours. I seek nothing but vengeance for Xia. I must eliminate Chu Buxiu. And then, will you turn your blade upon me? You continued the conversation by inquiring, while He Kaiwei fell silent, refraining from providing a direct answer. She curled her lips, pondering the depths of this world. Why did Chu Buxiu foresee that he would be the one to end his life? How could Zhenyi predict the emergence of Qin Xian? Could it be that divination truly holds the power to foresee the future? You find it incomprehensible to employ such methods. You are acutely aware of your own limitations. In the days that followed, He Kaiwei continued to tend to you, and gradually, your injuries healed, restoring your strength entirely. You departed from her without a moment's hesitation. Auntie, I must continue my pursuit of breakthroughs. May our paths cross again by fate. He Kaiwei saved you, truly rescued you, and you shall not forget this kindness. However, if one intends to exploit this benevolence to bind you, to demand repayment through obligation, you would rather sever ties with him. You departed from the Song dynasty, accompanied by Fat Tiger, continuing your exploration of celestial phenomena in pursuit of your own breakthrough. Time swiftly elapsed. In the 28th year, you witnessed a tempest in southern Shin, becoming ensnared in a profound contemplation that lasted 7 days and nights. In the depths of your introspection, you sensed that you had touched upon something significant. In the 29th year, you transcended your previous limitations, officially ascending to the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, achieving an unprecedented level of strength in the martial arts of this world. Fat Tiger lay beside you, radiating palpable excitement. At that moment, 5 figures descended from the heavens, trailing ethereal white rainbows as they approached you. Are you Lin Zhan? They inquired. Clad in Taoist robes, you instantly recognized their identities, true Tao. The 5 peak practitioners of celestial phenomena encircled you, clearly poised to strike at any moment. I am. You replied. You spoke casually, yet your strength has reached new heights. This simulation has proven to be invaluable. You are undaunted. Standing at the pinnacle of your power before the age of 50. Quite impressive indeed. The True One laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Take him away, and return to procreate." The 4 masters of the celestial realm acted in unison, and despite your fervent resistance, it proved futile. Ultimately, you were effortlessly subdued and taken back to the True One. The stout figure gazed at your retreating silhouette, anxiously shouting a few times before hastily turning and sprinting towards the direction of the northern song. You find yourself brought to the grand hall of the True One sect, where over 10 formidable celestial beings stand before you, their diverse auras pressing down upon you. Lin Zhan, you are faced with but a singular choice: either submit to the will of Hikaiwei and bear her a child, or face imminent death. You smiled and said, "I can do this, but I have a few questions." The expression on the face of the master Qin Wufeng changed. Speak. How do you know that the future Daozi is Qin Xian? And how do you know that he is born of me and Hikaiwei? You laughed heartily, casting a disdainful glance at them. Ultimately, what if I am unable to bear children? Qin Wufeng fixed his gaze upon your eyes and, with deliberate articulation, remarked, "The arrival of the Daozi is foretold by the ancestral master. All is predestined. As for your inability to conceive, even if you were to sever it, fear not, for I possess the means to restore it." You are rendered speechless. This is not entirely implausible. Of course, you would not dare to sever ties. Life unfolds as it does. Do you think I fear you? Furthermore, there is another matter. I seek to uncover all divination methods employed by the Kunlun demon cult and the True One sect, as well as detailed information regarding Chu Bushio. Should you provide me with this knowledge, I shall willingly cooperate with your subsequent endeavors. If you choose to withhold it, it matters not. I shall simply refrain from further involvement. With a cold smile, Qin Wufeng remarked, "It's a trivial matter. I shall comply with your wishes." That very evening, you encountered Hikaiwei in a quaint courtyard. She was adorned in a pristine white chest-length skirt, embodying the attire of a female Taoist priest, a choice that perplexed you. There was no wedding, no red garments, no betrothal gifts, and no dowry, only 2 bedsheets. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Hikaiwei sighed repeatedly. "I have been trapped here for a decade. Perhaps I am overthinking. They will not grant me the opportunity to educate a child. Maybe, upon my child's arrival, we shall meet our demise." You approached with a radiant smile, revealing a set of pearly whites, and inquired, "Have you resigned yourself to fate?" "No, I shall never succumb to destiny," Hikaiwei replied with unwavering resolve. She then turned her gaze towards you. "Lin Zhan, do you possess a solution?" However, her demeanor shifted to one of despondency. "It is futile. The combat prowess in the celestial realm is solely a product of time and accumulation. My cultivation spans merely 600 years, while yours has only just begun. In contrast, there are over a dozen in the true path with over 800 years of experience. We are undoubtedly outmatched. Thus, our only opportunity lies within this period of procreation." You gazed earnestly at Hikaiwei, assuring her, "We will survive." For a certain period thereafter, you did not truly engage in the act of procreation with Hikaiwei. Rather, you merely pretended to coexist in the same dwelling. You have obtained all the divination techniques of the Kunlun demon cult and the True One sect. As you embark on your practice, you soon realize that these methods are utterly ineffective. All the teachings are mere fabrications, and the True One sect has deceived you. A month later, Qin Wufeng arrives at your humble abode. "Lin Zhan, my patience is limited. If you do not take action soon, do not blame the True One sect for stripping you of your dignity. You should understand that the act of procreation does not necessitate the genuine involvement of both parties. A mere touch of elixir suffices." Upon hearing his threat, you feel cornered. Enough. I can bear no more. You find yourself at a loss for words. It has been a month, yet Fat Tiger has yet to return. That very night, you found yourself in the bed of Hikaiwei. "I am sorry," she uttered, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "We can delay this for a while longer. You comprehend the gravity of the situation. I am pregnant. And I have this period of nurturing to sustain me, but you do not share the same luxury. Once your utility is waned, you shall be discarded without hesitation." With a bitter smile, you remarked, "I understand, but I have no alternative." As the days turned into months, 2 months later, Hikaiwei found herself with child. A revelation that astonished you, yet was somewhat anticipated. In the dead of night, Hikaiwei cradled her belly, her expression profoundly melancholic. "If you require me to buy time, I could take his life right now," she declared, her hand resting on her abdomen, brimming with determination. Just as you were about to speak, you suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "No need for that." You sensed a familiar aura. It was the essence of the Tai Chi Heart Sutra's power enveloping the night. You led the newly pregnant Hikaiwei out of the courtyard, and your gaze immediately fell upon the dozen silhouettes in the sky. All manifestations of celestial phenomena gathered in readiness. In midair, Zhang Wuyin approached, accompanied by several celestial figures. "Qin Wufeng, you are not so young anymore. Why do you still indulge in the abduction of children?" he remarked, directing his gaze towards your position. You returned his look with a nonchalant expression. "Let us proceed. The matter has been resolved." You gazed confidently at Hikaiwei, taking her hand and leading her away. "Lin Zhan, what exactly have you done?" With a smile, you remarked. "Do you still not understand? I have summoned the masters of the demonic path alongside Zhang Wuyin. The forces of righteousness and evil cannot coexist. A confrontation is inevitable." Hikaiwei paused for 2 seconds, falling into silence as you took her away. Qin Wufeng observed your departure with a heavy sigh, acknowledging the unpredictable turn of events. He approached Zhang Wuyin, saying, "You should not involve yourself in this matter. It brings no advantage to the Zhang family." Zhang Wuyin was enveloped in crackling lightning, laughing maniacally. "Unfortunately, I am one who revels in chaos. Chu, the leader of the Kunlun demonic sect, is it not time for you to take action?" The current leader, Chu Buxiu, stepped forth, dramatically tossing aside his robe. "Kill. Today we shall annihilate the true path." The battle commenced, unleashing a dazzling array of lights. Amidst the chaos, you departed. 20 minutes later, Zhang Wuyin caught up, exclaiming, "Young man, everything written in the letter is indeed true. I trust you. That tiger was injured on the road and is currently being cared for at my Zhang family's residence. You may retrieve him at your convenience." With a swift draw of the sword from behind, Zhang Wuyin felt no regret. "This is what you owe me." Having said this, he strode towards the gate of the True One sect with remarkable grace. "Hello? Did you not already come out?" Zhang Wuyin remarked as he advanced, raising his hand. "Today, I stand before the True One sect. As long as the sect endures, my Zhang family shall inevitably suffer its chaos. Moreover, the Kunlun demon cult will not allow me to leave so easily. The old man is nearing his end. Let us engage in one final battle before he departs." Hikaiwei gazed at this scene in bewilderment. When did you come to know Zhang Wuyin? He is truly an eccentric. Indeed, rather peculiar. You nodded slightly, then continued to lead her away. "Lin Zhan, where are you taking me?" she inquired. "To a secluded place, to end this life of suffering. My association with you is solely for survival. Do not overthink it." Hikaiwei struggled fiercely, yet could not break free from your grasp. "Since you have chosen to be with me, there shall be no parting henceforth." Your tone is resolute. "A joke. You are already bearing my child. Yet you still wish to escape?" You have always been a person of deep affection, unwilling to see Hikaiwei with anyone else, destined to walk a solitary path to the end. "Lin Zhan, do not be so absurd. I do not harbor any fondness for you. I cherish you." You embraced Hikaiwei with a smile, holding her tightly in your arms, and then quickened your pace. 2 months later, you sought information and discovered that the battle had indeed left both the Kunlun demon sect and its adversaries severely weakened, suffering substantial losses. Zhang Wuyin had also sustained grave injuries and had returned to the Northern Song dynasty. You brought Hikaiwei to the Northern Song dynasty. And after a lapse of 2 months, you once again encountered old Zhang. In the dimly lit chamber, he lay upon the bed, his breath faint. "Lin Zhan, I am here." You assisted Zhang Wuyin in rising to his feet and poured him a cup of tea. "I am nearing my end," he said. "I hope that if you possess the ability, you can ensure the continuation of the Zhang family's bloodline. Rest assured, old Zhang, as long as I am here, no one shall set foot into the Zhang family." You are filled with deep emotions. Enlisting Lao Zhang's assistance is your sole avenue forward. You harbor no regrets, merely a sense of wistfulness. It is indeed a pity that the Kunlun demon sect has not been vanquished. 3 days hence, old Zhang departed. In this lifetime, he left without ever laying eyes upon Li Hongye. You laid old Zhang to rest, and subsequently settled with Hikaiwei and the Zhang family's Kunlun demon sect. The true Tao did not immediately trouble you. On the 30th year, the plump tiger, peacefully slumbering beneath your feet, suddenly awoke, gazing around in astonishment. "Master," you heard a youthful voice. It was Fat Tiger. After 30 years, Fat Tiger has successfully awakened the lineage of the Earth Tiger. "Wonderful, wonderful," you said, stroking Fat Tiger's thick fur. "Being able to speak is indeed remarkable. Master, I feel completely different. I long to find a kindred spirit." Goodness. Desiring a companion for dual cultivation right after awakening, you promptly rallied the Zhang family's resources to gather over 100 cats from the city. However, Fat Tiger's expression remained somewhat grim. Master, they are all far too small. This truly poses a dilemma. The disparity in size is so significant that the completion of the dual cultivation seems utterly impossible. Had Fat Tiger deceived himself from the very beginning? He had not truly enhanced his strength through dual cultivation. Tell me, what changes have you undergone? As you massage him, you inquire, Master. I have conceived a set of techniques that can enhance my bloodline. Beyond this, there is nothing else. How intriguing. This fellow is indeed a natural deceiver. Very well. Take your time to cultivate your skills. You have given up. After a few more months, the next day, Hikawe suddenly sought you out, Lin Zhan. Have you truly resolved to bring this child into the world? You caressed her abdomen and inquired, Kaiwei, I am aware that you harbor no feelings for me. Yet this is my sole opportunity. A child is of paramount importance in this world. With a child, our possibilities will expand. Hikawe was taken aback, exclaiming, Lin Zhan. Are you intending to exploit your own child? Do you not find this utterly cruel? Kaiwei, do you not desire vengeance for Enshia? I responded, in this world, one must sacrifice to gain. Hikawe found herself at a loss for words. Months later, at the end of the 30th year, Hikawe gave birth to a son. You ensured that the midwife attended to her with utmost care, then firmly grasped Hikawe's hand, exclaiming, we have succeeded. Hikawe kept her eyes closed, refusing to gaze upon you. The newborn was rather unattractive, yet you tenderly cleaned him and bestowed upon him a new name, Lin He. It embodies our surnames. Hikawe cradled the child in her arms, her heart aching as she whispered, let him be called Lin He, symbolizing peace and harmony. My life has been fraught with suffering. I hope those he encounters will treat him with kindness. Fat Tiger often played with the child, and you felt a profound sense of trust in him. Less than a month after the child's birth, both you and Hikawe sensed the arrival of numerous visitors. You donned a robe of purest white, taking the child from Kaiwei's hands and carrying him beyond the confines of the courtyard. A multitude surrounded you, some familiar, yet most were strangers. At the forefront, the formidable figure of Master Qin Wufeng strode confidently, flanked by a throng of Taoist priests clad in robes of various hues. You cast a fleeting glance, observing more than 60 individuals, each possessing a mastery that could only be likened to the intricate web of celestial phenomena. Lin Zhan, I am acutely aware of your thoughts. However, it is regrettable that no matter how fiercely you resist today, your defeat is an inevitable certainty. The three major sects have united, and even if all celestial beings were gathered here, our sect would still prevail overall. Qin Wufeng's voice was frigid, instilling a profound sense of dread. Senior brother, this Lin Zhan is but 45 years old and has already reached the pinnacle of celestial mastery. He is indeed a prodigy. Why should we not? A female Taoist beside Qin Wufeng expressed her confusion. You gaze intently at the other party, yearning to uncover the answer. Junior sister. You fail to comprehend. No matter how brilliant you may be, it is all in vain beneath the prophecy of the Grand Master. Qin Wufeng chuckled softly, then approached you step by step. Lin Zhan, I advise you to harbor no ulterior motives. Surrender the child completely, and I can grant you a swift end, as well as a swift end for Hikawe. Behind him, the heavenly Tao Master and the great Tao Master followed closely in his wake. A prophecy, you say? You do not accept this answer. If it were a prophecy, why had previous simulations not manifested? There must be a conspiracy, undoubtedly a conspiracy. You lowered your head to gaze at the Lin He in your hands, and suddenly, a sinister smile crept across your face as you said, esteemed Taoists, shall we engage in a game? The game is titled I shall slay the child, and you shall slay me. He shook his head violently, gripping Lin He by the neck. If you do not reveal the truth, I shall kill your Daozi before everyone. Lin Zhan, do not cling to your delusions. Qin Wufeng stated with an impassive expression. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and Hikawe emerged, wrapping her arms around you from behind. Lin Zhan, let us release each other, she implored through tears. Regardless of the circumstances, the child is innocent. After all, he is our flesh and blood. Our grievances need not be resolved through him. As a mother, she could not bear to witness such a scene at that moment. As you were about to speak, a multitude of figures emerged from the distance. At the forefront stood a youth clad in black, his hair cascading loosely around him, casting a cold gaze upon the crowd below. Heh, the stinking Taoist is all here. He turned his attention towards you, declaring, Lin Zhan, I am Chubushio, the leader of the Kunlun demon sect. If you slay the child, I shall spare your life. From this day forth, you shall be the vice leader of my Kunlun demon sect. With that, he made a direct promise. Meanwhile, the dozens of demonic celestial figures behind him spread throughout the courtyard. Encircling the masters of the Taoist sect, an epic confrontation loomed on the horizon. All eyes were upon you. Your every decision bore significant weight for the future trajectory of the martial world. You calmly grasped your son with one hand while your other arm encircled Hikaiwei behind you. Chubushio. How did you foresee 30 years ago that you would meet your demise at my hands? Chubushio removed a bow from behind him. Naturally, it was through divination. It is well known that the Kunlun demon sect and the true Tao are the most proficient in the art of divination and calculations in the martial world. You closed your eyes and suddenly laughed, saying, "In that case, have you managed to reach Ongli?" Chubushio's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he drew back the bowstring, a beam of white light coalescing upon the longbow. Lin Zhan, you are courting death. Qin Wu Feng's gaze flickered. Chubushio, I advise you to cease. For the sake of my Taoist disciples, we shall not allow your demonic path to flourish. Should you harm even a single hair on a disciple today, we, of the Taoist sect, will pursue you relentlessly. He sneered coldly, as it happens. It has been a while since our sect's experts have hunted demons and vanquished evil. You glance around, committing each face to memory. Hikaiwei clings to you tightly, her voice trembling. Lin Zhan, what exactly do you intend to do? You shook your head and calmly stated, I simply wish to survive for you, for me. And for the sake of our children. You cast your gaze upon the assembly, and in the next moment, with a sudden ferocity, you tore asunder the arm of a child. Blood gushed forth, staining your garments. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, particularly among the adept practitioners of the Tao. The three Tao lords, their expressions ablaze with fury, exclaimed, Lin Zhan, do you seek death? Chubushio approached, intercepting Qin Wu Feng, and bestowed upon you an encouraging glance, urging you onward. Persevere, Lin Zhan. Qin Wu Feng, Chubushio, I demand to uncover the entirety of this affair. Should any of your responses satisfy me, I shall determine the fate of life and death. You remain as indifferent as ever. Hikaiwei regained her composure and began to strike at you, exclaiming, Lin Zhan, you wretched demon. He is your own son. With great determination, you embraced your wife, restraining all her struggles. As Qin Wufeng hesitated, Chubushio spoke. Lin Zhan, allow me to enlighten you. 100,000 years ago, two extraordinary talents emerged in the martial world, Li Tiandao of the righteous path and Shu Qianlong of the Kunlun demon sect. Within less than a century, both attained the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, their might unparalleled and their legacy timeless, representing the forces of righteousness and evil respectively. They engaged in a decisive battle 3 months after reaching their zenith. This fierce confrontation lasted a full 3 years, culminating in their simultaneous disappearance, leaving the righteous and the demonic to search for millennia without a trace. A millennium after their demise, approximately 90,000 years ago, our Kunlun demon sect received a sudden revelation. It foretold that after 90,000 years, our leader would be reborn in the Great Xia, destined to lead us in restoring our former glory and unifying the realm. We diligently calculated and divined based on this revelation, only confirming its accuracy 30 years ago. Upon deciphering all the information from that time, we discovered that our leader would be born in Linan County, Jinhua Prefecture of the Great Xia, and that child would be Lian. 30 years ago, as I reached the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, one of my elders unexpectedly divined your existence and prophesied that you would bring about the annihilation of the entire Kunlun demon sect. Your emergence was shrouded in mystery, arriving without any forewarning, and within days, you ascended from an ordinary individual to the realms of earth and celestial phenomena. To avoid alarming you, I sent in Xia to test your capabilities, but tragically, she perished. We subsequently undertook numerous endeavors, yet all were thwarted by the righteous path, leaving us with no opportunities. 30 years ago, we received another piece of intelligence. You had abruptly departed from the small town, with a clear target, and swiftly executed Lian's father, Li Qingze. Having listened to all of Chubushio's words, many matters have thus become quite rational. You gazed at Qin Wufeng and inquired, so, does this mean the child I hold is the reincarnation of Li Tianran? If that is the case, why is he named Qin Xian? Qin Wufeng offered no response. Yet Chubushio chuckled, rebirth does not equate to direct resurrection. The individuals following rebirth bear little connection to their former selves. They merely inherit fragments of their cultivation, aspects of their character, and a hint of memory. A change of name signifies an intention to embrace a different way of life. You smiled. Thus, the news reached both the demonic and righteous paths 90,000 years ago? The true Tao was only inferred 30 years ago regarding Qin Xian? Chubushio replied. The level of the true Tao cannot possibly compare to that of our Kunlun demonic sect. The child they calculated initially had no connection to you, merely born of an ordinary family. The specific intelligence was also deduced 30 years ago, likely coinciding with the time our Kunlun sect deciphered it. Lin, he was weeping loudly. Such wounds are profoundly burdensome for a child. You extended your hand to cover his eyes, and in the next moment, you cast the child away. All eyes were drawn to the child. Upon noticing your actions, every celestial being present stirred into motion. They surged wildly towards the child. Those of the demonic path sought to kill, while those of the righteous path aimed to save. Seizing the opportunity, you grasped each sideways hand and departed, both of you enveloped in streaks of lightning, your speed accelerating with each passing moment. Lin Zhan, the child, Hikaiwei exclaimed loudly. You leaned close to her ear and whispered, the child is not real, rest assured. Hikaiwei was taken aback, never having imagined that you had sent the child away. When exactly did this happen? You fled at full speed, leaving the great song behind, journeying southward towards the kingdom of Chun. Subsequently, you ventured deeper until, at the end of the 30th year, you entered an untouched forest. In the 31st year, within a cave, Hikaiwei grasped your hand and inquired, Lin Zhan, is what you said true? Is the child truly still alive? This question she posed to you every single day. You tirelessly reassured, we are still alive, so do not worry. Upon hearing your words, Hikaiwei felt a significant alleviation in her heart. In the 32nd year, you continually relocated within the primordial forest, erasing all traces of your existence, leading a hurried life. Hikaiwei, remarkably adaptable, found contentment in such days. Gradually, the bond between you deepened. In the 35th year, the following day, a magnificent red tiger intruded into your living domain. You sat upon him with laughter, exclaiming, Fat tiger. Indeed, you have found it. Hikaiwei gazed curiously at the 3-meter-tall, 5-meter-long tiger, inquiring, Lin Zhan, was it? Within the Zhang family, aside from its members, only Fat Tiger had any close encounters with you. She recalled how you once placed a child upon the back of Fat Tiger. It was indeed it. You asserted confidently. It was Fat Tiger who saved our child. As you spoke, you gently tapped Fat Tiger's head. With a sudden exclamation, Fat Tiger released a cascade of wooden slips, each inscribed with an abundance of text. With the celestial forces at your command, you meticulously cleared the surroundings, revealing a fragmented scene. Hikaiwei, seated beside you, instinctively recited, the Taoist and demonic sects have both suffered grievous losses. Qin Wufeng perished on the spot, while Chu Bushiu lies gravely ill. Other factions have seized the opportunity to rise, plunging the martial world into chaos. With a glimmer of excitement, she exclaimed, the outside is in utter disarray. They surely lack the energy to pursue us. The only ones in a rush are the Taoists, but Chu Bushiu will undoubtedly send someone to thwart them. Lin Zhan, we could easily venture out and find a quaint place to live. You shake your head with a wry smile, suggesting that it would be prudent to wait a little longer, as nothing is guaranteed. The two of you continued to dwell in the forest, where you diligently honed your skills each day to enhance your strength. Peng, who also frequently practiced his techniques to strengthen his Earth Tiger bloodline. By the 35th year, your power had significantly increased with the passage of time. You find yourself in a state of helplessness in the realm of celestial phenomena. The martial prowess of warriors is intricately linked to the passage of time. Under such circumstances, you are utterly unable to liberate yourself in the short term. Among those of the same realm, the only adversary you might conquer is Hikaiwei. Although she stands at the zenith of celestial phenomena, her cultivation method is rather ordinary, significantly inferior to your Tai Chi Heart Sutra. Unless her cultivation time exceeds yours by a century, she shall remain under your suppression. In the 40th year, you continue your diligent training, each of you making commendable progress. However, in the 50th year, an unforeseen event unfolds. Suddenly, 10 Taoist priests emerge from the forest, advancing directly towards you. Among them is a middle-aged man, wielding a whisk, his countenance ashen. Lin Zhan, after 20 years, we have finally located you. His gaze is icy as he makes no hesitation in launching an assault. You have deceived the Taoist sect. Such a crime warrants death. Even if the Celestial Lord were present, he could not save you. The 10 practitioners at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena unleash their full power. You surge forward, unleashing your full strength as you became entangled with them. Your figure appears somewhat desolate. Kaiwei, persevere for the sake of our future. You turn to Hikaiwei, then without hesitation charged towards the crowd. Hikaiwei fell silent for a long while, before finally brandishing her sword and rushing forward. Lin Zhan, if we are to die, let us die together. You gazed into her resolute eyes, and your emotions were particularly intricate. Fat Tiger, remember to avenge me. With a mighty roar, you unleash your full potential, while Fat Tiger lets out a bellow and swiftly retreats. You and Hikaiwei stand before 5 celestial peak experts, and your mere 2 decades of cultivation pales in comparison to their formidable prowess, each averaging an age of 8 centuries, emanating an aura of immense strength. Soon, Hikaiwei finds herself unable to endure the onslaught, and a Taoist priest pierces her chest with a sword. Lin Zhan, in the face of life and death, she boldly utters your name as the 10 celestial beings converge upon you in an assault. You fought valiantly, managing to retaliate against one adversary. Yet you have reached your limits. Humph. Your heart and mouth have both been pierced by a sword. You stumbled back a few steps, collapsing beside Hikaiwei. Lin Zhan, this is what you deserve. You did not heed their words. Instead, you desperately clutched at Hikaiwei's garment, uttering, "Yes, I am sorry. I deceived you. The simulation has concluded. You have attained the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon realm, 20 years. Will you inherit it? This reward is indeed rather meager." Lin Zhan rubbed the head of Fat Tiger, feeling utterly disoriented. Inherit. The power of the celestial phenomenon surged forth, and he instantly absorbed and mastered it. This is troublesome. It is exceedingly complicated. Upon reviewing the simulation records, he found himself at a loss for words. Hikaiwei, the Taoist sect, the demonic faction, are they all conspiring against me? Based on the simulation, it is likely that there are experts from the demonic sect preparing to eliminate him, only to be thwarted by the Taoist sect. The Taoists' intent is simple, to ensure his progeny. This prophecy is indeed peculiar. After pondering for over 10 minutes, Lin Zhan could not identify any means to break the impasse. With nearly 100 celestial phenomenon experts from both the demonic and righteous paths targeting him, what could he possibly do? No, there is still one avenue. He suddenly thought of the Northern Song Court. He still possesses the protection of dragon energy, which allows him to replicate the path to supremacy once more, as long as he ascends to the throne and acquires more dragon energy. Neither the Taoist nor the demonic factions can touch him. To his astonishment, the dragon energy he had previously dismissed has now become his only lifeline. There is also a question. I invariably kill Lin. Why was I not targeted by the demonic faction during that period? The righteous path did not take any action against me either. Could it be due to my insufficient strength? Although the likelihood is slim, it remains a possibility. Drawing a deep breath from Fat Tiger, Lin Zhan grasped firmly. You are indeed quite reliable. If your Earth Tiger bloodline can be fully awakened, it would present an opportunity. With this thought, Lin Zhan's spirits lifted considerably. It is chaotic, exceedingly chaotic. I have only traversed here for a few days. How have I already fallen into their schemes? How shameless. I have done nothing. The following day, Lin Zhan did not reveal any flaws. He continued to relish his pleasant existence. After all, various experts are undoubtedly monitoring him from outside, necessitating utmost caution and vigilance. In the evening, Zhao Hai brought news he had long anticipated. My lord, regarding Shiya, all our dispatched investigators have perished. No intelligence has been gathered, and they left a letter on one of our brothers. Lin Zhan nodded and picked up the letter. From a distance, he activated the power of the celestial phenomenon. I advise you to exercise caution. The entire sheet bore only these 4 characters. Hehehe. Lin Zhan scoffed derisively. You had better remain alive. Kunlun Demon Sect, the 3 Taoist sects. I am prepared to confront you all. Moreover, there is Ong Li. No wonder he is so formidable. It turns out he has been resurrected as the leader of a dark cult. How absurd. This ridiculous name. I hardly wish to utter it. This world is utterly nonsensical. A day has passed just like that. Lin Zhan lies in bed, embraced by the corpulent tiger. At midnight, his biological clock rings on cue. By heavens, rise and shine. This time, I must truly rise. To hell with everything. On the first day, you immediately set forth, preparing to depart from Qian County with Tiger. Just as you take a couple of steps, you are halted by a figure. You little rascal, turning back is the path. It was an old Taoist, gnawing on a chicken leg, his power still at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, appearing somewhat aged yet far superior to you. Turning back is the path? You had better clear the way for me. With a powerful punch, you strike towards the old Taoist, emboldened by the protective aura of dragon energy that surrounds you, rendering you fearless. The old man, gnawing on a chicken leg, valiantly withstands your relentless onslaught. After a few minutes, you deliver a decisive kick that sends him staggering back, prompting you to flee. The old Taoist hesitates for a moment, then resolves to halt. The protective dragon energy? This situation has become more complicated. I must inform the master at once. On the 4th day, As you pass through Ziyun City, you casually take the life of Li Qingze. By the 24th day, you arrive in the Northern Song dynasty and boldly knock on the door of Zhang Wuyin's residence. Old Zhang, I am your wingman. Zhang Wuyin emerges, utterly bewildered as he gazes at you. You take a deep breath. In my previous life, in this life, I have returned anew, and I am determined to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Zhang Wuyin, having been coerced by you for 10 minutes, finally nodded and declared, if that is the case, I shall stand with you. He promptly leveraged the Zhang family's influence to rally support and establish an army. Simultaneously, you raised a banner in the Northern Song dynasty, proclaiming a rebellion against the imperial court and the barbarian tribes. Alongside this, the rumors of your extraordinary power, which reached its zenith at the age of 15, spread far and wide. You proclaim yourself the reincarnation of the celestial emperor, endowed with the essence of dragons, determined to unify the realm. By the end of the first month, a multitude of formidable experts gathered around you, including 11 from the celestial phenomenon realm. While the number of ordinary soldiers surpassed 20,000, the Northern Song court mobilized its army to quell the insurrection. You dispatched individuals to resist while simultaneously subduing a significant number of bandit factions, thereby expanding your forces. In the second month, Zhang Wuyuan conveyed new intelligence. During this period, the Taoist sect had sent numerous individuals to apprehend you, all of whom were thwarted by Chu Buxiu. Moreover, Chu Buxiu has also sent many skilled individuals to join our ranks. Should we consider their integration? Reflecting on Chu Buxiu's performance during the last simulation, you shook your head slightly and declared, we shall not rely on them. Let us act independently. Thus, under the veil of the demonic path, your influence expanded rapidly, capturing a city of the Northern Song dynasty at regular intervals. Your remarkable deeds have spread throughout the world, and you have become the embodiment of public expectation. By the end of your first year, your forces had claimed 1/5 of the territory of the Northern Song, and your influence reached its zenith. In the final days of the year, the Great Xia and Southern Qin resolved to join forces, launching their armies to support the Northern Song. They required a mediocre Northern Song to safeguard the North and maintain equilibrium. Should you succeed in obliterating the Northern Song, chaos would ensue across the realm. Zhang Wuyin informed you that there were indeed hidden machinations at play behind this affair. With the backing of Great Xia and Southern Qin, the Northern Song found renewed strength and began to resist. You regard them with disdain and continue to act with unwavering determination. In the second year, you have conquered more cities, growing in strength. Beyond managing military affairs, you diligently cultivate your skills, enhancing your prowess, never allowing yourself to become complacent or lax. Your unparalleled self-discipline has garnered the admiration of many. In the third year, you triumphed over the repeated alliances of the three kingdoms, and at this moment, you commanded 1/3 of the territory of the Northern Song. In the fourth year, you seized half of the Northern Song's land. By the fifth year, you were on the brink of success. It was also in this year that you dispatched Zhang Wuyin to the Northern Grasslands. 3 days later, Zhang Wuyin returned, bearing the news that the Grandmaster Mu Wang had consented. He would not take action against you, and the tribes of the Grasslands were willing to submit to your rule. For you, the greatest ally in the realm, apart from the demonic path, had become the Northern barbarian tribes. At this moment, you stood at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, a mere 15 years of age, with a mysterious origin. The faith of the Northern savages was most untainted, making it easy for you to gather them under your banner. With the inclusion of the barbarian tribes, your power grew even more formidable as you coordinated a final assault in concert with them. The sixth year marked the commencement of war. With an army of 100,000 at your command and the barbarian forces mustering an additional 100,000, you jointly advance against the Song dynasty. The coalition of the three kingdoms faces relentless defeat, proving to be utterly no match for your might. The dragon energy within you intensifies, and combined with the apex of celestial phenomena, the power you unleash grows ever more formidable. You issue relentless commands, launching fervent assaults. In the seventh year, your forces converge, and the Northern Song dynasty lies in tatters. The coalition of the three kingdoms is vanquished, and the imperial family of the Northern Song flees in disarray. At long last, you unify this feeble realm. In the same year, you command a search for the Northern Song Emperor in the Great Xia and the Southern Qin, for you require the dragon energy he possesses to enhance your own. By the 8th year, after navigating numerous tribulations, you ascend the throne, establishing the Great Zhou dynasty. With the era name of Yong'an, you commanded the troops stationed at the borders of the Great Xia and Southern Qin, poised for immediate military action. Instilling fear and trepidation in both nations, which united in their response. In the same year, you adjudicated merits and conferred rewards upon a multitude of officials and generals, all of whom were your loyal subordinates. It was also during this year that you decreed the annihilation of 13 barbarian tribes, resulting in the death of over 500,000, a grim act intended to honor the border citizens who perished at the hands of the invading savages. You assisted the barbarian tribes in establishing their own nation, instituting laws, and centralizing power. By the end of the year, the barbarians founded the Great Yuan Empire, bowing before you in submission and offering tributes annually. The Grand Master Mu Wang, accompanied by the Khan, personally visited you, exhibiting an exceptionally humble demeanor, which greatly pleased you. At this moment, nearly 100 celestial experts surrounded you, primarily from the prominent families and sects of the Three Kingdoms. You have distributed the powers and resources in your possession among your subordinates, and as a result, their loyalty towards you has deepened. In the 9th year, you established a new army, leveraging your modern knowledge and experience to implement numerous policies beneficial to both the nation and its people. The populace genuinely believes you to be a divine ruler. How could there exist such a benevolent emperor under heaven? Loyalty, indeed, is nothing short of unwavering loyalty. You have garnered the people's affection, and the aura of the dragon surrounding you grows ever more potent. In addition to managing state affairs, you persist in your cultivation, never once allowing yourself to become complacent. In the 10th year, Zhang Wuyuan proposed that you establish a consort, as this would be beneficial for the entire nation. Heeding his words, the selection of a consort commenced throughout the entirety of the Northern Song dynasty. 2 months later, He Kaiwei arrived, having undergone a series of rigorous evaluations and assessments, ultimately ascending to the position of your empress. Unbeknownst to many, she was bolstered by clandestine forces. Yet Zhang Wuyan and others failed to uncover any pertinent information. You are well aware that this woman is sent by the Taoist sect. Besides He Kaiwei, there is another lady named Dongfang Finghua, whose beauty is unparalleled, eclipsing all others. She is also backed by hidden forces, and after a brief assessment, you ascertain that her support comes from the Kunlun demon sect. After a moment of hesitation, you appoint both the Eastern and Western empresses, placing them on equal footing to jointly govern the inner court. Following the issuance of this decree, you return to your cultivation, paying no heed to either of them. The days that ensue remain unremarkable and tranquil, devoid of any turbulence, as you continually harness the resources at your disposal to strengthen yourself. In the 11th year, the national master of the Great Yuan, Mu Wang, travels across the realm and captures the emperor of the Northern Song, presenting him before you. You are utterly astonished, having directly assimilated the dragon essence within your adversary, resulting in an even more robust golden dragon adorning your form. After vanquishing the emperor of the Northern Song dynasty, you generously bestowed numerous rewards upon the Wood King. In the 13th year, Zhang Wuyan proposed that you consider fathering a child. Such an endeavor could instill greater confidence among the various factions. Have a child? This time, you found yourself genuinely pondering the notion. After careful reflection, rather than seeking out He Kaiwei or Dongfang Finghua, you dispatched emissaries to the Southern Qin and Great Xia to retrieve 2 individuals. Zhang Wuyan accompanied you to welcome them. Little brat, what on earth do you intend to do? Zhang Wuyan exclaimed, unable to restrain himself upon gazing at Ning Hongye before him. I understand your reluctance to become entangled with those 2 women, which is why you sought to find another to bear your child, but surely it cannot be Hongye. Ning Hongye is his most cherished disciple. Before Li Hongye's demise, he vowed to care for her diligently. Rest assured, old Zhang, Hongye and I get along quite well. With a blink of his eyes, Zhang Wuyan suddenly comprehended, you truly possess remarkable skills. Shaking his head, he delivered a kick to you, saying, if you betray Hongye, I shall undoubtedly put an end to your life. You burst into hearty laughter, taking away Ning Hongye and Qin Rui from the Great Xia. Although you have not spent time with these 2 women, in the simulations, they have developed profound feelings for you. Consequently, you are contemplating the prospect of having children with them. Since this is the first time they have encountered you, they are not familiar with you, resulting in various feelings of discomfort. You did not compel them. Rather, you coexisted with them while honing your skills. In the 15th year, at the age of 30, both Ning Hongye and Qin Rui acknowledged your presence. On a particular late night, undaunted, you faced 2 adversaries alone. After yet another battle concluded, you casually flicked your sniper rifle and exited the room. He Kaiwei stood outside the wall, having awaited your return for quite some time. Were you aware of everything? You inquired, with a slight blush gracing He Kaiwei's cheeks. How can I not hear it, given that I am, after all, in the realm of celestial phenomena? Lin Zhan, Do you truly harbor no feelings for me? It has been 5 years, and I have only encountered you thrice. You traverse the palace and gaze quietly upon her. You must be well aware that once we bear a child, neither the Taoist nor the demonic sects will spare us. Choosing not to conceive is indeed the wisest option. Furthermore, do you truly believe that a child, once born, could avenge you? What right do you have to command the attention of the true Taoist disciples? You counter with a few remarks before turning away, Hikaiwei, with this time. You would be better off diligently honing your skills. Relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Hikaiwei stands dazed in place. After that day, you have not encountered her again within the palace. In the 16th year, Qin Rui bore you a daughter, whom you named Lin Zhan. In the 17th year, Ning Hongye gave birth to another daughter, and you named her Lin Ning. In the 18th year, Qin Rui presented you with a son, whom you named Lin Yang. You proclaimed to the world the establishment of Lin Yang as the crown prince, prompting nationwide celebrations. Countless individuals rejoiced in Lin Yang's birth. And the Great Zhou was abuzz with exuberance. After you bore a legitimate heir, everyone under your command breathed a sigh of relief. You have immersed yourself more deeply in your cultivation, thereby neglecting the care of your 2 wives and 3 children. Yet, they have not voiced any complaints. As the 25th year unfolds, your children have grown and are now of an age to learn martial arts. You dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to their instruction. Just as in previous simulations, the 8-year-old Lin Ning exhibits the greatest talent. You have devoted yourself entirely to nurturing them, harboring high hopes for your 3 children. In the 30th year, your strength has significantly improved, and with the aid of dragon energy, you are now capable of defeating those who have reached the pinnacle of celestial phenomena after a century of cultivation. Your eldest daughter, Lin Zhan, is 14 years old and has attained the peak of innate cultivation. Her talent is rather mediocre, and barring any unforeseen events, she is unlikely to ascend to the zenith of martial arts in this lifetime. Your second daughter, Lin Ning, at the age of 13, has entered the realm of true practitioners with your unwavering support, exhibiting the greatest strength among them. She possesses a resolute and formidable character. And upon her breakthrough into the realm of true practitioners, she proactively left the imperial palace, determined to wander the martial world, seeking to liberate her spirit and transcend to even greater heights. Your only son, Lin Yang, also lacks remarkable martial talent. At 12 years old, he has merely reached the innate realm. You have meticulously nurtured them according to their preferences, leaving no stone unturned in your preparations. In the same year, Fat Tiger awakened the bloodline of the Earth Tiger, becoming significantly more intelligent and capable of engaging in normal conversation with you. Your spirits are quite high. At the end of the 30th year, masters of the Taoist sect entered the Great Zhou, accompanied by Hikaiwei, intending to forcibly unite you. However, they were intercepted by the forces of the demonic path along the way, leading to a fierce confrontation that left both sides severely wounded. By the time you received this news, the battle had already concluded, and Hikaiwei had sustained grave injuries, her whereabouts now unknown. A stirring within your heart prompts you to summon your finest warriors, mobilizing an army of 100,000 to march towards the Great Xia and Southern Chun. You engage in dual warfare, fearless and resolute. Over the past 2 decades, under your leadership, the army of the Great Zhou has undergone a remarkable transformation, its arsenal surpassing that of both nations, while the quality of its generals stands unparalleled. From the onset of the conflict, you seized the initiative, leading to a series of devastating defeats for the armies of both nations, who have yet to claim a single victory. Now, as the forces of the demonic and the Taoist sects inflict mutual destruction upon each other, it is the perfect moment for you to engulf the realm and amass even greater reserves of dragon energy. You stabilize the morale of your troops with unwavering resolve. In the 32nd year, you lead your skilled subordinates into the capital of the Great Xia, and with a single stroke of your sword, you sever the head of the Great Xia Emperor. After absorbing the dragon essence of your adversary, your power grows even more formidable, and the radiance emitted by your protective golden dragon becomes increasingly resplendent. You summoned an army of 5 million, launching a full-scale assault on the Southern Qin. In the 33rd year, the gates of the Southern Qin stood wide open, erupting into internal strife. All families and sects took action, bringing the sovereign of Southern Qin before you. Clad in the regal black robes of the Dragon Emperor, you vanquished the sovereign of the Southern Qin kingdom with a mere gesture. The unparalleled might of your dragon aura swept across the realm as the Great Zhou absorbed the entire world, giving rise to an even more formidable nation. With your unmatched talent and resplendent renown, you traversed the expanse of the land, subduing all factions. Even the demonic sects in the Taoist schools found themselves constrained by your subordinates, wary of making any rash moves. You have amassed a vast array of martial arts from around the world, dedicating yourself to an even more fervent practice in search of new methods to enhance your prowess. In your 35th year, you diligently perused numerous martial arts texts from the Three Kingdoms period and, by chance, stumbled upon a formidable and enigmatic technique within one of these tomes, the Devouring Heaven technique. As the name suggests, it empowers you by assimilating the abilities of others, thereby augmenting your own strength. You are filled with boundless excitement, dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to your studies. If you could truly cultivate your skills, this time you would attain unparalleled invincibility, achieving everything even in the absence of the Dragon Chi. After all, Dragon Chi is merely an external force, intricately tied to the power of the nation created. Once the nation falls and the family is lost, such strength will inevitably dissipate. In the 36th year, while in deep cultivation, you faintly perceive a white shadow soaring towards you. You rubbed your eyes, father. I have returned. It is Lin Zhan. 6 years have elapsed, and she has transcended to the realm of true beings, stepping into the earth's essence. Aning, I have caused you suffering. Embracing your daughter, you find yourself in a state of bliss. This moment signifies the celestial and terrestrial alignments that will resonate for decades to come. May it prove beneficial to you. You conveyed the information from your memory to your daughter, Lin Zhan, who was utterly perplexed. Yet, this did not diminish her joy. Father, you are truly wonderful. She was a martial arts enthusiast. For her, nothing in the world held greater significance than honing her skills and enhancing her strength. You spend a few blissful days with your daughter, Ning Hongye, and Chen Rui, once again immersing yourself in the realm of cultivation. Your research on the Devouring Heavens technique has reached an intense phase, poised for success. After conducting hundreds of controlled experiments in secrecy over the 37th year, you have unequivocally established the viability of the technique, confirming that it bears no adverse effects and can indeed enhance one's celestial power without restriction. In the stillness of the night, you grasp the method and commence your cultivation. In the same year, you absorb the celestial powers of 10 prisoners from the death row in one breath, further deepening your celestial strength, accumulating a formidable power equivalent to 1,100 years. This immense accumulation of power surpasses that of all celestial masters in the realm. The reckoning of this power accumulation began from the day you broke through to the pinnacle of celestial mastery. As far as you are aware, the majority of individuals who achieve this pinnacle do so at the age of over 700 years. Even prodigies require at least 500 years to reach such heights. Consequently, the most formidable celestial beings possess merely 500 years of power. Throughout the annals of martial history, perhaps only geniuses like Zhu Qianlong and Li Tiandao have had the opportunity to amass nearly 900 years of celestial strength. Now, however, your accumulated celestial power has transcended that of these two prodigies. With your strength significantly augmented, your spirits soar, prompting a fervent spree of devouring. All of this transpires in the shadows. By the 40th year, over 10 peak celestial masters mysteriously perished in the martial world, yet no traces were found, and your existence remained undetected. Meanwhile, your power has now reached an astonishing accumulation of 2,300 years. You possessed an unwavering confidence in your unparalleled prowess. That same year, as you were poised to further refine your abilities, you received a devastating piece of news. Zhang Wuyan had passed away. Ultimately, he could not withstand the insidious poison coursing through his veins. Your Majesty, it was reasonable to believe that Master Zhang had 200 to 300 years ahead of him. However, in his quest to conquer the Northern Song dynasty, Master Zhang endured countless battles, exceeding 100 in number. You comprehend the intentions of that imperial physician. You sigh repeatedly. You have given Zhang Wuyan a grand burial, old Zhang. I have taken another step forward. Rest assured, one day, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of my potential and aid you in achieving your desires. You spent a restless night in the royal palace. The following day, having arranged everything meticulously, you departed from the palace alone. 2 months later, journeying southward, you vanquished 3 formidable opponents at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena, amassing a formidable strength that spanned 2,700 years. On this particular day, you quietly arrived at a quaint mountain village and knocked on a door. When it opened, a sorrowful face appeared. Lin Zhan, what brings you here? Gazing at Ikaiwei before you, a soft chuckle escaped your lips. Do you not yearn for vengeance? Do you not long to slay Chibushio? Ikaiwei looked at you with a face full of doubt. What exactly do you intend to do? You reached out to caress her flowing tresses, articulating each word with precision. I will take you to commit murder. Ikaiwei gazed at you in a daze, as if beholding a complete stranger. You guided her forward, and after 7 days, you arrived at the territory of the Kunlun demon sect. Numerous celestial experts detected your presence and approached to obstruct your path. Lin Zhan, what brings you here? I have yet to settle the score with you regarding our past encounters, and you dare to tread upon my domain. Do not presume that your dragon aura grants you the audacity to act recklessly before my sect. You find yourselves encircled by masters of demonic arts. And Hitsaiwei's body trembles slightly. You extended a hand. Hikaiwei, take a closer look at this punch. Hikaiwei appeared somewhat perplexed. This punch? You paused for a moment, bursting into a maniacal laugh and shouting, many will perish. Lin Zhan, what do you intend to do? A sense of foreboding crept into Chu Buxiu's heart, involuntarily recalling an ancient prophecy. Boom. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. Heaven and earth trembled at your very existence. With a commanding strike, you unleashed a surge of celestial power, repelling the three foremost opponents with a devastating force. Undeterred, you charged directly towards Chu Buxiu. Lin Zhan, do not overstep your bounds. Chu Buxiu faltered, retreating a step, his countenance reflecting deep distress. In an instant, the celestial energy materialized before him, transforming into a thunderous bolt that erupted violently. With a sickening sound, Chu Buxiu's resisting arm shattered, blood splattering upon the earth. Half of his body was obliterated by the lightning, leaving him charred and teetering on the brink of consciousness. Hikaiwei, her face alight with exhilaration, exclaimed, Lin Zhan, how on earth did you accomplish this? You did not respond. Instead, you surveyed your surroundings and seized the nearly lifeless Chu Buxiu, consuming all the celestial power within him. Your prowess has grown to 3,000 years. How intriguing. This fellow is merely a newly appointed master. It appears he possesses considerable depth. Lin Zhan, what have you done to me? Chu Buxiu wore an expression of sheer terror. How is it possible? How could the power he cultivated for over 700 years simply vanish? You deprived him of the chance to continue speaking, immediately crushing his skull. Subsequently, you seized the other three gravely injured celestial figures, absorbing their powers before mercilessly slaying them. Your prowess has grown to an astonishing 3,700 years. And all around you can sense the immense power that resides within. With an air of confidence, you gaze upon the disciples of the demonic sect and command, go, summon all the celestial beings. I shall convene a meeting. You have 3/4 of an hour to prepare. Those who fail to arrive in time shall face their demise. The expressions of the numerous elders of the demonic sect shift dramatically, and they promptly depart, hastening to spread the word. You grasped Hitsaiwei's hand, standing still in silent anticipation. Soon, all 31 members of the Kunlun demon sect arrived, among them 20 at the pinnacle of celestial manifestation, yet they were mere novices. Feeble and inconsequential. Lin Zhan, what is it that you truly desire? Although I remain unaware of the fortuitous circumstances that have significantly enhanced your prowess. The Kunlun demon sect boasts a legacy spanning 100,000 years. Do you truly wish to bring about our mutual destruction? From the crowd, a figure at the zenith of celestial manifestation emerged to confront you. Clad in a flowing blue robe, he appeared youthful yet spoke with the gravitas of an elder. Sword in hand, standing resolute. You may not recognize this individual, yet it does not hinder your desires. A few of you. Surrender your secrets of divination and the prophecies you once received. If my mood permits, I might even spare your lives. With an air of dominance, you declared, effortlessly dispatching 10 celestial figures with a mere wave of your hand. These were not the pinnacle of celestial beings. To you, they held no intrinsic value. Lin Zhan, do not overreach. The youth in the azure robe bore a countenance of fury. You gazed intently at the other, and at last, he relented. The youth clad in azure retrieved a scroll from his hand and presented it to you, hoping that you would honor your word. As you unfurl the scroll, you behold a prominent inscription, 90,000 years hence, I shall be reborn in the great Xia. It appears that this is indeed the prophecy from long ago, and it seems to have endured the test of time. Beyond this, what remains is the esoteric divination technique of the Kunlun demon sect. A cursory glance reveals its obscurity. Laden with an array of cryptic terms and intricate symbols, you have memorized everything at a glance, only to personally obliterate it. Lin Zhan, your objective has been accomplished. It is time for you to depart, declared the youth in green with unwavering resolve. You smiled, mocking the fact that you still identify as part of the demonic path. Is not the lack of integrity not precisely the hallmark of such a path? Furthermore, my current mood is quite dismal. With a series of sinister chuckles, you swiftly unleashed a torrent of celestial power, which surged and ebbed among the onlookers. In less than a minute, all the masters of the demonic path lay sprawled on the ground. You approached each one in turn, absorbing their prowess. Subsequently, with a decisive strike, you declared, Lin Zhan, You shall not escape unscathed. For your treachery, you are unworthy of existence, destined to meet a death without a trace. The youth clad in green reprimanded vehemently. I shall take your ominous words to heart. You absorbed his power and shattered his skull. Your prowess has flourished over 5,300 years. You have grown stronger. Amidst the scattered bodies, Hikaiwe approached step by step, her face stained with tears, the sorrow in her eyes unmistakable. Lin Zhan, thank you. She embraced you, her tears soaking your clothes. You remained silent, allowing her to embrace you tightly, permitting her to use her own garment to wipe away her tears. After expressing her emotions, Hikaiwe released her grip, turning her back to you as she drew a sword, unhesitatingly plunging it into herself. Sizzle. You reached out to stop her, saying, Why must you? Hikaiwe lowered her head. Ever since Shia's demise, the sole purpose of my existence has been to avenge her. Now that Shubushio is dead, neither of us harbors the desire or the capacity to kill further. My life in this world has lost all significance. Hikaiwe gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Lin Zhan, grant me death. Death is my sanctuary. Only in death can I find my liberation. You reached out and crushed the sword in her hand, encircling her slender waist with a single arm. Hikaiwe, do you wish for death without consulting me first? From this moment forth, you shall live for me. You kissed her. In the previous simulation, Hikaiwe also perished for your sake. This time, having shared a portion of her journey, you harbored peculiar feelings for her, and naturally, you were reluctant to witness her demise. Lin Zhan, what do you intend to do? Hikaiwe murmured. You lifted your gaze, a hint of melancholy in your eyes. I wish for you to accompany me on the remainder of my journey, to bear witness to the vistas that unfold after my invincibility. Moreover, considering how the sects once schemed against us, do you not yearn for revenge? Come, let us first embark on a quest to obliterate the three great sections. You gently tugged at a strand of her long hair, and with an air of confidence, you proclaimed, with 5,000 years of mastery within me, your confidence is truly remarkable. You issued commands on the road, assembling an army of 1,000,000 troops. Alongside the elite forces of the Jinui, the Six Doors, and the Jinwu Hall, totaling 500,000 personnel surrounding the true Tao, the heavenly Tao, and the supreme Tao. 15 days later, you, accompanied by Hikaiwe and all your finest subordinates, arrived at the gates of the true Tao mountain. The army gathered, forming a formidable array brimming with lethal intent. You stand before the multitude, countless gazes fixed upon you. Father, a figure streaks through the air. Lin Ning suddenly appearing at your side. Indeed, you bestowed upon Lin Ning an affirmative glance. For years have elapsed, and Lin Ning has ascended to the pinnacle of the earthly realm, on the verge of a potential breakthrough into the celestial realm. A peculiar expression crossed her face as she spoke. Father, is this not excessively perilous? The three great sects have dominated the martial world for over 100,000 years, with no other force ever shaking their status. The Great Zhou has barely been established for a century. Do you possess the necessary assurance? Having navigated the martial realm for an extended period, Lin Ning is well acquainted with these powers, her visage a portrait of concern. Ninger, he replied. A person must maintain their dignity, just as a tree requires its bark. A single missed meal can lead to unease. You waved your hand, gazing at the numerous figures drifting in the distant sky. At this moment, the celestial experts of the Tao sect had also arrived. Lin Zhan, it appears you are resolute in opposing our Tao sect. Qin Wufeng spoke with a complex expression in his eyes. And what of it? Today, I shall eradicate all of you. For the sake of this world, you must perish. World? Qin Wufeng had yet to grasp the situation. You laughed heartily. The combined number of disciples from the three major sects exceeds 1,000,000, and with the addition of your lay disciples from various regions, the total surpasses 10 million. These 10 million individuals contribute nothing to production, evade taxes, and squander resources. Today, I shall restore a clear and just world to the realm. You float in the air, the celestial powers accumulated over 5 millennia manifesting unmistakably. The essence of the dragon transforms into ethereal golden dragons, swirling around you. Warriors, follow me to obliterate the Taoist sect and bring peace to the realm. With a thunderous roar, you surge forward, gathering wind, rain, and lightning in your hands. Your aura continually ascending. Qin Wufeng's expression darkens. Form the ranks. Prepare for battle. Masters from the Taoist sect emerge, readying themselves in various ways. 1,000,000 troops surge towards the Taoist stronghold. The Imperial Guards, the Six Doors, and the elite of the Jinwu Hall charge towards the heart of the Taoist forces. The battle is about to erupt. Lin Ning furrows her brow, an ominous premonition gnawing at her. Do not worry, trust in your father. He always performs miracles. Hikawe reassures her. Lin Ning glances at her, then casts her gaze towards her father, who suppresses 10 peak celestial beings with a single hand in the sky, murmuring, "Father, you truly are divine." You seize the pinnacle of 10 celestial phenomena, instantaneously refining them, and in a mere blink, your power surged to 7,800 years. Qin Wufeng witnessed this spectacle firsthand, his expression shifting dramatically. "Lin Zhan, have you truly practiced such nefarious arts?" You let out a chilling laugh. Casting aside the 10 corpses in your grasp. "Is it dark sorcery?" You declare, "If you say so, then so be it." As the celestial forces converge, you seize Qin Wufeng by the collar, and under the weight of his myriad complex gazes, you resolutely absorb his power, erasing all traces of the bodies. Your prowess has grown to 8,700 years. You are invincible, subduing all celestial phenomena. In less than 5 minutes, all celestial beings of the Taoist sect perished, and your power surged to an astonishing 11,000 years. You withdrew, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the impending conflict. "Lin Zhan, you are truly enigmatic," Hikawe remarked with a sense of wonder. You gently embraced her shoulders and smiled, saying, "The enigma lies not within me, but rather in fortune." Without the devouring heavens technique, you would find it nearly impossible to reach this stage without perishing a dozen times. Lin Ning gazed at you, and Hikawe, her expression somewhat peculiar. "I recall that my father typically favors only my mother and Aunt Rui. When did he become entangled with this woman?" She curled her lip, remarking, "A man's words are but the whispers of deceit." Before long, the battle came to a definitive end, with the Taoist masters suffering grievous losses, and the remaining ones unconditionally surrendered. You have reorganized your troops and returned to the capital. The following day, a trusted subordinate presented a scroll to you, saying, "Your Majesty, this is what you requested." You may leave," you replied. You dismissed the left and right, unrolling the scroll. 9 myriad years hence, the Taoist will be reborn in the Great Xia. The handwriting of the 2 prophecies diverges, corroborated by other information, clearly left behind by Zhu Qianlong and Li Tiangan. You have revisited the divination techniques from the True Path, which bear numerous similarities to those of the Kunlun demon sect. After committing them to memory, you obliterate them, completely relinquishing all ties to this past. To your astonishment, what you initially perceived as merely an additional route in this simulation has, in fact, resolved all your dilemmas in one fell swoop. After a moment of reflection, you began to reminisce about the swallowing heaven technique, yet still found no discernible issues or side effects. 3 days later, your subordinates had eradicated all rival sects, both righteous and demonic, amassing a considerable wealth of cultivation resources and countless treasures, all of which were deposited into the national treasury. By the end of the 40th year, you established the capital of the Great Zhou in the former Great Xia, merging the Jinyue, the 6 doors, and the Jinwu Hall into a more formidable special agency, the Dragon-Slaying Hall. The Dragon-Slaying Hall oversees the dragon-slaying envoys, who are tasked with investigating cases, resolving conflicts within the martial world, and wielding significant authority. You preside over all as the Lord of the Realm. You summon Qin Jian to your side, appointing him as the Deputy Lord to oversee all matters. Your second daughter, Lin Ning, also joined the Dragon-Slaying Hall, tasked with managing affairs of the martial world. In the 41st year, leveraging the strength of your subordinates, you established a new faction within the martial realm, named the Heavenly Tao Palace, dedicated to nurturing prodigies of cultivation to aid in your own ascension. As the sovereign of the palace, you suppress all. In the 43rd year, you clandestinely absorb the remaining dozens of peak celestial powers from the martial world, elevating your strength to an even higher echelon. Your prowess has grown to an astonishing 18,000 years, unparalleled and unprecedented in history. Simultaneously, you have dispatched numerous adept individuals to explore the 4 cardinal directions of the Great Zhou in pursuit of new territories. At this moment, you stand at the zenith of celestial phenomena, having reached an impasse in your advancement. To elevate your strength, exploration is the only path forward. In the 45th year, your subordinates brought forth the latest intelligence. To the north of the Great Zhou, at the edge of the vast steppes of the Great Yuan, lies a tumultuous sea, its waves surging relentlessly, accompanied by incessant tsunamis. The same is true to the east, south, and west of the Great Zhou. Thus, I exist merely on an island amidst this vast ocean. You find yourself somewhat astonished. This island is remarkably vast. According to your calculations, its area must encompass at least the total expanse of 2 Earths. In the same year, you established 4 teams, dispatching them to explore the seas in 4 directions, in hopes of uncovering new information. In your comprehension, the current scenario resembles an invincible novice village, and the next step necessitates transitioning to a new map, venturing beyond the confines of the novice village. Subsequently, an extensive period elapsed, during which your life remained devoid of turbulence, unchanged. In the 50th year, everything persisted as before. By the 76th year, the bloodline of the Earth Tiger within Fat Tiger was fully awakened, transforming the entire creature. You gaze upon the magnificent figure before you, a splendid, snow-white creature, exquisitely crafted, standing upright at a towering height of 20 meters. The rotund tiger falls into deep contemplation. What do you think, master? Am I handsome? The tiger's face radiates excitement as it looks down at you, then extends a finger to gently tap your head. You, my dear, are not contemplating your demise, are you? With a swift strike of the black tiger's heart pull, the stout tiger let out a piercing cry, its feeble form collapsing to the ground in submission. Please share your experience. I would like to understand the situation better. You sat cross-legged, inquiring as the stout tiger nestled beside you, grinning amiably. Master, I have now cultivated my martial arts to the pinnacle of its realm, and the bloodline of the Earth Tiger has been completely awakened. My strength has increased immensely. Yet I still fall slightly short of your prowess. Moreover, I have acquired a new technique, allowing me to enhance my cultivation by consuming the essence of the moon. Cultivation? You squinted your eyes and inquired about the realms of cultivation you are familiar with. The new map is yet to be found. Has the nested realm emerged instead? It seems that this tiger's identity is far from ordinary, suspected to be a high-level NPC from the novice village. In my most recent recollection, the process of refining the body to the celestial phenomenon is collectively referred to as the mortal realm. With a single phrase, the chubby tiger ignited your curiosity. Truly a mischievous little creature. Above the mortal realm lies the first realm. The technique I cultivate is called the transformation of demons, which can be pursued to the pinnacle of the first realm. Only upon reaching that zenith will I acquire the next stage of cultivation technique. The first realm? As you opened your mouth, upon hearing that name, it became evident that there were numerous realms to follow. What transformations have you undergone? What is the level of your cultivation? Pang, who confidently declared, my tiger bloodline has awakened fully, allowing me to suppress all celestial phenomena with but a single finger. As for my realm? Ahem, I would say I am at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena. He quickly added, do not be anxious. Once I absorb a sufficient amount of lunar essence, I shall break through to the initial stage of the next realm. Have you begun to grasp that one might employ demonic arts in a certain realm? No mistakes here, my friend. You've truly comprehended it. Ahem, Fat Tiger. Considering the bond we share, might you entrust me with the technique of transformation? As your master, I too possess a relentless ambition, constantly yearning to elevate my own realm. You firmly grasped the nape of Fat Tiger's neck, administering a Thai massage. Agreed. Fat Tiger did not decline. That night, you and Fat Tiger sat atop the highest edifice of the palace, diligently cultivating your skills and circulating your energy. With closed eyes and legs crossed, Fat Tiger resembled a serene white tiger, embodying pure bliss. As you commenced your cultivation practice, a sudden sharp pain surged through your body. You expel a mouthful of blood, aged 76 years, consumed by excruciating pain. You collapsed and awoke the following day, surrounded by a crowd. Pang, who rested at your bedside, while your 3 wives gazed at you with expressions of complexity. Your 3 children also bore peculiar looks. My dear husband, you must take care of your health. Chen Rui stepped forward to wipe the perspiration from your brow. I understand that you have always been a person of great determination, but it is unnecessary to push yourself to such extremes. How can one cultivate the powers of a demon? Ning Hongye wore a look of utter disbelief, while He Tsaiwei's face was alight with mirth. Since entering the room, her laughter had never ceased. Lin Zhan, do you intend to make me laugh myself to death and inherit my 50 years of celestial prowess? A well-meaning individual ought to absorb the essence of the moon. Your regimen is entirely amiss. It would indeed be a pity if you had perished. You find yourself at a loss for words. Despite possessing nearly 20,000 years of mastery, you are surprisingly fragile. Indeed, martial arts cannot be compared to the pursuit of immortality. You waved your hand dismissively, sending them all away, and sat on the bed, delivering a forceful kick to Fat Tiger. What nonsense are you spouting? How could you reveal everything so carelessly? Fat Tiger, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied. They insisted on asking, and you simply answered? Such a lack of modesty. How will you find a partner in the future? I genuinely worry for you. What decent person would ever take an interest in you? You uttered a couple of complaints, and after a mere 2 seconds, you succumb to slumber once more. The celestial energies within you are in disarray, and your injuries are grievous, rendering you incapable of rising from your bed for an entire month. By the 80th year, you have fully recuperated. Decades have elapsed. Yet none of those you dispatched to explore the seas and chart the maps have returned. Your spirits are somewhat dampened. In the centenary year, your wife, Qinrui, has passed away. Her talents were lacking, and she was unable to transcend to a higher realm. You have also failed to locate the corresponding elixir to extend your lifespan. You bid farewell to Qinrui and fell into silence for 3 days. In the 120th year, your wife, Ning Hongye, also departed, reaching the limits of her existence. In truth, surviving until now has been nothing short of a miracle. In the 131st year, your son, Lin Yang, passed away. Throughout his life, he never managed to transcend the realm of a master. He remained merely a prince. In the 132nd year, your eldest daughter, Lin Zhan, also left this world. In this realm, lacking strength leads to such an end. Inevitably, there comes a day when all paths converge to their conclusion. Only your wife, Ning Hongye, your daughter, Lin Ning, and a white tiger, who diligently pursues its cultivation, remain by your side. 56 years have elapsed. Although the plump tiger has accumulated a great deal of lunar essence and transformed a portion of its demonic energy, its strength has seen no substantial advancement, remaining at the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon. Cough, do not underestimate me, my master, the plump tiger said somewhat defensively. Though my cultivation speed is slow, my lifespan is considerable. This is indeed true. The lifespan at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena is a mere 1,000 years, yet the plump tiger boasts 5,000 years. Your life is becoming increasingly monotonous. In your moments of leisure, you engaged in cultivating crops, enhancing your abilities to an impressive 21,000 years. However, the time was brief, resulting in only modest progress. On the 135th year, Lin Ning suddenly approached you, exclaiming, "Father, I wish to leave this place. The prospects for cultivation here seem utterly bleak. I long to venture into the vast ocean." Her resolve was palpable. 90 years prior, you had dispatched individuals to explore the surrounding seas, yet not a single soul returned from those perilous journeys. The dangers were immense, indeed. "I shall accompany you." After a moment of contemplation, you replied, "Is that truly so?" Lin Ning's face radiated joy. "Wherever we go, I shall follow." At that moment, Hikaiwei appeared, having already shouldered her pack. It seemed these two had long been prepared for this adventure. In the 135th year, you relinquished all your status and achievements, leaving Pang Hu to continue his training in the Great Zhou, as you embarked on a journey with your wife and daughter, heading eastward, towards a season devoid of your presence. By the 137th year, you had completely departed from the continent, traversing hundreds of miles. Despite the tumultuous waves, the skilled hands of several captains steered you through safely. In the 138th year, your voyage continued untroubled, free from illness and misfortune. In the 140th year, you soar through the sky, enveloped by a thick veil of mist. In a moment of reverie, you catch a glimpse of a distant silhouette that resembles an island. You exclaimed loudly, "Hikaiwei," as Lin Ning flew to your side, gazing into the distance. "It seems to be." You issued the command, and the sailboat set forth towards the island. After 2 days, you drew significantly closer. 3 days later, the vessel approached the island with increasing proximity. Suddenly, a colossal wave, unprecedented in its ferocity, surged forth, shattering the sailboat and sweeping away numerous subordinates, who perished within the unforgiving waters. You, suspended in the air with your wife and daughter, unleash all celestial forces to resist the crashing waves. Boom. Amidst the boundless expanse of water, you behold a colossal eye, filling your entire field of vision, akin to the sun. The black eye gently blinks, and the sea freezes. The waves encased in ice. Everything before your eyes has come to a standstill. You are dead. Lin Zhan rubbed his eyes vigorously. Is this truly death? What kind of eyes are these? So absurd. Oh woo. Beside him, Fat Tiger stretched lazily, his soft paws slipping into his clothing. The bloodline of the Earth Tiger is indeed remarkable. It can even alter the color of its fur, giving Fat Tiger's head a light tap. Lin Zhan leaned back against the bed, redirecting his gaze to the simulator. This simulation has concluded. You have attained the pinnacle of celestial phenomena cultivation. A remarkable 21,000 years of mastery, complemented by a supreme dragon aura, the transformation technique, and a profound divination art concerning celestial and terrestrial moments, as well as the 8 trigrams analysis from the Kunlun demon sect. Will you inherit this? Yes. Lin Zhan gently pulled back the covers and thoughtfully tucked in Fat Tiger. He approached the chair by the bed step by step. With each stride, his aura intensified. After 2 steps, he had transformed into the peak of celestial phenomena with 2,100 years of power. 9 ethereal golden dragons swirled around him, exuding an overwhelming majesty that commanded respect over all. Seated upon the chair, Lin Zhan remained silent for an extended period before finally exhaling a deep sigh. The crisis had been averted, and once he eliminated Li Qingze, he could revel in 1,000 years of splendid existence. He could pursue whatever he desired. Clenching his fist tightly, he sneered. Yet, this was still insufficient. In a mere span of days, he had ascended from an ordinary mountain bandit to the foremost figure in the realm. Both his mindset and desires had become far from the initial purity. Having gleaned knowledge of higher realms of cultivation from Fat Tiger, how could he halt his progress? As the saying goes, a man has a face, a tree has bark, one feels restless when deprived of a meal. Lian and Qin Xian. I am fully prepared for what lies ahead. After careful contemplation, Lin Zhan resolved to select a single individual to manipulate this time. If he successfully orchestrated a scheme against them, it would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. Lian, the leader of the Kunlun demon sect, Zhu Qianlong. From 100,000 years past. Qin Xian, the mightiest of the Taoist sect, Li Tianran, from the same era. Their possession of resurrection means attests to their extraordinary nature. And then there is Fat Tiger. Had he managed to endure solitude during the last simulation and remained hidden within the Great Show, he might witness Fat Tiger ascend to even greater heights. Of course, I shall never forget you. Casting a glance at the last eye that appeared, Lin Zhan smiled. You are the greatest motivation propelling me forward. Let me set a modest goal first, to extinguish that eye. With resolve solidified, he felt a surge of tranquility, patted Fat Tiger's tail, and drifted into a blissful slumber. The following day, he continued to indulge, occasionally glancing at the celestial master monitoring him outside, the same old man from the simulation, gnawing on a chicken leg as if it were an endless feast. Come, join me in battle. Lin Zhan yawned, guiding a dozen maidservants beside him toward the battlefield. With his formidable strength, he could easily contend against hundreds or even thousands. With 21,000 years of power, does one think I am made of mere water? I am the strongest. Thus, my nature is as such. And it is no wonder I operated similarly in the simulation. As he closed the door, Lin Zhan chuckled. In the distance, the old Taoist, still munching on the chicken leg, appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth was this young man up to? In broad daylight, beneath the vast heavens. Engaging in such despicable deeds is simply intolerable. It is an eyesore, indeed. Discarding the chicken leg, the old priest suffered a severe blow. Climbing a tree, he gazed at the swaying house, sucking on his finger. Once this mission concludes, I shall marry and start a family. Little junior sister, you must await my return. After Lin Zhan entered, he never emerged again. As darkness enveloped the sky, akin to the hue of an Oreo, a dozen maidens limped away. The candles within the room were extinguished. Outside, the old priest took a sharp breath. Goodness, I truly wish to request a prescription from him. As midnight approached, Lin Zhan picked his nose, discreetly wiping it on Fat Tiger. Brother, you must hold back this time. I am determined to break through to the next realm, to behold the scenery beyond the mortal plane. After nurturing his emotions, Lin Zhan activated the simulator. On the first day, after a refreshing slumber, as dawn broke, you swiftly departed from Qian County with Fat Tiger, moving with such speed that no one noticed. Before leaving, you wiped your nose and smeared it on the old priest's chicken leg. There you go, consider it your ticket. Free viewing. And the protagonist even presents you with a gift. I am truly benevolent. A day later, you eliminated Li Qingze. After much contemplation, it seems prudent to start with Qin Xian. You ventured forth with determination, directly locating He Kuei in the Grand Summer. At this moment, she was still diligently practicing in the Taoist temple, leading a relatively tranquil life. In the dead of night, with Fat Tiger keeping watch, you stealthily approached He Saiwei's bedside. Just as you were about to awaken her, He Kuei suddenly jolted awake, exclaiming, Who are you? You took a step back, striking a dashing pose. Fear not, fair maiden, for I am still the same, Lin Zhan. Tonight, the stars twinkle brightly, and my heart brims with love for you. Though I am but a humble man, I find myself quite enamored with you, dear lady. Your words are rather peculiar, filled with meaningless chatter. He Saiwei's expression darkened as she swiftly placed her sword against your throat. You shook your head, a formidable force shattering the sword, and then remarked, I apologize, but I wish to bear a child with you. You disclosed the matter regarding Shiya, yet He Kuei was utterly incredulous, exclaiming, This is simply impossible. Absurd. How could such a preposterous event exist in this world? Gazing at your confident demeanor, coupled with the formidable power you exhibited, Hikaiwei fell into silence. Thus, she pondered. Are you suggesting that the only means for me to seek vengeance is to employ the disciple of the Taoist sect that I have birthed? You parted your lips, then let out a sigh. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Just come with me for now. You grasped Hikaiwei's wrist, leading her eastward. 2 days later, you arrived at the summit of a towering mountain. Lin Zhan, what exactly are you planning to do? Is it not simply to bear a child? There seems to be no necessity to do so here. Hikaiwei remarked, casting her gaze upon the ominous clouds gathering above, her expression somewhat peculiar. Look closely. You offered a gentle reminder, then gracefully settled cross-legged upon a stone, resting your chin upon your hands, gazing quietly at the sky above. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the heavens became adorned with a tapestry of lightning, as if the firmament itself had been rent asunder, revealing gaping, fierce openings. Hikaiwei found herself entranced by the spectacle. You placed your hand upon her shoulder, and a surge of celestial power coursed into Hikaiwei's being. Moments later, she emitted a peculiar moan, her cultivation instantaneously transcending to the pinnacle of celestial phenomena. Her heartbeat quickened relentlessly. Lin Zhan, how do you know of the celestial moments occurring here? The mysteries within Hikaiwei's heart multiplied exponentially. Gently, you drape your arm over his shoulder and declare, I have come from the future, where you are destined to be my wife. You spoke a fragment of truth, yet uttered countless falsehoods. Although Hikaiwei is already a 600-year-old spinster, her demeanor remains innocently naive. Your mere words rendered her cheeks aflame, as her hands fidgeted incessantly with the fabric of her dress. You fell silent. Stop pretending. Hikaiwei, my thoughts are quite simple. The words you left unspoken lingered in the air. The following day, you commenced your wandering through the grand summer with Hikaiwei by your side. You transformed into 2 valiant heroes, wielding swords in the realm of rivers and lakes, championing justice and righteousness, leaving behind your legends throughout the vast territories of the Great Xia. In the second year, Hikaiwei nestled beside you, accompanying you to the entrance of the Kunlun demon sect. Over the course of a year, she had completely fallen in love with you. After reaching this level of intimacy, a sense of comfort washed over you. Lin Zhan, can you truly manage this? Gazing at the countless towering and magnificent structures in the distance, Hikaiwei felt a surge of uncertainty within her heart. Do not inquire. The answer is simply that I will succeed. With a smile, you waved your hand, and a formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking fiercely into the heart of the mountain. All the celestial masters were roused from their slumber, hastening toward you, their brows furrowed in confusion. Who are you? Why do you seem so familiar? Inquired Chu Bushio, stepping forward with a face full of questions. You exhaled a breath, and with a resounding force of celestial power, Chu Bushio was severely wounded, rendered utterly defenseless. Subsequently, under Hikaiwei's astonished gaze, you unleashed your prowess, vanquishing all the celestial beings of the Kunlun demon sect and absorbing their formidable energies, significantly enhancing your own strength. Thereafter, you soared through the air, releasing an overwhelming torrent of celestial might, thereby obliterating the entire Kunlun demon sect. Once all was concluded, you approached Hikaiwei, stating, let us depart. The Kunlun demon sect has been annihilated, yet there remain other dark forces to confront. Hikaiwei stared at you in a daze, a trickle of drool escaping her lips as she murmured, Lin Zhan, you are truly formidable. You rubbed your eyes. Throughout this year, in an effort to win Hikaiwei's affection, you engaged in numerous enigmatic maneuvers, yet it hardly warranted such a transformation in her demeanor. Oh well, you embraced her waist and continued your endeavors. 5 days later, you concluded this bout of slaughter. After vanquishing all demonic factions, your celestial power accumulated to 26,000 years, exuding an unfathomable aura. In a quaint town, you purchased a modest courtyard, settling down there with Fat Tiger. Hikaiwei clung to you like an octopus. Lin Zhan, when shall we have children? Let us wait a bit longer, you replied, deciding to align the timing with Qin Shin's birth, opting to commence this new chapter when you approached 30. Very well, she responded, slightly disappointed as she hopped down and resumed her playful antics with Fat Tiger. What a childlike demeanor, you pondered, questioning whether it was your own abstraction or the world that had become peculiar. Gazing up at the sky, you found yourself at a loss for words. After settling in, you occasionally ventured out to absorb power. Most of your time was spent in the courtyard, indulging in wine and poetry, engaging in ranked matches with Hikaiwei. You endeavored to guide Fat Tiger in the cultivation of his skills. Yet he proved to be rather dim-witted, spending his days merely indulging in playful antics, devoid of any intellectual growth. It appears that awakening the tiger's bloodline is an impossible feat in the 10th year. Your accumulated mastery reached a staggering 30,000 years. Among the martial world, only a small faction of the Taoist sect remains among those who have achieved the pinnacle of celestial phenomena. By the 20th year, your existence became increasingly monotonous. In the 29th year, he calculated the time and grasped He Kaiwei's hand, saying, "Let us proceed. The moment has arrived." He Kaiwei, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Are we finally beginning? After 29 years of in-depth study of theoretical knowledge, we are about to put it into practice. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth." 3 days after the operation commenced, He Kaiwei discovered her pregnancy. Observing her exhilarated and animated demeanor, you wore a mysterious smile in the shadows, your eyes shimmering with fluctuating brilliance. In the 30th year, Fat Tiger awakened the bloodline of the Earth Tiger. "Ha! It's done. It's done. I, Lord Tiger, have succeeded." He laughed heartily. You struck him across the face and then entered the room, where He Kaiwei lay on the bed, fully prepared, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This was merely a matter of the next couple of days. As a master of celestial phenomena, giving birth posed no real danger. It was as simple as relieving oneself, devoid of pain, and even somewhat pleasurable, unless one were to suffer from constipation. You gently toy with He Kaiwei's hair, lost in contemplation. The following day, a resounding roar reverberates through the sky, heralding the dazzling arrival of your child. You cradled the child, casting a glance at the inevitability of fate. Once again, it was a boy. Bestow upon him a name. He Kaiwei snatched the child from your grasp, relentlessly nurturing his corporeal form with the power of celestial phenomena. The child. This was her own offspring. What a splendid moment it was. You pondered deeply, stroking your chin. Let us name him Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, this time. In pursuit of a higher realm, you are destined to harness the potential of a child. May he not harbor resentment towards you in the future. And may he be blessed with a bright destiny. He Kaiwei is filled with excitement. You embarked on a journey to Zhenidao, discreetly gathering and compiling all pertinent information regarding Li Tian Natural, ultimately departing without drawing any attention. Even within Zhenidao, there exists scant information about Li Tian Natural. For the past 30 years, your search has yielded little in the way of substantial findings. According to the sect's secret texts, Li Tian Natural entered Zhenidao at the tender age of 8, a mere ordinary child at the time. The initial 2 years were unremarkable, yet at the age of 10, he astonishingly revealed formidable martial arts talent, soaring to new heights. His practice involved the most fundamental internal skills of the Taoist tradition, common and unassuming. In the 32nd year, Lin Yuan matured, becoming lively, energetic, and endearing. By the 33rd year, Lin Yuan frequently frolicked with Pang Hu, their joy palpable. In the 34th year, Lin Yuan was merely 4 years old, and the night. You suddenly discover Lin Yuan seated cross-legged beside He Kaiwei, seemingly engrossed in meditation. You observe everything in silence, yet discern nothing. Lin Yuan possesses no trace of energy, and his physical condition remains unchanged. All is quite ordinary. According to the conjectures of the true Tao, upon his resurrection, Li Tianyin would retain a portion of his cultivation, character, and memories. Has he begun to awaken now? You find yourself pondering the moment when you once plotted against Ong Li, only to be outmaneuvered by him at the tender age of 4. The following morning, He Kaiwei personally undertakes the task of preparing breakfast for you all. At the dining table, Lin Yuan heartily consumes his meat porridge, occasionally spitting out remnants of rice for Fat Tiger, who eagerly catches them like a dog, clearly satisfied. With each spoonful of rice, Lin Yuan suddenly slammed his palm on the table and exclaimed, "Father, what on earth did you do to me last night? I can't shake off this peculiar sensation as if I've been spanked." You offered him a piece of pickled vegetable. Why do you harbor such an illusion? After breakfast, He Kaiwei took out a tree stump and began to tap and chisel away. This has become her new passion, wood carving. In the tranquil tea house nestled within the garden, you find solace in sipping tea and indulging in daydreams. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan frolics joyfully in the garden, creating a scene of perfect harmony. At your feet, the chubby tiger lies sprawled, deep in slumber. You give him a gentle nudge, exclaiming, "Foolish tiger, how can you possibly sleep at such a young age? Rise and devote yourself to your cultivation." This lazy creature is perpetually shirking responsibility, unless he diligently hones his skills to their utmost, awakening the full potential of his bloodline. He will never master the art of transformation. The plump tiger merely rolls over, ignoring your words. You are utterly at a loss, as there has been no progress on Lin Yuan's side. The divination methods of the Kunlun demon sect remain beyond your reach for cultivation. What course of action should you take next? You found yourself ensnared in prolonged confusion. In the 40th year, Lin Yuan had reached the age of 10. Yet he exhibited no remarkable qualities. At 10, he was robust in physique, spoke sparingly, and possessed a reserved disposition, embodying the essence of social anxiety. Perhaps due to his character, he had no peers of his age, save for a somewhat closer bond with Peng Hu. In the 45th year, Lin Yuan turned 15. The following day, while you were duo queuing with Yi Kaiwei, an exceedingly shrill scream pierced the air. It was the voice of Lin Yuan. You dressed hastily and rushed to the small courtyard next door, where Lin Yuan was clutching his head in agony, his eyes fixed intently on the starry sky above. Yi Kaiwei hurried over, offering him constant reassurances, while the celestial forces nourished his body relentlessly. With a sigh, you joined in to lend a hand. At the age of 15, Lin Yuan remains an ordinary individual, despite your efforts to guide him in his cultivation. However, Lin Yuan has proven unable to grasp any of the teachings, and now he has yet to attain even the most fundamental level of acquired realm. You find yourself filled with doubt, questioning whether something has gone awry. It seems that next time, it would be prudent to stage a performance that formally involves the members of the Taoist sect. After a while, Lin Yuan finally regained his composure and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. Yi Kaiwei escorted him back to his chamber, and you, disinterested in continuing your dual queue, returned to the tea room, where you resumed sipping tea and lost yourself in thought. The following day, an alarming incident unfolded. You searched every corner of your home, yet not a single trace of Lin Yuan could be found. This boy has vanished. Yi Kaiwei was taken aback, and together with you, they scoured the entire small town, the vast realm of Daxia, and even the entire world. But alas, you found nothing. You are residing in Bengbu. You have directly arrived at a forbidden realm. Slapping your hand upon Qin Wufeng's shoulder, startled from his meditation, Qin Wufeng exclaimed, "Who might you be?" Without allowing him a moment for contemplation, you inquired, "What is the true nature of Qin Xian?" Recognizing you, Qin Wufeng was taken aback, astonished at how you could possess knowledge of Qin Xian's affairs. "Esteemed scholar, what are you implying? I confess I do not grasp your meaning." You smiled, your garments billowing gracefully as 9 ethereal golden dragons emerged from your being, intertwining with the myriad forces of celestial phenomena, sweeping across the entire true path, subduing all in their wake. If you remain silent, I shall take the lives of everyone present. Furthermore, I shall sever your lineage of the true path that has endured for 100 millennia, ensuring that this world shall never again know a Taoist. Your words are resolute, your demeanor intense. Qin Wufeng finds himself firmly restrained by you for 30 seconds. Before hastily pleading, "Young hero, please cease your powers." His expression betrays a hint of helplessness as he utters, "Please, follow me." With a cold snort, you withdrew the celestial phenomenon. The two of you ventured deeper into the forbidden land, ultimately arriving at the banks of a small river. Qin Wufeng sat by the stream, gazing at you, and inquired, "How did you come to know all of this, recluse?" "I have been reborn." You briefly introduced the reincarnation premise you crafted, while also revealing your schemes against Qin Xian. Qin Wufeng appeared contemplative. "I see," he mused. "So the prophecies are indeed true." He could not help but exclaim, "What prophecies? Have you ever felt that you have missed out on something significant?" Qin Wufeng chuckled and remarked, "Aside from the prophecy concerning the revival of the Taoist from 90,000 years ago, there exists another prophecy, passed down through the generations for 90 millennia. Each Taoist master bequeaths it to their successor before their demise. Speak." At the tender age of 15, the carp leaps over the dragon gate, wandering through the central plains. The path of invincibility lies before him. You fixate on Qin Wufeng, discerning that he indeed speaks no falsehood. "Can you elucidate?" Qin Wufeng shakes his head. "This prophecy has been circulating since 100,000 years ago, passed down through countless generations to my time, having endured innumerable events, rendering it utterly incomprehensible. Reflect upon this passage and ponder the reasons behind the discrepancies in your calculations." The initial outcome yielded the birth of Qin Xian, while the subsequent result revealed my union with Yi Kaiwei. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Wufeng finally produced a crystal from his bosom, stating, "Esteemed practitioner, in truth, there exists no art of divination in this world. Our knowledge of these matters is solely reliant on this stone, which has been passed down for 100,000 years." You clasp the crystal stone, upon which is inscribed a line of text, "Father, Lin Zhan, Mother, Yi Kaiwei, born in the 450th year of Shang Tai." If this is the case, could it be that Shu Buxiu did not speak the truth? Might the prophecies of the Kunlun demon sect also be of a similar nature? Qin Wufeng discerned your contemplation. Indeed, the divination of the Kunlun demon sect follows the same pattern. How many diviners can there truly be in this world? Haha. It seems that the one who has obliterated the demon sect over the years is none other than yourself. Qin Wufeng gazed intently into your eyes, as if extracting deeper truths from them. It is I. You subtly moved your brows and then turned to depart. Qin Wufeng gazed at the crystal stone you had taken away, hesitating to speak. Never mind, never mind. After leaving the true path, you swiftly took action, forcefully unifying the three realms of the martial world, thereby establishing a new faction known as the Xuanxin sect. You dispatched a multitude of skilled individuals, scouring the entire realm for remnants of the Kunlun demon sect, leaving no stone unturned. All celestial masters were captured by you and forced into servitude. You entrusted everything to Qin Wufeng, and under the weight of numerous threats, he had no choice but to yield to you. In the 47th year, he Kaiwei found you, collapsing against your chest, weeping inconsolably. Lin Zhan, our child is gone. Our child has vanished and can never be retrieved. She resembled a small child, overwhelmed by profound sorrow. You gently patted her back, reassuring her, do not worry, I shall bring him back. After ushering your wife into the room, you summoned Qin Wufeng. The two of you sat beside the artificial hill in the courtyard, and you poured him a cup of tea. Is there still no outcome? You inquired. Qin Wufeng shook his head. Brother, you are truly ruthless. Back in those days, you eliminated all the high-ranking members of the demonic sect. Such precious information is beyond the reach of mere minions. He took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly, now, our only hope lies in fortune. With a stroke of luck, we might just uncover something valuable. You lift the teacup, a solemn expression on your face. At 15, the carp leaps over the dragon gate, wandering the central plains with an invincible path beneath your feet. But where is the central plains? Qin Wufeng shakes his head. Who knows? We reside on a vast island, surrounded by an ocean that stretches endlessly into the horizon. With a sudden grip, you shatter the teacup, your expression somewhat peculiar, at the age of 15. Lin Yuan is destined to enter Zhangzhou? The carp leaps over the dragon gate. Is it through the dragon gate that one ascends? You posed several questions in one breath. Qin Wufeng skillfully gathered the shattered pieces of the teacup from the ground, deftly reassembling them using the power of celestial phenomena. It is all possible. The 50th year. She remains utterly bereft of any news, her heart heavy with sorrow. Hikaiwei weeps incessantly, her eyes clouded with tears. No one can truly fathom the depths of her grief. Her adopted daughter, raised with love for a century, has been brutally slain, and her biological son has vanished without a trace. Despite searching through the vast expanse of the three kingdoms, she finds no sign of him. Her despair is overwhelming. You assisted Hikaiwei to a tea pavilion and poured her a cup of hot tea. I am sorry, you murmured, gazing at the tear stains on her face with a sigh. Hikaiwei grasped your hand, gradually tightening her grip. Lin Zhan, is this my destiny? Is my life to be a continuous suffering? Please, tell me, what does my future hold? You sit beside her and gently say, Kaiwei, you still have me. I shall always treat you well and remain by your side. You will not suffer. Embrace her and rest well. Nurture your body. I eagerly await the day of your recovery. For those formidable in the celestial realm, regaining sight is not a daunting task. It primarily hinges on one's mindset. Hikaiwei ceased her trembling, wiping the tears from her face. I am sorry, Lin Zhan. You smiled, that foolish one, uttering apologies. The child is gone, and you must feel the same sorrow as I do. Yet, throughout these years, I have scarcely considered your feelings. You have let go, and I shall find the strength to rise again. Be good. You gently tousled Hikaiwei's hair, while in a corner unseen by her, your expression gradually darkened. In the 51st year, Hikaiwei finally emerged from her shadows, returning to her former self, and together you led a simple yet blissful life. The following day, Qin Wufeng unexpectedly arrived with a group, exclaiming, Brother, we've found it. Are you somewhat taken aback by the news of Lin Yuan or the tidings regarding the Kunlun demon sect? Qin Wufeng retrieved a crystal stone from his sleeve, upon which a line of luminous characters flowed elegantly. You have extracted the crystal stone obtained from Zhini Dao and meticulously compared it with the records of father Li Qingze and daughter Qin Wan, both born in the year 435 of the Xingtai era, when Chu Buxiu perished at the hands of Lin Zhan. The handwriting is identical, and the content is remarkably similar, save for the final sentence. The specificity is striking. Poor Chu Buxiu. How intriguing indeed. You grasped the two crystalline stones with great intensity, your expression shifting repeatedly. Qin Wufeng. I must inquire, when did the True One acquire this item? What was its original context? Qin Wufeng replied with a light chuckle, My dear brother, the passage of time has rendered those details beyond my recollection. You too have smiled. If you cannot remember, I shall have to gather people to eradicate all Taoists. Qin Wufeng was taken aback. Ahem, my dear brother, you are aware that I am quite advanced in age. A bit of forgetfulness is quite natural. Qin Wufeng tapped his head. It seems this phenomenon emerged abruptly 90,000 years ago, at which time the Taoist master was engaged in literary discussions with the nun next door, and the sudden appearance of the crystal startled the master. As for the content back then, it appears to have been Father, Li Dashan, Mother, Wang Ernie, year 365 of the Ming Dynasty. Ahem. These few words have been passed down for quite some time, only changing 51 years ago. Upon hearing this, you approached Qin Wufeng and sighed deeply. Master Qin, I believe I have been exceedingly patient with you. Yet you persist in idleness, dragging your feet, and merely waiting for death. With one hand grasping his neck, a surge of potent celestial energy erupted forth, severing half of his body. Qin Wufeng's visage twisted in fury, yet he refrained from uttering a single sound. Truly, he was a man of fortitude. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the young man had already met his demise. It seems that next time, I must take decisive action against Lin. With a wry smile, you made your way towards the three great gates. 2 days later, you have single-handedly eradicated all the masters of the martial arts sects, resulting in an extraordinary enhancement of your abilities, which have now reached an astonishing for millennia. You have returned to the small town, leaving everything behind to continue a simple and ordinary life with Ye Kaiwei and Fat Tiger. In the 60th year, you are 75 years old, yet your appearance remains unchanged, brimming with youthful vitality. In the 76th year, the bloodline of the Earth Tiger within Fat Tiger has fully awakened. Commencing formal cultivation. Under your vigilant guidance, he consumes the essence of the moon daily, adhering to a strict regimen without a single day of respite. The Xianxin sect under your command has not ceased its endeavors, persistently searching for Lin Yuan's traces within the three kingdoms. In addition, you are continually nurturing prodigies. As there is currently no means to enhance your own strength, it is prudent to accumulate power diligently. After all, within your perception, power can be elevated without any limits. If 40,000 years are insufficient, then 100,000 years shall suffice. If 100,000 years fall short, then 1,000,000 years will do. You are ambitious. And in this lifetime, you are destined to achieve your desires. In the 70th year, everything remains as it was, yet Ye Kaiwei has reached the age of 700. Although her lifespan extends for another 300 years, it still pales in comparison to yours. Although you have not held a wedding, your relationship is more harmonious and sweet than that of any married couple, and your feelings for each other continue to deepen. What remains perplexing is why Ye Kaiwei consistently refuses to have children with you. You do not comprehend, yet you acquiesce. A century has passed, and still, there is not a whisper of news. A century and a half has elapsed, and Fat Tiger's progress in cultivation remains as languid as ever. At this moment, he still lingers at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, showing no signs of advancing to the next stage, which causes you to momentarily doubt whether this fellow is utterly inept. 2 centuries later, on the morrow, while you are entwined with Ye Kaiwei, you are suddenly startled by an exceedingly loud flatulence, prompting you to unsheathe your sword and survey your surroundings in bewilderment. You have arrived at the source of the sound, only to discover it is the corpulent tiger, who has just released a foul odor, having finally achieved a breakthrough. At this very moment, he has ascended to the realm of a first-tier demon or some beast. Master, I have succeeded. At long last, I have broken through. I am now a first tier. The tiger boasted, his form expanding severalfold. Standing tall, he reached an astonishing height of 50 meters. Causing you to gasp in disbelief, this is utterly preposterous for a mere first-tier entity. The tiger then diminished in size, swaying his white tail as he approached your side. Master, after breaking through to the first tier, not to mention other benefits, my lifespan has increased by 10,000 years. A lifespan of 10,000 years. Come, let us test our strength. You brought Pang Hu to the training grounds behind you. With the power of celestial phenomena at your fingertips, you charged forward. Pang Hu, with a dismissive glance, wiped his nose, resembling the armor of a winged eagle, and struck a rather abstract pose. Boom. You unleashed a fierce, half-hearted attack that struck him with tremendous force. With a sickening crunch, the head of the hefty tiger was utterly obliterated. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it swiftly regenerated. Not a trace of blood could be found on him, the ground, or the surroundings. Master, it seems you are not up to the task, the hefty tiger remarked, standing on his tiptoes with a grin. If you can't play, then don't. If you're lacking skill, practice more. The past is the past. Your complexion turned a ghastly shade as you unleashed your full power with unrestrained fury. Boom. The accumulated force of over 40,000 years of assault erupted, converging upon a singular point. You clearly observed a layer of white light manifesting upon Fat Tiger, intercepting all of your assaults. Immediately thereafter, he let out a sinister chuckle, and a far more formidable counterattack surged back towards you. You were struck with such force that you were propelled back several dozen meters, crashing into more than 10 buildings before finally coming to a halt. You were gravely injured. In a state of extreme distress, suddenly, the robust figure of Pang Hu approaches, extending a hand to unleash a gentle force that restores you to full health. You awaken from a hazy stupor, feeling utterly disoriented. Master, I declare with a hint of triumph, it is evident that I hold the upper hand. The jovial Fat Tiger burst into laughter. Is this truly the first realm? It is merely the beginning. Such a disparity is astonishing. I possess the celestial power accumulated over 4 millennia. Why is this so? Fat Tiger snaps his fingers, conjuring radiant beams of white light that coalesce into a protective barrier enveloping his form. Having reached the first realm, I am now cloaked in true light, rendering me impervious to harm from those beneath this level. Moreover, I possess the ability to reflect any assaults back to their source. In our initial encounter, I did not activate my protective light. My regenerative capabilities at this realm are formidable. To vanquish me, one must strike me down 81 times within a single day. Should they succeed even once less, I shall instantly regain my strength. Fat Tiger muses with a tinge of melancholy to us. Those beneath the first realm are but mere insects. You have fallen silent, seemingly bewildered by this enchanting creature. Very well. Wipe the blood from the corners of your mouth and rise to your feet. Is there anything else? Do I have a chance to transcend to the first realm? This is the most pressing question. The stout tiger shook his head, regarding you with an expression akin to that of a fool. My master. Did I not mention that only upon reaching the pinnacle of the first realm do I have the opportunity to acquire new techniques and memories? It is certainly not feasible at this moment. You delivered a vigorous kick to him, only to regain your composure shortly thereafter. How could this gluttonous mouth be so audacious? Pang Hu appeared utterly innocent, claiming, I have merely followed your example. After 3 centuries, your power had seen a slight enhancement. Yet it no longer held any significance for you. Pang Hu remained a mere wastrel, having failed to advance even a single realm in 100 years. Still languishing in the initial stage of the first realm, Hikaiwei, visibly aged, bore the marks of time more than ever. You can distinctly perceive a layer of decay enveloping her. She is nearing the end of her journey. You treated her with utmost kindness, employing every conceivable means to win her affection, yet Hikaiwei remained unable to find joy. On a particularly frigid night, 350 years later, Hikaiwei finally closed her eyes for good. Though celestial bodies may endure for millennia, she was not granted the fortune to live out her days in peace. The final decade of her life was spent in relentless torment, filled with regret. She lamented why she had not recognized the worth of Anxia and why she had failed to see the potential in Lin Yuan. In her last moments, Hikaiwei could not relinquish her burdens. The semblance of tranquility she had feigned for centuries was merely a guise to alleviate Lin Zhan's worries. She was, indeed, a person who clung stubbornly to her thoughts, unable to extricate herself from them. Lin Zhan, I have countless regrets in this life. Yet my greatest sorrow is that I did not meet you sooner. Being with you has been my utmost fortune. Lin Zhan, if you were ever to be reborn, do not seek me again. I, alas, am unworthy of you. Having uttered the words she had harbored for centuries, Hikaiwei finally closed her eyes completely. As you cradled her increasingly cold body, tears trickled from the corners of your eyes. Hikaiwei, I have never regretted encountering you. Meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life, Lin Zhan. With a heart burdened by complexity, how shall one lay Hikaiwei to rest? You sit before the grave of Hikaiwei, mourning her for 3 decades. In the 4th century, you departed from the small town, resolved to traverse the world and dispel the turmoil within your heart. In the 5th century, after a century of wandering, you returned to Kaiyuan County, accompanied by Fat Tiger, to the estate once arranged for you by the Qingxi gang. Master, I sense the presence of a demon. A demon. You paused in your steps. Can you defeat him? Fat Tiger remained silent, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. If I were stronger than him, I would undoubtedly prevail. Useless tiger. You quietly retreat, for life is long. Some matters are best left behind. Fat Tiger stroked his tail and followed your lead. Master, this is a tactical withdrawal. It is not a matter of shame. He chuckled. Just wait 10,000 years, and we shall emerge invincible, crushing our foes. Fat Tiger, brimming with pride, added, silence is a virtue. You have traversed the world, and just as you take your second step, a broken sword hurtles through the air, embedding itself firmly in the tiles before you. Do you think you can come and go as you please? as if this were a brothel? A teasing voice resonates, prompting you to turn. Before you stands an exceptionally handsome young man emerging from the manor, his back adorned with a sword. His hair is tied with a blade of grass, and a sparse stubble graces his chin, complemented by a proud and playful smile. You cast a glance at Fat Tiger, questioning, "Did you not claim to be a monster? How is it that you appear as a mere mortal?" Fat Tiger innocently blinked, replying, "Who could possibly know?" You composed yourself and, with a gesture of respect towards the young man, bid farewell. "The mountains are high and the roads are long. Let us part ways here. My friend, I hope you take care." With that, you dashed away, unleashing the formidable power of celestial phenomena accumulated over 40,000 years as the wind swirled around you, propelling you forward. "Wait for me. I haven't boarded yet." Fat Tiger flashed an apologetic smile at the young man before hastily pursuing you, exclaiming, "Let me get on." The young man, with a hand on his forehead, smiled faintly, reminiscent of a general. "How amusing," he mused. In a blink, he vanished from his spot, only to reappear directly before you, an enigmatic aura of peculiar white mist swirling around him as he gently obstructed your path. "Young one, why not step in for a cup of tea?" You bowed respectfully, acknowledging the elder's grace. "I dare not decline your kindness." With a smile, you invited the young man to proceed. Taken aback by the rapid change in your expression, the youth was momentarily astonished, but soon grinned as he accompanied you back to the manor. As they arrived, the portly tiger, recognizing the situation, reluctantly followed suit. Within the tea room, the young man poured 2 cups of wine, saying, "Do taste it. I have brewed this for 3,000 years. Before he could finish his sentence, the impatient tiger took a sip, immediately sensing the profound benefits this elixir would bestow upon his cultivation. However, upon tasting it, the tiger's expression shifted dramatically. He quietly turned away, expelling a curled, supple strand of black fur. "I have brewed this tiger whip wine for 3,000 years, the young man chuckled, taking a delicate sip himself. You, ensuring no trace of black fur remained, lifted your cup and drank. "It feels rather invigorating, my comrade." You gaze upon the stout tiger, where silence embodies a virtue. In this contemporary era, the stout tiger possesses the wisdom to govern the world with its moral integrity. Do the elders possess such insight? After a moment of contemplation, you resolve to voice your inquiry. However, the young man gestured to halt your words, stating with a serene demeanor, "Today, we shall speak not of the past nor the future, but solely indulge in this libation." His expression was intricate, imbued with a sense of untold tales. As he spoke, he withdrew 1,000 jars of aged wine from the ring on his finger, declaring, "Drink up. This is a cherished vintage I have preserved for 3 millennia. As for that white tiger, you need not partake." The young man lifted the wine vessel and took a deep swig. You uncork 1 jar, and it is once again the tiger whip wine. Subsequently, you open 10 more jars, and without exception, they all contain the same tiger whip wine. It seems that today, the stout tiger is destined to become a paragon of virtue. You and the youth are drinking cup after cup, their hearts brimming with tales, while their eyes occasionally betray a glimpse of sorrow and anguish. Are you not the same? Sipping cup after cup of tiger whip liquor, you become increasingly fervent, solidified in your resolve. As time slips away, second by second, the hefty tiger lies upon the ground, burdened by heavy thoughts. You, in the company of youthful companions, indulge in libations as darkness descends. 1,000 jars of tiger whip liquor have been consumed by your revelry. Around you, numerous large holes, each the size of a fist, have inexplicably appeared. It is truly perplexing to comprehend who could possess such a lack of decency to create such disorder. The youth indulged in copious amounts of drink, yet remains entirely unaffected by intoxication. You are, however, somewhat elevated. These spirits are beneficial even for a creature as formidable as the fat tiger, as they harbor a considerable amount of energy. For a mere mortal like yourself, they are undeniably overwhelming. You are engulfed in a feverish heat, your consciousness fading into obscurity. Stay calm. The youth extends a finger, and a beam of light materializes before you, surging into your very being. You awaken instantly. Commence your cultivation with the materials I provided, and swiftly refine all the medicinal properties, the young man remarked, gesturing dismissively. Suddenly, a profound technique emerged in your mind, known as the method of self-realization in heaven and earth. Through diligent practice, aided by the potency of medicinal forces, your physique undergoes a remarkable transformation. Unbeknownst to you, the celestial energy within you gradually dissipates, morphing into powerful gaseous forms that circulate within your being. With each cycle of their wandering, subtle yet significant changes manifest around you. As you delve deeply into your contemplative practice, You find yourself gradually immersed in its essence, unable to extricate yourself. When dawn breaks the following day, you awaken to find the young man has vanished, leaving behind a letter and a ring on the table. In this moment, clarity envelopes you, and you comprehend everything. Undoubtedly, you have encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Sensing the unique power coursing through your being, a thought ignites within you, and a veil of white light suddenly radiates from your core, enveloping your entire form. The protective radiance of true light confirms it. You have indeed reached the initial stage of your cultivation. According to the teachings of the natural way, you stand now as a practitioner of the first realm, with your lifespan extended by a millennium. Through diligent cultivation, you may ascend to the pinnacle of the second realm. Indeed, a practitioner, also known as a cultivator, is distinct from those who merely refine qi or establish a foundation. In this realm, cultivators harness the power of truth. The energy within you is the essence of true force. By wielding this true force in conjunction with authentic techniques, you can unleash formidable attacks. Master, you have endured through the night, remarks Pang Hu, approaching you with a garment to drape over your shoulders. You gazed at the multitude of black holes surrounding you, your expression somewhat peculiar. Shaking your head vigorously, you picked up the ring and unfolded the letter. Lin Zhan, the path of cultivation is governed by destiny. I look forward to the moment I hear your name in Zhangzhou. I have already created a true bone within you, ensuring a worry-free future. I wish you smooth sailing. I leave you a storage ring. Do not dwell on it. You are bewildered, father? How has such an odd storyline emerged once more? Am I not a mere beggar? You fell into a moment of silence, yet the prevailing sentiment was one of exhilaration. How to articulate this? Suddenly, an unexpected father figure emerged, offering his unwavering support. This, without doubt, can be regarded as fortuitous news. In these times, having a father to lean on is indeed a significant blessing. One ought to feel content, my friend. The essence of true bone is the foundation of a cultivator's journey, akin to a spiritual root. It encapsulates the very core of all genuine power. True bone is also categorized into 9 grades, with higher levels facilitating swifter progress in one's cultivation. Presently, my true bone is only of the 1st grade, leaving me to ponder how that unfamiliar father could dare utter the phrase of future without worries. By his reckoning, it seems I initially possessed no true bone at all. A wave of suspicion washed over you regarding Pang Hu. Did that individual even disclose his name to you? Pang Hu, his face etched with confusion, quietly remarked. He said his name is Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Is that not the name of his eldest son? Everything has become so chaotic, utterly bewildering. You pick up the ring and channel a surge of genuine energy. Soon, a storage space materializes before you, measuring 100 cubic meters, impeccably clean, devoid of even a single stray hair. The corners of your mouth twitch. This old fellow is indeed quite straightforward. Fat Tiger. You suddenly turned to Fat Tiger and remarked. Upon closer reflection, it has been 3 centuries since you transcended a realm, yet how is it that you have made no progress whatsoever? You are eager and ready, come. Let us put it to the test. You erupted into hearty laughter, and then, with reckless abandon, unleashed a flurry of ferocious strikes. In mere moments, your relentless onslaught shattered the protective aura surrounding the corpulent foe. With a final, resounding punch, you sent him soaring through the air, exhilaration coursing through your veins. In the 1st realm, the derived protective light could resurrect you 81 times in an instant. Even a formidable opponent of the same realm would need to vanquish you 81 times to truly eliminate you. The only limitation was a time frame of 1 day. As soon as the next day dawned, the count would reset. If you ponder deeply, you will realize that the reason I have surpassed my previous limitations and outperformed Fat Tiger primarily lies in the potent Tiger Whip wine. The medicinal properties encapsulated within it have significantly elevated my cultivation to the very brink of the initial stage. Furthermore, the nature of the self-transformation of heaven and earth leans towards combat and slaughter, greatly enhancing my offensive capabilities. As you gradually analyze the current situation, an unbidden sense of anticipation for the future fills your heart. Upon returning to the estate, you find yourself momentarily taken aback. The circumstances laid before you are utterly absurd. Cultivators strive to harness the essence of true energy, a force that cannot be mastered merely through technique. It necessitates the absorption of the natural energies of the world, which must then be meticulously transformed into true power. Furthermore, the consumption of various celestial treasures can enhance one's cultivation. However, in this place, not a trace of earthly energy exists, rendering your efforts to cultivate futile. Once your true energy is exhausted, you may meditate and circulate your internal energy to restore it. Yet this does not facilitate further self-improvement, rendering it rather pointless. as the year draws to a close in the 501st year. You have found no treasures imbued with the essence of the world. To elevate your strength, you must venture to other realms that possess such energies. A change of scenery is imperative, yet one must acknowledge the peril that accompanies such transitions. After much deliberation, you resolve to take a gamble. At the very least, to carve a path for future simulations in the year 503. You sat in silence before the grave of Ikaiwei for an entire night. The following day, as you prepared to depart and change maps, Fat Tiger chose to remain behind. "Master," he said, "I still have over 14,000 years of life ahead of me. If there is any danger to face, you may go alone. We are brothers, and there is no need for you to risk my life as well." You embark on a small vessel, this time charting a course westward. Along the journey, you occasionally take out the Demon Transformation Sutra to study it intently. Demons can enhance their cultivation by consuming the essence of the moon. Why is it that humans cannot? In your endeavors, could you perhaps merge the art of transformation with the essence of the universe? In the 510th year, you journeyed westward for 7 years. And upon the vast expanse of the sea, naught but water met your gaze. By the 520th year, on this very day, as you sailed, an extraordinary energy suddenly enveloped you. Indeed, it was the power of the cosmos. You greedily absorbed several mouthfuls, transforming them into genuine power that elevated your cultivation within. As you survey your surroundings, you unexpectedly discover a distant island. Indeed, the map transition has proven successful this time. You excitedly rushed forward, stepping onto the island. After a brief exploration, you discovered that there were no other cultivators or supernatural beings within a radius of thousands of miles. You sighed in relief, casually finding a place to diligently cultivate for the 525th year. Day and night, you tirelessly refined the forces of heaven and earth, achieving a breakthrough into a new minor realm, stepping into the mid-stage of the first realm. Just as you attain this breakthrough, four figures swiftly surround you. As you survey your surroundings, you realize they are all practitioners of the mystical arts. One of them, a woman wielding a long whip, steps forward and addresses you. "Esteemed practitioner, this place is our sacred ground for cultivation. You entered silently and have taken advantage of our formation for your own training. Is this not inappropriate?" Captivated by her celestial beauty, you feel an inexplicable urge to submit to her whims. Clearing your throat, you respond, "Apologies, esteemed ones, for my unintentional intrusion. I beg your forgiveness." With a smile, you offered your sincere apologies. There were 4 individuals present, among whom one was at the initial stage of the first realm. 2 were at the mid-stage, and the last, whose cultivation was inscrutable, undoubtedly surpassed your own. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. The young man, whose cultivation remained unfathomable, approached with a genial expression and said, "Esteemed friend, this heavenly spirit gathering array has been established through the joint investment of the 4 of us. You may cultivate here if you wish, provided that you contribute a modest remuneration." As you were about to speak, the young man gestured towards your storage ring, proclaiming, "If you merely relinquish your storage ring, this place shall become your abode." Your complexion has changed slightly. The situation seems rather dire. Just as you were about to speak, the 4 individuals suddenly launched their assault, a flurry of attacks arriving in rapid succession. You too are filled with rage. What is battle if not a test of strength? I have never cowered before anyone. With this thought, a cold smirk crosses your face as you turn to flee. The world is vast, yet my life is paramount. I still possess over 1,400 years of vitality. I cannot squander it here. Alas, it is too late. The 4 have already formed a formidable encirclement, and your escape is thwarted. Boom. You were struck in the chest by 2 mid-stage practitioners, sent flying and landed heavily beside a cave. The 4 assailants unleashed their full power, and in the blink of an eye, you were slain 10 times. "Continue the slaughter," they commanded, showing no mercy. A group of nefarious individuals, they deprived you of even a moment to speak. Boom. Before you realized it, you had been killed 80 times, leaving you with but a single life. A young man approached, a smirk playing on his lips. What a fortunate opportunity, my friend, to possess a storage ring at such a mere stage. He seized your neck, his grip tightening. Yet soon, this fortune shall belong to me. Suddenly, a whip flew forth, ensnaring the young man's neck, and with a swift tug, thud, his head fell to the ground. You stepped back, astonished by the unfolding scene. The other 3 had already closed in on the young man, offering him no chance to resist as they mercilessly attacked him. Thus, the young man perished time and again. In mere seconds, all 81 of his lives were extinguished. Their speed in killing was astonishing. You had no opportunity to escape. These 3 were exceedingly skilled. They approached you silently. "Now that this waste is gone, our lives will be much improved. The adversary was a late-stage practitioner, posing a significant threat to them. It was best to eliminate you while the opportunity arose. Brother, what shall we do with him? The woman wielding the whip inquired, glancing expectantly at the man in black. Both she and the man were mid-stage practitioners, while the remaining youth appeared to be at the early stage, possessing little authority in the matter. Sister, since you take a liking to him, you may dispose of him as you wish. Remember, he must be killed before today ends. Otherwise, the variables could become too numerous. The man in black said with a smile. Then he drew a sword that pierced your heart, swiftly diminishing your strength to nearly nothing. You collapsed weakly onto the ground. Paralyzed by fear, utterly incapable of movement, the man in black seized your storage ring effortlessly, erasing your mark with a mere flick of his wrist and replacing it with his own true energy. Humph! What a pathetic creature! He scoffed, his expression shifting as he gazed at the now empty storage ring. In this day and age, the path of cultivation has become increasingly arduous. With that, he departed silently. The woman, retracting her long whip, removed her outer garment and draped it over you, saying, "My dear sir, encountering you has been an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Your complexion is ashen." My lady, you had yet to finish your words when consciousness slipped away from you. Upon awakening, you find yourself reclining in bed, devoid of your undergarments. Furthermore, your body is in an exceedingly frail state, stripped of any semblance of cultivation. The true energy within you has all but vanished, leaving only remnants of celestial power. My young sir, despite your tender years, your physique leaves much to be desired. A beguiling voice emerges as a woman fastens the final button of her attire and settles beside you. To serve as my Hubih's furnace, you shall have no regrets in death. Hubih raises an eyebrow and retrieves a long whip. With a deft flick, she ensnares your head, inquiring, "Do you have any final words?" Your expression flickers. "Flower maiden, I am on the brink of death. Before I depart from this world, may I have one last glimpse of my ring?" You implore, yet the cold laughter of the white lily replies, "No, what if you tampered with the ring? I certainly do not wish to perish at your hands." You fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Fair maiden, are there any other blessed lands in this vicinity? If I were to be reborn, I would wish to seek a different place for my cultivation." The flower maiden chuckled softly. "Dear brother, is this not an exquisite place? To speak candidly, this has never been a blessed land orchestrated by the four of us. Rather, it is an unclaimed sanctuary where we sought refuge." She continued, "Judging by the traces around, it has been at least a millennium since anyone last set foot here. You are the very first to enter this sacred domain. There are no formations to gather the essence of heaven and earth. It is merely the natural convergence of the celestial energies that this blessed land offers." "I understand." You continue to struggle. "Flower maiden, I truly long to behold my ring once more, for it is the last remnant my father bequeathed to me." You beseech earnestly, observing that I am now devoid of any cultivation, posing no threat to you whatsoever. In the midst of your discourse, you unsparingly extract your own eyes and sever your hands and feet. "Fair maiden, I implore you, let kindness prevail. I beseech you, place it upon me, and nothing more." You can no longer endure. An unprecedented sense of weakness washes over you. The world before you has plunged into complete darkness. Time seems to stretch indefinitely, and you feel a sudden chill in the palms of your hands. "Who bestowed upon me the innate beauty of 100 lilies? I, for one, cannot bear to witness others pleading before me." You grasp the storage ring. You have departed from this world upon your bed. Lin Zhan continues to strike the head of the chubby tiger. "Invincible, truly astonishing. My dear brother, you have endured so much hardship. I never anticipated that the version of myself within the simulator could achieve such heights. The sacrifices have been immense. This simulation has concluded, and I have obtained a first-grade true bone, mid-stage cultivation of the self of heaven and earth technique, a storage ring, and the celestial and terrestrial moments for the next 500 years, along with 2 spirit-gathering stones. Shall I inherit?" Lin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, the bounty this time was indeed overwhelming. "I choose to inherit." The instant this thought arose, a surge of genuine energy flooded his being, circulating in accordance with the trajectory of the self of heaven and earth technique, performing one cycle after another. Lin Zhan felt an exhilarating rush. He was undeniably powerful. Alas, the application of genuine energy within the self of heaven and earth technique is rather limited. Most offensive maneuvers are rudimentary, merely enveloping the physical form to augment strength. Devoid of the spells he had envisioned, Lin Zhan extended his hand, and a ring gradually materialized. It was indeed the storage ring bestowed upon him by Lin Yuan in the simulation. Within the ring were also two crystals. Remarkable, simply extraordinary. These crystals represented the prophecy of the Kunlun demon sect, a legacy spanning 90,000 years. Relevant inscriptions adorned their surfaces. Spirit-gathering stone, what significance might this name hold? Lin Zhan scrutinized it from every angle, yet discerned nothing. The most astonishing fact was that I could extract items from the simulation that were identical to those in reality. The law of conservation of mass, Murphy's law, the Pythagorean theorem, the parabolic law, do Einstein, Medusa, and Thanos no longer exist? Lin Zhan found himself utterly bewildered. The year 450 of the Shang Tai era. The year 435 of the Shang Tai era. Lin, let me see your true colors next time. Lin Zhan patted the chubby tiger's head and chuckled coldly. After many chapters, I shall ensure your utter defeat this time. I will extract every last ounce from you. And that flower lily, using me as a furnace. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, do not underestimate the elderly, for you shall all reap the consequences. After uttering these words with fervor, Lin Zhan continued to embrace the chubby tiger and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, attended by a multitude of maidservants, Lin Zhan donned his garments and completed his morning rituals. During breakfast, he sensed the familiar scrutiny from outside. It was still that old Taoist, gnawing on a chicken leg. At this moment, Lin Zhan was entirely indifferent. With his mid-stage cultivation, he could traverse this island with ease. The true path of the Kunlun demon sect was nothing but trifling. He would eat, he would drink, let the music play on, and let the dance commence. He indulged himself completely. After a hearty meal, Lin Zhan cradled Fat Tiger in his arms and strolled out of the manor, meandering through the streets. Qiwan County was but a small town, unremarkable in every aspect, devoid of any distinctive features. After a brief exploration, he lost interest and returned to the manor. Lin Zhan continued to revel in his contentment. One must rise to the occasion. If one cannot stand tall, what worth do they have? After enduring a grueling battle, Lin Zhan lay back on his bed with a sense of calm, the hour already deep into the night. To obliterate a mere first realm, one must be slain 81 times. How daunting it is to imagine the formidable opponents he would face. Pulling the blanket snugly around him, Lin Zhan felt a wave of reflection wash over him. The future is boundless, and he too must strive for limitless progress. At this moment, he was acutely aware that he had become ensnared in a cycle of simulations. His mental state had been profoundly influenced by the myriad of complex memories filled with relentless training and combat, which were nearly impossible to disregard. After all, he had once been an ordinary person. To gain something, one must sacrifice something else. If this is the price of becoming stronger, he willingly accepted it. Whether as the mundane security guard Lin Zhan of his past life or the mountain bandit Lin Zhan in this world, he had never been content with mediocrity. He sought sufficient strength for self-preservation and enjoyment. This was the ultimate goal he relentlessly pursued. Yet, there would always be higher peaks to scale. Achieving true invincibility was no simple feat. At the stroke of midnight, Lin Zhan resolutely initiated the next simulation. On the first day, as you confidently stepped out of Qiwan County, an elderly Taoist enjoying a chicken leg halted you, asking, "Little one, where are you headed?" With a single punch, you rendered him unconscious, subsequently smearing his face with nasal mucus. Humph, you perverted voyeur. The likelihood of ever experiencing the essence of my being is akin to having feasted on the delights of a fast food joint for 8 lifetimes. You blew your nose? And with a vigorous motion, you flung the tissue onto him, a torrent of energy surging through you as you soared into the air. Before dawn's light had graced the sky, you arrived at the majestic gate of the True Path Mountain, unnoticed by any soul. You have directly arrived at a sacred domain. Standing before Qin Wufeng, who is immersed in his cultivation, clad in a Taoist robe, utterly absorbed in his practice and unable to extricate himself. With a swift motion, you sent him flying with a slap. Awaken. Qin Wufeng stared at you in bewilderment. You're Lin Zhan. He clutched the swollen side of his face. At a loss for words, you retrieved a focus stone from your storage ring, demanding, "Hand over what you have here." Qin Wufeng's eyes widened in astonishment. How could you possibly possess such an item? You lifted him up. I advise you to act swiftly, or else I shall unleash chaos upon the entire realm of truth. A torrent of genuine energy flowed from your right hand, leaving Qin Wufeng trembling with fear. Although he was unaware of your precise realm, he could certainly sense your formidable power. Wait a moment. Qin Wufeng quickly yielded, hastening towards the innermost sanctum of the forbidden area. In this vast world, the Taoist lineage held the greatest significance. A minute later, Qin Wufeng returned, utterly bewildered. He produced an identical spirit stone and, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How can this be?" It defies all logic. Placing the two concentration stones together is truly remarkable. They fit together seamlessly. The two identical concentration stones do not exhibit any unique chemical reaction, continuing to radiate their brilliance as always, illuminating the inscription that reads, Lin Zhan. Can you elaborate? Qin Wufeng inquires with an expression of eager curiosity. I cannot, comes the response. You cast a piercing glance at him before turning to stride towards the Kunlun demon sect. Here, you adeptly acquired another fragment of focus from Chubuxiu. Despite possessing 4 fragments of focus, the intricacies of the situation eluded your comprehension. After making the necessary arrangements, you accompanied Fat Tiger to the Great Xia, specifically to Jinhua Prefecture, Linan County, Ziyun City. This time, it was Lian's turn. My dear little brother, I am curious to witness the extent of your capabilities. The leader of the demon sect has returned? Let us proceed. You secretly wield control over all factions within Ziyun City. You watched as Li Chengze gradually grew up, marrying and starting a family. On the 15th year, Lian was born, and you swiftly took him away, bringing him to your side. As for Li Chengze, after bestowing upon him several properties, he joyfully returned to father more children. While children are indeed precious, future offspring hold even greater significance, especially considering Wei Junjie. Day by day, Lian matured under your guidance, affectionately calling you dad with great warmth. You feel an odd sensation, a sinister chuckle echoes within you. Is this what it means to acknowledge a thief as one's own? You revel in this experience. In the 19th year, Ong Li was but 4 years old. You remain perpetually vigilant, fixating your gaze upon the other, leaving no detail unnoticed. In March of the 19th year, while engaged in the humble act of relieving himself amidst the mud, Lian unexpectedly slipped to the ground. A fleeting expression of intricate emotions flickered in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and resumed his task of constructing the house. You have long since discovered everything and arrived behind him, my dear son. Are you facing difficulties? Ong Li remained silent, persistently continuing to build the house, displaying his stubbornness. You smiled. My son, life is extensive, and the journey is long. Come, let us have a heartfelt conversation, just the two of us, a father-son dialogue. Silence is golden. Ong Li is truly a genius. Please do not remain silent. As if you were a mute. With a playful smile, you extended a strand of genuine energy, enveloping his form. My dear, surely you do not wish to perish at my hands. Lian, taken aback, inquired, who are you truly? Is there any significance to this? It seemed you had foreseen my very existence and orchestrated your designs in advance. Before Lian could finish his thought, a shard of concentrated energy fell to the ground. You gazed at him with a cheerful demeanor. I could not have anticipated all of this. Observe how clearly it is inscribed. Lian fell into silence. After being restrained by the stone of concentration for 30 seconds, he turned to you and asked, what is it that you truly seek? Perhaps we could collaborate. You tucked away the focus stone and seated yourself upon a nearby stone, inquiring, what is your purpose? I yearn to advance further. To acquire your cultivation techniques and seize all the opportunities you possess. You spoke candidly, acknowledging that this remains a mere trial. You have already discerned Qin Xian's true caliber. What of Lian? Lian did not anticipate your forthrightness. He regarded you with a cold gaze, asserting, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. My strength surpasses yours, thus I intend to indulge without paying. You sense the formidable power of Ong Li's transcendental realm and chuckle softly, saying, then you might as well kill me directly, even if this resurrection is squandered. I shall not yield an inch. This resurrection? The situation becomes increasingly evident. Firstly, Ong Li possesses the memories of his past life. Secondly, he is capable of further resurrection. Upon perceiving your murderous intent, Ong Li's expression shifts subtly, and he finally sighs. I am unsure how you have cultivated to the mid-stage of your realm in such an environment, but true essence is immutable. Your first-grade true essence cannot possibly sustain your ascension to the utmost pinnacle. Even if you were to devote the remaining 1900 years to cultivation, you would still be unable to break through to the third realm. Ong Li chuckles softly. Therefore, I advise you to embrace death and cultivate this resolve instead. You nonchalantly remarked, this is no concern of yours. I merely seek the true method that will elevate me to a higher realm. The path of self-cultivation through the laws of heaven and earth can only lead to the perfection of the second realm, yet your potential extends far beyond that. Lian gazed at you intently. Very well, I can offer you a true method, one that can guide you to the perfection of the ninth realm. What will you offer in exchange? Exchange? You withdraw the truth and inquire, what do you desire? From this moment forth, you shall guard my path for 11 years. And after that, I shall depart from this place. During this interval, I shall diligently guide your cultivation. How does that sound? 11 years? Is that when he turns 15? You recall the last time Lin Yuan abruptly vanished. And it seems this juncture is indeed intriguing. Agreed. But how can I ascertain that the truth you offer is devoid of hidden malice? I am rather cautious about my life. Lin shook his head. I never deceive. Let us do this. We can establish a destiny pact, witnessed by the forces of heaven and earth. Should anyone violate the agreement, they shall face divine retribution, their souls scattered. The destiny pact? You possess some recollection of this concept. There are a few descriptions in the self-law of heaven and earth, and its binding force is formidable, a valuable asset. No problem. Let us proceed. We shall sign the pact at once. Lin brushed off the dirt from his attire and gazed into the distance. Naturally, signing the destiny pact must occur in a realm imbued with the forces of heaven and earth. Very well. In the 19th year, you departed the island with Lin, setting your sights on the nearest blessed land. This time, your course was northward. Aboard the vessel, Lin continuously shared with you various survival tactics and cultivation techniques. As you observed the scenery receding around you, his expression grew increasingly complex. Though you may not comprehend the motives behind their actions, you find joy in learning. In the 20th year, you journeyed northward and ultimately arrived at an island by year's end. This place is considerably smaller than the realm of Great Xia, yet it brims with the vigor of nature. Lin took a deep breath, his expression filled with nostalgia. After 100,000 years, how the world has changed. 100,000 years? You squinted your eyes, remaining silent. Let us begin, Lin said, extending his hand to gather a substantial amount of the primordial energy of heaven and earth, which subsequently coalesced into a white crystal that he crushed with a firm grasp. The crystal shattered into fragments. Coalescing into a line of text, Lin Bai pledged to provide Lin Zhan with a method of cultivation that would lead to the perfection of the ninth realm, devoid of any adverse effects. In return, Lin Zhan vowed to protect Lin Bai for a decade, dedicating himself to ensuring Lin Bai's safety during that period. Lin Bai would wholeheartedly assist and guide Lin Zhan in his cultivation. This encapsulated the entirety of the contract. All the words were forged from the primordial energy, which serves as the foundation of all existence and wields immense binding power over all cultivators. Is Lin Bai your true name? Lin Zhan inquired suddenly, feeling an oddity about the name. Indeed, Lin Bai replied, extending his hand once more to leave his true energy imprint upon the contract. You too placed your mark. And as all the text vanished, you experienced a peculiar sense of oppression, as if being scrutinized by a formidable presence. Here you go. With the contract finalized, Lin Bai exhaled in relief and immediately transmitted a stream of information into your mind. The secret method of the Wheel C was the name of this profound technique. Within it, besides the specific methods of cultivation, there was an abundance of fundamental knowledge about cultivation, and even an introduction to this world that broadened your horizons. There are a total of 15 realms in cultivation, each bestowing an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. How astonishing! I was referring to the realms. Moreover, this world is intriguingly named the Starry Sea. The Starry Sea encompasses 5 major regions: the Eastern Sea, the Southern Frontier, the Western Desert, the Northern Plains, and the Central Continent. A prophecy passed down through the true Tao states that the Central Continent is the very heart of the Starry Sea. At present, I find myself in a secluded corner of the Eastern Sea. With this newfound understanding, your perspective has ascended to an entirely new level, and your curiosity regarding Lin Bai's background deepens. What might be his cultivation level to possess a method for attaining the ninth realm? Under Lin Bai's guidance, you diligently pursued your cultivation. In the 25th year, your progress remained stagnant, revealing that the first-class true bone was indeed lacking. By the 30th year, you still had not broken through. That same year, the duration of the contract came to an end. While immersed in your practice, you suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly potent force. In the next moment, Lin Bai, clad in black garments with an icy demeanor, stood before you. You ceased your cultivation, quietly gazing at him. At this moment, Lin Bai had transformed entirely. He slowly raised a hand and spoke. Lin Zhan, I have shown you a higher, more exquisite landscape. You can die without regret now. Can't you? You had already anticipated this and were well prepared. It is somewhat regrettable. You express a faint sense of regret. What is there to lament? It is a pity that a more enduring pact was not established with you from the outset. Ha ha ha. Lin Bai scoffed dismissively. Do you think that the so-called destiny contract can confine me? Very well, it is time for you to embark on your journey. He approached you, curiosity evident in his demeanor, yet I cannot help but wonder, what secrets do you possess? To reach the mid-stage of the first realm before the age of 30. His power surged forth, enveloping your consciousness. Your memory is being drawn upon. You find yourself ensnared in a state of stupor. Huh? Why is there an utter blankness? Lin Bai gazes at you in disbelief. Impossible. You are but a mere being. You cannot impede my soul-searching. He intensifies his efforts, yet to no avail. Ding. A notification alerts. Host memory is being violently plundered. The simulator's concealment mechanism has been activated. The host will succumb in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. You are deceased. Lin Zhan's eyes widen like copper bells. Utterly absurd, indeed. The identity of Lin Bai is preposterous. In retrospect, it feels as if a mysterious mother has opened the door to mystery itself. As for the hidden techniques of the simulator, he remained unfazed. After all, the simulator was devised by him to gain an advantage, and he had embedded numerous concealed methods during its creation. The simulation has concluded. You have acquired the secret method of the Wheel C and 2 spirit stones. Will you inherit them? Lin Zhan was momentarily stunned, then shook his head, declaring, no. Lin Bai's enigma was too profound. Judging by his final words, the destiny contract seemed ineffective against him. One cannot dismiss the possibility that he left some contingencies within his techniques. Although he squandered a simulation, gaining further insights was still acceptable. Lying in bed, Lin Zhan found himself unable to comprehend. Something is amiss. In previous simulations, Lin Bai and Qin Xian's combat prowess had not been so outrageous. He vaguely recalled that when he sought Lin Bai for techniques at the age of 70, Lin Bai had exhibited the demeanor of an ordinary martial artist. He even resorted to a dagger for murder. It was hardly this ludicrous. Moreover, 15 years had elapsed since that time, yet both remained entrenched in the martial world. Upon careful reflection, Lin Zhan discerned that all changes transpired subsequent to his own strengthening. Upon gaining power, he was immediately confronted by the assassination attempt from Xia, followed by a series of schemes from Zhani. It was from that moment that Qin Xian's father transformed into his own identity. The depths of this world are far too profound for me to navigate. Lin Zhan shook his head, resolving to focus on self-cultivation. Whether it be Qin Xian or Lin Bai, neither could be manipulated in the short term. A night and a day passed. After experiencing the mundane routine of life, Lin Zhan reclined in bed, resting his feet upon the belly of the plump tiger, comfortably closing his eyes. First, he would elevate his cultivation to the utmost limit. The pinnacle of the self-determining method of heaven and earth is the peak of the second realm. Thus, he would commence his practice to reach that pinnacle. On the first day, you fled under the cover of night, casting a glance at the old Taoist sleeping in the tree. This time you refrained from offering your bodily fluids and instead let out a fart in his direction. The old Taoist slept soundly. Stand tall with satisfaction, youngster. In this world, you are the only ordinary person with the chance to partake in the whims of a cultivator. Surely, you must awaken from dreams with a smile. In the stillness of the night, you burst into a forbidden realm, laughing heartily. Though the purpose of the remains a mystery, you decide to seize it without hesitation. After issuing a few threats, you succeed, leaving Qin woofing in a state of disarray. The following day, you acquire a similar stone from Chu Buxiu. That night, you effortlessly dispatch Li Qingzi, contemplating that his demise was unnecessary. The absence of his younger companion would suffice. Before departing, you express a poignant sentiment. On the third day, you journey northward, and a year later, you arrive at the fabled land from your previous simulation. Immersed in the abundant essence of heaven and earth, you revel in the experience. After exploring the small island, you discover a secluded cave and commence your devoted practice. Time flows swiftly as you engage in relentless training, unyielding in your dedication. By the 10th year, your cultivation shows no signs of advancement. A century passes with only modest progress, yet still no breakthrough. 2 centuries yield similar results, and 3 centuries mirror the previous ones. However, in the 4th century, you finally break through, ascending to the late stage of the first realm. As you contemplate the futility of your efforts, you lament the seeming immutability of your true bone, pondering, is it truly unchangeable? You have conceived the idea of transforming qualifications through the boundless interplay of yin and yang, and you have begun to immerse yourself in profound research. You have resolved to develop a similar technique in the 500th year. You steadfastly continue your practice as you consistently forge new techniques. The 501st. A sense of regret lingers within you, yet a breath of relief escapes your lips. In the previous simulation, at this very moment, Lin Yuan unexpectedly appeared, bestowing upon you techniques, true bones, and the potent tiger whip wine. It appears that this time, you have altered your position, rendering you undetectable to him. Without external support, your path to cultivation is destined to be fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, a fragment of apprehension towards Lin Yuan resides in your heart. You cannot afford to let your guard down. In the 600th year, as you immerse yourself in your training, an unfamiliar aura suddenly envelopes the small island. Announcing its presence, cautiously, you emerge from the cave, only to behold a gravely injured woman approaching you step by step. Her beauty is striking, and upon sensing your gaze, she urgently implores, "Help me." You gazed at the long whip entwined around the other person's waist, your expression slightly peculiar as you stepped forward to investigate. You recognized her. Indeed, she was the enchanting Hua Baihe from the previous simulation. The dual cultivation technique she possessed was evident, the Niu Huanqi skill, as it was named. You couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible." This dual cultivation method was undeniably formidable. By engaging intimately with a practitioner of the opposite sex, one could absorb all of their cultivation prowess, thereby augmenting one's own strength. The upper limit of this technique was the consummation of the second realm. Casting a glance at the weathered and poorly maintained Hua Baihe, you hesitated momentarily. Nonetheless, dismissing your doubts, you resolved, "If I do not descend into hell, who will? Since fate has brought us together, it must be destiny." You entered the cavern with the flower lily, and after a quarter of an hour, you mastered the art of the ox. Subsequently, you commenced your practice. Although the flower lily's cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the first realm, it may not enable you to transcend, yet it could enhance your strength. After a period of diligent effort, you have succeeded. In the final moment, the power of the lily flower surged into your body, significantly enhancing your cultivation, bringing you to the pinnacle of the late stage of the first realm. The final step towards perfection is now within reach. Cough, cough, cough. The lily flower has awakened as well. You picked up her whip and with a grin inquired, "Leader, do you have any final words? If so, please do not hesitate to share. I shall certainly assist." Hua Baihe, infuriated, could scarcely believe your audacity in taking advantage of her vulnerability. "You shall not escape unscathed." Before she could finish her words, you snapped the long whip, sealing her fate. Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva, reveals the truth, transcends the truth. You recited the Heart Sutra to her, then extended your hand, and true power surged forth, subsequently ending her life 35 times. Baihe has indeed perished. It seems she had been slain numerous times even before her arrival. You meticulously cleaned the cave and found no other cultivation resources on her. In the 610th year of your practice, you sensed an unfamiliar aura once again. Upon stepping outside, you beheld a man clad in black, who gazed at you with indifference. "Do you happen to know of a person named Hua Baihe?" he inquired. You shook your head and exclaimed, "What flowers? Lilies, peonies, or cypress? I am not a gardener." It seemed that the individual before you was indeed the same person from the previous simulation, the elder brother of the lily flower. "Fellow cultivator, you are deceiving yourself." The man in black sighed. "Very well, let us engage in a duel. Both of you possess formidable strength at the late stage of the first realm, rendering it difficult to distinguish between you. After a prolonged battle, neither has succumbed, nor has the protective aura been breached. A day later, you unleash your final assault, striking fiercely against your opponent. A torrent of genuine energy surges forth, transforming into a resplendent lily. The man in black flicks his wrist, releasing a flying dagger, trailed by 10 10-meter-long black serpents. Buzz! You both tumbled backward and fell to the ground, grievously injured. The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet. Then, with a swift motion, he plunged a knife into his own heart, succumbing to death. Shortly thereafter, he resurrected, gazing at you with an unsettling expression. "Did you also take your own life once, only to return to full strength? Were you the one who killed Hua Baihe?" inquired the man in black. You shook your head and said, "I am unfamiliar with any flower named Lily." This individual appears to be the elder of the Lily clan. In the face of deep-seated enmity, one must tread carefully. No need for pretense. Your recent move has already unveiled the truth. That very lily represents the unique and unparalleled skill of Nyogong. The man in black plopped down onto the ground, casting a disdainful glance in your direction. To have taken a life, yet not possessed the courage to admit it, you truly are quite ineffectual. You curled your lips in disdain and remarked, "It was not I who did it, so why should I admit to it? Is this not an affront to those who are honest?" The man in black rendered you speechless. "Fellow cultivator, Hua Baihe has taken something of mine. An item capable of unlocking a treasure trove filled with abundant cultivation resources. We could undoubtedly collaborate for a mutually beneficial outcome. Hand over Hua Baihe's corpse to me, and together we shall embark on this treasure hunt, sharing the resources to achieve a breakthrough in our cultivation." The man in black gazed at you with earnest sincerity. Goodness. This seems like a call to venture into the depths. I am not Han Pao Pao. Venturing into such territories carries considerable risks, and I possess no experience whatsoever. After a moment of hesitation, you responded, I can provide you with the corpse, but as for the treasure hunt, I must decline. The man in black furrowed his brow. What is it that you desire, fellow cultivator? What do you possess? Authentic techniques? Elixirs? Formation arrays? Talismans? You recounted everything you could possibly imagine, leaving the man in black utterly speechless. My friend, he began, I possess a genuine technique that can guide one to the pinnacle of the third realm. Not sufficient, came the response. Moreover, I possess a true weapon. Once refined, it can be cultivated into my destined weapon. This is the utmost sincerity I can offer. You smiled. Yet this time you lacked the secret arts of the wheel C. Your understanding of the fundamental knowledge of the cultivation realm was limited, and thus you were unaware of what a true life weapon entailed. However, observing the pained expression of your opponent suggested that it was indeed extraordinary. Still not enough. Are you prepared to stoke the flames further? This fellow undoubtedly possesses some remarkable treasures. The man in black has steeled himself. His fists have become resolute. My friend, do refrain from going too far. You disregarded him. After a moment of silence, the man in black retrieved a thumb-sized white crystal from his pocket, saying, Friend, here are 30 true crystals, all of first rank, perfectly suited for our cultivation. Once refined, you shall undoubtedly achieve the pinnacle of the first realm. You perceive a profound essence emanating from these crystals. Intriguing. Is this the currency of trade in this world? Perhaps akin to spiritual stones. Very well. You have acquiesced. This fellow has been thoroughly drained, and you fear that in the end, there may be nothing left to gain. What a pity, indeed. For the white lily possesses nothing of value, and you have already lingered over the lifeless body for quite some time. The youth clad in black produces a stone the size of a fist and a small black booklet. Dear friend, let us engage in a transaction. You nodded and pointed to a stone by the seaside. The body lies just beneath. I wish you good luck. You wielded the power of true energy, along with the essence crystals and genuine weapons, and returned to your cave dwelling. Soon, you could no longer sense the presence of the man in black. It appeared he had departed. TSK. It seems the bond of sibling affection is not as profound as one might expect. You commenced your cultivation with the aid of 30 genuine crystals, refining the authentic weaponry and mastering a technique capable of attaining the third realm in its entirety. Known as the threefold secret of the wasteland, the potency of the genuine crystals is indeed formidable. Cultivators traditionally harness the energies of heaven and earth, transforming them into true power. However, within the genuine crystals lies the essence of pure power, thus eliminating the need for such transmutation. A month later, you successfully refined the 30 genuine crystals, and your cultivation experienced a momentous breakthrough, elevating you to the completion of the first realm, initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfected. The next step awaits you, the second realm. You have extracted the true military forces and also obtained the triple decision of the wasteland. You commenced the refinement and modification of your cultivation techniques. In the 611th year, your endeavors bore fruit as you successfully mastered a portion of the offensive maneuvers of the wild earth triple art. Coupled with the previously acquired self of heaven and earth technique, your prowess grew considerably. The true armament was undergoing relentless refinement day and night, albeit at a sluggish pace, as its specific application remained elusive, leaving you in a state of exploration. By the 650th year, your cultivation showed no advancement, and the true armament remained stagnant, exhibiting no signs of change. In the 7th century, your cultivation still did not reach a breakthrough. However, the true armament had begun to resonate more harmoniously with your true energy, integrating seamlessly within your being, allowing for its summoning at will. In the 800th year, your cultivation experienced some progress, and the true armament was thoroughly refined. Under your command, it ultimately transformed into a longbow, with true energy serving as its arrows, resulting in formidable striking power. By the 900th year, you continued your practice, and in the 1000th year, there was still no change. In the 1100th year, a moment of enlightenment graced you. On a serene night, your cultivation officially broke through, propelling you into the initial stage of the second realm. Your capabilities have undergone a significant enhancement. Your lifespan has been extended by a millennium, with approximately 1,800 years remaining. Following your ascension to the second realm, your resilience has significantly increased. Now, to extinguish your life, one must vanquish you 162 times within a single day. Aside from the extension of your lifespan and the frequency of potential demise, other transformations remain minimal. The path of cultivation is often lonely and monotonous, yet thoughts of surrender have never crossed your mind. In the 1200th year, on the morrow, as you diligently practice, an unusual aura suddenly envelopes you. Exiting your secluded abode, you encounter the man in black from 590 years ago. He approaches with a smile, a cruel glint illuminating his features. I never imagined you would truly break through to the second realm, my friend. To endure 590 years of solitude in this remote place, you truly possess remarkable fortitude against loneliness. As you were about to speak, a man clad in black suddenly rushed forward, exclaiming, "Fellow traveler, I implore you to meet your demise. Remember, the one who seeks to end your life is known as Hua Qianma." With that, Hua Qianma soared into the scene. You can only perceive an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a towering mountain. You were crushed to death by an unfathomable and formidable power. Reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, you have been resurrected, yet there were fleeting moments when you perished once more. You have lived and then perished. You have been slain by Hua Qianma 100 times. You have been repeatedly vanquished by Hua Qianma a staggering 162 times. This simulation has now concluded, and you have attained the initial stage of the second realm, Hua Huang Tu San Chengju, the true method of Niu Huan Qi Gong, a first-tier true weapon, unnamed, and 2 spirit stones. Will you inherit these? Yes. Lin Zhan's power surged once more. As he contemplated the 2 true methods in his mind, his intrigue deepened, especially regarding Niu Huan Qi Gong. It was truly extraordinary, almost unfathomable. With a mere thought, he grasped a peculiar longbow, entirely black in hue. Is this the true weapon? Lin Zhan tightened his grip. The texture felt quite agreeable. Since it was a bow, it deserved a fitting name, given its size and darkness. Let us call it Dehei. Thus, the decision was made with joy. With the bow in his left hand and the bowstring in his right, Lin Zhan felt the true energy naturally flow into Dehei. He gently pulled back, and a beam of black light coalesced in his grasp. Satisfied with the arrow's offensive power, Lin Zhan deemed this simulation a worthwhile endeavor. The arduous cultivation was still excessively slow. Lying in bed, his mind wandered, and a myriad of thoughts flooded in. With his current strength, he could easily seize all available resources. The only uncertainty lay with Lin Yuan. That enigmatic figure was shrouded in mystery. Moreover, could he truly be his father? The mere mention of that name filled Lin Zhan with a sense of being ensnared. Lin Yuan, Lin Bai, could there be a connection between these 2 individuals? Patting the backside of his pet, Fat Tiger, Lin Zhan was baffled. Yet, this did not hinder him from living a leisurely life in reality. After indulging in music and dance, he resolved to make a final contact with Lin Yuan. Should complications arise, he would abandon the pursuit. At midnight, precisely at 12 o'clock, he initiated the simulation. On the first day, you swiftly completed all tasks, including an encounter with the old Taoist, robbing Qin Wufeng and Chu Buxiu, and acquiring 2 spirit stones. Your total of spirit stones has now reached 8. In the Great Xia, you also effortlessly eliminated Li Qingzi. On the second day, you departed the island, journeying westward. In the second year, you returned to the island where you had cultivated during the previous simulation, casually selecting a spot to begin your arduous training. By the 10th year, progress was slow. Yet you diligently studied Yin Yang Wuj, striving to develop a method to alter true bones. In the first 100 years, your advancement was minimal. In the second 100 years, it remained the same. In the third 100 years, progress continued at a standstill. In the fourth 100 years, it persisted as usual. Finally, after 480 years of rigorous training, you broke through to a small realm, entering the mid-stage of the second realm. At this pace, to advance to the late stage of the second realm would require at least 1,000 years. You are indifferent. This time you are ready to engage in something monumental. In the 498th year, consider the passage of time. It is time to confront the Wild Father. You set forth without delay, journeying eastward. In the 499th year, you returned to the island, heading straight to Keyuan County. Upon entering, you were immediately enveloped by a sense of familiarity. Within the estate where you once resided, a white tiger languidly basked in the sun. You approached him and delivered a slap. "Fat Tiger, have you missed me?" Fat Tiger lay on the ground, looking bewildered as he gazed up at you. "Master?" You pinched his lips and exclaimed, "It has been nearly 5 centuries. Yet you still remain at the pinnacle of celestial phenomena." Incredibly, you inquired as the stout tiger flicked his tail nonchalantly, declaring, "Cultivation is exceedingly exhausting. I merely wish to lie down." This fellow, indeed, embodies a level of lethargy surpassing even my own, utterly languishing in the absence of external pressure. You have taken residence in the manor, where you revel in the 500th year alongside the corpulent tiger. As you engage in the practice of mundane skills, An unusual aura suddenly envelopes you. You and Ping, who simultaneously discerned this and hurriedly exited the courtyard, gazing upwards at the sky. Indeed, it was he, strikingly handsome, devastatingly so. You gazed at him with rapt attention. Lin Yuan, clad in white attire, descended from the heavens, his expression filled with skepticism as he regarded you. Young one, what has transpired over the years? How have you managed to transcend the second realm in this forsaken place, devoid of any elemental force? Although your true essence has been taken from you, how is it that you are still able to cultivate? His mind was a whirlwind of questions. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? You cast a piercing glance at Lin Yuan, fully prepared for any eventuality, fearless in your resolve. Lin Yuan, momentarily subdued by your unwavering demeanor, took 3 seconds to collect himself. I never anticipated you would achieve such heights. Indeed, each person has their own fate. The world is full of uncertainties, and destiny cannot be forced. He sighed deeply, a note of melancholy in his voice. Young one, this is what I owe you. He placed a hand upon your shoulder, gazing at you wistfully, before producing a storage ring. Within this, you will find some resources for cultivation, all given to you. I hope you do not abandon your path, even if but a glimmer of hope remains. With that, Lin Yuan vanished, leaving you unable to discern his presence. Who, indeed, is this enigmatic figure? You pick up the storage ring and discover it is identical to the one you had hidden away. Indeed, in order to avoid drawing attention, you conceal the storage ring and affixed your genuine power seal upon it. With a glance, you assess its value. What a splendid treasure! You beheld 1,000 jars of tiger whip liquor, over 1,000 authentic crystals, and in addition, a substantial quantity of elixirs. You are filled with exhilaration, fat tiger. After exchanging greetings, you proceed northward. Along the way, you begin to harness the power of true crystal, tiger whip wine, and elixirs, fervently enhancing your strength. By the 510th year, you have flawlessly refined the essence of 1,000 jars of tiger whip wine. This process is entirely distinct from merely consuming it. You have extracted every ounce of value from each drop of this potent brew. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the second realm, subtly hinting at the prospect of a breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity, in the 515th year, you expended 1,000 genuine crystals. The efficacy of these crystals proved commendable, and upon their complete refinement, you directly ascended to the late stage of the second realm. You have become more formidable. You retrieved the remaining elixirs, each adorned with descriptions. The majority were concoctions designed to enhance one's prowess, albeit with considerable side effects. Yet, such concerns were trivial, for cultivators often face death numerous times, rendering them indifferent to such risks. Consequently, in this realm, the elixirs intended for the restoration of true energy were lamentably scarce, as the depletion of true energy posed little consequence. Should one find themselves entirely drained, a simple act of self-termination would suffice, leading to a complete revival. Apart from the 30 elixirs, each with its unique adverse effects aimed at augmenting combat strength, the remainder served to assist in cultivation, proving to be quite effective. In the 516th year, you arrived at the 17th Simulated Island's northern development. It was there that you met your demise at the hands of 3 cultivators, alongside Huabaiha. Upon your arrival on the small island, a thorough exploration reveals no signs of formations or traces of habitation. It appears that Huabaiha was indeed correct. This place has always been an unclaimed paradise. As far as you are aware, regions devoid of the essence of heaven and earth are classified as wastelands or desolate lands, while those imbued with such vitality are deemed blessed grounds. The concentration of this celestial energy here exceeds that of the blessed lands to the west by more than double. Utilizing the elixirs at your disposal, you harmonize with the elemental forces surrounding you, gradually augmenting your strength over the course of 520 years. The cultivation elixir in your possession has been depleted, and your prowess has significantly advanced. However, there remains a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the pinnacle of the second realm's later stage. You took a deep breath, continuing to refine the power of heaven and earth, diligently practicing for the 525th year. During your cultivation, you sensed 4 unfamiliar auras. You smiled, and the lilies and flowers along the path, this time shall all perish. As you emerge from the cave, you survey them from a distance of several thousand meters. The flower path and 100 lilies are both at the mid-stage of the first realm, while the youth in azure garb stands at the initial stage of the same realm. Leading the group is a young man who has attained the late stage of the first realm. To you, they pose no significant threat. You stand beneath a tree, drawing forth the great bough, as dark light coalesces within your grasp. With a chilling smirk, you released your right hand. A dark, swirling arrow shot forth, slicing through the air and hurtling directly towards the white-clad youth who had been walking ahead. Who goes there? The young man in white sensed the danger. Yet his reaction was still too sluggish. The arrow pierced through his protective aura with brutal force, driving deep into his heart. You swiftly unleashed a flurry of arrows, this time targeting everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, someone is here, flee at once," exclaimed the young man in white. The four individuals hastily retreated, yet along their escape, they were relentlessly struck by your arrows, each one capable of claiming a life. After several minutes of relentless shooting, your energy has nearly been depleted, while the opposing four have only covered a mere distance of several meters, leaving a scant few lives remaining from the original 8-1. With a resolute strike upon your chest, you embrace a self-inflicted demise, only to experience a miraculous revival, your vitality restored to its fullest. You resume your pursuit, and moments later, all halt in their tracks. In this very instant, each is left with but a single life remaining. "Please, esteemed elder, spare us," they plead, remorseful and desperate. "We did not intend to intrude upon your domain. This has all been a misunderstanding." The youth clad in white kneels in supplication, confessing their ignorance of the presence of a master in this hallowed ground. You emerge from behind the tree, an arrow piercing the thigh of the young man in white, inflicting upon him a grievous injury. Subsequently, you incapacitated Hua Qianma, the youth clad in green. Among the four, only Hua Baiha remained unscathed. You have approached the four individuals, demanding the surrender of all their resources. "I may spare your lives." With a formidable black weapon in hand, you coldly warned, "Senior, do not act impulsively. We shall provide you with what you seek." The young man in white hastily retrieved a handful of genuine crystals from his pocket, revealing approximately 100 pieces, all of first-tier quality. The others followed suit, and combined with the white-clad youth's offering, they collectively presented you with 180 genuine crystals. This group certainly seemed rather impoverished. You approached the young man in white attire, saying, "My dear lad, one must embody honesty in life. Why do I sense that you harbor something more?" You have once again pierced through his other leg. The young man in white, racked with pain, retrieved an even more radiant true crystal. "Senior, this is my final accumulation. A second-tier true crystal. I hope you will spare me. I am profoundly grateful. You have taken up this second-order true crystal, which possesses remarkable quality. After refinement, it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Indeed, I find it quite appealing. You are a good companion on this path. Today, I, Lin Yuan, shall grant you reprieve." You smiled as you cast your gaze upon the remaining three individuals, their expressions shifting dramatically. At a crucial moment, Hua Qianma unexpectedly spoke up, "Senior, my sister possesses a treasure key that can unlock a legacy of the four realms." Instantly, all attention turned towards him. The legacy of the four realms? No wonder this young man exhibited such formidable strength last time. With a sharp gasp, you severed one of his ears, then handed over quickly. Hua Qianma promptly signaled to her sister with a glance. Reluctantly, Hua Baiha reached into her clothing and, after a moment of hesitation, produced a smooth stone engraved with intricate and enigmatic patterns, exuding an air of profound mystery. You seized the stone and scrutinized it closely. What is this peculiar scent? Where on earth has this woman concealed the key? After a thorough examination, you found no hidden secrets. "My dear friend, I trust you possess something of value. In our dealings, one must uphold honesty and integrity." Hua Qianmo lamented, "Senior, I truly have nothing left." It appears that at this moment, he has yet to acquire the genuine weaponry. As you gaze upon the last of the azure-clad youth, you remark, "My skills are but feeble." Truly, yet before he can finish his sentence, you crush his form beneath your foot. "Do not thank me. This world is utterly repugnant. Your death may serve as a form of liberation." Contemplating with a hand resting upon your chin, you add, "Now, my three companions, surrender your true arts." The trio hastily produces their techniques. The white-clad youth presents a tome entitled The Supreme Emotionless Record, which sounds impressive but can only be cultivated to the initial stage of the second realm, rendering it inferior to your own earthly one law. The true art of Hua Qianma is a complete Taoist scripture that can be pursued to the latter stage of the second realm, yet it remains quite inadequate. Hua Baiha's contribution is merely mediocre, lacking any exceptional qualities. As you stow away their three techniques, a sense of melancholy washes over you. "I, Lin Yuan, am a man of my word." Shifting your gaze, you turn to Hua Qianma. "Young man, you have yet to divulge the precise location of the treasure." "Senior, I can reveal it to you, but you must guarantee our safety." "Very well, I, Lin Yuan, swear that if you disclose the whereabouts of the four-realm inheritance treasure, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, let my life be extinguished, and may I never know peace." Hua Qianma breathes a sigh of relief. having sworn by his true name. He believes there will be no issue this time. Senior, the treasure lies on an island 300,000 miles to the north, specifically beneath a stone inscribed with golden runes. It can be accessed with the key. You nodded, acknowledging, you are all good children. Your performance has been commendable, and I am quite pleased. I, Lin Yuan, am a man of my word. Once spoken, a promise is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them felt the weight that had been lifted from their hearts. Suddenly, in the next moment, you acted swiftly, manifesting 2 swords forged from your true power, piercing through the heart of the man in white and Hua Qianma. You are not keeping your promise. Well, the one who assured you was Lin Yuan, but I am Lin Zhan. Rest assured, I, Lin Zhan, am also a man of my word. I honor my commitments. Unlike Lin Yuan. With a smile, you extinguish their final breath, then seize the flower lily once more. Senior Lin, have mercy on me, the flower lily pleaded. Struggling in vain. She could hardly fathom that such shamelessness could exist in this world. Fear not, for I, Lin Zhan, have always been soft-hearted and indecisive. Many affectionately refer to me as the compassionate one. With a sigh of contemplation, you gently tugged on the flower lily and led it towards a nearby cave. Elder, what are your intentions? Ah, indeed. After a series of swift maneuvers, you loosed an arrow that struck down the flower lily. Having harvested it, your strength experienced a modest enhancement, reaching the pinnacle of the late stage of the second realm, your power surpassing the completeness of the second realm. You meticulously dealt with the 4 corpses, embarking on the refinement of the second-tier true crystals in your possession. Alongside, you held 181st-tier true crystals. Through the study of various cultivation techniques, you have come to understand the hierarchy of true crystals. In the realm of cultivation, regardless of the beings, the terminology used to describe realms remains consistent. Other true crystals, medicinal elixirs, and genuine weapons are similarly classified into first and second tiers. The higher the tier, the greater the value and potency. In the 530th year, you successfully refined all the true crystals, culminating in a significant breakthrough to the perfection of the second realm. With the aid of the first-tier genuine weapon in your grasp, your unleashed power grew even more formidable. However, by the 550th year, your cultivation showed no signs of advancement. You retrieved the key from the body of the lily, hesitating momentarily as to whether to embark on the map. If Hua Qianma could succeed in the late stage of the first realm, it stood to reason that one in the perfect second realm should also prevail. In the 560th year, after a decade of contemplation, you resolved to take a risk. That same year, you journeyed northward, meticulously calculating the distance while delving into the principles of yin and yang, never granting yourself a moment's respite. By the 590th year, after enduring numerous trials and tribulations, you successfully arrived at the island that Hua Qianma had mentioned. The elemental forces of this place were profoundly rich, rendering it exceptionally conducive for cultivation. You stowed away the 2 storage rings, vigilantly surveying your surroundings while clutching the key, gradually approaching the place of inheritance. 3 days later, you arrived cautiously at your intended destination. You have discovered a stone inscribed with golden runes. And as you examine it closely, you indeed find a mark that perfectly accommodates the insertion of the key. You did not act immediately. At this moment, you have sensed several unfamiliar presences. Fellow cultivator, what brings you here? Seeing that you merely observe without taking any action, several figures concealed in the shadows emerge, encircling you. There are a total of 8 individuals, each a master of at least the mid-stage of the second realm, with 3 of them having achieved the pinnacle of the second realm. We have heard that a precious treasure has manifested in this place, and we have come to test our fortune. You casually offered an excuse, and the 8 individuals regarded you with cold stares. Fellow cultivator, do you possess some knowledge? One inquired. I have heard tales that this place once sheltered the remains of an esteemed ancestor of the Hua family, a master of the 4th realm. Although the Hua clan perished 5 centuries ago, many of their direct descendants still thrive. Could it be that you're one of them? The 8 pressed closer, encircling you with an air of inevitability. The mention of the Hua lineage explained how Hua Qianma managed to acquire the treasures of this place. It appears they are of the same bloodline. Thus, it seems highly unlikely that I shall inherit the legacy contained herein. You drew forth your formidable weapon. Knocking an arrow with intent, your gaze fixated upon the trio of women across from you. One was at the pinnacle of the second realm, while the other 2 were in the latter stages of the same. Should you succeed in subduing them, the advantages would be manifold. It was merely a matter of eliminating them and seizing their possessions. Thus, why not act decisively? Without the slightest hesitation, you charged forth. Over the centuries, You have mastered numerous combat techniques, wielding your formidable weaponry with unmatched prowess, rendering you fearless in the face of adversaries. Your companions are indeed quite bold. The 8 foes engaged you directly in battle, unleashing waves of pure energy in all directions. You relentlessly fired arrows, claiming several lives within mere seconds. However, outnumbered and faced with foes capable of self-resurrection, you gradually found yourself at a disadvantage. Seizing an opportunity, you deftly maneuvered away, snatching a late-stage practitioner from the second realm and swiftly retreating. "You scoundrel! Return my wife!" shouted one of the late-stage practitioners from the second realm, his expression shifting as he pursued you with all his might. Thus, the chase commenced. You dashed fervently towards the edge of the island, pursued relentlessly by 7 individuals. Yet, your spirit remains unyielding. You shall not relinquish the woman in your grasp, resolutely fleeing for your life. 3 days later, you find yourselves upon the surface of the sea. Having covered some distance from the realm of the 4 boundaries, in the air, you abruptly steady your form, ceasing your flight. The 7 are left in confusion. "Are you not returning? Are you not afraid that my brother will abscond with all the treasures?" With a cheerful demeanor, you spoke, causing the expressions of the 7 to shift dramatically. The probability of this ruse succeeding was exceedingly high. If the adversaries were indeed members of the Hua family, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to obtain the inheritance ahead of the others. After a brief hesitation, the 7 swiftly reached a consensus. "Fifth brother, we entrust seventh sister to you. We shall return to gather our belongings. You must hold your ground." The 6 cast their gazes upon a young man, the husband of the woman beside you. Fifth brother struggled momentarily, exclaiming, "Elder brother, you jest. The treasure trove is fraught with perils. Without me, your chances of success are slim. I shall accompany you." What folly, at such a critical juncture. How could his wife be more important than their quest? The elder brother's expression shifted slightly. "Fifth brother, that is, after all, your wife. It is inappropriate." "There is nothing inappropriate about it, elder brother." "Shui, you understand my plight, do you not?" Fifth brother directed his gaze towards the woman cradled in your arms. That wretched woman, detained by a barbaric man for so long, was an affront to his sensibilities. How could he desire such a tainted creature? The 7 quickly reached a decision, promptly retracing their steps, leaving only the 2 of you upon the tranquil sea, where the atmosphere was eerily silent. The woman in your embrace wore a countenance of despair. "Fifth brother, you are indeed pragmatic. After 300 years together, this is the fate I have met?" The so-called 8 immortals of Nanyan Island all seem laughable in the face of profit, utterly absurd. You smiled, and this situation perfectly aligns with your desires. "Come, my dear, your husband no longer wants you." "I shall." A cultivator at the late stage of the second realm should be capable of helping you transcend your current limitations. In the 591st year, you brought a woman named Shui to an island, where an abundance of natural energy still flourished, quite commendable indeed. After a period of observation, you found no other cultivators. Following a session of cultivation, you emerged from your cave abode, now in possession of 10 second-tier true crystals and 1,000 first-tier true crystals. In addition, you acquired numerous medicinal pills for cultivation. Most importantly, after harvesting Shui's cultivation, you have reached the pinnacle of the second realm. Standing on the precipice of the third realm, you gaze up at the heavens, scattering the bones from the storage ring upon the ground, allowing the winds to carry them away, before returning to your cave abode to continue your cultivation. This time, you are determined to transcend to the third realm. In the 595th year, you have consumed more than half of your cultivation resources, on the verge of a breakthrough. By the 596th year, after partaking of all auxiliary cultivation elixirs, your cultivation has indeed ascended, entering the early stages of the third realm. Once you reach this level, any attempt on your life would necessitate the assailant to slay you 324 times within a single day. Furthermore, your lifespan has been extended by an additional 1,000 years. You keenly perceive the present moment, swiftly familiarizing yourself with it, mastering and solidifying the essence of the 597th year. You have acquired all powers. Yet as you persist in your cultivation, you discover that the first-tier true crystals have become obsolete, leaving only 3 remaining second-tier true crystals to aid in your advancement. Moreover, the celestial forces surrounding you have also ceased to be of any benefit. Regardless of your attempts to absorb and refine them, your cultivation cannot progress further. You find yourself perplexed, unable to further enhance your prowess. Redirecting your focus towards the inheritance of the 4 realms, you realize that a visit to the treasures of the Hua family is still necessary. Just as you were about to set forth, 7 figures suddenly materialized at the edge of the small island. precisely the same 7 who had pursued you earlier. Among them stood a man clad in a purple robe, his complexion ashen and devoid of color. With a single strike, he shattered his own skull, only to swiftly regenerate. The purple-robed man regarded you with a chilling gaze, declaring, "You wretch, it has cost me 300 years of my life to locate you. Today, even the deities cannot save you. In this tumultuous sea of madness, none dare provoke the 8 immortals of Nanyan Island. Brother, why waste words with him? Let us slay him and avenge our sister. You scoundrel, you have abducted my wife. Today, I shall assuredly end your life." The crowd echoed their disdain, referring to you as a demon and a worthless being. Tilting your head, you gleaned a wealth of valuable information from their words. Is this the name of the sea, Quambay Sea? Shaking your head, you took decisive action. A substantial amount of genuine energy was harnessed in your grasp, coalescing into an intricate network of energy that enveloped everyone. Your speed surpasses everyone's expectations, transcending the 3 realms. How could you possibly have broken through the 3 realms? The man in the purple robe could hardly believe it. How could it have been such a short time? It defies reason. Brother, the situation is dire. Everyone turned to the man in purple, their expressions grave. You uttered not a single word, unleashing all your true power in a frenzied compression. With a resounding crack, the weakest among them, a mid-stage second-realm cultivator, was crushed by your might, only to swiftly revive. "Please spare me, senior. We did not intend to intrude," the man in the purple robe hastily pleaded upon witnessing the damage inflicted. You waved your hand and continued to reap. The sound of puff, 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 reminiscent of flatulence, echoed as 7 figures before you were incessantly shattered, only to be swiftly revived, a cycle repeated dozens of times. After a few minutes, you paused momentarily, having dispatched these entities hundreds of times. Your true power was nearly exhausted. Without hesitation, you struck your own head with a resounding slap, shattering your skull into countless fragments. Witnessing this scene, the man in the purple robe turned pale. Now is the moment. Run. They frantically assaulted the surrounding true energy network. Yet, regrettably, at this juncture, you had already regained your composure. TSK, TSK, TSK. Without the slightest hesitation, you annihilated them to the very last soul. Subsequently, with thunderous ferocity, you incapacitated them entirely, severing both their hands and feet. "Come now, let us engage in a meaningful conversation." You revealed a cruel smile, and then sincerely extended your greetings to each of their parents and relatives, to the entire family, as the clock struck midnight. Without a trace of hesitation, you annihilated everyone, including the 2 women who had reached the mid-stage and the pinnacle of the second realm. The extent of Nyogong's cultivation is limited to the perfection of the second realm. At this moment, the women hold no value for you. On this day, you have acquired a wealth of significant information through the voices of the 7, greatly enhancing your understanding of this world. You find yourself in the celestial sea of the Eastern Ocean, where distinct regions abound, and you reside in the most remote area known as the Wild Monument Sea. The pinnacle of cultivation here is merely the completeness of the second realm, due to the meager concentration of celestial energies that can only nurture such a level of strength. To ascend further, one must venture to areas where the celestial forces are more abundant. For nearly a millennium, the Wild Monument Sea has been under the dominion of the Hua family, with their ancestral patriarch at the initial stage of the 4th realm, suppressing all opposition. However, 507 years ago, the patriarch unexpectedly perished, leading to the fragmentation of the Hua family and igniting relentless conflicts among various factions vying for control over the Wild Monument Sea. The current situation is exceedingly chaotic. To progress further now, one must either change locales or devise a plan concerning the tomb of the Hua patriarch. You withdrew the key from your grasp, and in that moment, a resolution formed in your heart. In the 600th year, after considerable preparation, you returned to the ancestral grounds of the Hua family. To facilitate your endeavors, you sought out 15 first-tier cultivators in the sea of frenzied monoliths. These individuals, perceiving your youth, intended to rob you, yet found themselves outmaneuvered and stripped of their wealth instead. Standing before the stone, you gazed fervently at the crowd and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, before us lies the ancestral heritage of the Hua family. The treasures of the world shall be claimed by the capable. Let us venture forth together." You inserted the key into the crevice, and the surrounding earth trembled, ultimately revealing a dark, cavernous opening. With a sardonic chuckle, you casually gestured towards a figure. "Young brother, why not venture forth and explore? Whatever you may discover shall be your fortune." The individual you pointed to was an elderly man with white hair. He paid no heed to the term young brother, instead retreating repeatedly. "Esteemed elder, it would be more fitting for you to proceed. Your formidable strength has quelled the ages." Naturally, it is you who should claim the treasures. In truth, many had discerned your intentions, who would willingly court their own demise. You shook your head and lamented. What a pity. As the words left your lips, you forcefully pushed forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent the old man plummeting. A resounding crash echoed through the air as his body shattered into thousands of fragments, meeting a gruesome end. However, he swiftly resurrected, cursing, "You scoundrel. May you meet a dire fate." Almost immediately, more thunderclaps erupted, and a series of slender bolts of lightning descended, cleaving the old man into segment after segment. You cast your gaze upon others. This young lad, in order to make us aware of the impending crisis, has bravely put himself in harm's way, which is truly moving. My eyes are nearly brimming with tears. With an impassive expression, you declare, for the greater good, we are in need of a brave soul to embark on an adventure. Which valiant individual harbors such a notion? The remaining 14 members fall into a profound silence, their heads bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. Ah, my good sir, do you possess such intent? From within the crowd, a middle-aged man steps back, yet you single him out with your keen gaze. Truly, this gentleman exemplifies selflessness. Endowed with both virtue and talent, embodying strength and courage, unparalleled in this world. With great force, you lifted him, and then cast him down. No, please. I'm a villain. I deserve no mercy, the middle-aged man pleaded as he struggled. With a cold sneer, you utter, evildoers truly deserve their fate, if not you. Then who shall descend into hell? The middle-aged man lay below as another thunderclap resounded. After enduring death a dozen times, the thunder finally ceased. The man trembled, exclaiming, "By heavens, I have never faced death so many times in this lifetime. Brother, for the sake of us all, please muster your courage." You found yourself in a state of utter disbelief as you encouraged the middle-aged individuals above, feeling helpless and at a loss for words. They continued their exploration, and after a period of time, confirmed that no issues remained. You, accompanied by the remaining companions, leaped forward, traversing a path fraught with perilous traps, primarily consisting of lethal strikes capable of vanquishing anyone beneath the third realm. Among these, the thunderous assaults were most prevalent. During your investigation, you learned that the venerable ancestor of the Hua family practiced a particular form of thunderous magic. Tragically, you lost several family members along the journey. Your heart heavy with sorrow, and tears streamed down your face for their sacrifice. After retracing several hundred steps, the land remained desolate and devoid of any shelter. After a mere 15 minutes, you and the final 3 of the first realm reached the innermost depths of the cavern. Upon a stone slab, you beheld the skeletal remains of a figure seated in meditation. Yang Dingtian. You spoke impulsively. You exchanged a knowing glance. And a figure charged forward as if resigned to his fate, his eyes clouded with foreboding, as if he had foreseen his own demise. Buzzing filled the air. As he approached the skeletal remains, arcs of blue lightning materialized around him, coiling like a serpent in the vicinity of the bones. Die. A chilling voice resonated. And the lightning serpent surged forth. You reacted swiftly, using the 3-dimensional realm as a shield to withstand the serpent's relentless assaults. The serpent, imbued with formidable power, crackled with potent electricity, and one by one, the 3-dimensional guardians fell, barely having time to react. Now it was your turn. The serpent continued its onslaught. Yet you observed that its form appeared increasingly insubstantial. Clearly, it too was bound by temporal constraints or limitations on its attacks. You confront with unwavering determination. After facing death 100 times, Razor ultimately fades away. You cautiously approach the vicinity of the skeleton and discovered a storage ring glimmering with a dark light. In addition, there lay a black stone the size of a head. Is this a true weapon? You have recognized that stone, a genuine weapon of true essence, when refined, can transform into one's own innate true weapon, exhibiting formidable power capable of vanquishing adversaries of equal standing with but a single strike. Upon scrutinizing the object before you, you discover that this genuine military insignia is, in fact, of the 4th tier. While a 1st-tier insignia can effortlessly eliminate an adversary of the 1st realm, a 4th-tier insignia possesses the formidable capability to vanquish those of the 4th realm with equal ease. With a heart full of joy, after a thorough exploration near the skeletons, you acquired the genuine armaments in the storage ring. Once enveloped in true energy, you discerned all that lay within the ring: 100,000 1st-tier true crystals, 1,000 2nd-tier true crystals, a singular martial art, and a complete set of formations. In addition, there was a travelogue, with the remainder consisting of various cultivation auxiliary elixirs. Having comprehended everything, you hastily departed, leaving the small island behind. In the 571st year, you arrived at a secluded isle. devoid even of the elemental forces of heaven and earth. Once assured of your safety, you extracted the contents of the storage ring. The first-tier true crystals were only beneficial for practitioners of the first and second realms. Upon reaching the third and fourth realms, the necessity shifted to second-tier true crystals. The 1,000 second-tier true crystals were essential for you, and upon refining them completely, they would enable you to break through a minor realm. The martial art, named thunder rolling, could be cultivated up to the fifth realm's perfection. The thunder attribute true energy derived from this practice was exceptionally potent, exhibiting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, along with over 10 additional means of attack, making it exceedingly advantageous. The formation, known as the Rolling Thunder Formation, was of the third tier, possessing limited offensive and defensive power. Your disinterest in the formations led you to open the remaining travel journals, where you caught sight of a particular volume, an account penned by the illustrious ancestor of the Hua family, Hua Wuqing. This travelogue meticulously chronicles his various adventures in the Eastern Sea following his ascension to the fourth realm. The majority of the entries are devoted to vivid descriptions of the opulent brothels and establishments in various regions. The final page reveals his reflections. As I traverse the world, I ultimately discovered that the vigor of the wild monument sea suffices. I have resolved to settle here. After thousands of years as a roguish wanderer, he felt it was time to seek a virtuous partner, establish a family, and enjoy a tranquil twilight. Having broken through to the fourth realm at the age of 3,900, with a lifespan not exceeding 5,000 years and possessing only second-grade true bones, he understood that without fortuitous opportunities, he would likely never ascend to the fifth realm. Thus, this choice is not without merit. Your knowledge has greatly expanded, yet a tinge of regret lingers. At the age of 600, with over 3,000 years of life remaining, your true essence remains merely the most inferior grade of the highest quality. One cannot help but wonder if there exists a chance for further advancement. You extracted the thunderous fury and began to alter your cultivation method, refining genuine essence with 1,000 two-tier true crystals, diligently pursuing your training while simultaneously delving into the mysteries of yin and yang. In the 610th year, your transition in cultivation proved successful, and after practicing thunderous fury, your strength saw a significant enhancement. By the 650th year, your cultivation had progressed, yet you remained far from a breakthrough. In the 700th year, you continued the arduous process of refining true crystals. This time, the genuine essence was of the fourth tier, and the refining took an exceedingly long duration. You had prepared yourself for this challenge. In the 800th year, you persisted in your efforts. Finally, in the 1000th year, after enduring several hundred years of cultivation, you achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the third realm. This endeavor consumed all your two-tier true crystals, leaving your strength once again at an impasse. In the same year, you successfully refined the genuine essence, which ultimately transformed into a formidable hammer. Standing upon the shore, you gaze at the hammer in your hand, crackling with flashes of lightning. Your lips twitch momentarily before you tug at your long hair, which cascades down to your waist. This appearance, alongside the weapon, merely lacks a suit of armor to complete the ensemble. You grip the hammer tightly and bring it down with great force. Boom! A wave erupts upon the surface of the sea. A subtle smile graces your lips. I am Thor, the god of thunder, in pursuit of the glory of the eastern deities. With a beaming smile, you gazed at the hammer, proclaiming, from this day forth, you shall be known as Thor, the hammer of the god of thunder. Having reached this point, it was the utmost limit. To progress further, you commenced your endeavors, marking the 1001 year. For a century, you have traversed the vast expanse of the Mad Monument Sea, acquiring intimate knowledge of all its myriad factions. On the 1101st day, you swiftly took action, adopting the name Lin Zhan. With formidable strength, you forcefully unified a small territory, establishing a foundational stronghold. Thereafter, you relentlessly expanded your dominion through battles, slaughters, and tenacious struggles. By the 1110th year, leveraging your formidable prowess in the mid-stage of the three realms, you successfully subdued 90% of the forces within the Mad Monument Sea, leaving only a couple of obstinate adversaries who dared to oppose you. As your influence expands ever more significantly, in the year 1112, you obliterate the remaining factions, achieving a complete unification of the Madstone Sea. You diligently gather all information from your subordinates, incessantly investigating the surrounding areas with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Meanwhile, you have also acquired 500 second-tier true crystals, which will sufficiently support your cultivation. As you cultivate your skills, you simultaneously absorb external information, seeking a suitable foothold. During this journey, the travelogues of Hua Wuqing have proven immensely beneficial. By the year 1150, you have acquired a substantial understanding of your surroundings. One fateful night, armed with all the resources you have gathered, you vanish, hastening westward with remarkable speed. In the year 1153, you arrive at a colossal island situated 500,000 miles beyond the western sea of the Wild Monolith. Though this realm remains a remote corner of the Eastern Sea, its periphery possesses an abundance of celestial energy sufficient for your cultivation. This grand island, known as Golden Tortoise, feels more akin to a continent, teeming with numerous sects of cultivation, each embroiled in their own conflicts. Most of the fertile lands for cultivation have been claimed, and the scant unoccupied territories are inadequate to support your advancement. After a thorough exploration, you delve deeper, arriving at a kingdom within Golden Tortoise known as Dan. In the stillness of night, clad in a flowing black robe, you descended upon the territory of the Leaf family in the eastern region of Dan. Under the glow of the moonlight, you struck with ease, utilizing your 4th-tier true weapon to effortlessly vanquish the 3rd-tier perfected head of the Leaf family. Following this, you hosted a banquet, executed a decisive beheading, and received loyal subjugation. In the year 1170, after dedicating over a decade to your pursuits, you successfully eradicated all direct descendants of the Leaf family, thereby firmly seizing control over all resources in this region. The collateral factions of the Leaf family also recognized your supremacy and submitted to your authority, ensuring a temporary state of peace. You then declared a period of seclusion, allowing yourself to focus on self-improvement. Having gained dominion over this area, you acquired an abundance of cultivation resources, including no less than 1,500 2nd-tier true crystals, alongside a plethora of true techniques, medicinal elixirs, formulas, and various true weaponry. You have amassed an unprecedented wealth over the course of 1,200 years, refining numerous resources. However, your cultivation remains largely stagnant. The first-grade true bone proves to be utterly useless, and the efficiency of refining true crystals and elixirs is painfully slow. By the 15th century, your progress is minimal. As you approach the 2,000-year mark, after enduring more than 9 centuries of arduous training and depleting all the true crystals in your possession, you finally achieve a breakthrough into a minor realm, entering the late stages of the 3rd realm. It is unimaginable how excruciatingly slow your cultivation would have been without the aid of true crystals. Throughout these 2 millennia, you have never relinquished your pursuit of the study of yin and yang without limits, yet you have reaped not a single reward. You have perused all the ancient texts, and in your final discovery, you ascertain that true essence is indeed predestined. For countless years, no one has been able to alter this fact. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, for history is not devoid of formidable beings who have ascended to their utmost potential through the cultivation of authentic essence. You resolve to persist in your cultivation, perceiving that a gradual pace merely signifies a slower refinement. After all, you possess the ability to simulate progress, rendering the matter inconsequential. In the 2,300th year, you expended all the elixirs in your possession to aid your practice. Yet, the results were far from remarkable. Although there was a modicum of advancement in your cultivation, it was insubstantial, devoid of elixirs and true crystals. You commenced the plundering of resources from the factions under your command, fervently striving for improvement. As a result of your actions, discontent echoed throughout your domain, and your position became increasingly precarious, with a burgeoning tide of opposition emerging behind your back. You furrowed your brow, personally addressing the matter at hand, eradicating all threats. Countless cultivators have perished at your hands, and your ferocity is indelibly etched in the hearts of your subordinates, who no longer dare to defy you. In the year 2400, on this particular day, you were engrossed in your cultivation. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from outside your meditation chamber. Rising to investigate, you beheld a frail figure descending from the heavens, dragging a massive 2-meter-long blade, advancing step by step towards you. You are filled with confusion, Lin Zhan. You have slain 36 members of my family. Today, I shall surely take your life to avenge them. The youth cried out in desperation, then furiously charged at you. His cultivation level is also at the 3rd realm, and moreover, he has achieved perfect mastery within it, far surpassing your own strength. You gazed coldly at his silhouette and brandished the Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, in the name of the glory of the Eastern gods. With Mjolnir in hand, you unleashed a bolt of lightning. Bang! The young man fell to the ground, annihilated by your single strike, reduced to countless fragments. With 4 tiers of true soldiers at your command, how could he possibly be your opponent? Merely a trifling nuisance. You persist in your assault, relentlessly extinguishing his ceaselessly resurrecting life. As you strike, your hands deftly explore his form. After the youth has perished 300 times, you acquire his storage ring. In addition, there lies a hexagonal token, prominently inscribed with the character for heaven. Soon, you have severed the last of the youth's 324 lives, leaving him irrevocably defeated. As you prepare to inquire about the storage ring, a powerful aura emanates from the token. Who dares to slay the disciples of the Tianya sect? An ancient voice resounds. Following this, a verdant serpent bursts forth from the token, surging directly into your being. Your resilience has been stifled. You cannot be resurrected. A tumultuous serpent rides within you, devouring your internal organs. Your very essence is severed, and your true power is utterly drained. You have experienced unparalleled anguish. You have perished, and so it is. This lifetime has been rather splendid, for not only did it allow me to gauge Lin Yuan's disposition, but I also amassed a great deal of wealth. Ultimately living for over 2 millennia, Lin Zhan felt a sense of satisfaction. The current simulation has concluded, yielding substantial rewards: mastery of the late stage of the 3 realms with thunderous roars, a 4th tier true weapon, the Hammer of Thor, 1 3rd tier true weapon type, 10 2nd tier true weapon types, and 3 1st tier true weapon types. Additionally, I have acquired formations, elixirs, and talismans. 70 storage rings have been obtained. Shall I inherit them? Casting a glance at the myriad of ellipses on the simulator, Lin Zhan nodded. Indeed. In an instant, his power surged dramatically. Over 70 storage rings materialized on the bed. A bountiful harvest. This simulation has undoubtedly been the most fruitful thus far. After a thorough organization, Lin Zhan discovered that most resources were of little use to him, including a plethora of 1st tier true crystals, 1st and 2nd tier true weapon types, and dozens of storage rings. Among the numerous rings, only the one from Hua Wuqing possessed significant space, along with the 2 bestowed upon him by Lin Yuan. The rest were rather inconsequential. With a mere thought, a hammer crackling with electricity appeared in his hand. Roar. The moment the hammer manifested, Fat Tiger was startled awake. He frantically surveyed his surroundings, finally fixating on the Hammer of Thor, emitting a series of high-pitched cries. Are you calling for your mother? Lin Zhan cast a sidelong glance at him, prompting Fat Tiger to promptly close his mouth and turn away to resume his slumber. What can I say? Is this hammer of any use to you? Lin Zhan carefully attuned his senses, finding no further anomalies. Exiting the room, he performed a brief test. Quite impressive, indeed. This is the 4th tier true weapon. It feels exceptionally exhilarating. Returning to his chamber, he retrieved a substantial handful of elixirs and grasped the nape of Fat Tiger's neck. Shall I help you flourish? Fat Tiger trembled, yet could not resist licking his tongue. He sensed that both the elixirs and true crystals would benefit him. Very well, you are a prodigious talent. You cannot simply perish like this. Lin Zhan tossed him onto the bed and continued to scrutinize the resources. Beyond these materials, his mind brimmed with extensive memories concerning the contemplation of yin and yang without limits. Yet, he still found himself at a loss for a solution. In the next simulation, I shall seek out the founder of yin and yang without limits. My limitations do not signify that others share them. Lin Zhan's saliva flowed freely, and one cannot help but remark that under the torrent of chaotic memories, he surpassed even the most reckless of warriors. His mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. Possessing the strength to subdue the entire realm of the crazy Monument Sea, Lin Zhan refrained from indulging in reckless exploits. What a farce. Heroes abound, akin to fish crossing a river. He was merely at the late stage of the 3rd realm. A mere glimpse would spell his doom. And then there was the Tianya sect. What an intriguing name. Would there be a Haiju sect as well? Such names hardly inspire confidence. Lin Zhan cast a glance at the previous simulation records, clicking his tongue in disbelief. How exactly did this Tianya sect manage to eliminate me? They even prohibited my resurrection? Such tactics are truly confounding. After much contemplation, he realized it was to no avail. Once he organized the gains from this encounter, he settled down, embracing his plump feline companion for rest. On the following day, under the vigilant watch of the old Taoist, Lin Zhan engaged in frenetic activity, producing a plethora of remarkable works that resonated throughout the land, rendering him invincible. The old Taoist could only shield his eyes, utterly unable to bear the sight. As the night deepened, Lin Zhan found himself not in bed, but seated at a nearby desk, immersed in silent contemplation. The issues at hand were numerous. The true bone was one aspect, while Lin Yuan's attitude remained another. From the results of the previous encounter, it seemed he was destined to possess the true bone, only to have it snatched away by Lin Yuan. Perhaps out of guilt, Lin Yuan returned to see him after 5 centuries. I demand compensation. Such words necessitated careful calculation regarding Lin Yuan's response. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Zhan promptly began the simulation anew. On the 21st attempt, he initiated the process. On the first day, he lifted the plump tiger, administering a bottle of elixir and 1,000 first-tier true crystals. The tiger reveled in delight. However, 35 seconds later, the plump tiger succumbed, and upon inspection, Lin Zhan discovered it was due to overindulgence. Though the creature could absorb elixirs and true crystals, it could not handle such a copious amount at once. It simply couldn't bear it, he mused. You shake your head with a bitter smile, beginning to recount past events once more. As for the old Taoist, let it be. Day after day, he revels in his own enjoyment of life, having never taken a wife throughout his long existence. It's best not to provoke him further. We too must aspire towards the light, striving to be virtuous individuals. Your face radiates an innocent smile. Under the cover of night, you casually took the life of Li Qingzi. Subsequently, you entered the sacred grounds of the true path, the forbidden inner sanctuary of the Kunlun demon sect, where you acquired yet another precious spirit stone, bringing your total to 8. On the first night, you arrived at the main headquarters of the shadow demon sect. With a snap of your fingers, a thunderous clap echoed, drawing the gaze of all present upon you. You are enveloped in a myriad of lightning bolts as you delve deeper into the shadow demon sect. Soon, you find yourself in the innermost courtyard, where you encounter the current leader of the shadow demon sect, Yin Feng. The concept of Yin Yang Wuji was birthed from his imagination. Yin Feng, along with a dozen high-ranking members of the sect, kneels before you, their faces etched with terror, gazing upon you with a mixture of fear and awe. Terrifying, formidable, and not to be trifled with. The formidable aura you exude shatters all their thoughts of resistance. This esteemed senior, Yin Feng, was about to speak when you casually dropped a few books beside him. Yin Feng, I remarked, I have heard of your creation of the Yin-Yang limitless technique, which can alter one's fundamental nature and comprehension through dual cultivation. Now, I implore you to assist me in devising an even more potent technique. You placed your right hand upon his shoulder. You have ascended. I bestow upon you an opportunity, guiding you to soar into the heavens and embrace a higher realm. Should you falter, I shall obliterate all that lies before you. As the words left your lips, you flicked your hand, and the numerous edifices behind you were enveloped in a tempest of lightning, instantly reduced to mere rubble, leaving not a single intact brick in their wake. The shadowy wind knelt, bowing deeply, with unwavering determination. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall undoubtedly succeed. You nodded. I grant you a millennium after 5 centuries. I shall return to assess your achievements. Leaving behind a few words, you turned and departed, harboring the hope of success. While you harbor hope, you are acutely aware of the lamentably slim odds. You are not concerned about the betrayal of the dark winds or disobedience. You have already inscribed the mark of true power within him, enabling you to locate and annihilate him at will. After completing this task, you hasten towards the northern realm where the legacy of Hua Wuxia resides. There, one can find 1,000 second-tier true crystals and an abundance of cultivation-enhancing elixirs, which collectively represent a significant fortune for you. Additionally, there are 4th-tier true weapons. Wielding 2 of these formidable armaments would undoubtedly augment your strength. However, you currently face a rather awkward predicament. To access the legacy, a key is required, which is a one-time use item that you do not possess at the moment. Soon, you found yourself at a loss for words. Have I overthought this? How could my mind have wandered in such a way? According to my calculations, Hua Wuxia should still be alive. What could you achieve by going there? The current realm of the Mad Monument still belongs to the Hua family. After a moment of silence, you resolve to temporarily relinquish the legacy of Hua Wuxia, for this ancient entity is but at the initial stage of the 4 realms, and you are simply unable to contend with him, truly unable. After a thorough contemplation, you departed from the island, journeying westward. In the 4th year, you devoted an entire year to locating Dan and discovering the Li family. Subsequently, you took decisive action. This time, you had no intention of establishing a faction, rather. You opted to become a bandit. In the dead of night, wielding the hammer of Thor, you stormed into the Li family, wreaking havoc and seizing 1,500 second-tier true crystals. After achieving your goal, you made a swift escape. In the 6th year, you arrived at another faction of Dan, a sect known as the Moan sect, where the most formidable member reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. In the stillness of the night, you strike with remarkable swiftness, wielding the prowess of a 4th-tier true soldier, rendering all adversaries powerless against you. Even that formidable 3rd-tier master succumbed to your onslaught, extinguished by 324 blows. Following a series of deft maneuvers, you acquired 1,000 second-tier true crystals. And thus, the cycle of conquest continued. By the 15th year, the quantity of second-tier true crystals in your possession soared to over 8,000. Upon concluding your final operation, You made a hasty retreat, journeying eastward. In the 18th year, you departed from Da'in, left behind Jin Gui Island, and arrived at a desolate realm devoid of the forces of heaven and earth. The absence of such elemental power posed no hindrance. As long as true crystals remained in your grasp, your ascent to strength could persist indefinitely. With over 8,000 second-tier true crystals, you were well equipped for an extensive period of cultivation. You arrived at a quaint village, embarking on a rigorous journey of cultivation, refining the essence of true crystals. Time swiftly passed. After a century, you had successfully refined 300 second-tier true crystals. Much of the process was executed in haste, often disregarding the incidental losses incurred along the way. Your cultivation has indeed progressed. In the 2nd century, there was further advancement. In the 3rd century, the journey continued. However, the completion of the 3rd tier remains a distant goal. The last breakthrough to the late stage took 900 years, and even with ample resources at hand, this time it is likely to exceed 1,000 years. In the 4th century, the situation remains unchanged. The quality of your true bones is simply too low. Even with resources, your refinement speed is sluggish. To you, it seems that even if a 2nd-tier true crystal were given to a 1st-grade true bone cultivator at the 1st realm, they would likely never succeed in refining it throughout their lifetime. Such a notion feels overly abstract. In the 490th year, after organizing your thoughts, you prepare to return and test Lin Yuan, while also seeking an opportunity to locate Hua Qianma and Hua Baihe. At this moment, Hua Wuqiu has already passed away. Upon your return to the frantic Monument Sea, you swiftly established a modest faction that relentlessly expanded, conquering and assimilating. By the 498th year, you had unified half of the forces in the frantic Monument Sea. You issued a command to seek out Hua Baihe and Hua Qianma. In the same year, you returned to the island and made your way back to the Great Xia, to the estate in Jinping Prefecture, Linan County, and Kaiyuan County, where you awaited in tranquil anticipation. In the 500th year, Lin Yuan arrived, still strikingly handsome, captivating all in his presence, and he soon discovered your whereabouts. You strive to perceive, yet remain oblivious to his specific cultivation and power. Lin Yuan, clad in flowing white robes, gazed silently for an extended period at you, who were sipping tea outside the courtyard. He contemplated speaking, but the words caught in his throat. Indeed, each individual possesses their own unique destiny. Everyone holds the keys to their own opportunities. Lin Yuan, filled with sentiment, then took a seat opposite you. You poured him a cup of tea. Senior, do try this. It is black tea that I personally cultivated. The tea leaves were chilled, thus I named it iced black tea. Lin Yuan picked up the cup, scrutinized it closely, and took a sip. The tea should possess a bitter taste, yet yours is excessively sweet. It is sweetness that is uncharacteristic of tea. You smiled, questioning whether your family's iced tea was bitter. After a brief silence, Lin Yuan found himself under your formidable presence for an extended period. Senior, if you have no further matters to attend to, please take your leave. I still wish to indulge in the joy of bringing a child into this world. You cast a fleeting glance at him, pondering his unconventional demeanor. Lin Zhan, you began, but Lin Yuan rose to his feet, fixing you with a penetrating gaze. Although you possess certain fortuitous gifts, you ultimately pale in comparison to those genuine prodigies. Your true essence is limited to the 1st grade, which will inevitably confine your future achievements. Lin Zhan, he placed his right hand firmly on your shoulder. Promise me, never venture to Zhangzhou in this lifetime. After uttering these words, a smile crept upon his face. Oh, never mind, if you wish to go, then go. No one can dictate your choices. Very well. I shall bear the burden alone. It seems you relish this fruit quite abundantly, yet the riddlemonger remains a source of discontent. What exactly are you? Just as you were about to inquire further, Lin Yuan departed, his exit so abrupt that you scarcely perceived his departure. What on earth is wrong with this fellow? Shouldn't he be providing me with superior cultivation resources? Even in the absence of true crystals, leaving behind the tiger whip wine would suffice. You settled down and poured yourself 3 cups of iced black tea, yet tranquility eluded you. Upon careful reflection, I recall my first encounter with Lin Yuan, during which I was but a mere mortal, and he bestowed upon me a supreme true bone and a method of cultivation. In our second meeting, he had ascended to the mid-stage of the 2nd realm, granting me a new elixir to aid my practice. Yet, in our third encounter, this very moment, he offered me nothing at all. The sole distinction lies in the evolution of my own cultivation. He seems to believe that my progress to this point is solely a matter of fortune, thus withholding his gifts from me. You find it difficult to comprehend the thought process of this individual, who is so intent on not letting himself benefit without cost. Well, although these matters may hold little value for you, the day following Lin Yuan's departure. You have arrived at the Shadow Demon sect, and after 5 centuries. The Yin wind has now surpassed the age of 1,200 years. It must be said that surviving to this point is nothing short of a miracle for a celestial phenomenon. You have never witnessed such a vibrant celestial phenomenon. Following the trail of your own marks, you ultimately discover a hidden chamber where a solitary white hare lies, accompanied by the haunting whispers of a ponderous wind. What do you think? You were roused by the chilling wind, and he sighed, saying, "Esteemed elder, it has been 5 centuries. Though I possess certain thoughts. The time is far too brief, utterly insufficient." He handed you a bound volume from his desk, stating, "Esteemed elder, this is the culmination of my research over the past 500 years. Throughout these years, I have devoted myself to seeking a result, exhausting all my cultivation and exploration. In the process, I have indeed developed a method for nurturing life, which has extended my lifespan by an additional 200 years. Yet, the time is limited. It seems unlikely that I will achieve success in this lifetime." You picked up the book, flipping through its pages repeatedly, yet found nothing comprehensible. With a light chuckle, you mused, "If given ample time, do you believe you could devise a method to enhance the essence of true bones?" You still harbor a sense of anticipation as the shadowy breeze chuckled. "That is only natural. From a young age, I have possessed an extraordinary fascination with research and creation. I believe that, given another 3,000 years, I shall undoubtedly uncover the answers." After uttering these words, he chuckled once more. "Ha ha ha, 3,000 years, 3,000 years." Yet, amidst the laughter, the shadowy breeze's expression suddenly shifted, its aura dissipating entirely, and thus it met its untimely demise. You supported his faltering form. 3,000 years? To me, it is merely 6 simulations, 6 days. You smiled and said, "The ominous winds, I can afford to wait." You interred the malevolent winds and subsequently departed the island quietly, returning to the dominion established amidst the tumultuous seas. You continue your practice while simultaneously studying the notes on the Yin wind, aspiring to uncover insights of your own. By the end of the 500th year, one of your subordinates at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier has located the siblings, Hua Baihe and Hua Qianma. You generously rewarded the other party and then led the 2 of them to your secluded meditation hall. You drew the lily closer to yourself, exploring her form with a fervent curiosity. How could it be that there was nothing to discover? You meticulously examined every nook and cranny of her being, yet found no trace of treasure. Hua Qianma observed your every movement, swallowing hard at the spectacle before her. You perceptively discerned his emotions tension. This fellow is, indeed, anxious. You smiled, conjuring a bolt of thunder in your hand. "Hua Qianma, surrender the key, and I shall grant you a swift end." Hua Qianma's expression shifted dramatically. "How do you know?" The existence of the key had always been a closely guarded secret of the Hua family, revealed only to him and Hua Baihe by the ancestor before his death. It was inconceivable that anyone else could be aware of it. "What concern is it of yours?" With a single strike, you shattered his skull, and then with one final breath, extinguished his life. Hua Qianma trembled in fear, his entire being quaking uncontrollably. After all, enduring death 80 times was unbearable for anyone. "Hand it over," he commanded. Hua Qianma nodded mechanically and approached Hua Baihe. "Brother, please do not do this. The key is the hope for the revival of our Hua family. How can you relinquish it to outsiders? Even if we perish, others will still have the opportunity to acquire the key and restore our family. Please, calm down." Hua Qianma disregarded her pleas, firmly grasping her arm, and then silently recited an incantation, extracting the key from within her. You reached out and grasped, yet there lingered an odor. To my astonishment, it was nestled within her very being. "Hua Qianma, reveal to me the method to extract the key." Hua Qianma was utterly incapable of thought. After enduring 80 instances of deadly impact, he had become a mere puppet, obedient to your every command. Beside his sister, he silently recited the incantation: truth, deficiency, virtue, falsehood, malevolence. Strike less, engage more. You have comprehended everything. It turns out that Hua Wuk inscribed a set of formations within the key, and only by uttering the correct incantation can one attain everything. You casually dispatched these 2 individuals. The following day, you took matters into your own hands, leading 50 cultivators of the first realm on a journey. In the 501st year, after enduring numerous tribulations, you successfully obtained the legacy of Hua Wuqiu, acquiring 1,000 2-tiered true crystals and 4 4th-tier true weapons. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Wild Tablet Sea, you simultaneously expanded your dominion and cultivated your skills. By the 505th year, you had unified the Wild Tablet Sea. You have established a new faction, known as the Seekers of Immortality. You have gathered resources and continued your training through the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries. Ultimately, you have successfully refined the true weapon. Under your meticulous guidance, the true weapon undergoes a remarkable transformation, ultimately manifesting as a 3-meter long. This represents the very first weapon you have mastered. With a complex expression, you grasp thee in your hand, filled with a fervent spirit for battle. You continue to refine the true crystals, diligently honing your skills, never wasting a single day. After a millennium, you have finally transcended your cultivation, stepping into the realm of complete mastery of the 3rd stage. The next step lies in the 4th stage. You still possess 7,500 true crystals in your grasp, ample enough for your continued cultivation. After careful consideration, it can be conservatively estimated that to transcend the 4 realms, one would require at least a millennium. Nevertheless, it matters little, for I possess an abundance of time left in my lifespan and can afford to wait. You have devoted yourself tirelessly to your cultivation for a millennium and a half. Your 2nd-grade true crystal has been significantly depleted, yet your mastery has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd realm. In the 2nd millennium, you find yourself on the verge of the 4th realm, merely a step away from a monumental breakthrough. After 300 years of relentless effort in the 23rd century, you have finally shattered that barrier, officially transcending into the early stages of the 4th realm. Your physical prowess has been significantly enhanced. Your lifespan has been extended by a millennium. Your number of revivals has increased to 648. Furthermore, a unique force has emerged within you, known as malevolent energy. According to the information you have gathered in recent years, this energy serves but one purpose: to restrict the revivals of lower-tier cultivators, while high-tier beings suppress all those of lesser realms. When confronting a practitioner of the 3 realms, harnessing malevolent energy could indeed result in an instantaneous defeat of the opponent. Reflecting upon the last simulation where a long serpent emerged, it is highly probable that the adversary was a formidable being of the 4th realm or beyond. As you uttered the name Tianyao Gate twice, a profound longing arose within you. After transcending the 4th realm, your lifespan has extended to 5,000 years. Subtracting your current age, it is reasonable to assume you have approximately 2,650 years remaining. It remains uncertain whether you will achieve another breakthrough in the time that lies ahead. In your pursuit of transcending the 4th realm, you have expended a considerable amount of your 2nd-tier true crystals, leaving you with but a final 1,000. After weighing the pros and cons, you departed from the Sea of Madness and journeyed westward, arriving at Golden Tortoise Island a year later. At the age of 2,315, you were in the prime of youth, a time ripe for adventure. With the mighty Mjolnir in hand and the blade of the unknown trailing behind, your fervor for battle ignites. In the year 2310, amidst a fierce onslaught, you establish your dominion in a realm known as the Great Moon. Located on the island of the Golden Tortoise, forging a new power and subduing the land, you excavate resources for your own benefit. The quantity of your 2nd-order true crystals has accumulated to over 5,000. You continue to expand, unifying the nearby 11 factions that possess merely 3 realms. Your 2nd-order true crystal accumulation has reached 50,000. You solidify your power and commence earnest cultivation. In the 2,500th year, everything proceeds as usual. By the 3rd millennium, you remain devoted to your practice. In the 4th millennium, you sense an imminent breakthrough. After 500 years of anticipation in the 4th millennium and 500th year, you finally achieve a momentous breakthrough, advancing your cultivation to the mid-stage of the 4th realm. In the 4th millennium and 800th year, signs of aging begin to manifest. By the 4th millennium and 900th year, you have transformed into an elderly figure. Although your strength persists, the vitality of youth has departed. A profound sense of sorrow and solitude envelopes you, as various negative emotions assail your spirit, leaving you in a state of disarray. In the 4th millennium and 990th year, you perceive that your life is nearing its conclusion. You have gathered all the resources accumulated over 2,000 years and set forth on the journey home. Even in death, I shall find my repose in Kaiyuan County. You are unaware of the reasons behind such thoughts, yet an irresistible urge compels you to go, and no one can deter you. You forsook all that was established in the Grand Month. In the year 4991, you sailed upon the ocean on a bright and serene morning. You sit upon the deck, closing your eyes as several blackbirds alight beside you, incessantly calling out. The simulation has concluded, and you have attained mid-stage cultivation of the 4 realms with thunderous roars, acquired a 4th-tier true weapon, the mysterious blade, 2 spirit stones, 32 4th-tier explosive pills, and 3 sets of 3rd-tier formations. You have obtained 3 million 1st-tier true crystals and 50,000 2nd-tier true crystals, along with 103 storage rings. You have also acquired the Wind research notes and a cultivation technique. Will you inherit these? Once again, the bounty is substantial, an overwhelming abundance of resources, many of which will prove beneficial to him. Lin Zhan swallowed hard and replied, yes. The power of mid-stage cultivation surged within him, enveloping him in torrents of blue lightning, akin to Seikongshin. Extending his right hand, a wisp of black mist slowly materialized. This was the aura of malice, a possession exclusive to cultivators of the four realms, capable of suppressing all lower realms and restricting their resurrection methods. The principle of striking high against low, of overpowering the foolish, is embodied here. Rising to his feet, he shook his body, causing all 103 storage rings to tumble down, which he deftly caught. All resources were evenly distributed among these rings, including the 3 million first-tier true crystals, which bore little significance for him, while the 50,000 second-tier true crystals were quite decent, sufficient to sustain his ongoing cultivation. Yet, the most pressing concern remained the advancement of his true bones. Should he continue his arduous training, he would likely require around 5,000 years of lifespan to ensure a breakthrough into the late stage of the four realms. Achieving perfection would be a challenge. First-tier true bones were rather inadequate. If the Wind technique proves ineffective, he would have no choice but to meticulously develop himself, potentially expending 6, 7, or even over 10,000 years in pursuit of strength. After all, in the later stages, each simulation equates to a lifetime. Time is abundant. The Wind truly is a genius. A mere mortal has devised a cultivation technique for longevity. Lin Zhan meticulously examined it. The technique, named the longevity method, comprises 10 tiers, each extending life by 20 years. Although it offers an extension of life, it carries a drawback. Once practiced, one cannot switch to other techniques, and daily cultivation is imperative. A single day's lapse would forfeit any accrued longevity. Perhaps this method could exploit a loophole, Lin Zhan mused, narrowing his eyes, his mind swirling with peculiar and whimsical ideas. With a mischievous smile, he turned and embraced his companion, Pao Hu, drifting into a blissful slumber. The following day, there was no hesitation. Wasn't my diligent cultivation meant for enjoyment? What harm is there in pursuing my happiness? On this day, he single-handedly confronted numerous foes, surveying the world with an air of supremacy, his presence unparalleled. Countless adversaries were vanquished, compelled to submit beneath his valiant figure. The battle concluded in the depths of night, as hundreds of maidens diligently tidied the chambers. Lin Zhan cradled the plump tiger as he ventured into a secluded courtyard of the estate. My dear comrade, he began, I must apologize for my previous transgressions. However, rest assured, this time I shall elevate you to greatness. Can I not afford to nurture a mere first-tier creature like you? The plump tiger gazed up at him with trepidation, uncertain of his master's whims. After glancing at the time, Lin Zhan promptly prepared himself, standing against the wind. Even a pig could take flight, how much more so for you? With the bloodline of a diminutive tiger, it was merely a matter of finesse. On the 22nd attempt, everything came together. On the first day, you departed the estate with the plump tiger, successfully acquiring 2 spirit stones, effortlessly eliminating Li Qingzi. As you prepared to leave, a sense of insecurity lingered. Despite the mundane nature of the mortal realm, it was rife with supernatural forces, and even after severance, they could regrow. With a wry smile, you decisively dealt with Li Qingzi. The following day, you arrived at the demon sect of Great Xiao with the plump tiger, unveiling your formidable aura, subduing all who stood before you. The winds of darkness left others trembling on the ground, quaking in fear. You cast more than a dozen books at his feet, offering you all a gift. In a moment of clarity, Feng exclaimed, please, this individual is truly born in the wrong era. Were he to exist in contemporary society, he would undoubtedly be a distinguished researcher. The elder remarked, this book, these characters, seem so familiar. Suddenly, Feng interjected, holding in his hand the notes he had simulated and studied for an exhaustive 5 centuries. Indeed, these are your masterpieces. In your previous life, you dedicated 500 years to my research, yet only achieved these modest results. In this life, I hope you can make even greater strides. You remarked, there is no harm in further studying the art of health preservation. Strive to extend your years. Youngster, I have great faith in you. After exchanging numerous words, you abruptly departed. The shadowy wind paused in astonishment, bewildered again and again. In the last life? What does this mean? After leaving the demon sect, you fled alongside Fat Tiger, taking your entire fortune with you. By the end of the first year, you successfully arrived at the island in the heart of the wild Monument Sea, where the elemental forces of heaven and earth are most potent. Now under the control of the suppressed Hua family, You embrace the rotund tiger and draw forth the enigmatic blade, Wawiki. Do you dare to engage in battle? It is known that Wawiki is merely at the initial stage of the fourth realm, while I stand at the mid-stage, complemented by two fourth-grade true weapons. Resolving this matter should be as effortless as pinching a finger. The advantage lies with me. Directly ahead, the architectural complex of the Hua clan is in disarray, with numerous disciples gazing at you in disbelief. How could it be that, after millennia of suppression by the ancestral guardians, someone would still seek their own demise? It is truly amusing. What a pity it is that such a spectacle should be reserved for the Spring Festival Gala. Amidst the boundless anticipation of the crowd, a man clad in white attire, his long hair cascading past his shoulders, strides forward with an air of composure. "Who are you?" he inquires, gazing at you with a look of perplexity. With a playful smile, you said, "Little fish, I have come today specifically to challenge you. The throne is rotated among us, and this year it belongs to my family. After your family has dominated the monumental sea for so many years, it is time for you to yield your position." You cast Fat Tiger to the ground, delivering a swift kick to signal him to depart. Then, with a single hand grasping the unfamiliar knife, you emanate an aura of crackling thunder around you. You feel an overwhelming sense of confidence. Huawuk's pupils widened in astonishment. How could you? He sensed the formidable aura of the heavenly thunder technique emanating from you. It made no sense. The heavenly thunder was a technique he had casually devised and had yet to reveal. How could anyone else possess the ability to cultivate it? His mind was awash with questions. Disregarding his confusion, you brandished your foreign blade and charged forward, executing the thunderous half-moon slash. With a fierce roar, you unleashed your full might, your aura intensifying with a ferocity that echoed the crackling of thunder, reminiscent of exploding peanuts. Huawuk stepped forward, his hand grasping your sword. An overwhelming force radiating from him, cascading towards you in waves. Boom! A power far exceeding the fourth realm erupted, and you found yourself utterly overwhelmed, sent sprawling backward. Wasn't he merely in the early stages of the fourth realm? How could he suddenly possess such strength? This is utterly absurd. Reflect carefully. All information regarding Hua Wuqiu has been acquired through hearsay, and you have never truly encountered this individual. The skeleton found in the cave is likely a fabrication as well, including that travelogue. This old trickster, masquerading as a fool to deceive the wise, what amusement does that bring? You steadied yourself, swiftly regaining your composure, and then broke into a hearty smile. I have long heard of your formidable strength, Senior Hua, a legend that transcends time. Today, witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed as magnificent as the rumors suggest. My wife is about to give birth, so I must take my leave. Until we meet again. With a wave of your hand, you turned and dashed away. Bang! You have collided with a realm of true power, the network contracting, drawing you back to the side of Huawuk. Oi, little ghost, how did you master the thunderous fury? Huawuk pressed your head down, exclaiming, "It makes no sense." Your mind races at an extraordinary pace, yet ultimately succumbs to lethargy, choosing to abandon all effort. Esteemed elder, I am a reincarnated soul. In my previous life, I forged a connection with Hua Qianma and fell in love with Hua Baiha. Our bond was profound. You were destined to perish 96 years hence, at which point the entire realm of the Wild Monument Sea will be thrown into chaos. The Hua family will be fragmented, relentlessly pursued by countless forces. In our endeavor to restore the Hua clan, my brother Hua and I exerted every ounce of our strength. We shall first, then, and finally. In the end, we paid an immense price and, at last, acquired everything you possessed in the northern land of inheritance, including the wrath of the heavens. With my cultivation alongside Hua Qianma soaring, we prepared to reconstruct the Hua family. Little did we anticipate that, 499 years later, a crisis would befall us, resulting in our demise at the hands of a formidable foe. I, along with my brother and sister, met our untimely end. You spoke with such infectious fervor, tears streaming down your cheeks. Senior, my loyalty to the Hua family is as steadfast as the heavens and earth. Hua Wuqing let out a hearty laugh. How amusing. Young one, your temperament mirrors my own. He patted your shoulder. At 15, possessing a first-grade true bone and being at the mid-stage of the four realms is indeed peculiar. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Wait. This is not an ordinary first-grade true bone. Releasing his grip, he floated in the air, deep in contemplation as he stroked his chin. You gaze around at the densely woven web of reality, speechless and choked with emotion. Is it truly destined for this life to end so abruptly? Surely, there must still be a glimmer of hope. You ponder the entirety of information regarding Hua Wuqiu and the Hua family, seeking a path forward. After a considerable moment, Hua Wuqie suddenly slaps his forehead. I've got it. My dear friend, your true bone is indeed extraordinary, although it was once taken from you. The individual who seized it left behind a partial foundation. Subsequently, you were subjected to a genuine technique that transformed that foundation into a premier true bone. You were immediately reminded of Lin Yuan, feeling a sense of perplexity. True bones are inherently destined. Even a first-grade true bone is no exception. How then did Lin Yuan bestow such a gift upon himself? Is this the truth? Senior, do you know what grade my previous root bone was? You inquired. And Hua Wuqiu shook his head. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, your true bone should be of the 9th grade. The 9th grade? My heavens, oh dear heavens. You draw in a sharp breath, astonished by Lin Yuan's prowess. Has he truly taken away the 9th grade true bone? Is there any method for recovery, esteemed elder? You inquired once more, your eyes brimming with anticipation. Hua Wuqiu let out a sigh, stating, the essence of one's true bone cannot be altered. To my knowledge, throughout the entirety of the history of the Starry Sea, no one has ever succeeded in enhancing their true bone. With a visage marked by regret, Hua Wuqiu subsequently remarked, yet you are different. Your true essence was taken from you. If that is the case, it can indeed be reclaimed. A spark of realization ignited within you. Thus, the tasks ahead became remarkably straightforward. The mere acquisition of this information during the simulation proves to be immensely valuable. It seems that henceforth, the primary objective shall be Lin Yuan. This wild father figure must not be underestimated. Within the Starry Sea, the number of 9th grade true bones can be counted on one hand. Young man, who exactly are you? Hua Wuqiu gazed intently into your eyes, stating, if you wish to know more, feel free to delve into my soul. You are unafraid, and Hua Wuqiu ponders once more, what a fine lad. If that is the case, then accompany me. It is just right, for I have grown weary of those women over the years. Your expression shifted. What exactly does this fellow intend to do? Hua Wuqiu led you and Fat Tiger onward, ultimately arriving at the inner courtyard of the Hua residence. You find yourself imprisoned here, yet fortunately, you have the company of the Rotund Tiger. You are perplexed as to why Hua Wuqiu refrains from killing you or probing your soul. His thought processes elude your comprehension. Shaking your head, you resolve to continue your cultivation, vowing not to squander a moment of precious time. Hua Wuqiu has not confiscated your storage ring, and the true crystals upon your person remain intact, enabling you to vanquish them effortlessly. In the 10th year, Hua Wuqiu still does not visit you. By the 20th year, you have yet to lay eyes upon him even once. In the 30th year, Fat Tiger awakens the Earth Tiger bloodline, and his wisdom flourishes. Master, I can now speak. I have acquired a technique to enhance the bloodline. During the 50th year, while you are immersed in your training, the sound of footsteps reaches your ears. You cease your cultivation and glance up to see a woman clad in white. A long whip is coiled at her waist, and her demeanor is irresistibly enchanting. Are you Lin Zhan? I have heard of you from my grandfather. This woman is none other than Hua Baihe. Observing her appearance, you find yourself unwilling to question her intentions. The thought of her wanting to take my life is utterly inconceivable. You scoffed, saying, Enchantress, you shall never possess my heart, nor shall you lay claim to my body. Hua Baihe was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, you truly are amusing, my lord. Have you perhaps overestimated your own allure? How could I, Hua Baihe, ever harbor feelings for you? It is truly laughable. Your theatrics are excessive. What has transpired? Have I become a mere average man? Am I the jester in this tale? You no longer pay heed to this woman. Instead, you persist in your cultivation. The persistent harassment from Baihe only intensifies her interest in you, yet you remain utterly indifferent. A paragon of Sigma masculinity, you chuckle to yourself, ah, how could a reclusive and pure-hearted youth like me be swayed by such a temptress? Women merely serve to hinder my swiftness in drawing my weapon. In the 76th year, the lineage of the Fat Tiger awakens fully, transforming from red to white. The tiger becomes not only more intelligent but also more aesthetically pleasing. By the 80th year, Baihe is yet to relent in her pursuits. In the 90th year, you still have not encountered Hua Wuqiu, yet Baihe continues to intrude upon your life, daily taking your dog for walks. Consequently, Fat Tiger has developed a fondness for her, eagerly anticipating her arrival each day. In the 96th year, you are in the midst of your cultivation when Hua Wuqiu suddenly appears, startling you. He retains the striking appearance he possessed 96 years ago, though now adorned in a robe of azure. His gaze upon you is particularly intriguing. Lin Zhan, I have come to believe that you are indeed a reincarnator. Just moments ago, he received word of a massive offensive by the demon clan in Zhangzhou, resulting in devastating casualties among the human race. He has already been ordered to depart from the wild Steel Sea and venture onto the battlefield against the demons. After a brief moment of hesitation, Huawok extends his hand and points. This is a technique to seize and cultivate one's bones, a culmination of my years of practice. I hope it proves beneficial to you. In your mind, new information has emerged. The art of bone tempering and spreading is the name of this profound technique. You gazed at Hua Wuqia with a hint of bewilderment. What? Have you, esteemed elder, suddenly been struck by benevolence? Hua Wuqia regarded you earnestly before responding with a smile. Over these years, I have merely curtailed your freedom, and ultimately, it has not inflicted upon you any significant loss. I am about to depart from the Eastern Sea, and as I bid farewell, I hope you can look after the Hua family for me. You share a profound bond with Hua Baihe, do you not? I am now in a position to make a decision and bestow upon you both the gift of marriage. He hastily waved his hand and said, No, I cannot bear such a burden. Lin Zhan, may we meet again by fate. Huawok's expression turned somewhat despondent. Just moments ago, he had pondered deeply. If Lin Zhan were truly reborn, it would inadvertently affirm one notion. He would perish in this impending battle against the demon clan. Otherwise, given his character, it would be implausible for him to have not returned to gaze upon the Wangbei Sea and lend assistance to his descendants over the years. Although, in truth, he likely regarded those descendants with little esteem. Huawok then departed, vanishing in an instant. You cannot perceive the traces of true power. Nor do you witness any ostentatious effects. The strength of this individual remains an enigma. In the 96th year, you regained your freedom, and the Hua family expressed their allegiance, pledging unwavering loyalty to you. You readily accept this fact. At this moment, the Hua family remains a dominant force, possessing abundant internal resources. Here, you have acquired 3,000 second-grade true crystals. According to Hua Qianma, only 1,000 of these crystals originate from the Wild Monument Sea, while the remainder were left behind by Hua Qianma himself. He has also left you a stone, roughly the size of a palm, within the room. You are examining this stone when a lively lily leaps towards you, saying, What is the matter? Are you unfamiliar with its value? This is the three-stage true crystal that my grandfather has cultivated for decades. The three-stage true crystal is a primary resource supplied to practitioners of the 5 realms and 6 realms for their cultivation. You reached out to caress the third-tier true crystal, imbued with an abundance of genuine power, and feared that even 4 millennia would not suffice to fully refine it. In addition to the true crystal, you acquired other treasures. Huawok was indeed exceedingly generous. Among them was a 5th-tier true weapon and a technique capable of cultivation up to the 6th realm of Thunder Law. You possess these resources, and your emotions are exceedingly intricate. Indeed, Huawok is truly yours. With these gifts, you naturally refrain from taking action against the Hua family, and you will extend your consideration to the various enterprises and influence of the Hua clan. By the end of the 1st century, Hua Baihe frequently visits your residence, persistently disturbing your peace. You are rendered speechless. This woman is merely 150 years old, much like yourself, both of you being of the highest caliber in essence. Her cultivation, however, remains at the pinnacle of the heavenly phenomenon, yet she has not transcended to the 1st realm. Gazing at her innocent and unblemished visage, you find it utterly astonishing. What kind of experiences could have transformed Hua Baihe into the figure she is 4 centuries later? At this moment, you ascertain that Hua Baihe has yet to attain the prowess of the Nyo technique. She is simply an ordinary, mischievous young girl. You disregarded all her actions, utilizing the resources at your disposal to continue your cultivation. Occasionally, you ventured out to demonstrate your prowess, instilling fear in the other subordinate forces beneath the formidable Haihua family, thereby maintaining stability. In the 200th year, you successfully reformed your cultivation method. Your mastery of thunderous power exceptionally potent, each movement capable of electrifying. By the 300th year, life flowed as serenely as water, with the sole mention worthy being that Hua Baihe frequently visited your cultivation grounds. In the 400th year, you successfully refined a 5th-tier true weapon seed under your command. This weapon seed underwent a transformation, ultimately taking the form of a 3-foot-long curved blade. You caressed the peculiar patterns etched upon the blade, sensing the immense power it possesses. Your spirits lifted. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Slayer of Dragons. This blade is indeed a magnificent weapon. In the 455th year of the cultivation chamber, Hua Baihe rushes towards you, exclaiming, Lin Zhan, do you not comprehend my sentiments? I have cherished you for 4 centuries. Why do you persist in rejecting me? You have used your true power to obstruct her. After 4 centuries, Baihe has entered the initial stage of a realm, becoming even more beautiful and enchanting. My focus remains solely on cultivation, leaving me no inclination for other matters at present. Once again, you have denied her. My lifespan is finite. I must dedicate all my time to cultivation. As for establishing a family, perpetuating the lineage, I shall have no part in it. Ih departed in despair. For a prolonged period thereafter, there was no news of her. The 499th year. Upon returning to the Grand Xia with the hard-won breakthrough into the initial realm, the rotund tiger found himself contemplating the undeniable debt owed to him by Lin Yuan, his biological father. Might there exist a possibility that he could request some cultivation resources from his estranged father? Surely, a favorable response would be forthcoming. Once back at the estate, Tiger experienced a profound sense of familiarity, dedicating several days to fashioning a cozy abode for himself. Master, he casually remarked, when will you bring back Huabaya? I find it quite unsettling without her presence. You firmly grasped his tail. You are not a dog, to be taken out for a stroll every day. If you lack shame, I feel embarrassed on your behalf. Go, devote yourself to your training. After hundreds of years, you are still at the initial stage. Can't you learn from the other children? Why are you so indifferent to your own progress? It is only because you are my family's tiger. If it were someone else's, would I even utter a word? Everything I do is for your own good. Reflecting on the actions of your mother in a past life, you offered yet another round of criticism. The chubby tiger looked at you with a grin, just as thick-skinned as your former self. With words entering one ear and exiting the other, days passed once more. One might contend that confronting Lin Yuan directly entails a certain risk to one's life. As the saying goes, even a tiger would not harm its own cubs, yet Lin Yuan is no ordinary tiger. You ventured ahead to the depths of the forbidden ground of the Yin demon sect. You beheld the enigmatic Yin Feng, who was engrossed in meditation and cultivating his energy. Remarkably, after 5 centuries, he appeared even more youthful than yourself. From him emanated a vibrant life force that was truly invigorating. What sorcery is this? Has He already lived for over 1,200 years? Upon sensing your presence, Yin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze towards you imbued with a profound complexity. Esteemed senior, you have arrived. You approached and inquired, have there been any breakthroughs? The shadowy figure nodded slightly and retrieved a tattered tome from their waist. Over the past 5 centuries, I have revised the art of longevity. It remains at 10 tiers, each capable of extending one's lifespan by 100 years. You are astonished, a century for each layer. Upon perusing this tome on health cultivation, one is indeed struck by the remarkable techniques within. Many concepts remain elusive even to the discerning mind. The enigmatic nature of this practice is truly extraordinary, showcasing an unparalleled creativity. While health cultivation can extend one's lifespan, it is constrained by 2 significant limitations. Firstly, the techniques can only be mastered by those of celestial prowess. Mere mortals or practitioners of spiritual cultivation are unable to partake. Secondly, one must dedicate a full hour each day to practice. Should there be a single day devoid of sufficient training, the accrued lifespan will be forfeited, resulting in an instantaneous decline into old age. Beyond these 2 constraints, there exists an astonishing ability that enables one to regain youthful appearance. A transformation that remains unchanged until the end of life. You are filled with astonishment. It is indeed remarkable that such a small island could gather the 3 brilliant minds of Yin Feng, Lin Bai, and Qin Xian. How extraordinary! What about the other one? You inquired once more, for this is of utmost significance. The gentle breeze smiled. Senior, throughout my life, I have harbored no interest in martial arts. My sole desire has been to delve into research and to create novel wonders. I have devoted hundreds of years in my earlier life to the creation of yin and yang without bounds. I have no regrets in this life, yet unexpectedly, I encountered a senior, discovering new realms that captivate my interest and inspire me to dedicate my life to research. It is precisely this fervor that compels me to make the most of my remaining years, leading to the creation of new health-preserving techniques. You gently tapped his lips and said, "Answer my questions directly, refrain from embellishing your words." The ominous wind shook its head, sensing that your intentions were too apparent. And your words were akin to playing a lute to a cow. Esteemed senior, based on my nearly 5 centuries of research, I have discovered that true essence is immutable. Those devoid of true essence will never attain the foundation of their being. However, there exists a method to elevate the level of one's foundation. Your eyes glimmer with excitement. Could this be precisely what you have been seeking? Yin Feng has once again produced another technique, presenting it to you. The Devouring Heaven Technique. This was one of the several tomes you had casually bestowed upon Yin Feng. From this art, I drew inspiration. Since the forces of celestial phenomena can be amplified through consumption, it stands to reason that the true bones may likewise be enhanced. Yin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization as he handed you a scroll of bamboo slips. You gently unfurled it, revealing elegantly inscribed lines of ethereal script. This is the method I have devised to augment the true bones, which I have named the Devouring True technique. While it currently possesses numerous limitations, it can nonetheless compensate for its shortcomings by devouring higher-grade true bones. You have perused the Devouring Truth technique thrice, yet discovered no flaws. However, the side effects are considerable. This technique can only consume true bones of a higher rank than oneself, and the process incurs nearly a 50% loss. Following the consumption of true bones, one's mental state will inevitably be affected. After a fourth consumption, it will result in a permanent alteration of character. Therefore, after the third consumption, one must allow a period of reflection before proceeding further. Moreover, there are numerous uncertainties. For the Yin Wind is not a cultivator, but merely a mortal, and thus their understanding is inherently limited. In summary, while the Devouring Truth technique carries significant risks, it remains the sole path before you. Excellent. You gently pat the shoulder of the ominous wind, imbued with great expectations, continue to persevere. For I firmly believe you shall craft an even more exquisite technique of truth devouring. The ominous wind smiled, feeling somewhat sentimental. Alas, I lack the true bones within me, destined never to step into the realm of my predecessors. Strive diligently, and one day I shall elevate you to the pinnacle, allowing you to behold all the grandeur that lies ahead. You presented him with a pie chart. The shadow wind waved his hand, seemingly skeptical of your words. Keep going. Live a few more years. After exchanging a few more words with the shadow wind, he departed from the shadow demon sect and returned to the manor after 5 centuries. You concealed all your resources, awaiting Lin Yuan's arrival in solitude. The following day, a young man clad in white sauntered towards you from the horizon. He walked upon the air, his figure tall and slender, his countenance strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nonchalance, with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. You were momentarily taken aback. This individual bore little resemblance to Lin Yuan. As the youth approached, each step he took sent tremors through your heart. You sensed an overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from him. By the time he stood before you, you found yourself kneeling on the ground, your entire being trembling uncontrollably. Are you Lin Zhan, the illegitimate son of my father? The youth regarded you with disdain. Over 5 centuries have passed, yet you remain merely at the 4th tier of cultivation. Truly, you bring shame upon the Lin family. His gaze was icy as he continued, today, out of respect for our father, I shall not make things difficult for you. Kneel before me, bow 10 times, and address me as elder brother. In return, I shall grant you the possessions our father left for you on his deathbed. The weight of his words was staggering. Lin Yuan was dead? He had left something for you before his passing? And this individual, was he truly your brother in this body? You had always believed that strong individuals possessed a sense of bloodline connection, yet you felt no trace of kinship with the youth standing before you. Without hesitation, you prostrated yourself, striking the ground 10 times with fervor, and then exclaimed loudly, "Brother, is this all there is?" In your pursuit of strength, dignity had become a trifling matter. The youth laughed heartily, his gaze towards you dripping with disdain. He tossed a storage ring onto the ground, declaring, "Waste. Drop your blood upon it, and it shall reveal its contents." You took note of his words. Only I, Lin Zhan, am my father's sole heir. I am destined to be the future head of the Lin family, while you are merely refuse. After exchanging a few more jibes, Lin Zhan turned away, striding into the void and vanishing from your sight. It was only after a considerable time that you regained your composure. You picked up the storage ring from the ground, scrutinizing it closely. Though referred to as a ring, it resembled more of a finger guard. As you unleashed your true power, you discovered a barrier enveloping it, impenetrable to your current strength. As you let a drop of blood fall upon it, the ring emanates a gentle radiance, which then flows directly into your being. You clearly observe the contents within the ring, a letter and a multitude of genuine crystals. Among them, there are 100,000 first-tier crystals, 10,000 second-tier crystals, and additionally, 1,000 third-tier crystals. Beyond that, you are uncertain, but it is likely that there are 100 fourth-tier crystals, 10 fifth-tier crystals, and 1 sixth-tier crystal. Beside these genuine crystals, there are also numerous authentic military tokens, totaling 12 in count, representing various ranks. Particularly the last ones exude a profound aura, with power that escalates progressively. It is presumed to be of the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th degrees. Your lips quiver incessantly, and in this moment, you feel as if death would be worth it. Besides the genuine crystal and authentic weaponry, you also uncover a scroll of bamboo slips. As you gently unfurl it, you find it contains a true technique known as the Imperial Dragon Control, which is remarkably extraordinary, capable of advancing from the 1st realm to the 15th. Within it lies a wealth of offensive and defensive strategies, as well as various fundamental information about this world, significantly broadening your perspective. Lin Yuan, you are truly astonishing. Aside from these resources, your storage ring holds nothing else. It is indeed extravagant. Suddenly, having acquired such an abundance of high-level resources at the fourth realm, you find yourself momentarily dazed before regaining your composure. Seated upon a chair, you extracted the letter. The paper, yellowed with age, bore the marks of time. Yet the ink remained unblemished. Lin Zhan, in those days, I had no alternative but to extract your true essence and bestow it upon your younger brother. Your mother passed away upon your birth, and I owe you a great debt. The message abruptly ceased after 3 lines. From the handwriting, it appeared that Lin Yuan intended to conclude there, but after a brief pause, he continued with a few more sentences. Today, I encountered an acquaintance who shared many insights with me. The Hua family indeed faces dire straits. The Grand Elder has guarded the Qitian secret realm for 5 millennia, making countless sacrifices for humanity. Now, the formidable members of the Hua family are dwindling, and Hua Wuqiu stands as their last beacon of hope. For both emotional and rational reasons, I feel compelled to extend my support to him. Moreover, your growth amidst the Chaos Monument owes much to Brother Hua's assistance. I cannot turn a blind eye. Lin Zhan, I wish you well. As you set down the letter, the essence of the recent upheaval became clear. The crux of the matter now rested upon Hua Wuqiu. He discerned the connection between himself and Lin Yuan and, upon returning to Zhangzhou, sought Lin Yuan out, leading him into the fray of the demon battlefield. In previous simulations, Hua Wuqiu had never returned, presumably meeting his demise on the battlefield. Lin Yuan, however, appeared to have survived. Yet this time, with Hua Wuqiu accompanying Lin Yuan, it resulted in his death. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? Your mere visit to the Huajia in advance has precipitated such a significant impact. Rejuvenate your spirits. This experience was truly worthwhile. If given the opportunity again, I shall certainly endeavor to try once more. With a countenance reflecting insatiable greed, you ponder the present moment, the existence of a practice that can elevate one to the pinnacle of mastery, the presence of formidable true warriors, and an abundance of cultivation resources. What reason could you possibly have to remain weak? Calm yourself. In the 500th year, you return to the Sea of Mad Monuments, adorned with a plethora of treasures. You have issued orders to the Huajia and its subordinate factions, sparing no effort to seek out geniuses possessing advanced true bones. The public perceives your intentions merely as a desire to nurture talent, remaining largely indifferent to your true motives. You extracted the Imperial Dragon technique and began to refine the martial art. In the 508th year, you successfully modified the technique. The Imperial Dragon technique comprises a total of 15 chapters. You have ascended to the 4th chapter in one breath, corresponding to a profound level of cultivation, resulting in significant enhancements across various facets of your being. In the 511th year, Hua Qianmo returned with a prodigy possessing a 3rd-grade true bone. In this tempestuous realm of the Monument Sea, such a caliber indeed qualifies as a genius. In the stillness of the night, accompanied by the prodigy known as Yi Fei, you entered the secret chamber. Master of the house, what is your intention? Yi Fei inquired, his heart racing with anticipation, believing that you were about to impart some profound secrets to him. With a light chuckle, you remarked, consider this a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon you. Having spoken, you swiftly extended your hand, seizing the knight, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, you employed the devouring truth technique to consume the true bone of Yi Fei. Accompanied by a chilling scream of despair, you successfully acquired Yi Fei's 3rd-grade true bone. However, due to the process, the true bone suffered a loss of half its essence, limiting its enhancement to the pinnacle of the 2nd grade. Sensing the profound changes within your body, a surge of joy welled up in your heart. You promptly dealt with Yi Fei and resumed your cultivation. Although Yi Fei was in the initial stage of the 1st rank and possessed 81 chances of resurrection, such revival would merely restore all injuries, leaving the losses to his true bone, soul, and lifespan unaddressed. This opportunity could only be seized once. With the elevation of your true bone, your cultivation speed has indeed accelerated remarkably, particularly in the refinement of true crystals. You publicly declared a retreat, yet in truth, you departed from the Wild Monument Sea, resolved to seek out more exceptional talents. The Wild Monument Sea is merely a remote corner of the Eastern Sea, where the 3rd-grade true bones represent the pinnacle of achievement. Those with any aspirations have ventured to more prosperous realms for cultivation. In the 512th year, you arrived at Golden Turtle Island. While its scale is the largest, and it may not be considered a prime location within the entirety of the Eastern Sea, it remains the most suitable place for you. Upon conducting an investigation, it was discovered that Jingui Island is home to hundreds of nations, varying in size. The most formidable figure rumored to exist is a high monk from the Buddhist sect of Ningguo, said to be a master of the eighth realm. You meander through various nations and cities, perpetually in search of prodigies, particularly those yet to reach their full potential, existing within the realm of mortals. In the 530th year, you absorbed a third-grade true bone, thereby elevating your own true bone to the third grade. By the 560th year, you encountered a genius possessing a fourth-grade true bone, whom you consumed. Despite incurring a loss of half, your true bone still ascended to the pinnacle of the third grade. A mere step away from the fourth grade. Having devoured 3 true bones, your mental state has been significantly affected. You find yourself increasingly anxious and overwhelmed, often unable to rein in your emotions. If this continues unabated, it will undoubtedly lead to significant troubles. The side effects of the devouring true art have become apparent. After a moment of contemplation, you decide to cease the act of consumption. Perhaps it is time to find tranquility. In the 565th year, you return to the Mad Monument Sea and embark on a journey of cultivation. You extracted all the true crystals and discovered that, with your third-grade true bone aptitude and mid-stage cultivation of the fourth realm, you could only refine the fourth-grade true crystals at most. The remaining fifth and sixth-grade crystals were utterly beyond your reach. If your previous progress could be likened to crawling, now it felt akin to squatting. In the 600th year, you sensed a slight loosening of the bottleneck. By the 650th year, you successfully broke through, entering the late stage of the fourth realm. Throughout your cultivation, the resources consumed primarily consisted of second-grade true crystals, for once one reaches the fifth realm, these become ineffective and must be utilized to their fullest extent. The quantities of third and fourth-grade true crystals were limited, necessitating a judicious allocation. By the 700th year, your cultivation was drawing ever closer to the completion of the fourth realm. You have ceased your cultivation. 2 centuries have elapsed. You are deeply concerned whether the sinister winds still linger. It has been 140 years since you devoured the true bones, yet the lingering side effects remain. You must continue to immerse yourself in solitude. Are you still waiting for the ominous winds to alleviate the side effects of your cultivation methods? You have returned to the island, and once again encountered the ominous breeze. After the passage of 2 centuries, the change in the breeze remains minimal. It is as perpetually youthful as ever. At this moment, it stands before a stack of books, its expression a complex tapestry of emotions. You reveal your presence. What do you think? Your sudden appearance did not disturb Yin Feng. He shook his head and said, for the past 2 centuries, I have been striving to refine the devouring truth technique, making only slight progress. To achieve complete perfection is still a distant dream. Oh, what progress have you made? Yin Feng turned his gaze towards you. The mental side effects will last for 300 years, but once that time has elapsed, I will be able to consume true bones 3 more times. 300 years. Do you have the patience to wait? What of the nourishing technique? Yin Feng chuckled. I have no concern for longevity. I still have several hundred years left, which is ample time. For the past 2 centuries, I have been focused solely on this research. After a moment of hesitation, you suddenly proposed, would you be interested in stepping into the realm of cultivation with me? Your talents should not be squandered in such a manner. For years, you had restricted Yin Feng, providing him only with basic information, and all his achievements were derived theoretically. For 700 years, you had contemplated offering Yin Feng a perfect research environment, yet you were wary of his capabilities, fearing that if he were to seize the opportunity to possess true bones, it would pose a threat to you. However, now, you have come to a realization, at times, for the sake of greater benefits, small risks are worth taking. Is this truly the case? Yin Feng exclaimed in disbelief, filled with elation. You nodded. In the 701st year, accompanied by the ominous winds, you arrived at the Sea of Mad Monuments, where you instructed the Hua family to provide an impeccable research environment. They also supplied a substantial amount of cultivation techniques, genuine crystals, authentic weaponry, and even numerous first-tier cultivators to serve as experimental subjects. Observing the incessantly busy figure of Yin Feng, you felt assured that your decision was astute. Suddenly, Fat Tiger approached, holding a steaming cup of tea. Ah, isn't this the cultivation fanatic Lin Zhan? What brings you out for a leisurely stroll? Remarkably, after 7 centuries, Fat Tiger's cultivation level remained at the initial stage of the first realm. You provided him with over 100,000 first-tier true crystals. Yet after a few attempts to absorb them, he relinquished the endeavor. In his own words, he declared, I am solely enamored with the essence of the moon. These chaotic powers will only hinder my resolve to grow stronger. He is utterly lackadaisical, remaining in this state for centuries. It is impossible to inspire someone who is genuinely content with stagnation. You gently tap the mouth of the stout tiger and utter the words, "Take care of yourself," before returning to the cultivation chamber, ready to continue your pursuit of enlightenment. In the 8th century, your cultivation prowess significantly advanced. By the 9th century, you remained steadfast in your practice, leaving no moment wasted. The 1000th year arrived, yet you persisted in your dedication. This year, you took a glance at the shadowy winds. His research had yielded no groundbreaking advancements, though he did develop several commendable methods of spiritual cultivation. Furthermore, he had commenced his studies on the transplantation of true bones, aiming to seamlessly transfer one person's true bone into another's body. You contemplated your own existence in that individual known as Lin Zhan. Has your true essence been absorbed by him? The true essence is immutable. How, then, did Lin Yuan manage to achieve such a feat? You have also studied Lin Yuan's letters, but they primarily consist of various expressions of emotion, devoid of any substantial information. In the year 1050, you finally made a breakthrough, officially entering the realm of completion. The side effects of the devouring truth technique had long dissipated. However, in pursuit of your advancement, you refrained from seeking out prodigies in recent years, instead instructing Hua Qianma and others to remain vigilant. Upon achieving this new level of mastery, you resolved to return to Golden Tortoise Island, determined to discover several more exceptional talents. With the 5th Order True Soldier dragon-slaying blade in hand, you are filled with unwavering confidence about the future. The true soldiers left behind by Lin Yuan are numerous, and although you have attempted to refine many of them, you have discovered that you can only manage to refine a maximum of 5th Order True Soldiers, and the process is exceedingly slow. In pursuit of breaking through your limits, you chose not to waste time on this matter. In the 1100th year, you traversed the small nations within Golden Tortoise Island alone. Throughout these years, you encountered many prodigies with 3rd Order True Bones, yet none piqued your interest. Amidst a grove of purple bamboo, you witnessed a fierce clash, as a group of cloaked figures pursued a man and a woman. You were merely a passerby when the woman entrusted her child into your arms, exclaiming, "Senior, flee swiftly. Do not allow them to capture His Highness." With that, she turned and dashed away with a man in the opposite direction. Dark-clad figures encircled you, 35 in total. The weakest among them at the 3rd tier, while the most formidable possessed the strength of a perfected 4th tier. My friend, we are not foolish. You are merely a pawn in that woman's game. Hand over the child, and we shall not trouble you, spoke the leader among the black-clad individuals, the very one who embodied the pinnacle of 4th tier mastery. You sensed the murderous intent concealed within his heart and couldn't help but laugh. One of the 4th rank and another of the 5th rank. Your gaze once again fell upon the child in your hands. There is still one of the 6th rank. Let them all stay. Grasping the Dragon Slayer blade, you let out a furious roar and charged forward, wielding a 5th tier true weapon, fearless and undaunted. With a single stroke, you swiftly dispatched 5 individuals of the 3rd realm, subsequently engaging in combat with a fully realized 4th realm opponent. The essence of your true power radiated around you, leading to the instantaneous obliteration of the purple bamboo forest. Surrounded by over a dozen 4th realm warriors, you wielded the dragon-slaying blade, securing your position of invincibility. The 4th realm master, possessing only a 4th tier true weapon, found himself unable to contend with you for an extended period, especially as his 3rd realm subordinates fell one after another. After a brief skirmish, he ceased his attacks. Friend, let us end this here. The man in black retreated a step, inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" After casting a penetrating gaze upon you, the cloaked figure committed your visage to memory. We are the servants of the 8th prince, who is the foremost practitioner of the Cloud Kingdom, possessing complete mastery of the 5th realm. Do not deceive yourself. With that, he turned and departed with his companions. The 8th prince? Reflecting on the title of Crown Prince you had just overheard, your mind conjured an elaborate scene of a royal power struggle. In the next moment, you unleashed a lethal strike, accompanied by a surge of malevolent energy, instantly slaying a late-stage 4th realm warrior. Friend, you have gone too far. The expression of the man in black soured drastically. Oh, I am not leaping in a latrine. How could I have sullied anything? Leave them all to me. Among these individuals lies your intended target. Once devoured, you are certain to ascend to the 5th grade true bone. How could one easily relinquish such an opportunity? You conceal the prince in your embrace behind you, akin to Zhao Zilong in the world, vowing to strike with relentless fervor. A new round of battle commences. You exert every effort, relentlessly depleting the lives of the shadowy figures, while simultaneously vanquishing those who prove to be of no use to you with a lethal aura. A quarter of an hour later, only 4 individuals remain present. You, The crown prince, and the dark-clad figures, along with two severely wounded warriors from the four realms, stand amidst the chaos. With a resounding clang, the dragon-slashing blade descends heavily, severing the head of the dark-clad assailant. Undeterred, you press on, wielding the power of a fifth-level true warrior, fearless in the face of danger. The dark-clad figure's complexion darkens with despair as he frantically seeks an escape, yet finds himself ensnared. In no time, you have dispatched him over 600 times, the weight of his mounting dread becoming increasingly unbearable. You vile scoundrel! You shall not escape unscathed. He bellows, having lost all sense of reason, charging at you recklessly. Having cultivated his skills for millennia and served the 8th prince for many years, he has taken countless lives. Yet he has never faced death over 600 times in a single encounter. His body is riddled with vulnerabilities, eliciting a cold smirk from you as you effortlessly deplete his final chances of resurrection. The battle draws to a close. You have meticulously cleared the battlefield, amassing a total of 30,000 second-tier true crystals and 300 third-tier true crystals, along with various potions and other items that hold little value for you. Accompanied by the prince, two men clad in black fled in a frenzied escape. Indeed, the 8th prince, who has achieved the consummation of the 5 realms, is not to be trifled with. When faced with the option to fight or flee, we, as cultivators, embrace the utmost strategy of survival. 10 days later, you arrived at a secluded cave with 3 individuals, their breath shallow and labored. With a casual gesture, you summoned a third-tier formation, meticulously arranging it on either side, and then prepared to execute the devouring truth technique. 15 days hence, you consumed the true bones of the 2 men in black, elevating your rank to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. With this enhancement of true bones, a profound sense of exhilaration enveloped your entire being. The final outcome was indeed momentous. You cast a glance at the prince beside you, a being of 6th grade true essence. Devouring him would undoubtedly propel you beyond the 5th grade. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers. Why? If he is indeed a prince, would he be cast aside? You reflect on the encounter with the man and woman 25 days prior, sensing that the situation is far from straightforward. Shaking your head, you activate the devouring truth technique, preparing to completely engulf your opponents. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonates from outside the cave, causing your expression to shift, and you ultimately halt your actions. Which esteemed friend is it? A robust male voice calls from outside. You carry the prince out of the cave, where you come face to face with the man and woman, accompanied by a bearded elder. Indeed, the prince is right here. The former sect master's tracking method is truly formidable. The man exclaims with excitement. The woman steps forward, saying, "Esteemed friend, we were left with no choice but to entrust His Highness to you. The 8th prince harbors great ambitions. Should he succeed in eliminating the prince and ascending to the throne, the people of the Cloud Kingdom will undoubtedly suffer. We are, regrettably, in a position of helplessness. Now, with the assistance of the fully realized master of the Tanya Man, the 8th prince is destined for demise. We implore you to return the prince to us. Do you comprehend? Esteemed elder of the Tianya sect, is it merely the attainment of the 6th realm that defines your stature? My friend, you jest. It is our duty as cultivators to rectify injustices and vanquish malevolence when we encounter it. There is no need for formality between us. You handed the prince over with a smile, and the bearded old man burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Little brother, you truly are quite amusing. Well then, since the prince has been found, let us depart. The good days of the 8th prince are surely at an end." The 3 of them exchanged polite farewells before taking their leave. Although it was somewhat difficult to endure, it was still manageable. A 4th grade true bone is not a significant loss, especially since I can still devour once more. You continue to wander in the realm of clouds, in search of new aspirations. The 1111th year. You have long departed from the Cloud Kingdom and arrived in a grander realm. In a quaint town, you have finally discovered a suitable target, a notorious flower thief possessing the essence of a 5th grade true bone. Upon your discovery of him, he was engaged in the act of gathering flowers. As a libertine, he appeared strikingly handsome and exuded an air of sophistication, his countenance remarkably imbued with a sense of righteousness. You grasped his shoulder firmly, causing the flower thief to momentarily freeze, his entire demeanor softening. "My dear, you should withdraw for now. I shall handle this matter with utmost care." You casually remarked that the flower thief is merely a congenital warrior, pitifully weak. Beside you, the woman in green trembled with fear, her eyes reddened and filled with rage. "Esteemed young hero, may I have the privilege of witnessing his demise?" You nodded slightly. "Yet he is but a mere mortal. Seize his true bones, and you shall require no more than 3 seconds." Devour the essence technique. Activate. The flower thief rolled his eyes, his entire body aching with pain. True bone is not merely a physical structure. Rather, it is a unique substance that resides between the flesh and the soul. Its removal does not pose a threat to one's life. You effortlessly seized his true essence, elevating his rank from the 4th to the 5th tier. You feel exhilarated. In an instant, you strike your opponent, reducing them to mere dust, leaving not a trace behind. The woman in the green attire is rendered speechless by your prowess. Young hero, are you a human or a ghost? You shook your head with a smile, saying, "You may call me Gue. There are both humans and spirits." Having said that, you intended to depart, but the woman in the green attire stopped you, imploring, "Young hero, might you take me along? I wish to grow stronger alongside you." Gazing into her unwavering and resolute eyes, you couldn't help but recall a woman named Wabaiha. "Very well," you replied. You took her along, journeying eastward, directly towards the frantic Monument Sea. In the year 1112, you returned to the frantic Monument Sea. Along the way, did you engage in another bout of pillaging, acquiring 100,000 second-tier true crystals and 500 third-tier true crystals? The rotund tiger also spotted you, calmly. He brewed himself a pot of tea, remarking, "It seems I shall be outsmarted again." He chuckled. Times have changed. In the past, I may have been akin to a mere tiger, resembling a dog, but now I stand as the foremost in the world. He finished his chilled tea in one gulp, rose to his feet, and retrieved a conical hat from his storage ring, placing it atop his head. Is this how one disguises oneself? You cast a fleeting glance at him, effortlessly sending him soaring hundreds of meters with a flick of your true energy. I detest pretentious individuals who dare to show off in my presence. Just as Hua Qianma was about to escort the woman in azure away, she suddenly turned to you and introduced herself. "Young hero, I am Lu Yi." "Indeed, I am Lin Yuan." Before entering seclusion, you had visited the research laboratory of Yin Feng, and despite the passage of years, he had produced little of value. Yet, his enthusiasm remained undiminished, persistently conducting experiments that were deemed too terrifying, tarnishing his reputation on the island. After a heartfelt encouragement to Yin Feng, you officially entered seclusion. This time, you possessed the 5th grade true bone and an abundance of resources, determined to attain a higher realm. In the 1200th year, your Heavenly Son's dragon art successfully advanced to the 5th chapter, marking your formal entry into the 5th realm, significantly enhancing your strength. Your resurrection count reached 296. Beyond the fundamental enhancement of your physical body and true energy, a pair of flesh wings sprouted from your back. These were the true wings of the 5th realm, enabling you to soar at remarkable speeds. Previously, you had relied on the elements of heaven and earth or consumed true energy to fly, both of which were external means. But now, you could take to the skies on your own, and your speed surpassed both prior methods by a considerable margin. In addition to flight, your true wings were adorned with golden feathers, which could be utilized as hidden weapons, swiftly launched like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, capable of immense destruction. Having reached the 5th realm, you are now capable of refining 6th grade true weapons. Once you possess such 6th grade weapons, you would become invincible within the 5th realm. You immediately immersed yourself in the pursuit of spiritual refinement, transmuting the 3rd grade true crystals to elevate your realm, and refining the 6th grade true weapons to enhance your lethality. You diligently practiced the 5th chapter of the Imperial Dragon Technique, mastering various authentic arts to fortify your being. These arts are exclusive to those of the 5th realm, akin to grand techniques with formidable destructive power. In the 13th century, while engaged in your cultivation, you received the news: Yin Feng had perished. His lifespan was already limited. Even with the millennium of longevity bestowed by his health-preserving practices, he could attain no further. Upon entering his sanctuary of cultivation, you were greeted by an array of ominous artifacts, an assortment of weaponry, and a myriad of genuine techniques. Despite his relentless pursuit, even until his final breath, he failed to uncover a remedy for the devouring truth technique, suggesting an intentional obfuscation of the truth. You have gathered all the inventions of the Yin Wind into a storage ring, your heart filled with boundless emotions. Subsequently, you continue your seclusion. The flowers bloom and wither. Time cycles endlessly, devoid of any significance. In the vastness of the universe, enhancing one's strength remains paramount. In the 14th century, your cultivation has remarkably advanced, drawing ever closer to the mid-stage of the 5th realm. In the same year, you refine the 6th grade true weapon in your grasp. Within the confines of your training chamber, a long sword stands silently before you. The blade measures 1 meter and 35 centimeters, adorned with the ethereal carvings of golden dragons on either side, its patterns intricate. The hilt features delicate granules, providing a most comfortable grip. You grasp the hilt of the sword, and an overwhelming surge of true power emanates from within, enveloping the blade and causing it to radiate with dazzling brilliance. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Yellow. Upon hearing your words, Yellow trembles with excitement, seemingly elated by its newfound name. True weapons possess a spirit. Beginning from the 6th tier, the sentience of true weapons intensifies, culminating in the remarkable 15th tier, where they can articulate human speech and assume human form. It is indeed peculiar that some individuals have even fallen in love with their true weapons. You retract your exclamation, and in the ensuing time, you devote yourself wholeheartedly to your cultivation, transcending the realms. After 1,500 years, you achieve a breakthrough, stepping into the mid-stage of the 5th realm. In the same year, a figure descends from the heavens, crashing through your cultivation chamber and landing heavily before you. She is battered and bruised, a sight both shocking and heart-rending, with not a single patch of unscathed skin upon her body. Lin Zhan, upon seeing you, she offers a smile of satisfaction, only to collapse shortly thereafter. She has breathed her last. She is Hua Baiha. You gazed in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the scene before you. It has been nearly a millennium since you last beheld her. You have nearly forgotten her visage. You stepped forward, grasping the hand of the lily, your expression dark and foreboding. Raising your gaze, you beheld a total of 10 figures aloft, each adorned with a pair of ethereal wings. Each individual was of the 5th realm. At the forefront stood a young man, who met your stare with an imposing presence. Lin Zhan, how have you fared? The young man, clad in white garments, emanated an aura of authority, exuding the unique essence of one in a position of power. You cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired, "Who are you?" The man in white scoffed, "Lin Zhan, have you forgotten me so soon? Back in the kingdom of Yun, you were intent on devouring me. I still vividly recall your malevolent intentions. I was merely a child then. Yet you sought to take my life. Today, no one can save you. You have come to realize that the individual before you is none other than the Prince of the Cloud Kingdom. Brothers, swiftly assist this emperor in capturing him." The man in white scoffed. Beside him, 9 formidable warriors, each at the 5th realm, charged directly towards you, an ominous aura of death surrounding them. You reach out to caress the scarred visage of the lily, and a spirit emerges from within you, swirling around your being. Though the reason for your demise at his hands remains a mystery, take solace in the knowledge that I shall avenge you. You rise to your feet, seemingly aware that he still harbors feelings for you. Regrettably, your heart remains untouched. Die! Yellow bursts forth from your grasp, instantly piercing the heart of a practitioner at the 5th realm, extinguishing his life on the spot. Alas, he was in the later stages of the 5th realm, and you were unable to vanquish him completely with your malevolent energy. 6th order true weapon. The Prince of the Cloud Kingdom in the sky changes countenance, a smile spreading across his face. Brothers, eliminate him and assist me in seizing that 6th order true weapon. As his words linger in the air, a perfected 5th realm practitioner nearby swiftly acts, severing the prince's head with a single strike. Empowered by malevolent energy, the prince meets an untimely demise. Brother disciple, you cannot wield this true weapon, the assailant remarks with a smile. Should he acquire the 6th order true weapon, he could even rival the sect leader. Before the might of the 6th order true weapon, the titles of master, prince, and fellow disciples are rendered meaningless. All of you shall perish, he cries, unleashing his fury upon his own comrades. You discreetly step back, observing their brutal conflict. They regard you with indifference. To them, you are merely an infant wielding a sword. Under the suppression of 2 lower realms, your demise is inevitable. They can effortlessly obliterate you with their malevolent energy, while you lack the capacity to vanquish them in an instant. The battle among the few escalates in ferocity. The destructive power of those at the 5th realm is formidable, and within mere moments, a significant portion of the surrounding structures lies in ruins. You lifted the lifeless body of Hua Baiha, laying her to rest upon a distant hillside. Hua Qianma and his subordinates arrived, their faces etched with terror as they gazed toward the several formidable figures at the 5th realm. In the face of such a fierce battle, they could neither intervene nor even utter a word. You should withdraw, he commanded. Take whatever you desire without hesitation. With a casual wave of his hand, he settled cross-legged on the ground, staring intently at the yellow in his grasp. It was merely the pinnacle of the 5th realm. He could easily vanquish it himself. Furthermore, among these individuals, one bore the essence of a 6th-grade true bone. Since they had come forth seeking their demise, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? As Hua Qianma and the others hesitated, gradually many began to depart. To them, the strength of a 5th realm practitioner was undeniably formidable, and they felt themselves ill-equipped to contend with such power. "My lord, I shall remain by your side. If we must perish, let us do so together. For nearly 1,500 years, my family's guardian has been devoted to the Hua clan. I, Hua Qianma, shall never abandon you," Hua Qianma declared earnestly. You cast a fleeting glance at him. In the simulations of you had vanquished him numerous times, and he had succeeded in slaying you on one occasion. You never anticipated that you would have the opportunity to advance alongside him. Moreover, throughout these years, you have been plagued by a singular question. Despite merely possessing a mere essence of the flower, how could one possibly transcend to a higher realm and outshine oneself? Even when endowed with the thunderous might of heaven, in this vast universe, every individual possesses their own unique fortune. Besides the flower essence, there is another. The green-clad maiden you brought back centuries ago, Lu Yu. After all these years, she has embarked on the path of cultivation, albeit with limited prowess. Merely at the initial stage. "Master, may I take my leave?" The stout figure approached, a cigarette perched between his lips, a conical hat atop his head, and a cloak billowing behind him, resembling a chivalrous hero. "Go ahead." You gently tapped his head, exclaiming, "1,000 years have passed. And yet this fellow remains at the initial stage of the realm." You are utterly speechless. Is there truly such a worthless tiger in this world? "Master, do you look down upon me?" The stout tiger rolled up his sleeves, feeling displeased. Lu Yi approached your side, kneeling on the ground, and asked, "Brother Lin, who was that deceased sister?" You gently wiped your brow and casually remarked, "An old acquaintance. She held a deep affection for you, Brother Lin, as a fellow woman. She could perceive the love reflected in Baya's eyes for you. Indeed, it seems she perished because of me." You stand tall, gazing at the distant skyline, for the battle has reached its conclusion. A master of the fifth realm, brandishing a long sword from his heart, approaches you with an exuberant expression, fully rejuvenated. "The sixth stage true soldier is destined to be mine," he declares, his determination unwavering. Your gaze pierces through his flesh. Resting upon his sixth grade true bone, "You are inevitably destined to belong to me. Ha ha ha, little one, do not speak of the 3 chances I have for resurrection. Even if I possess none, you would still not stand a chance against me. With a difference of 2 minor realms, he is entirely unfazed." You smiled, and the true energy emanating from the Imperial Dragon technique surged within you. Taking a step forward, you were poised to act. "Brother Lin, I too am willing to lay down my life for you." Liu suddenly stepped forth, standing resolutely before you, her expression unwavering. With a swift motion, you sent her sprawling beside the blooming path, urging her to depart from this place. You turned back with a light chuckle, saying, "You 3 here will only be my Achilles heel. I have no desire to strike against you." With that, the golden wings behind you fluttered slightly, and you transformed into a slender streak, soaring upward. Dragon's roar. A mighty dragon's cry echoed from within you as you lunged downward. The figure clad in black, at the pinnacle of the 5 realms, gaped in surprise. "How intriguing. It seems we have all underestimated you. Such formidable presence is indeed remarkable, but so what? You are 2 minor realms beneath me." The black-clad figure erupted in laughter, extending a hand to grasp the air as a 5th-tier true weapon materialized in his grasp, a long spear. With all your might, you unleashed a powerful strike, severing his 5th-tier true weapon. Subsequently, your blade plunged deeply into his shoulder. Truly, as a master of the 5th realm, his defenses are formidable. You continue to press down, slicing through Yellow's body with a single stroke, severing him in half. Blood spills into the open air, reflecting an eerie crimson light under the sun's rays. You still possess the ability to resurrect twice. You licked the blood from the corner of your mouth and pressed on with your slaughter. The black-clad 5 realms finally comprehended your formidable strength, yet it was too late. At this very moment, he found himself with no avenue of retreat. If he failed to seize your 6th-tier true weapon, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of his master, leading to his demise. With a furious roar, the black-clad 5 realms regained his composure and charged towards you at any cost. Dragon explosion. You let out a light chuckle and unleashed a profound technique from the 5th chapter of the Emperor's Dragon Mastery. Your body erupted instantaneously, a formidable force propelling the cloaked figure of the 5 realms violently to the ground, shattering his form completely, granting him yet another death. You possess the ability to resurrect one final time. Upon your revival, a sinister grin graced your lips as your wings propelled you downward. Dragon explosion. The impact resounded with a thunderous roar. After sacrificing a life, you successfully exchanged one for another. You were left with but 1 life remaining. You grasped the weapon with resolve and approached him confidently. "Lin Zhan, remember my name. I am Li Tian, and I have no regrets in death." With a fierce laughter, Li Tian tore his garments asunder, then swiftly turned his gaze and charged at you. This time, rather than exchanging blows, you engaged him in a sustained battle alongside your weapon. After a quarter of an hour, Li Tian was left battered and bruised, ultimately succumbing to your blade, which severed both his legs and arms. You grasped his broken form and instantly invoked the devouring truth technique. In a moment unseen by all, you successfully consumed his true essence, elevating your rank to the pinnacle of the 5th tier, on the verge of transcending into the 6th. With that, you unleashed another strike. You encountered Li Tian. Brother Lin, the adult exclaimed, you are truly remarkable. The master is invincible. As Lu Yi, Hua Qianma, and Peng Hu approached, you smiled, ready to speak, only to discover a wound at your waist. Your expression shifted dramatically as a sinister aura manifested conspicuously upon your wound. When had you fallen victim to this fate? You were entirely unprepared for this, master. Why is your kidney so dark? Fat Tiger widened his eyes in astonishment. You take a deep breath, channeling the energy within you, preparing to dispel the ominous aura. This malevolent force serves but one purpose, to hinder your resurrection. In essence, until the malevolence dissipates, you possess but a single life. Because I am virtuous, you reflect. After several attempts, you realize that you are utterly powerless. Judging by the density of the ominous energy, it appears that for the next 30 years, you will be unable to resurrect. The danger has significantly escalated. Retreat, retreat. You declare. You cast your gaze upon the 3 individuals, each a master of the Tianya sect. Once the elder arrives, our fate is essentially sealed. We must prioritize our escape. You gently tap the shoulder of Hua Qianma, the willow leaf, and Peng, who promptly clung to his leg, pleading, Master, would you take me along as we flee? I am but a pitiful white tiger, unable to defeat anyone. My dear sir, you need not concern yourself with my plight. Lin Zhan, the essence of survival is paramount. Hua Qianma, with a demeanor that suggested he did not wish to be a burden, left you speechless. I am not dead yet. Why the dramatics? If we utter a few more words, shall we be making dumplings? Come, let us escape together. You grasp the 2 individuals and a tiger, unfurling your wings as you soar towards the south. As you are aware, the east conceals the trump card of the Great Eye, and venturing there would merely be a path to demise. The west, being the heart of the East Sea, is teeming with formidable experts and serves as the stronghold of the Heavenly Edge sect, where the risk of failure looms large. The north and south remain unexplored territories for you, providing a perfect opportunity to chart new realms. 3 months later, you arrive at a colossal island. Yet the density of the elemental forces in this realm proves insufficient to sustain your continued cultivation. You continued your journey southward, and after 3 years, you arrived at a land. Indeed, this time it was truly land. You have inquired into the intelligence and discovered that this place remains the East Sea. However, it is the southernmost region of the Guishu continent, an exceedingly enigmatic locale, situated at the confluence of the East Sea, Central Continent, and Southern Wilderness. In simpler terms, it occupies the lower right corner of a rectangular map. Continuing southwest leads to the Southern Wilderness, while northwest leads to the Central Continent. The Guishu continent is fraught with peril. It is said to be inhabited by a multitude of formidable demon clans, and humanity has explored merely a fraction of this land, less than 1/10,000th, having identified 32 forbidden zones thus far. You have established a stronghold amidst the flowering paths and willow leaves, preparing for a profound period of cultivation. After vanquishing Li Tian, you naturally looted the remains, acquiring a substantial bounty of true crystal resources, ample enough to sustain your continued practice. In the year 1504, you commenced a period of seclusion, immersing yourself in the timeless journey of cultivation. By the year 1555, the malevolent aura surrounding you had completely dissipated, and you were rejuvenated, rapidly enhancing your prowess through the utilization of 6th-grade true bones. In the year 1600, you achieved another breakthrough, advancing to the late stage of the 5th realm. By the year 1900, you had exhausted the 3rd-grade true crystals within your storage ring, and on the final day, you transcended your limits. Reaching the consummate stage of the 5th realm, you fixate on the remaining 104 4th-order true crystals, continuing to expend and refine. This time, you possess a significant confidence in breaking through to the 6th realm. Once you reach that stage, refining the 7th-order true weapon will seem trivial, even the minor Tianya gate. In the year 1986, the emergence of Hua Qianma compelled you to emerge from seclusion. My lord, Li has perished. You too have heard the news. Yet your eyes reveal no turbulence. Her innate limitations, coupled with her relentless pursuit of mastery, are quite understandable. Luyi could have lived for many more years, after all. She possesses a total lifespan of 2 millennia. Alas, following her witnessing of that battle at the Hua family, she was profoundly shaken, leading her to engage in ceaseless training that ultimately compromised her foundation, resulting in a significant reduction of her lifespan. Hua Qianma opened her mouth, harboring words she wished to express, but she refrained. Speak your mind, without hesitation. The one I despise the most is the Riddler. My dear, the willow leaf perished for you. She was aware of your prolonged existence and yearned to be with you for eternity, to transcend to higher realms and attain an even longer lifespan. Hua Qianma lamented, she loves you deeply. I am aware. Yet love is the most futile thing in this world. He waved his hand, urging for her to be laid to rest with dignity. Furthermore, you must exert yourself. If you do not achieve a breakthrough, your demise is imminent. After nearly 2 millennia, Hua Qianma remains ensconced within a realm of completeness. Considering the current pace of cultivation, attaining a breakthrough to the second realm before death seems rather arduous. My lord, my innate bone quality is limited. This lifetime I can only reach this point. Hua Qianma offered a bitter smile before turning away. Change is indeed possible. He merely needs to entrust the devouring truth technique to the other party. Yet, can Hua Qianma truly trust him? You have known him for nearly 1900 years. Wait a moment. After a moment of contemplation, you entrusted the true devouring technique to Hua Qianma. We have been acquainted for many years. Please stay with me a little longer. Hua Qianma, somewhat perplexed, opened the bamboo scroll, and in the next instant, his pupils widened in shock. My lord, this is unthinkable. It is far too precious. He knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing his head to express his unwavering loyalty. This young man certainly knows how to provide emotional value. In the 2100th year, while you were in seclusion, you vaguely sensed a breakthrough approaching. The following day, you decided to indulge in a brief respite at the entertainment district. 3 days later, you single-handedly faced 108 courtesans, emerging victorious against all odds. As you exited the establishment, feeling invigorated, a sudden release of gas led to an instantaneous breakthrough in your cultivation, allowing you to ascend to the initial stage of the 6th rank. Your strength has experienced a remarkable enhancement. Upon reaching the 6th rank, your lifespan has been extended by an additional 1,000 years, and your protective aura has become more resilient. Furthermore, you have acquired a unique ability known as the True Mark, which is an upgraded version of the malevolent aura. Should your True Mark invade another's body, any cultivator weaker than you will lose their chance of resurrection. Their lives are singular, and death is final. There are only 2 methods to counter this. First, either you or someone stronger must cleanse the mark with their true energy. Second, by breaking through to a higher realm, if one's strength surpasses yours, the True Mark will naturally dissipate. In addition to preventing resurrection, the True Mark possesses numerous attributes, such as burning, corrosion, devouring, and freezing. However, these characteristics require personal cultivation to master. You have triumphed in your realm advancement, and now you are poised to refine 7th-tier true weapons to bolster your offensive capabilities. Having previously dispatched members of the Tianya sect, you are determined to reclaim your honor after that humiliating escape. Yet, as you take a few steps forward, a multitude of cultivators materializes around you, each at the 5th rank. Are you Lin Zhan? Inquires the leading figure, a middle-aged man clad in a flowing yellow robe. As he raises his right hand, the 2 6th-rank cultivators beside him channel their true energy, imbued with numerous true marks, ready to engage at a moment's notice. Observing the formidable adversaries surrounding you, you are left puzzled as to how they have tracked you down. Are they affiliated with the Tianya sect? You expressed your doubts, mentally preparing yourself for what lay ahead. The Tianya gate? Ha ha ha. They are not yet qualified to partake in this matter. The middle-aged man in the golden robe scoffed. Listen well. I am Qin Baixian, the right guardian of the Howran sect of Jinyuan Island. Lin Zhan, surrender the technique to enhance your true bones, and I shall grant you a swift end. It became clear to you, all too clear. This Hua Qianma. His acting skills are truly remarkable, unbelievable, utterly astonishing. You realized that you had overlooked everything. A surge of rebellion coursed through you. It turns out that he sought the devouring true technique. You burst into hearty laughter. The art of devouring truth does not reside within my grasp. You are acutely aware that, under such circumstances, the likelihood of your survival is exceedingly slim. You do not fear death. Rather, you dread the prospect of losing all the gains acquired from this simulation due to death itself. That would be an immense loss. You are deceiving yourself, Lin Zhan. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the devouring truth technique. Qin Baishuan's tone was resolute, just as you were on the brink of surrendering to death. A peculiar thought surged within you. Once this thought emerged, you could no longer restrain yourself. Do you dare to harm me? Do you know who I am? You wield the Emperor's dragon scripture, with true power surging within you. I am a disciple of the Lin family. Come forth if you possess the capability. As you may know, the Lin family holds a position of great esteem in the Central Plains. Golden Yuan Island, a colossal landmass to the west of Golden Tortoise Island, is classified within the 4th ring according to the 5-ring division. Thus you must be well aware of the Lin family's significance. Indeed. Upon hearing the name of the Lin family, Qin Baishuan visibly paused. A disciple of the Lin family? He scoffed. Only to follow with derision. Once I acquire the devouring true scripture, I shall continuously absorb power and surpass the Lin family. It is merely a matter of time. How absurd. Yet again this arrogance. This lack of reason when faced with temptation. Among the hundreds present, the news will undoubtedly spread, and at that time, will Qin Baishuan not face a similar fate as mine? Qin Baishuan, how I curse you! Hua Qianma, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Fools, fools. They are all a bunch of imbeciles. With a thunderous roar, you resolutely detonated yourself. Boom. Your body is shattered, and under the weight of your own true scars. You find yourself devoid of any chance for resurrection. In the moment before you spoke, Qin Baishuan sensed your emotions and prepared to intervene, but alas, he was far too late. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. You have acquired the initial stage of the 6th rank cultivation, Heavenly Emperor's Dragon Control Technique. 2 concentration stones, 3 million first-grade true crystals, 150,000 second-grade true crystals, 10 third-grade true crystals, and 4th-grade true crystals. You have obtained 1st-grade and 2nd-grade true weapons. You have also acquired the Bone Devouring Technique and Bone Extension Technique, along with 6th-grade true bones. Furthermore, you have received a 4th-grade Spirit Gathering Array and a 5th-grade Wind, Fire, and Thunder Tribulation Array. You have obtained 1,369 storage rings. Will you inherit? All has come to an end. Lin Zhan felt exhilarated. With his legs crossed, he proceeded to inherit the bounty. Swiftly, the initial stage of the 6th rank cultivation surged within him, filling him to the brim, a most considerate gift, especially the true bones. This time, he ascended directly from the 1st grade to the 6th, feeling weightless, unable to even grasp the dragon-slaying blade. As he circulated the immense true power within, Lin Zhan's heart surged with excitement. He rose to his feet. The sound of clattering echoed as over 1,000 storage rings tumbled to the ground, continuing to jingle. Alas, my shoelace has come undone. Lin Zhan gathered all the rings. Of utmost importance was the ring delivered by Lin Zhan, containing all the high-grade resources, true crystals from 4th to 6th grade, and true weapons from 1st to 15th grade. He retrieved the letter and scrutinized it carefully. It bore no significant differences from the simulation. The 9th grade true bones were bestowed upon his brother. Is his brother Lin Zhan? He narrowed his eyes and extracted another technique. The Bone Extension Technique. Lin Zhan, that foolish bird, cannot afford to confront challenges head-on in such a short time. His primary focus must remain on enhancing his true bones. He should diligently practice around this principle to elevate his strength. With the Bone Devouring Technique in hand, Lin Zhan's true bones have diminished in importance. Lin Zhan grasped the tail of Fat Tiger. This creature remains quite enigmatic. Throughout multiple simulations, he had never encountered another monster beyond Fat Tiger. This alone speaks volumes. In the East Sea region, monsters are indeed rare. Gazing at the soundly sleeping Fat Tiger, Lin Zhan couldn't help but smile. If I sold you, how many true crystals could you fetch? The following day, Lin Zhan chose not to engage in battle. He was weary, utterly fatigued. Savoring life does not necessitate an obsession with the crass and mundane. It is too trivial. Kaiyuan County is rather small, with few amusements to offer. Lin Zhan felt disinclined to exert his power to meddle in the affairs of other factions. Did you not see that old Taoist still hanging from the tree outside? At noon, he cradled the plump tiger and arrived beside the brothel in Kaiyuan County, eager to indulge in some melodies and elevate his taste. The establishment remained as vulgar as ever, yet the young lady's sound was quite pleasing, and he relished it. After several hours, Lin Zhan suddenly paused. Outside the city, an elderly Taoist was still gnawing on a chicken leg when a bird, chirping, landed atop his head. The celestial forces stirred, and a letter was retrieved from the chicken foot. As he gently unfolded it, the old Taoist's eyes brightened. It was finally over. He no longer needed to squander time here. After a couple of chuckles, he made a hasty exit. Junior sister, Wait for me. I am on my way to marry you. The old Taoist commanded the thunder, his speed increasing, revealing his genuine urgency. The days of surveillance had significantly enhanced his theoretical knowledge. Who could have anticipated that a mere 15-year-old child possessed such profound understanding? It was truly eye-opening. In the private box of the brothel, Lin Zhan felt a twinge of confusion. Has their prophecy changed again? He extracted several pieces of meditation stones from his finger ring. And indeed, the inscriptions had altered. Whether from the True One sect or the Kunlun demon cult, the words on the meditation stones now read, "Withdraw. Keep your distance from Lin Zhan, for heaven's sake, do not provoke him." The exclamation marks were notably large. Gripping the meditation stone, Lin Zhan was astounded. This individual was indeed updating in real time. Had they sensed his growing strength, prompting the withdrawal of all arrangements? The most pressing question remained. How did they discover this? Was there something perpetually monitoring him? Lin Zhan exhaled, reflecting carefully. He had exerted himself to the utmost in every battle, ensuring he did not lose face for the time traveler. Even if they were aware, what difference would it make? They would still have to obediently relegate him to the fierce male zone. After watching the flute performance for a while, Lin Zhan returned to the manor as dusk approached. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the city. Upon inspection, he was astonished to find it was indeed members of the True One sect and the Kunlun demon cult. A multitude had gathered, with the leaders of both factions being at the peak of celestial phenomena, Chu Buxiu and Qin Wufeng. Following them were endless rows of carts and oxen. Lin Zhan pinched the plump tiger's mouth and glanced at the meditation stone, which had not changed. What were these two up to? Qin Wufeng of the True One sect requests an audience with young friend Lin. Boomed a deep voice. Chu Buxiu, leader of the Kunlun demon cult, seeks to meet Brother Lin. Echoed another. Confounded, Lin Zhan stepped outside. Brother Lin, for many years, I have shared a profound connection with you, and upon our first meeting today, it is indeed evident that you are a person of remarkable talent and charm. Youthful yet accomplished, endowed with diverse skills. As soon as he exited the city, he was met with the incessant chatter of Chu Buxiu. Lin Zhan listened patiently, knowing that one must savor the flattery of Baiyao. 2 minutes elapsed, yet Chu Buxiu showed no signs of relenting. 5 minutes later, Chu Buxiu found his rhythm. My admiration for Brother Lin is akin to this fellow. How absurd it is for a man of several centuries to address a pure-hearted 15-year-old as brother. Truly, his audacity knows no bounds. As he appeared poised to continue, Lin Zhan, weary of the banter, interjected, "Enough, just get to the point." Qin Wufeng was about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by Chu Buxiu. Brother Lin, I have come today primarily to seek a favorable bond with you. Ahem, I am aware of your preferences, and I have specially brought forth countless treasures, hoping to please you. With a flourish of his sleeves, a procession of exquisitely adorned women emerged from the carts behind him, each possessing unique beauty and grace. Lin Zhan narrowed his eyes, now fully attentive. There were a total of 3,561 women, each at the apex of their cultivation. Truly, a splendid gift. Lin Zhan clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I shall remember the name of Chu Buxiu from the Kunlun demon sect. Qin Wufeng, growing anxious, exclaimed, Young friend Lin, those are mere trifles. What is the point? Come, behold the gifts I have prepared. He confidently clapped his hands. A thread of celestial power emerged, lifting the curtains of the carts to reveal several books. Indeed, they were all books. Lin Zhan was taken aback. What exactly are you two attempting to accomplish? Speak plainly. His expression hardened, revealing his displeasure. What was truly happening here? After sending spies daily, was this the best they could offer? Did they still wish to make progress? Or was it a testament to the discernment of the Kunlun demon sect? Oh, it is nothing of great significance, Brother Lin. My sect merely wishes to form a friendship with you. As the saying goes, having more friends opens more paths. With more routes, life becomes easier. Chu Buxiu said with a grin, akin to a sycophant at the emperor's side. Qin Wufeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. There may have been some misunderstandings between us. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve grievances than to harbor them. When will the cycle of vengeance ever cease? Are you two here to discuss stand-up comedy? Lin Zhan remarked with a bright smile. In that case, let it be. After leaving a final statement, he turned and departed. As if having made a significant resolution, Qin Wufeng and Chu Buxiu exchanged glances. Old Taoist, are you not renowned for your keen insight into human nature? Why then, do you offer knowledge as a gift? I am truly impressed, Chu Buxiu scoffed before leisurely departing into the void. Qin Wufeng shook his head. The Tao is indeed different. In the end, Lin Zhan accepted the gift with consideration. He devoted considerable time to thoroughly investigating Chu Buxiu's present, ensuring no complications would arise. As for Qin Wufeng's offering, it would serve as a makeshift support for the table. In the depths of night, cradling the chubby tiger, Lin Zhan awaited the impending simulation. Roar! The chubby tiger suddenly bellowed. Lin Zhan gently patted its head, coaxing it to a peaceful slumber. Midnight had arrived. He snugly tucked the tiger under its blanket and, with a solemn expression, declared, Lin Zhan, this time, you must ascend to new heights and create brilliance anew. On the first day, you made a simple attempt with Chu Buxiu's gift. By the end of the first month, you departed with great satisfaction. With your wings unfurled, you soared through the air, resolving the matter with Li Qingze from hundreds of miles away with but a glance. Subsequently, you acquired the spirit concentration stone from the hands of Chu Buxiu and Qin Wufeng. Although its purpose remained uncertain, more was indeed better. Eventually, you found yourself on the territory of the Yinma sect, where you encountered Yin Feng. In your previous life, Yin Feng had diligently researched for a millennium without committing any transgressions. Thus, you held a fair degree of trust in him, at least more than in the actor Hua Qianma. Xiaofengzi, would you care to witness the wonders beyond this world with me? Gazing at your formidable and mysteriously powerful presence, Yin Feng bowed his head without hesitation, proclaiming, I am willing. At that moment, Hua Wuqiu had yet to depart, and after a moment's hesitation, you resolved to make another attempt. Prior to this, you took Yin Feng to an island abundant in the power of heaven and earth, long uninhabited, where you entrusted him with a wealth of cultivation knowledge and resources. Young man, I have faith in you. With firm encouragement and grand aspirations set forth, you charged towards Hua's island. Lin Yuan had bestowed so much. It was difficult not to be tempted. However, one must tread carefully and exercise caution. Hua Wuqiu was also a seasoned player. One must not fall into his schemes. A month later, you cautiously approached the island under Hua Wuqiu's suppression. A peculiar voice of inquiry reached your ears, and suddenly, a long-haired handsome man named Hua Wuk appeared. An intriguing little one, he began, but before he could finish his sentence, he frowned and seized your wrist. The dragon command of the Son of Heaven? The methods of the Lin family. For 5 seconds, you held him firmly, a 6th-grade truebone, a scion of the Lin lineage. After releasing you, he rubbed his temples incessantly and inquired, what has the Lin family sent you to do? You paused for a moment, then spoke. Senior Hua, the situation is as follows. My name is Lin Zhan, a reincarnator. In my previous life, I shared a profound bond with Hua Qianma and a deep affection with Hua Baihe. You continue to weave your fabrications, with both your dialogue and expressions executed flawlessly. Yet, it is unfortunate that your cunning thoughts remain inadequately concealed. At such a tender age, you possess an abundance of mischievous scheming. Hua Wuk cast a fleeting glance your way and remarked, regardless of your identity, it is best that you accompany me for a while. Coincidentally, I have grown weary of those women. This delicate little creature bears a striking resemblance to Lin Yuan. You sensed an impending misfortune, and in the next moment, you were seized by Hua Wuqiu and cast into a dungeon. Fortunately, Hua Wuqiu merely spoke of it without stripping you of your innocence. Will he continue to test me? With a hint of uncertainty, you retrieved a plethora of resources and commenced your cultivation of the Imperial Dragon technique to enhance your strength. By the end of the first year, you were still immersed in your training. On this particular day, a brilliant beam of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, fiercely landing before you and transforming into a golden, ethereal figure. You were abruptly awakened as a phantom solidified into a middle-aged man clad in white robes, his demeanor resolute. You are Lin Zhan, indeed. You bear a striking resemblance to Lin Yuan. As you listened to his words, an unsettling sensation washed over you. Achieving the 6th realm before reaching a century is indeed a mark of prodigious talent. However, it is a pity, for you are an adversary of the Wang family. My nephew, Lin Shun, is the true heir to the Lin clan's legacy. No one shall undermine his position. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he unleashed a powerful strike towards you. Boom. The dungeon collapsed, and the terrifying shockwave of true energy surged outward, injuring countless disciples of the Hua family. You lie amidst the ruins, the power of the true mark surging within you in a tumultuous release. Your strength diminished to its very nadir. Subsequently, the world before you descends into an eternal abyss of darkness. You have perished and gained a year's worth of training progress, along with the memories of death. Is this inheritance? Lin Zhan leapt from his bed, exclaiming in disbelief. This is exceedingly brutal, isn't it? Dying in less than 2.5 years feels rather wasteful. If that's the case, I won't be able to exploit my benefactor's resources in the near term. My nephew, Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's uncle. Undoubtedly, it must be Hua Wuqing who divulged his information to the Lin family, which subsequently led to my downfall. What if I had been more cautious and ensured Hua Wuqing kept it confidential? Would Lin Yuan have provided me with more support? Lin Zhan pondered, stroking his chin. Feeling that he had been too conservative, he needed to explore the path with Lin Yuan. Lin Zhan is my younger brother, certainly younger than I. Let's say he is 15 years of age. In the span of 15 years, with ample resources at his disposal, what heights could he achieve? If we could seize the opportunity to enter the Lin family and reclaim the 9th grade true bones, it would lead to a grand conclusion. He shook his head and redirected his gaze towards the simulator. A year's training progress? Memories of death, inheritance. Even the smallest morsel has its worth. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears. In an instant, Lin Zhan envisioned the figure of his uncle, Old Wang, in his mind. With a mere strike, he had been vanquished. The terrifying number of true marks, dense and varied in characteristics, indicated that this individual possessed strength well beyond the 8th realm. Lin Zhan surmised. Surveying the various training resources surrounding him, he reclined beside the 15th tier true soldier, proclaiming, "One day, I shall do as I please." The next day, in the dead of night, Master Lin, who had single-handedly defeated 3,000 adversaries, lay contentedly in bed. After nudging his companion, Fat Tiger, he energetically activated the simulator. Lin Yuan, Lin Zhan, Old Wang. This time, I must uncover the secrets you all harbor. On the first day, the routine commenced, acquiring 2 pieces of concentration stones. Effortlessly dispatching Li Qingze and transporting Yin Feng to a relatively safe environment, leaving behind abundant resources before promptly heading to the Hua family. A month later, you arrived at the Hua family. Hua Wuqing, esteemed ancestor, I am Lin Zhan, and I have a request. You operate with great vigor, exclaiming loudly. Who? Suddenly, Hua Wuqing appears. You, young one, though still quite youthful, possess a boldness that allows you to call my name so freely. With a heavy sigh, you declared, Elder. I am a reincarnate, having lived twice. In my first life, I became acquainted with Hua Qianma and fell in love with Hua Baihe. Ultimately, I perished amidst a siege by numerous formidable foes, all in a bid to protect the Hua family. Fortunately, Hua Qianma succeeded in obtaining the legacy you left behind, which included the thunderous might of the 4th grade true weaponry. In my second life, I arrived at the Hua family prematurely and revealed to you the foreboding news of your demise in 96 years, only to be subsequently confined by you. 500 years later, a man who identified himself as Lin Zhan remembered me and bestowed upon me the inheritance left by Lin Yuan. I believed I was destined for greatness, yet unexpectedly, I met my end 2 millennia later at the hands of a man named Wang, who claimed to be Lin Zhan's uncle. This time, your performance was more natural, your storytelling skills markedly refined, as tears streamed down your face, nearly rendering you frantic. Hua Wuqing observed your act quietly. The Imperial Dragon technique indeed belongs to the ancestral teachings of the Lin family. 15 years ago, Lin Yuan also had a child, named Lin Zhan. However, you seem utterly baffled. Noticing his confusion, you promptly produced the letter. Senior, please take a look. Hua Wuqing seized it, and in an instant, his expression shifted. Bone grafting, how could such a method exist in this world? As he spoke, he approached you for a thorough examination. There were indeed traces of true bones having been extracted, yet logically, you should only possess remnants of true bone debris. How could one possibly attain 6th grade true bone without a trace of the 1st grade? Hua Wuqing muttered to himself, unable to comprehend the situation. Regardless, since you were here, you might as well stay well. I shall seek confirmation from Lin Yuan regarding the specifics. Hua Wuqing remarked casually, then took you away, this time not to the dungeons, but to a vast complex where you were comfortably settled. Hua Qianma, Hua Baihe, my 2 most treasured grandsons, I hope you will get along well. After leaving these words, Hua Wuqing departed. You hastily interjected, Senior, please exercise utmost caution. If any information leaks, it could spell doom for both of us. Understood. Hua Wuqing cast a fleeting glance at you before transforming into a streak of black light and vanishing. This time, it should be fine. In the Hua family's training chamber, you began to diligently practice your cultivation. Life within the Hua household was relatively pleasant whenever boredom struck. You would gather for a meal with Hua Qianma or enjoy delightful moments with Hua Baihe. Those days were indeed comfortable. As the first year drew to a close, 2 beams of light, one black and one gold, descended from the heavens. You peeled away the lilies adorning your body, gazing in surprise at the 2 individuals before you. It was none other than Hua Wuqing and Lin Yuan. Look, isn't that your son? Hua Wuqing remarked, patting Lin Yuan on the shoulder, his demeanor one of amused curiosity. You, the embodiment of a cinematic master, kneel upon the ground, tears streaming down your face. Oh, father, how I long for you. You cannot fathom the trials I have endured over these past 15 years. In my youth, I was often deprived of sustenance and warmth. Forced to wander the city as a mere beggar, subjected to daily beatings and the scorn of all. You clung to Lin Yuan's leg, tears streaming down your face. And without hesitation, you wiped your nose on him. Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Calm yourself, Lin Zhan. He used his true power to distance you, simultaneously cleansing himself of all impurities. His expression was exceedingly complex. The events of the year are all my fault. My ancestors of the Lin family hailed from an ancient dynasty, yet we have continuously weakened. In my generation, I had no choice but to become a son-in-law to the Wang family, subsequently leveraging their resources to rehabilitate the Lin family. Over the years, we have seen significant improvement, and my cultivation has reached new heights. When you were born, you possessed the 9th-grade true bone, which filled me with joy. However, in the next moment, your brother Lin Zhan was born, bearing the imperial blood of the ancient Wang family, though his true bone was merely of the 1st grade. Coincidentally, the innate talent he awakened from his imperial blood was devouring, allowing him to forcibly assimilate another's root bone into his own. Although this talent can only be utilized once in a lifetime, it is formidable enough. Gradually, as Lin Yuan recounted the events of that year, you began to comprehend the entirety of what transpired. Goodness, this narrative is becoming increasingly extraordinary. Imperial blood talent? You queried, for you find this vocabulary to be novel. Such a unique ability can only be awakened by those of imperial blood, with chances as rare as 1 in 10,000. In ancient times, a mighty emperor emerged from the royal lineage, reigning supreme for 100,000 years. Thus, it is understood that imperial blood and its inherent talents can only be awakened by those of the emperor's lineage. Moreover, an emperor is a formidable being, transcending the 15th realm. Legends speak of emperors possessing lifespans of 100,000 years, their power unparalleled and awe-inspiring. Capable of calculating the cosmos and mastering the very essence of rules, an entity of terrifying strength. You feel a surge of passion. What is your father now prepared to do? Will he continue to leave me adrift? In a voice imbued with a delicate charm, you inquired, and Lin Yuan, overwhelmed by the sight of such pitiable vulnerability, took a step back. Zhan, he said, the Wang family is currently of great assistance to me, and I must impose upon you for a little while longer. Rest assured, once the Lin family rises to prominence, there will undoubtedly be a place for you within our ranks. He painted a grand vision for you, yet you wondered, but what of the true essence? What of the genuine warriors? These are the true treasures. Why do you speak of them yet withhold? Father, you replied, I comprehend now. I am acutely aware of my lowly status. I have been but a wild child, subjected to the whims of others throughout my life. You turned away. Since my father has his plans, I shall naturally offer my unwavering support. Enough. Lin Yuan halted abruptly, extracting a storage ring and placing it before you. Lin Zhan, grant me a period of time. Once the Lin family has risen to its full strength, you shall be the foremost heir of our lineage. Within this ring, I have left you resources for cultivation. During this time, you shall train here, and anything you do not comprehend, Hua Wuqia will elucidate for you. After delivering these commanding words, Lin Yuan fled in haste, utterly at a loss on how to confront you. Hua Wuqia clucked his tongue repeatedly, seemingly relishing the spectacle, though he found it rather bland. The power struggles of a grand family truly unfold like a captivating drama. All right, enough of the theatrics. Your father has indeed faced considerable hardships over the years. Single-handedly elevating the Lin family to its current stature is no small feat. He has truly endured much. Hua Wuqia remarked with a sigh. Senior, what level of cultivation does my father possess? You suddenly inquired as Hua Wuqia raised both hands. Your father is 500 years old this year, having attained the pinnacle of the 14th realm. Merely a step away from breaking through to the 15th realm, thus becoming a figure of ancestral stature. And what about you, esteemed elder? With a curious inquiry. I found myself at a loss, my cultivation merely at the 13th realm, falling far short compared to your father and the prodigies of Zhongzhou. One last question. Esteemed elder, are you aware of Lin Zhan's current cultivation? This question holds immense significance. Lin Zhan? He possesses your 9th grade true bone, augmented by the blessing of imperial blood. And at merely 15 years of age, he has already surpassed the 10th realm. Among the 5 domains, his talent is unparalleled. A 15-year-old at the 10th realm. It is astonishing to fathom how far he will grow in 500 years. Having grasped this pertinent information, you have effectively abandoned any thoughts of seizing Lin Zhan's true bone for your lifetime. Upon returning to your residence, you retrieved the storage ring that Lin Yuan had bestowed upon you and examined its contents. This time, it contained a considerable amount of items, predominantly resources for cultivation. Among them were 1,000,000 third-grade true crystals, 100,000 fourth-grade true crystals, 1 seventh-grade true weapon, and 1 eighth-grade true weapon. Other than that, there was little of note. The true crystals are precisely the resources you desperately require. Thus, you focused your mind and began to diligently cultivate within the Hua family. In the 10th year, aided by the abundant true crystals, your cultivation advanced swiftly. By the 30th year, you successfully refined the 7th-grade true weapon in your possession. With careful adjustments, it transformed into a 3-foot-long azure blade, which you named the God-slaying sword, as God also conveys a deeper meaning. In the 96th year, Hua Wuqing approached you with an unusual expression. Although he had anticipated this, it still astonished him. You truly are a reincarnator. He had received news of the demon clan's invasion of Zhengzhou, putting the human race in grave peril. He would represent the Hua family on the battlefield against the demons. Esteemed elder, please take care of yourself. Your demise is inconsequential. But do not involve Lin Yuan. Hua Wuqing laughed heartily, assuring you, do not worry, he will not perish regardless of who else does, now aware of your circumstances. This fellow values his life more than anyone else. That is reassuring. As long as Lin Yuan remains unharmed, I can continue to reap more benefits. Hua Wuqing departed, entrusting the Hua family to you, advising you to cultivate in peace and to disregard other matters. You entrusted both significant and trivial matters to Hua Qianma, while you devoted yourself to cultivation. Although Hua Qianma is a master of the shadows, he is quite suitable for the role of a supporting figure. In the 1st century, you experienced a sensation of breakthrough. By the 150th year, you advanced to the mid-stage of the 6th realm. Yet you felt a twinge of concern as Hua Wuq had yet to return. The 2nd century passed without a whisper. The 3rd century followed suit. In the 4th century, you ascended to the later stage of the 6th grade, depleting your supply of 3rd-grade true crystals, prompting you to utilize the remaining 100,000 4th-grade true crystals. For 100 years elapsed without any news from Hua Wuq or Lin Yuan. Could it be that both of them had perished? In this lifetime, you had exposed yourself to these two individuals, and out of caution, you refrained from employing the devouring true technique. You could not discern whether Lin Yuan had placed spies nearby, so you continued your silent cultivation. In the 5th century, you visited Yin Feng. His research remained stagnant. Not entirely without progress, but rather treading water. Upon returning to Hua's island, you cultivated while waiting. The following day, a figure approached, an adolescent clad in white armor. A crimson cape billowing behind him, radiating an intense battle fervor and murderous intent. He looked down upon you and declared, "Indeed, I am of the Lin family's bloodline. I fail to comprehend why, even on his deathbed, my father would bestow upon you an opportunity when I have inherited everything from the Lin family. What nonsense is this brotherly bond? In 5 centuries, I have never laid eyes upon you." The youth regarded you with disdain. Lin Zhan. Remember this well. The one who will slay you is Lin Zhan, current head of the Lin family, the sole son of Lin Yuan. A formidable being of the 15th realm, the foremost prodigy of the Starlit Sea. Lin Zhan's icy gaze swept over your form. Your entire being is ablaze. An uncountable wave of anguish engulfs you. Buzz, you have perished, reality. Lin Zhan remained in a state of profound shock, unable to comprehend the gravity of his demise. Despite exercising utmost caution, he found himself in this dire predicament once more. Lin Zhan had acted too swiftly, leaving many questions unanswered. How had Lin Yuan met his end? Had Hua Wuqiu also fallen? Or was it possible that someone in the demon clan's battleground had orchestrated Lin Yuan's downfall? The simulation has concluded. He has attained the late-stage cultivation of the 6th rank, alongside the 7th-tier true weapon, the God-slaying sword. He has acquired 2 spirit-condensing stones and 10,000 4th-grade true crystals. Will you inherit these rewards? Yes. Cultivation and resources overshadow all else. Lin Zhan meticulously organized his gains and laid them upon the table, feeling a pang of regret, for the time being. It would be unwise to think of plotting against Lin Yuan and Lin Zhan. The Lin family of Zhengzhou and the Wang family were realms far beyond his reach. Grasping a 4th-grade true crystal, he bowed his head in contemplation. The pressing matter was to harness the devouring truth technique to enhance his true bones and elevate his cultivation. With a swift motion of his right hand, he seized a 3-foot blue blade, the 7th-tier true weapon he had refined during this simulation. which he subsequently named the God-slaying sword. Upon refinement, the true weapon from reality had vanished, indicating that this was one of the simulator's rules, preventing an endless cycle of duplication. Something felt amiss. He distinctly remembered not setting this particular protocol. Lin Zhan furrowed his brow, ultimately resigned to accept the circumstances. The following day arrived. Night had fallen. Master Lin conducted yet another thorough inspection of the various gifts sent by Chu Buxiu. The condition of the carriage was impeccable, and the essence remained untainted. Satisfied, he reclined upon his bed, resting his head on the soft belly of the plump tiger. The time had come. On the first day, you departed with all your resources. Resolved to eliminate Li Qingze and seize the spirit-condensing stones. The storage ring already contained 16 of them. You took Yin Feng along, securing him a fortuitous location. Drawing a large and delectable meat pie. Keep it up, young one. I believe you will succeed. After patting Yin Feng on the head, you rewarded him with a hearty meal. In a corner where you could not see, Yin Feng gazed at the various resources and cultivation notes in his hands, eyes gleaming with an eerie brilliance. On the second year, you arrived at Golden Tortoise Island, concealing your aura and searching for a uniquely gifted genius. Preparing to employ the devouring truth technique to enhance the true bones. By the 10th year, you had traversed the entirety of Golden Tortoise Island. Discovering but a single target, a prince of the dynasty, endowed with 7th grade true bones. You stealthily seized his true essence, unbeknownst to him, and after consuming it, your own essence ascended significantly in rank. However, it has yet to reach the 7th tier. It appears that another consumption is necessary. Having departed from Golden Tortoise Island, you journeyed westward while honing your skills, delving deep into the heart of the Eastern Sea. Along the way, you engaged in a series of clandestine confrontations, amassing a considerable fortune in genuine crystal resources. Your collection now boasts 1,500,000 third-tier genuine crystals, 60,000 fourth-tier crystals, along with various other resources. With the formidable might of a 7th-tier true weapon at your disposal, you remain invincible beneath the 8th realm. Although you cannot deliver instant kills, you have yet to be vanquished by any adversary of the 7th realm. In the 20th year of your odyssey, you arrived at the 3rd ring of the Eastern Sea, where the density of the elemental forces was significantly heightened, and the caliber of experts had markedly improved. Amidst a colossal island, you encountered a prodigious talent, and the circumstances surrounding this discovery were rather intricate. On that fateful day, while you were indulging in the breathtaking scenery at the Frantic Youth Pavilion, enchanted by the melodies of string instruments, a sudden commotion erupted from the adjacent room as a young lady gave birth. To your astonishment, the newborn possessed 7th grade true bones. With little to deliberate, despite the abundance of skilled individuals in the 3rd ring of the Eastern Sea, this locale remained relatively modest. You swiftly acquired the true bones, elevating your own true bone grade to the 7th tier. You feel exhilarated, and your mind is tingling, as if something is about to blossom within. You find yourself in a state of profound introspection, having secured a safe refuge nearby. As you settle your thoughts, you keenly observe the transformations within your body. The most significant alteration lies within your true essence. You can sense that your intrinsic nature is undergoing a continuous refinement, becoming increasingly pure, akin to being pressed repeatedly by a hydraulic machine. Thus, the evolution of your true essence reaches its culmination in the 21st year. You have awakened the true bone talent, a remarkable ability that can only be realized by those possessing true bones of the 7th rank or higher. Each talent is exceptionally unique and significantly enhances the capabilities of the cultivator. The frenzy ability, which amplifies one's attack power tenfold for a brief duration without any adverse effects, boasts a cooldown period of 1 hour. This skill is quite formidable, especially when combined with the God-slaying sword, greatly augmenting your offensive prowess. Following the 7th rank of true bones lies the 8th rank. You inquired extensively and discovered that the 8th grade is indeed the pinnacle of innate talent in the Eastern Sea. Even within the core regions of the Eastern Sea's 1st ring, there are scarcely a few possessing true 8th grade bones, the majority being of the 7th grade. As for the 9th grade true bones, they are nearly non-existent, not only in the Eastern Sea but throughout the entire Starry Ocean. This realization only fortified your resolve to reclaim your true bones. In the 23rd year, you ventured into the 2nd ring of the Eastern Sea, scouring various islands in search of your objective, intent on elevating your true bones to the extreme limit of the 7th grade. If fortune smiled upon you and you were to encounter an 8th grade bone, it would be all the more splendid. By the 25th year, you had found nothing of significance. In the 30th year, you stepped into the 1st ring of the Eastern Sea, where you beheld a strikingly different landscape. dominated by the formidable presence of the ancestral beings of the 15th realm. After a thorough exploration, you sighed and resolved to gather resources, diligently training in hopes of breaking through to the 7th grade, or even ascending to the 8th or 9th grades. In the 40th year, you journeyed eastward, encountering a series of treacherous encounters, which allowed you to amass a considerable amount of resources before finally arriving at the continent of Goetia. You have discovered a splendid cave and commenced your seclusion. At this moment, your collection of 3rd-tier true crystals has amassed to 2 million, while the 4th tier has reached 150,000. You have meticulously arranged numerous formations around your cave dwelling before embarking on your cultivation. The 7th grade true bones have significantly enhanced your abilities, particularly in the refinement of true crystals, and your pace of cultivation has accelerated remarkably. In the 50th year of your practice, as you delve into your training, a sudden cry for help pierces the tranquility outside your cave. A young cultivator of the 6th realm, appearing barely older than a child, utters a desperate plea for salvation before collapsing to the ground, gravely wounded and unconscious. Your thoughts are somewhat distorted. Observing from a distance, one notices that the other is adorned with numerous injuries, most of which are scars from burns and erosion. Such scars are beyond your capacity to eradicate, which sufficiently indicates that the one pursuing this youth is undoubtedly a formidable being of at least 6th rank or higher. Upon examining his true essence, you astonishingly discovered it to be of the 8th grade. Without hesitation, you immediately devoured his true bone essence. Your own bone quality surges dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th tier. You have etched this moment in your memory. If fortune permits, during the next encounter, you may find yourself patiently awaiting an opportunity. Upon discovering that your adversary possesses no further treasures, you swiftly take your leave. In the 60th year, after a decade of relentless running, you still harbor a sense of insecurity. Thus, you continue your journey westward, traversing several forbidden territories and encountering numerous obstacles along the way. By the 100th year, you find yourself in the southern regions, a land replete with towering mountains, shrouded in miasma, and teeming with venomous creatures. After 50 years of relentless pursuit, you deem it sufficient and make your abode in a grand mountain located 300,000 miles away. You observe that the number of mystical beasts here is abundant, with the majority belonging to the 1st and 2nd realms, and the most formidable among them scarcely reaching the 4th realm. After spending several days, you captured a 4-bound venomous serpent and placed it at the entrance of your cave, appointing it as a guardian to patrol diligently. Under your imposing authority, the serpent dares not resist, complying obediently with your command. You find yourself in a state of helplessness, for until now you have yet to obtain the incantation to control the monsters. Otherwise, life would be much more pleasant. In the 2nd century, your cultivation progressed rapidly, yet you suddenly encountered a bottleneck. By the 4th century, after an unexpected release, you managed to overcome this obstacle and smoothly ascended to the 6th realm of perfection. As you sensed the ever-increasing true power within you, a warmth enveloped your entire being, prompting you to continue your cultivation with unwavering dedication. In the 450th year, after much deliberation, you ultimately decided against returning home. This time, devoid of your interference, Huawuk should have perished, while Lin Yuan still thrives. However, your own strength remains insufficient, and the information at your disposal is scant. It is not yet the time to reap the rewards. In the 5th century, you channeled the Emperor's dragon control technique, successfully mastering the 5th true art of the 6th volume, showcasing an even more formidable offensive capability. As the 6th century approached, you were on the verge of a breakthrough. On this day, figures began to converge from the distance, cautiously stepping into your cave abode. Boss, look, this unmistakably emanates the aura of a 4th-tier true crystal. The fluctuations of true power within are consistently at the 6th realm. What a prime target. Excellent, excellent. Inform the brothers. This year we shall complete one final endeavor before returning home to make dumplings. You heard a cacophony of whispers. Uft. You released a flatulence, absent-mindedly picked your nose, and in that moment, your cultivation experienced a fortuitous breakthrough, officially entering the 7th realm. At this juncture, outside your cave, hundreds of figures gathered, encircling you with a formidable intensity. The patrolling 4-realm serpents were also seized by a practitioner of the 6th realm, one of whom had a serpent's tail protruding from his mouth. Brothers, he proclaimed, he has ascended to the 7th realm. Among the calamity cultivators, the most formidable elder of the 7th realm, with blood-red eyes, declared, "Kill him, and all resources shall be ours." After stirring the atmosphere, he was the first to charge towards you. You unsheathed the sword of divine slaughter and invited you all to witness the prowess of my first strike after transcending the 7 realms. As you engage in your cultivation, a golden dragon emerges from within you, coiling around the divine slaying sword. The Emperor commands the dragon, slash. With a sweeping motion, the long sword is thrust forward, and the golden dragon soars forth, crashing into dozens of 6th realm tribulation cultivators, ultimately slaying the mightiest of them, a 7th realm tribulation cultivator, extinguishing his life. The power of your strike is commendable, yet it is regrettable that you remain rather inexperienced. After all, you are merely a fledgling who has just broken through to the 7th realm. Upon revival, the leader of the 7th realm tribulation cultivators erupts into laughter. Everyone, heed my command. 7th realm, attack. Those below the 7th realm, scatter and seek opportunities for ambush. The leader's gaze fixates on the divine slaying sword in your grasp, salivating at the sight of numerous true crystals. This strategy is indeed quite astute, but alas, they have encountered you, unleashing the heavenly dragon command to its fullest. You transform into a deity of slaughter, activating your 7th tier true bone talent in a frenzy. With a single strike, a 7th realm cultivator meets their demise. Those in the mid-7th realm and below fall victim to your sword in an instant. Only those stronger than you possess a chance of revival. Your movements are swift. In just a few breaths, hundreds of cultivators have been reduced to merely 5 surviving from the 7th realm. The others have perished beneath your blade. Among the remaining 5 from the 7th realm, 3 are in the mid-stage, 2 are in the late stage, and 1 has achieved perfection. You brandish your sword and charge forth, while the crowd executes a formation of swordplay, encircling you. Subsequently, a multitude of genuine marks descends upon you, disrupting your resurrection. You are fearless, exuding an overwhelming aura, wreaking havoc with fervent perseverance as you slay the 7 realms. It is imperative to achieve a staggering total of 5,184 kills within a single day to utterly vanquish your adversary. You fixate on a mid-stage 7 realms practitioner, relentlessly striking. He is forced to retreat with each blow you deliver, dying and resurrecting repeatedly. Elder brother, save me, he cries. Quickly lend your assistance. Gradually, he begins to unravel. Focus solely on him, disregarding the assaults from others, and launch your attack with unwavering determination. Such is the nature of your steadfast devotion. As darkness envelopes the land, you unleash a piercing cry, and with a single stroke of your sword, sever his final breath. The remaining 4, masters of the 7th realm, strive with all their might to intervene, yet they ultimately succumb to failure. Now, it is your turn, my 4 adversaries. Fear not, for I possess ample time to engage with you. With a charming smile that resembles the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, your recent battles have significantly enhanced your proficiency in the true arts of the Heavenly Emperor's Dragon Decision, as well as greatly enriching your combat experience, particularly in the utilization of berserk states. My brother, remain calm. We have crossed swords enough to consider each other friends. Shall we cease hostilities here? The 7th tier perfected tribulation cultivator can no longer endure. Taking a step back allows for a vast expanse of sky and sea. You offered no response, merely wielding your sword incessantly. The following evening, yet another 7th tier cultivator met their demise at your hands, ultimately succumbing to their last breath. The remaining 3 could no longer withstand the pressure and fled in 3 distinct directions. Indeed, battles across realms proved to be quite formidable. You ceased your assault, drawing forth the 7th tier true weapon, which now bore several minute fissures. After all, it is formidable indeed, this 7th tier protective radiance, resilient to the blade. Flee, flee. I shall observe just how far you can escape. You meticulously scour the battlefield, collecting every shard of true crystal from the fallen. Following the traces of true power in the air, you relentlessly pursue your quarry. In the 610th year, you encounter one of them, engaging in a fierce battle that lasts a day and a night, ultimately slaying him over 5,000 times. The cultivator's spirit shatters completely, and in the end, he neither dodges nor evades, allowing you to deliver a fatal strike with your sword. In the 613th year, you track down another, pursuing him until he seeks refuge with an old friend's family. There, he rallies his entire clan, including dozens of 6th grade cultivators and countless lower-tier fighters to confront you. You remain silent, merely raising your sword. 3 days later, you departed gracefully, leaving behind only ruins and lifeless bodies. Following this battle, your storage ring became considerably more abundant. Only one last individual at the peak of the 7th realm remains. In the 620th year, you pursued your quarry deep within the mountains of the southern frontier, where the miasma was even more pervasive. Even the very essence of heaven and earth harbored a trace of toxicity. In the depths of a secluded valley, you encounter your adversary. Beside the valley, A small river babbles gently. The leader of the bandits emerges, brandishing a knife. Young hero, must it come to this? I have merely sought to commit murder and theft, and you have pursued me relentlessly for 2 decades. He shields 2 extraordinarily beautiful women behind him, declaring, "Let not misfortune befall my family. Let us settle this matter once and for all." He gazes at you with utmost seriousness. You brandished your sword and, with a swift motion, charge forward. The leader of the bandits, Chu Han, narrowly evaded your advance, yet he was taken aback to discover that your true aim was, in fact, those 2 women. You have taken 2 individuals hostage and turned to him. Idle, you now face 2 choices. Firstly, remain still and permit me to end your life. Secondly, flee, and I shall eliminate them. Chu Han was drenched in cold sweat. Fellow cultivator, according to the rules of the martial world, one must not bring harm to family. Who spoke of the rules of the martial world to you? With a rhetorical question, he rested his long sword upon the shoulder of one of the women. Very well. If that is the case, I shall willingly relinquish my own life. Chu Han laughed heartily, then discarded his weapon, striking his palm against his chest. The essence of his being converged, leading to his self-detonation. Boom. He perished. You stand beside the shattered remnants of his corpse, unable to suppress your exclamations. What a remarkable man. In the next moment, the god-slaying sword whirls around, and the heads of the 2 individuals behind you soar into the sky. Remember this. It is I, Lin Yuan, who has slain you. When you meet the king of hell, do not utter the wrong name. You begin to examine the corpse, discovering nothing of value on the leader of the bandits. Yet the pockets of the 2 women reveal 2 5th-tier true crystals. You place the storage ring, obliterating all traces, and turn to depart. After ascending to the 7th realm, your lifespan was extended by a millennium, yet other transformations were absent. 630 years later, you returned to the island and encountered a languid, rotund tiger. Unable to restrain yourself, you delivered a couple of slaps. After a brief survey, you sighed and ventured to the Flower family's island. This time, devoid of your interference. The Flower family had vanished, and the wild Monument Sea was in utter disarray. Ultimately, you arrived at the island where the Yin wind was initially set. To your astonishment, after an extensive search, you found no trace of the Yin wind. On the coast, your expression darkened. Had it fled? Or had it perished? The island bore no signs of battle nor any evidence of life. The various books you left for him have truly vanished, and more importantly, the mark you inscribed within the body of Yin Feng is no longer perceptible. Either he has perished, or he is exceedingly distant from oneself. Yin Feng. You took a deep breath and returned to the island, resuming your secluded training. You retrieved an 8th-tier true weapon and, without hesitation, began the process of refining it. After 7 centuries, you successfully completed the refinement. The true weapon transformed into a sword at the behest of your thoughts, retaining the form of the Divine Slayer sword. Divine Slayer. You called out, Divine Sword, unsheath. A piercing whistle echoed, seemingly responding to you. The higher the level of the true weapon, the greater its intelligence. You were quite content. Sheathing the 8th-stage sword of God-slaying, you resume your seclusion. After attaining the 7th realm, the 3rd-stage true crystals have become obsolete. What you now require are the 4th and 5th-stage true crystals. Fortunately, the ample collection amassed over the preceding centuries suffices, leaving you with 30,000. In the 800th year, your cultivation progresses swiftly. By the 900th year, you experience a breakthrough, advancing into the mid-stage of the 7th realm. In the same year, your 4th-stage true crystals are entirely consumed, leaving you with only a handful of 5th-stage true crystals and a solitary 6th-stage true crystal. The concentration of the 6th-stage true crystal is excessively high, rendering it beyond your capacity to refine. Thus, you must rely on the 5th-stage true crystals. In the 1000th year, your cultivation advances at a leisurely pace, yet you persist in daily practice, refining the true crystals. By the 1300th year, your stock of 5th-stage true crystals is nearly depleted, and you stand on the brink of breaking through to the late stage of the 7th realm. You have concluded this prolonged period of cultivation and are now prepared to venture forth and seize resources. In the year 1310, you once again arrived at the continent of Goetiu, a land rife with forbidden zones and enigmatic individuals, a perfect setting for your endeavors. By the year 1400, you had executed several operations, acquiring 300,000 4th-grade true crystals, and then retreated gracefully. Subsequently, you alternated between plundering and cultivating, returning to a lifestyle reminiscent of your days as a mountain bandit, finding a measure of freedom. By the year 1500, you were engrossed in the study of the 7th chapter of the Imperial Dragon Technique, exploring its various profound methods. One day, A beam of light descended upon your mountain peak, shattering the array you had set up. All bandits within, come forth. Proclaimed the voice. I am a disciple of the heavenly sword sect, and today I shall take your life, vanquishing demons and evildoers. The righteous path of humanity is fraught with hardship. Listening to the cadence of his voice, you were somewhat astonished. This individual, merely at the pinnacle of the seventh realm, possessed an audacity to challenge you. You emerged from your cave, bearing the divine sword of slaughter, and with a single stroke, you vanquished him 30 times. This was the new technique you had comprehended. Derived from the Emperor's dragon command. Your true energy surged forth, imbued with the Emperor's formidable aura, capable of eroding the very flesh of your adversary, relentlessly annihilating his vitality. The scoundrel, astonished by your might, exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. Wait for me 300 years. After I transcend to the 8th realm, I shall return to slay you." You shook your head and said, 300 years? I certainly do not possess such an abundance of time to await your arrival. With a swift stroke of your sword, you have effortlessly vanquished him 35 times. The young man's expression turns to one of astonishment. Do not act rashly. I am a disciple of the Celestial Sword Sect. My master is the Grand Elder of the Celestial Sword Sect. The Celestial Sword Sect, a name you may have heard, stands as one of the foremost sects in the Guishu continent, boasting its mightiest practitioners at the 10th realm. Although they may prove formidable, they have already met their demise. Leaving no room for hesitation, you boldly advance, wielding the divine slaying sword with relentless fervor. The Emperor's formidable aura converges upon the blade's edge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, you have vanquished him 200 times anew. With a sweeping arc, you sever his head. Apologies, but I assure you, I did not intend to resort to violence. The divine slaying sword continues its relentless dance as you dispatch him over 5,000 times in one breath. In a critical moment, the youth retrieves a jade talisman from his storage ring. Curse it, you have compelled my hand. This authentic talisman was meticulously forged by his master over a span of 2.5 years, capable of unleashing the full force of a 10th-tier cultivator. This is the true trump card. For each one used, another is lost. After all, the Grand Elder has more than one disciple. The talisman radiates with a resplendent brilliance. You inhaled sharply, realizing that this was indeed the depth of the sect, a testament to the prowess of its disciples. Without further ado, you turned and fled. You shall perish. The villain, having squandered a precious jade talisman of mine, I shall ensure your demise. The youth pursued you. As the jade talisman in his grasp transformed into a streak of dark light, hurtling towards you, you sensed an impending and lethal crisis as the dark light inverted. Transforming into a fearsome black dragon, its claws poised menacingly, exuding a malevolent aura. The protective true light surged with fervor. And the Emperor's dragon art was executed to its utmost, fervently resisting the destructive power of the jade talisman. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, you were violently hurled away, sustaining grave injuries. Countless true marks coalesced within your body, wreaking havoc upon your very essence. The pain was excruciating, unbearable. A youth descended from the heavens, his foot crashing onto your chest. Vile scoundrel, you have made me waste a trump card. Curse it. Despite being merely in the late stage of the 7th realm, such measures should not have been necessary. This was his ultimate tactic reserved for confronting formidable foes of the 10th realm. The youth seethed with rage, unwilling to let you escape so easily. He seized you with his true energy and propelled you towards the eastern region of the abyssal ruins. You lie gravely injured, in a state akin to a vegetative existence, utterly immobile. 3 months later, you arrive at a forbidden realm, where the youth cast you to the ground, unleashing a surge of true energy that binds all your powers. Humph. Today, I shall transform you into my puppet, and no one can save you. He extracted a plethora of materials and inscribed dozens of formations nearby. At last, the youth pierced your chest with his sword, creating an opening, from which he retrieved your heart, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Oh! At that moment, a fleeting shadow emerged, effortlessly severing the boy's head from his body. She stood before you, her large eyes fixed upon you. Clad in a flowing pink gown, she was breathtakingly beautiful, yet a trace of sorrow shimmered in her gaze, evoking an overwhelming urge to cherish her with all your might. It felt as though you shared an unspoken bond. The woman in the pink dress gazed at you in a daze before enveloping you in her embrace, pleading, "Please, do not leave me again. Together, we wander the world." Carefree and unrestrained, she alleviated all your burdens and restored your strength. Subsequently, a white palace enveloped the forbidden land, and you found yourself cast upon a bed. 6 months later, you find yourself utterly drained, your entire being weakened to the utmost degree. Depleted, you have nothing left, not a single drop remains. A woman clad in a powdery pink dress approaches you, gently flicking your ear. I am Duanmu Yin. From this moment forth, you shall be one of my favored companions. She continues, I have matters to attend to, so until we meet again, I hope you will make progress. With a light pat on your cheek. Duanmu Yin discards a storage ring before transforming into a snow-white specter and vanishing from sight. In a daze, you catch a whiff of a tantalizing scent. Reminiscent of a fox. A demon. This woman is undoubtedly a supernatural entity. You took a deep breath, then inhaled sharply, finally exhaling a sigh as you regained your composure. Terrifying. Speechless. Unbelievable. The past 6 months have left you utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. You can hardly fathom the multitude of postures, the countless methods. What a heartless woman you are, Duanmu Yin. I shall remember you. A sudden thought crossed your mind. Could it be that this woman possesses the coveted Nawa armor? As you picked up the storage ring from the ground, you discovered a wealth of cultivation resources within. 1,000,000 4th-tier true crystals, 3,000 5th-tier true crystals, and a multitude of elixirs and techniques. Judging by the markings, these treasures belong to the disciples of a prominent sect within the land of the void. At least you could take solace in the fact that they did not acquire these riches without merit. After organizing your findings, you approached the corpse of the young disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect. After a thorough search, you regrettably found no trace of his storage ring, leading you to speculate that it may have been taken by Endymion Yin. Without hesitation, you fled. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect is not someone you can provoke. The year 1501, at its close. While traveling, you received news that the Heavenly Sword sect has been annihilated. Approximately 3 months prior, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, surrounded by an array of pink petals, reducing the entire Heavenly Sword sect to rubble. This event has thrown the realm of return into turmoil, causing a reshuffling among the major factions. Indeed, this must be the work of Duanmu Yin, a truly remarkable woman. You find yourself once more in the Forbidden Realm, resuming your secluded cultivation. In the 1700th year, you have comprehended the essence of corrosion true mark, infusing it with 36 varieties of deadly toxins, capable of inflicting relentless harm upon intruding cultivators. The corrosion true mark can be augmented by the introduction of additional toxins, its efficacy surpassing even that of the Emperor's might. Thus, when confronted by those stronger than yourself, you might deplete their chances of resurrection through this means. By the 2000th year, your cultivation remains at the late stage of the 7th realm, yet the corrosion true mark has been enhanced with 100 types of toxins, rendering it even more formidable. In the 2500th year, you awaited the arrival of Duanmu Yin, yet she did not come. Fortunately, your cultivation has made a breakthrough. After a millennium of arduous training, you have finally attained the completion of the 7th realm, with the next goal being the 8th realm, which fills you with anticipation. As of now, the resources bestowed by Duanmu Yin are still abundant, sufficient to sustain your continued cultivation. In the 2700th year, a sudden black light emerges within the forbidden domain. Serpents of darkness slither before you, intertwining until they coalesce into the shape of a door. You were momentarily constrained for 2 seconds, but quickly regained your composure and fled without hesitation. Stop. A calm voice resonated. You find yourself rooted to the spot, utterly immobile. From the entrance of the Black Serpent Gate emerges a tall figure, clad in a flowing black robe, adorned with dozens of small snakes of varying hues draped over his ears and head. Is it truly you? The man in black inquiries with an air of perplexity. For nearly a millennium, I have relentlessly plundered, devouring the essence of true bones. Fascinating, indeed. It appears that there exists a method within this world to consume and amplify one's own true bones. You gazed at the other person in bewilderment. Sizzle. At the moment of their contact, a sound of corrosion echoed, and a pink ethereal figure materialized out of thin air. Who dares to harm my precious darling? Could it be yet another scheme by Duanmu Yin? In your heart, you conjectured that Duanmu Yin's ethereal form underwent a transformation, ultimately morphing into a 3-tailed white fox. The figure clad in black retreated a step, his face etched with surprise. Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. He could never have anticipated that you possessed such a means of protection. Duanmu Yin offered no reply. Instead, her 3 tails surged forth, shattering his body into fragments upon the ground. After dispatching the figure in black with lethal swiftness, Duanmu Yin reformed into her human shape. My dear, I can strike once more, so you must strive to survive. With those words, she plunged back into your being. You sit upon the ground, your countenance unusually grim. This individual has discovered my consumption of the true bones. He stands alone, or perhaps he is merely testing the waters. Moreover, there are the protective measures of Duanmu Yin surrounding you. While they have saved you, they also instill a profound sense of being watched, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly uncomfortable. It is unwise to linger here. You scour the battlefield, yet uncover nothing, and can only depart in resignation. In the year 2720, you delve deeper into the southern frontier, pillaging along the way, engaging in relentless battles, and indulging in treachery, thus amassing hundreds of thousands of fourth-grade true crystals. By the year 2730, you arrive at the heart of the southern frontier, where the energies of the heavens and earth are overwhelmingly potent. After a thorough search, you establish a cave dwelling behind a grand mountain, preparing to cultivate in this sanctuary. It is time to transcend to the 8th realm. In the 3rd millennium, as you immerse yourself in your practice, you are suddenly jolted by a tremor that shakes the very foundations of the earth. Awakened from your slumber, you find yourself amidst a throng of myriad monsters in the mountains. Their levels of mastery vary, and they are ruthlessly charging in your direction. This is the onslaught of ferocious beasts you are unable to comprehend. Prior to this, you had already ascertained the facts, making such an occurrence utterly impossible. What, then, is the reason for this? You hastily gathered your belongings, unfurled your wings, and fled with urgency. Upon departing from the cave, you discovered that a vast portion of the southern wilderness had succumbed to the onslaught of the demon clan, resulting in grievous losses among the human populace. What could have transpired? Your life was paramount, and you ventured northward, relentlessly following a throng of fleeing cultivators. Along the way, you encountered countless perils, predominantly from marauding cultivators. Yet, relying on your formidable strength, you managed to navigate through these treacherous encounters unscathed. In the year 3100, you and a group of cultivators finally escaped the southern wilderness, having endured numerous adversities and at last arrived in central continent. What are the intentions of this demon clan? After remaining dormant for over 100,000 years, they are now poised to strike once more. Bystanders could only express their bewilderment, just as you were about to utter something. A familiar voice echoed in your ears. "My little darling, I am dying. We shall meet again in our next life." It was the voice of Duanmu Yin. At that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated, followed by the emergence of a colossal three-tailed white fox apparition hovering above Zhongzhou, shrouding the sky and enveloping half of Zhongzhou's territory. The heavens and the earth are boundless. Destiny is beyond words. Duanmu Yin, having attained the 15th realm in perfection, with a lifespan of 11,000 years, meets her demise. You heard a voice devoid of emotion, as the ethereal form of the white fox was absorbed by the celestial canopy, gradually dissipating. It was indeed the fall of a 15th realm demon king. Bystanders exclaimed in astonishment. Now you comprehend that the fall of a demon by a practitioner of the 15th realm manifests such celestial phenomena. This world indeed becomes increasingly intriguing. Duanmu Yin has perished just like that. It is somewhat regrettable that this fox demon possesses quite an allure, yet alas, one still yearns to rebel against the foul. Upon the demise of Duanmu Yin, the onslaught of beasts behind you ceased, and all the creatures retreated, restoring tranquility to the world. Brother Lin, a burly man with a shaved head intercepted you, scratching his head and grinning foolishly as he said, "I have heard that you possess an authentic 8th-tier weapon." With a sigh, you noticed that 15 individuals had gathered behind the bald man. They were all companions who had journeyed with you from the southern frontier to the central plains, sharing both trials and tribulations along the way. Indeed, it was difficult to part with them. Brother Lin, surrender the 8th-tier true weapon, and I can grant you a swift resolution. The bald man spoke earnestly. An 8th-tier true weapon is not something that a mere 7th tier can wield. With a sigh, you drew forth the sword of divine slaughter, since you all desire it. How could I possibly refuse? After all, refusal is the one thing I am least adept at. As your gaze flickers, the god-slaying sword becomes encrusted with the marks of corrosion, revealing the presence of 16 cultivators, 14 at the 7th realm and 2 at the 8th realm. Notably, both of these individuals possess the rare 8th-grade true bones, which serves as your primary motivation for joining forces with them. They seek to rob you, yet your desire to consume their true bones is equally strong. Brother Lin, will you resist? Brothers, do not afford him the chance to strike. The 8th-tier true weapon is exceedingly precious. If it were to be damaged, acquiring even a handful of true crystals would become an arduous task. The bald man chuckles heartily, extending a hand as a formidable surge of true power converges to subdue you. Imperial Dragon ascend, the winds howl. With a single stroke of your sword, You repel the bald man's assault, swiftly dispatching 5 of the 7 realm cultivators in an instant. Kill. The bald man, now incensed, realizes that the disparity between the 8th and 7th realms cannot be bridged by a single true weapon. Unleashing the Imperial Dragon Ascend technique, you hover in the air. Surrounded by 9 ethereal black dragons, the Imperial Dragon, 9 converging as one. The dragons coalesce, charged with an awe-inspiring force, and strike towards the bald man. Interesting, he muses, bracing himself for your onslaught. Little does he realize that this attack serves merely as a diversion, with a deft twist of your sword. You vanquish the remaining 9 7th realm cultivators and seize their storage rings. Thus, only 2 8th realm adversaries remain. Old 2, keep a close watch. Don't let him escape. The bald man clenches his fist, his frame swelling as he transforms into a colossal giant towering 50 meters tall, launching a frenzied assault towards you. Meanwhile, the other 8th grade cultivator sets up formations around you to thwart your retreat. I have yet to slay an 8th grade cultivator. You let out a sinister laugh, your mouth twisted in a mocking grin, hoping to harness the dual fortune of the Soul Sovereign and the Dragon King to unleash the God-slaying sword. With a resounding clash, the true marks burst forth, shattering the protective light surrounding the bald figure, while the corrosive true marks fell upon his flesh, casting a frenzied gaze upon his bloodied form. The immense body of the bald giant hovered in the air, filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had met his demise at the hands of a mere 7th realm warrior. A disgrace, he roared, charging towards you in a fit of rage. You soar independently through the skies, your garments dancing in the wind. The 8 realms can resurrect you 13,680 times. My fellow cultivator, today you shall experience the essence of arrogance. You insolent brat, did your master never impart to you the wisdom of not underestimating any foe? The bald-headed figure charged forward. You wield your sword against the relentless onslaught of corrosive true marks, which continuously coalesce, as the venom perpetually erodes, shattering his form. His life is gradually vanishing, thread by thread. Impossible. The bald man strikes with a fist, yet his brutal true force is thwarted by your imperial aura and the god-slaying sword. An 8th tier true soldier, capable of annihilating those at the 8th realm. Even in the face of corrosive true marks, what fear do you possess? You weave through the realm of the bald figure, reaping each of his lives. 157, 161. Your voice resonates with a crisp clarity, each utterance echoing into the ears of the bald man. Gradually, he finds himself at a loss. Second brother, cease your formations and come to my aid. In a state of sheer terror, he realizes that if this continues, he may truly meet his demise. Another formidable opponent from the 8th realm approaches, and the two join forces to confront the threat. You calmly assess the situation, evading and defending against each of their assaults, while simultaneously claiming thousands of their lives. With a swift motion, the god-slaying sword descended, severing the head of the second brother. Brother, I cannot endure any longer. The second brother, shattered by your onslaught, faced a foe such as you for the first time in his cultivation journey. Whether you can or cannot, you must. The bald man stated coldly, eliminate them. You fixate on the second, neglecting all assaults from the bald one. This adversary, relatively weaker at the 8th realm, could be vanquished today with a concerted effort. The bald one perceives your intentions and exerts his utmost to thwart you. Yet it proves futile. With an 8th tier true soldier in play, everything feels so fragile. The battle rages on as the day gradually succumbs to darkness. Your body is adorned with the true marks of 2 8th realms, while blood continues to flow, mechanically claiming the lives of the second one after another. Fellow Taoist, this is the final time. You grasp the god-slaying sword with a reverse grip, your figure twisting as you forcefully sever the head of the second brother. Simultaneously, you seize his body, and in his moment of utter weakness, you invoke the devouring truth technique. Elder brother, the second brother emits a furious cry of defiance. Plummeting into the distant mountains, his breath extinguished. You hovered in the air, your body pulsating with vitality and an aura of lethal intent enveloping you. The bald man fixed his gaze upon you, bewildered as to why you had suddenly ceased your onslaught. Could it be that you had reached your limit? He speculated. For before them, you could be resurrected only once. Whether in true strength or physical stamina, there were limits to your endurance. Boom. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to flee, an even more ferocious energy erupted from within you. Having consumed the 8th grade true bone of your adversary, you ascended to the 8th grade. Almost instantaneously, you broke through once more, stepping into the 8th realm. A robust power coalesced within you, and with a grin, you charged forward, declaring, "Idle, it is time for your demise." The bald man was stricken with terror. Such a breakthrough in the midst of battle was a spectacle he had only ever heard of in legends. Thus, a new wave of carnage commenced. With a hearty laugh, your presence became even more formidable. Though both were at the initial stage of the eighth realm, the bald man appeared utterly powerless this time. In but a single strike, he was subdued by the corroded true mark, causing his flesh and blood to wither away. He plummeted from the sky, crashing through a dozen towering trees. You stand beside his head, seizing his eighth-grade true bone, a rarity indeed. After a moment of reflection, you swiftly dispatch him with a single stroke of your sword, seamlessly transitioning into the familiar ritual of looting his corpse, from which you procure hundreds of fifth-grade true crystals. Gazing at the meager amount of true crystals remaining in your storage ring, you sigh and continue your journey towards Zhengzhou. Zhengzhou, the most expansive and affluent region among the 5 domains of the Starry Sea, is strikingly distinct from the East Sea, South Border, West Mo, and North Plain. Here, the righteous path suppresses all. Their decrees loom over every cultivator, dictating that to acquire resources for cultivation, one must adhere to their stringent regulations. Acts of robbery and treachery are utterly futile within these lands. Should one dare to strike, they would swiftly attract the attention of the ever-vigilant enforcers. The atmosphere in Zhengzhou is excessively tranquil, leading you to realize that it is not conducive to your cultivation. Although the surrounding spiritual energy is abundant enough to foster your growth, it pales in comparison to the speed of refining true crystals directly. You embarked on a journey of exploration, joining numerous merchant caravans and escort agencies, thereby enriching your experiences and adapting to the local customs. During this period, you refrained from revealing your capabilities or engaging in any active pursuit of the Wang and Lin families' whereabouts. The oppressive atmosphere of Zhengzhou was stifling, and it was prudent to remain inconspicuous. After 2 years, you departed from Zhengzhou, heading towards the northern plains. Such a gradual enhancement of your strength was ultimately not your path. You craved slaughter, bloodshed, and combat. The situation in the northern plains was tumultuous, with various sects, families, and imperial powers embroiled in ceaseless conflict. This chaotic environment was perfectly suited to your disposition. In the year 3300, you set foot in the northern plains. And in the same year, you refined the 9th-tier true weapon in your possession into a divine slaying sword. Along the way, you mastered all the true techniques of the 8th chapter of the Emperor's draconic art, significantly augmenting your combat prowess. As you sauntered along the forest path beside the official road, you greedily absorbed the malevolent thoughts surrounding you. The northern plains evoked a sense of returning home. The comfort here was simply unparalleled. You traversed the ether, transforming into a fleeting silhouette that soars towards the horizon, effortlessly gliding without the need for wings, achieving speeds that far exceed those of avian flight. This is the essence of true flight. In the year 3400, you took root in a small expanse of the northern territories, occasionally venturing forth to gather resources, yet spending the majority of your time in secluded cultivation. You infused the essence of corrosive true marks with even greater toxins, perfecting your mastery over the Emperor's imposing aura and mastering the control of the God-slaying sword. The 9th-tier God-slaying sword has developed a remarkable intelligence, capable of independent flight, altering its size at will, and executing attacks according to your desires. Thus, you have effectively gained an additional ally of 9th realm prowess, significantly enhancing your strength and pleasure in your endeavors within the cave abode. Having organized the resources at hand, I gazed upon the God-layer sword. After 2.5 years of refinement, you have finally matured into a 9th-tier true weapon. Now, dance for me, play some basketball. The God-layer sword adeptly swayed its form, forcibly transforming into a humanoid shape, the hilt elongating into a hand, dribbling the basketball. All right, I can already sense your formidable power. You are immensely satisfied. 3,500 years have passed. Suddenly, there stands a dignified and perfectly proportioned mature woman, adorned in a form-fitting pink dress. Awaiting outside the cavern, you have caught a glimpse of a departed acquaintance's shadow. Indeed, it is General Duanmu, with just a trifling resemblance to you. He stands as an invincible figure. As you caress the God-slaying sword, a sense of contemplation washes over you. Exiting your secluded chamber, you encounter Duanmu Wuhui, who respectfully bows before you. A woman clad in palace attire notices your approach and greets you with a gentle curtsy. Oh, Duanmu, as your eyes flutter, you cannot help but reminisce about those remarkable years. The flower language of the steel ball symbolizes forbearance and vengeance. Indeed, it was a period tinged with a sense of regret. A wave of terror washes over you. This woman has ignited a fervor within you before even stating her purpose. She does not appear to be here with good intentions. My dear lady, do you have something to discuss? You compelled yourself to avert your gaze from her, firmly grasping the divine slayer sword, ever ready for battle. Yet your eyes betrayed your will, as if they had forgotten to disengage their automatic targeting, my lord. You are indeed Lin Zhan, inquired the woman in palace attire, her expression shifting dramatically, as if she had uncovered some astonishing truth. It is I. The ominous feeling in your heart grows ever more intense. Father. A single word sends the man into despair. It is utterly terrifying. Child. How many years has it been since you last bore a child? How could there be a child? Duan Yen, we are all adults here. Your act of bearing a child is a grave mistake. I am merely your consort. You have overstepped your bounds. You staggered over, your heart heavy with emotion. She, Duanmu Wuhui, was tearful and on the verge of collapsing, her legs giving way beneath her, yet you swiftly caught her. My mother is Duanmu Yen. After giving birth to me, she abandoned me. Alone and destitute, I have fought valiantly to survive. Her words pierced your heart, leaving you in anguish, as you struggled to fathom the hardships endured by this parentless child over the years. Father, I am truly delighted to see you. Duanmu Wuhui could no longer contain her emotions, embracing you tightly. I am Duanmu Wuhui. My mother has instilled in me the resolve to never harbor regrets. You gently pat her shoulder, offering solace to her. However, it soon dawns on you that something feels amiss. Why do you feel so utterly drained? Why does an overwhelming urge to succumb to slumber envelop you? You have lost consciousness. The last image etched in your memory is that of Duanmu Wuhui's sly smile, triumphant in his scheming. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed. You awaken with a sense of profound weakness, as if the entire world has transformed. My cultivation. You were taken aback, realizing that your profound cultivation had vanished entirely, leaving not a trace. Beside the cave dwelling, Duanmu Wuhui approached with a cheerful demeanor. Ha ha ha. My dear sister has indeed left me a splendid gift. The essence of my fox lineage is present, and the yang energy remains remarkably pure. It is truly perplexing how my sister, in her folly, chose not to devour you back then. You are rendered speechless, grappling with confusion. It is not your daughter, but rather your sister-in-law, is it? Lying upon the bed, you lift your right hand, yearning to utter something, yet utterly devoid of strength. Duanmu Wuhui sits beside you, supporting your shoulder. Lin Zhan, I have taken from you all vitality. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, your life is but a fleeting 3 days away from its end. In consideration of your sister, what desires do you harbor? I may selectively assist in fulfilling them. You gazed at her with a countenance full of animosity. How infuriating. After enduring for 3,500 years, must it all come to ruin now? Indeed, beauty leads one astray. Do not look at me in such a manner. Lin Zhan, are you not equally displeased? Her words plunged you deeper into despair. This ordeal has proven far too costly. You are enveloped in melancholy. As the god-slaying sword dances around you, playfully engaging in a game of basketball, striving to uplift your spirits. 3 days later, your life hangs by a thread, and you sense that death is but a heartbeat away. Duanmu Wuhui supports your frail body, observing with keen interest the god-slaying sword flitting about. Lin Zhan, how on earth did you conjure this? It is utterly delightful. You closed your eyes, wishing for death, uttering the words, let all perish. I have no desire to live any longer. Just then, an eerie noise erupted from outside the cave, reminiscent of a tractor yet akin to a distant rumble. Duanmu Wuhui's complexion turned pale, a 15th realm practitioner. How could such a remote place harbor a cultivator of such caliber? Suddenly, a force lifted the cave, revealing a young man clad in a black robe, his face exuding malevolence. A dark serpent mark adorned his brow, rendering him strikingly handsome, yet chillingly sinister. His aura akin to that of a nefarious overlord. Lin Zhan, I have finally found you, the young man in black exclaimed with palpable excitement, effortlessly casting Duanmu Wuhui aside, shattering him into countless fragments, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. And who might you be? With a voice weakened by myasthenia, you lament that death is imminent, yet here emerges a formidable boss. The cloaked youth approaches you, gripping your neck with a firm hand. A decade ago, I encountered an intriguing young man in the western desert. He called himself Yin Feng. Out of sheer boredom, I consumed his soul and inadvertently discovered yours. Traversing through time? Reviving endlessly with your own power? Lin Zhan, I have grown quite fond of you. You are remarkably indifferent. Thank you for your affection, it brings me joy. The young man in the black robe closed his eyes. Time, what a marvelous entity it is. Lin Zhan, you must not let me down. As he spoke, he crushed your corporeal form and forcefully devoured your soul. Intriguing. You have thwarted my soul-searching? The young man's expression shifted, and he ceased his actions. In that case, allow me to bestow upon you a small token. Lin Zhan, remember well, I am known as the Black Fox King, one of the 10 demon lords of the Starry Sea Demon Clan. Next time, you must seek me out. The Black Fox King inscribed numerous special marks into your soul, and you experienced an unprecedented agony as though your very mind were being torn asunder. Ding. Post-consciousness detected. The soul is being infected and contaminated. The simulator's hidden mechanisms have been activated. The host will perish in the next moment. The Black Fox King evidently sensed this as well. Is something obstructing me? Who is it? Are there others scheming against you? This is hardly surprising, for beings such as yourself are indeed unique. Ding. You have perished. It is over. Finally. It has come to an end. Lin Zhan was drenched in cold sweat. Had the Black Fox King succeeded in his manipulation, it would have been disastrous. Fortunately, the simulator performed admirably. Thankfully, he had embedded numerous hidden mechanisms into the program he initially crafted. This simulation has concluded. You have attained initial cultivation at the 8th realm. The 9th grade true weapon, the dragon-slaying sword, for 100,000 4th grade true crystals and 10,000 5th grade true crystals. You have acquired 2 spirit condensation stones, 369 storage rings, and 6 7th realm true techniques. You have obtained 9 6th grade formations and 3 7th grade formations. You have also received the true bone talent, Frenzy. Will you inherit it? The rewards are fairly decent, yet the majority comprise low-level resources of little utility. The most valuable are undoubtedly the true crystals. For 100,000 4th grade true crystals are sufficient to support your cultivation at the 8th realm. I shall inherit. Lin Zhan patted his abdomen, feeling quite satisfied. While adjusting his posture, he gazed at the simulation records, finally focusing on the commentary regarding the Yin Wind. In a corner hidden from your sight, the Yin Wind observed, its eyes shimmering with an eerie glow. Old Yin Bai, I truly did not perceive you had such intentions. This simulation was a trap laid by the Yin Wind. The black serpent creature that appeared in the first wave was an enigma, while the Black Fox King in the final wave was clearly summoned by the Yin Wind. Black Fox King, how amusing. Are you compelling me to seek out Xiaolong, Xiaohu, and Xiaolan at the Shaolin Temple? Casting a glance at the 5 characters denoting the 15 realms of demon lords on the simulator, Lin Zhan rolled his eyes and muttered, I shall remember you, little black. A millennium will pass in the east of the river, 1,000,000 years in the west, 10 million years in the north, and 100 million years in the south. Let the deceased reign supreme. Just wait for me. After experiencing pleasure, Lin fell into a deep slumber. Although he had already attained the status of an esteemed master, the necessity of adequate sleep remained undeniable. After all, while staying up late may enhance one's attractiveness, he was already sufficiently handsome and had no need for further enhancement. Indeed, as I gaze upon these words, I acknowledge the presence of charming individuals. The stout tiger rolled over, its tongue flicking as it delved into its own rear, as if savoring a delectable feast. Such an audacious creature. The following day, before dawn, Lin Zhan awoke. He shook his hair, casting a puzzled glance towards the city gate. Visitors had arrived, familiar faces. He unsheathed the blade of the divine and gestured dismissively. Quickly, assist me in arranging the bedding. With that, he exited the room and made his way outside the city. For figures had long been awaiting his arrival. 2 men and 2 women, just enough for a game of mahjong. What, pray tell, do you 2 desire? Lin Zhan inquired, gazing at Qin Wufeng and Chu Buxiu, then casting a sidelong glance at the focus stone, which remained unchanged. Lin brother. Ha, I have come bearing gifts. Chu Buxiu eagerly approached. My younger brother has heard that you were quite pleased with my previous offering. Naturally, if you were satisfied, I must procure even more to solidify our friendship. He gestured towards a purple-haired woman beside him. Behold, this is Medusa, the 5th guardian of my Kunlun demon sect, who has perfected her enchanting skills over 31 years. From a young age, she has admired you, listening to tales of your exploits, filled with reverence, affection, and admiration. After a lengthy monologue, he grinned. Lin brother, a man of your stature surely requires a capable companion like Medusa to tend to your domestic affairs. Lin Zhan relished the flattery while discreetly sizing up Medusa. She had not appeared in prior simulations, thus leaving him uncertain of her true worth. Yet, upon first glance, she was indeed striking. Her long, violet hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few curls reminiscent of the mythical Medusa. Chu sect leader, you are quite thoughtful. Lin Zhan replied candidly. I am not adept at denying requests. Since Medusa finds herself without a home, I shall gladly assume the responsibility of caring for her. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Zhan accepted the gift. In this lifetime, I have only one passion, to reap the benefits without cost. I watch videos without contributing. And when nature calls, I do not carry tissue. Should you wish to see me suffer, you might as well cultivate for several more epochs. He then turned his attention to Qin Wufeng, who presented a more challenging situation. Beside him stood another exquisite woman, adorned in a traditional chest-length skirt. Without needing to inquire, Lin Zhan understood her identity. It was none other than He Kaiwei. Sensing Lin Zhan's bewildered gaze, Qin Wufeng swiftly explained, "Lin, dear friend, Kaiwei is a devout follower of the true Tao. She holds you in great esteem. From this day forth, let her attend to your needs. A successful man surely requires the support of a woman, as the saying goes, the more, the merrier." Lin Zhan regarded him intently, a peculiar expression crossing his face. It is indeed peculiar. For the esteemed Taoist Qin to bestow gifts not once, but twice, surely a significant event has transpired. It cannot merely be the alteration of a few characters on the spirit stone. Taoist Qin, I am devoted to the way, with no interest in the allure of women. Shaking his head, he declined outright. His child with He Kaiwei, Qin Xian, is also a mysterious figure. It would be prudent to maintain a distance from such extraordinary beings. Lin, my young friend. As Lin Zhu, I observed the change in Qin Wufeng's expression, prompting him to hastily explain, "Yet you were too preoccupied to listen, Xiaomei. See our guest out." With a wave of his hand, he departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Medusa paused for a moment, realizing that Xiaomei referred to her. "Taoist Qin, the young master has spoken. You may take your leave." She raised her hand to cover her mouth, her voluminous sleeves billowing in the breeze. Qin Wufeng sighed deeply. Chu Bushiu laughed heartily. "Qin Wufeng, oh Qin Wufeng, you remain too naive. In the presence of someone like Lin Zhan, who thrives on subtlety, your schemes will be futile. He is no fool, tsk. As he listened to those words, Qin Wufeng's expression darkened further. "Kaiwei, let us depart." He nodded, and she followed closely behind. After a few steps, she could not resist glancing back. At the end of the street beyond the city gate, Lin Zhan staggered forward, resembling a drunken man. "Lin Zhan, my hopes for revenge." After a moment's daze, she regained her focus and continued on. Within the city, sensing the absence of He Kaiwei's gaze, Lin Zhan finally halted, turning to gaze at her retreating figure with a complex expression. "Now, as an eighth realm cultivator, should I attempt to devise a scheme against Lin Bai and Qin Xian? No, no, their identities are too enigmatic. It would be unwise to squander my opportunities before reaching the 15th realm. One must lay plans 100,000 years in advance, leaving numerous contingencies. Even a 15th realm demon king would struggle to achieve that." "Young master." In the midst of contemplation, a shadowy figure approached and seamlessly took hold of his right hand. Sensing the subtle warmth at his wrist, Lin Zhan chuckled gleefully. "Medusa." "Yes, young master, I am here." "Humph. Today, I shall witness how you intend to vanquish me. I, Lin Zhan, a battle-hardened warrior, would not fear a single opponent." Medusa's face flushed with embarrassment. "Do not call me young master. Call me Xiaoyan." The life of an ordinary person is truly simple and unadorned. However, this particular day proved extraordinary. Master Lin was beset by both physical and psychological injuries. No wonder he had cultivated the art of charm. His every move was a masterclass in elevation, reaching the pinnacle of mastery, returning to simplicity, and achieving perfection. In the depths of night, Master Lin returned to his room, lying on his bed, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. "Medusa, come tomorrow, and I shall demonstrate the magnitude of my strength," he mused. "Ha ha ha. Do not think that I am intimidated by your foreign name. A serpent demon is still a serpent demon at heart." He affectionately ruffled the fur of his companion, Fat Tiger, and promptly activated the simulator. "On the first day, after regaining your strength, you shall continue your fierce battle with Medusa. This time, you will give it your all, causing her to scream in agony and plead for mercy. Once the battle concludes, from a great distance, you will strike down Li Chengze with a single sword, and without pause, you will hasten to the true Tao. Your formidable aura suppresses all, leaving Qin Wufeng nearly on the brink of madness." "Qin Wufeng, do share what exactly transpired." You confront the bewildered Qin Wufeng, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" Qin Wufeng gazes at you in confusion. I continue, "Why have you all suddenly sought to ingratiate yourselves with me? What ulterior motives lie behind this?" As you grasped the sword of divine slaying, Qin Wufeng was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that surpassed all imagination. If you choose to remain silent, I shall ensure that not a single Taoist remains in this world. There will be no further necessity for the existence of the true path, threatened by your words. Qin Wufeng's countenance darkened, and he let out a cold snort. Do not harbor any illusions of extracting information from me. Very well, it seems this time, you, with your pronounced brows and piercing gaze, have indeed grown defiant. You let out a cold laugh, saying, if you do not speak, there is still Chu Buxiu. Qin Wufeng, have you truly made your decision? Qin Wufeng fell silent. Just as you were about to lose your patience, he suddenly spoke. Let me tell you. 2 days ago, a voice unexpectedly resonated in my ear. You have ignited an interest within him. He confided that in order for the true path to flourish, he must wholeheartedly win your favor and cultivate a friendship with you. You are the very nucleus of the universe, the principal determinant of all that transpires. You can discern that he is not lying. Whose voice could it be this time? Surely it cannot be the consciousness of heaven and earth. Perplexed, you took the concentration stone from him and hurried to the Kunlun demon sect. Chu Buxiu, reveal the truth to me. The Master Chu, engrossed in his cultivation, momentarily paused, and upon realizing the situation, promptly replied, Brother Lin, ask me anything you wish to know, and I shall certainly oblige. His demeanor remained rather amiable. Why is it that you have reiterated this question, and Chu Buxiu has echoed a statement made by Qin Wufeng, merely substituting Zheni's sect with Kunlun demon cult. Not a single punctuation mark is amiss. How intriguing. The two of them received this hint on the same day and at the same moment. There must be a conspiracy at play. Chu Buxiu, do you have any advice for me? Chu Buxiu, lost in thought while stroking his younger brother's head, mused, do good deeds without inquiring about the future. To which I retorted, what nonsense. You wore an expression of disbelief as you swiftly seized the focus stone from him and turned to flee the island. The waters here were too profound. It was imperative to elevate your strength at the earliest opportunity. On the 3rd day, you ventured into a secluded corner of the chaotic monument sea, seeking a suitable place to commence your cultivation using the resources you had amassed. Currently, you were not lacking in true crystals, and your true bones had ascended to the 8th grade. However, the challenge of further advancement loomed large. For the transition from 8th to 9th grade necessitated the consumption of 9th grade true bones. Yet, each 9th grade true bone was a coveted treasure held tightly by powerful factions. Instead of scheming against them, it would be wiser to stir up trouble with Lin Zhan. Strengthening yourself first was paramount. In the 1st century, your cultivation steadily progressed. By the 1000th year, you fortuitously broke through to the mid-stage of the 8th realm. In that same year, your 4th and 5th grade true crystals were depleted, prompting your departure from the chaotic monument sea to become a professional bandit. In the 1100th year, after much wandering, you found yourself back on the continent of the Return to Ruins, a place rife with forbidden zones and throngs of adventurers. Perfectly suited for you to resume your old trade of plundering. You stand vigil at the peripheries of various forbidden realms, donning a black mask, specifically preying upon this band of treasure-seeking adventurers. Possessing the formidable prowess of the 8th realm, you are a figure of considerable renown, and after engaging in a few encounters, your reputation has spread far and wide. In the 13th century of the realm of the void, you were referred to as the masked villain. Through relentless plundering and a web of deceit, you adeptly navigated the treacherous waters of betrayal, amassing over 1 million 4th-tier genuine crystals and 10,000 5th-tier genuine crystals. Your storage ring swelled with riches, a testament to your cunning and audacity. You set up a formation outside your cave abode, continuing your cultivation in preparation for greater heights. In the 1300 year, as you diligently practice, a resounding and bold voice suddenly echoes outside your dwelling. In the battle against evil, I surpass even the immortals. Masked villain, you have wreaked havoc across the Guishu continent, committing countless atrocities. Today marks your demise. Come forth and meet your end. The Heavenly Sword Sect, under the leadership of Anwui, will not spare you. The name of the Heavenly Sword Sect sounds so familiar. As you emerge from the cavern, your gaze is drawn to the ethereal youth suspended in the air, clad in pristine white, untouched by the dust of the world. A name of intriguing significance, Anwui. The other possesses strength at the 8th realm, mirroring your own, both of you standing at the mid-stage of your respective paths. You cannot fathom the source of his audacity to oppose himself. You cast a cold gaze upon your opponent as the sword of divine slaughter soared forth, aimed at Anwui. Alas, it seems once again you must retreat. Despite exercising ample caution, you find yourself ensnared within the gaze of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Such formidable sects are indeed a vexation. It appears that the harsh environments of the northern plains and southern wilderness are more suited to your disposition. lost in contemplation. And Wu has already drawn his sword and charged forward, radiating an aura of righteousness, his form shimmering with a golden light. In stark contrast, your own presence is enveloped in dark, genuine power, occasionally resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar. It is the quintessential scene of a protagonist vanquishing a villainous boss. You wretched creature, remember this. Justice will prevail, and Wu continues to proclaim. Yet you have already devised an escape route. Gripping the dragon-slaying sword firmly in your hand, you deliver a mighty slash, unleashing a black dragon from the blade's edge. Roar, accompanied by the furious roar of the dragon. Your figure intertwines with that of Wu. With a resounding clash, there is no doubt, you possess the Emperor's dragon command, the corroding true mark. And with the addition of your berserk state and the 9th tier true weapon, with an effortless flick of your hair, victory is assured. The sword gleams, severing the head of the boundless shore. In the moment of decapitation, a trace of joy still lingers upon his face. You are unaware of the reason behind his elation. Truly, being from a prestigious lineage comes with abundant resources for cultivation. Within this storage ring, there lies not only 1 million 4th tier true crystals, but also 100,000 5th tier true crystals. Moreover, there exists an innumerable quantity of elixirs and talismans. Furthermore, you have discovered several unique talismans, and just a fleeting glance reveals a terrifying aura emanating from them. Silly boy, with such an array of trump cards at your disposal, why not put them to use? TSK, TSK, TSK. You have taken away all the true crystals, considering your own safety, while leaving everything else untouched. If you intend to scheme against me, you shall find no opportunity. After dealing with the headless corpse on the ground, you swiftly turn and flee towards the southern frontier. There is no alternative. This route is closer. In the year 1330, after 30 years of running, you finally arrive in the southern region. As you sense the pervasive scent of blood here, excitement surges within you. Yet, this is not the moment to resume old endeavors. First, you must retreat and strive to break through to a higher realm. In a grand mountain within the southern wilderness, you established a secluded sanctuary, dedicating yourself to profound cultivation. After 14 centuries, you infused your essence with an abundance of toxins, significantly enhancing your corrosive powers. By the 15th century, your unwavering commitment to your practice left no moment wasted. As you approached the 18th century and then the 2000th year, although your prowess had advanced, you remained in the mid-stages of the 8th realm, still distant from the later stages. It is unfathomable to consider the formidable strength of the 9th grade true bones and imperial blood. Your cultivation speed has been remarkably swift, however. When compared to your younger brother Lin Zhan, there remains a significant disparity. In the 2300th year, you finally broke through, entering the late stage of the 8th realm, which consumed the majority of the true crystals in your possession. It appears that you must venture out to earn some money. As you prepare to venture forth in pursuit of your ambitions, a fragrant breeze wafts through the cave, momentarily entrancing you for 2 seconds. Suddenly, a figure clad in pink materializes before you, evoking an uncanny resemblance between you and them. You have once again caught a whiff of the scent of a fox. How delightful. It is General Duanmu. We are saved. Yet, this time, General Duanmu arrives a tad too late. My dear, I truly adore you. Duanmu Yin lifts your chin, giggling playfully. A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped you, prompting you to hastily cover your rear. A year later, as you lay on the bed, your limbs felt utterly powerless. Your eyes rolled back, your breath faint, and your complexion as pale as that of a tadpole, utterly depleted. Duanmu Yin sat beside you, lighting a cigarette. Lin Zhan, you have performed commendably. Even among my 300,000 concubines, you rank as a master. The general's assessment darkened your expression. No wonder. While others have 3,000 concubines, you, esteemed sir, have 300,000. Who could possibly compete with you? You remain somewhat skeptical. Is it truly possible for someone to achieve such a feat? Very well. I have matters to attend to. We shall meet again in the future. With a flourish of her long robe, Duanmu Yin released dozens of storage rings, which you instinctively caught with your true power. Farewell, your highness. She departed. You cast a downward glance and said, My dear brother, how you have endured this hardship. A whole year. Do you know how I have spent this past year? Opening the storage ring, you take stock of its contents. 2 million 4th tier true crystals. 100,000 5th tier true crystals. Judging by the markings, a portion belongs to the various sects of the abyssal realm. Another portion to the esteemed families of the southern wilderness, and even some rare treasures from the collection of monsters. General Duanmu, I have fallen deeply in love with you. You bestowed a gentle kiss upon the storage ring, extracting the true crystal to continue your cultivation. In the 2500th year, you persevered in your practice, experiencing a modest advancement in your abilities. By the 3000th year, with the aid of a portion of advanced resources provided by Duanmu Yan, you successfully broke through and ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th realm. The next step awaits, the 9th realm. You clenched your fists, filled with yearning for the future. In the same year, you once again experienced the frenzy of demonic beasts in the southern wilderness. A deadly crisis loomed, and you sprinted for your life, heading northward towards the central plains. Along the way, you formed a fellowship with a dozen cultivators, sharing both hardships and joys. In the year 3100, after enduring countless tribulations, you finally arrived at the central plains. Inhaling the tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, everyone was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Brother, I have heard that you possess the 8th grade true bone. With a smile, you approached a bald giant, whose expression shifted abruptly, filled with caution as he regarded you. How did you come to know this? He inquired. The 8th grade true bone is exceedingly rare. For any formidable faction, it represents an invaluable prodigy. As a solitary cultivator, he had never revealed his true bone, so from where could they have obtained such information? Many refer to me as a diviner. With a smile, you extend your hands, effortlessly vanquishing all 7 realms within the ranks. With a decisive strike, you severely injured the bald man and his companion. Idol, thank you for your unwavering support along the way. Under the incredulous gaze of the bald man, you seized their true bone. Despite both being at the 8th rank, you did not ascend to the 9th rank. Instead, you refined the true bone to its utmost limit, becoming a formidable combatant among the 8th rank. The enhancement of the true bone was strikingly apparent, and upon devouring it, a wave of exhilaration surged through you. Once you gained control over everything, a smile graced your lips. Little darling, Lin Zhan, you haven't forgotten me, have you? At that moment, the voice of Duanmu Yan echoed in your ears, prompting you to look up hastily. An explosion reverberated, and a colossal 3-tailed white fox apparition emerged on the horizon. It was none other than Duanmu Yan. The universe is boundless. Fate is ineffable. Duanmu Yan, at the pinnacle of the 15th realm, with a lifespan of 11,000 years, shall perish. A chilling voice resonated through the heavens, followed by the absorption of Duanmu Yan's apparition. Duanmu Yan met her demise. However, the ordeal did not conclude there. You had not forgotten the impending arrival of Duanmu Wuhui. This vixen, ha 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 ha. Upon entering Zhengzhou, you chose not to head directly to Beiyuan but delved deeper. Arriving at a grand city, fellow cultivator, within this cave dwelling, inscribed are 30,000 gathering spirit formations, sufficient to cater to the cultivation needs of any practitioner at the 8th realm. For 10 million 3rd grade true crystals, you may reside here for 500 years. Rest assured, during this period, no one will disturb you. In my Lingyuan city, you need not worry about safety. The environment of Zhengzhou is serene, with numerous regulations, rendering it relatively peaceful. Within Lingyuan city, countless experts abound, allowing you to focus solely on your secluded cultivation, a privilege not afforded by other wild cave dwellings. For 3,000 years, aside from the duration of Duanmu Yan's presence, you have lived in constant trepidation. It is time to immerse yourself in a realm of tranquility and engage in quiet cultivation for a while. Having secured the cave dwelling, you promptly entered seclusion, placing an additional 10 million 3rd grade true crystals aside for contingency. Though 3rd grade true crystals hold no value for you, trading them for a period of peaceful cultivation is indeed worthwhile. Thus, the 3,500th year unfolds. Your cultivation was interrupted by a gentle reminder. Friend, a guest has arrived. To no one's surprise, the visitor was Duanmu Wuhui, adorned in a resplendent crimson palace attire, resembling a flourishing chrysanthemum. You stand before the cave, scrutinizing her through the formation. I bear the mark left by Duanmu Yan, and this woman has come solely for the essence of yang energy that I possess. Yet, during our last encounter, she refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead for a covert scheme. Was it due to her lack of confidence in subduing me? Or did she harbor no desire to engage me in battle? Shaking your head, you turn away. In any case, it is prudent to maintain your distance from her. After all, her cultivation level eludes your comprehension, and she is exceedingly perilous. Having received no response from you, Duanmu Wuhui stood beside the cave, awaiting you for 3 days and nights, only to be ultimately expelled by the enforcers of the city. Indeed, choosing to cultivate here has proven to be an astute decision. Without the enforcers, you would have been utterly depleted. After regaining your composure, you resume your cultivation. consuming the 4th and 5th grade true crystals as if they were of no consequence. In the 3900th year, you cease your training, releasing a sigh. Yet this time, no breakthrough in your cultivation occurs. You did not succumb to despair. Instead, you executed a handstand and released a resounding flatulence, echoing with a thunderous sound, which indeed imparted a sense of breakthrough. With a derisive chuckle, you nonchalantly relieved yourself in the garden of the cave dwelling. In a state of elation, you successfully transcended and officially entered the 9th realm. This realm grants an extension of life by 1,000 years, in addition to an enhancement of your overall strength. You have also awakened a unique true armor, a signature feature of the 9th realm. The true armor serves as a supreme shield of protective radiance, significantly bolstering your defenses. Below the 9th realm, no adversary can inflict harm upon you unless they wield a true weapon of the 9th tier. The true armor is forged from the very essence of universal forces, capable of transforming into any form and existing in a permanent state. With a mere thought, your clothing disintegrates as true Kai manifests, transforming into a flowing black robe. Astonishingly, even your undergarments are summoned into existence. You leaped gracefully, unencumbered by any hindrance, reveling in an unparalleled comfort that felt akin to wearing nothing at all. The starry sea is truly magnificent. Such a treasure is deserving of your possession. After a moment of exhilaration, you regained your composure and extracted a 10th tier true weapon seed, dedicating yourself to its complete refinement. The intellect of a 10th tier true weapon is considerably elevated, with its most notable feature being its ability to speak, and anticipation began to swell within you. In the 4th millennium, you successfully refined the true weapon seed, which, under your command, transformed once more into the form of the god-slaying sword. Before delving into the depths of the killing forest, you resolved to maintain the true weapon in this state. The 10th tier god-slaying sword can vary in size and thickness. Its hilt is adorned with intricate patterns, while the blade bears the markings of 2 dragons. God-slaying sword, my dear, be obedient. You tapped the blade, dear daddy, and expressed your desire for a warm embrace. A sudden sound of childlike voices resonates in your ears, indistinguishable in gender for the moment. It is soft and delicate, evoking a sense of tranquility and delight. Ajahn, you must be obedient. You caress the sword of divine slaying, whispering words of solace, before abruptly casting it forth. Go. Stand guard at the entrance. Dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a tiger will surely carve its own path. The sword you wield, Lin, is forged with the very essence of protection as its primary lesson from birth. Do not forget that in your previous life, you were a proud security guard, and you should take pride in that. Rest assured, dear father, the Divine Slayer sword has sensed your emotions. Its hilt extends, transforming into a hand-like shape, as if in salute. Well done. You are indeed my Lin Zhan sword, and as a sword, you must embody the essence of a true sword. You are thoroughly satisfied with the god-slaying sword and subsequently continue to utilize the remaining true crystals for cultivation. Upon reaching the 9th realm, the 4th order true crystals become futile. What you truly require are the 5th and 6th order true crystals, the resources you lack the most. In the year 4119, you refined all the 5th and 6th order true crystals in your possession, rendering yourself once again destitute, with not a single true crystal left to utilize. Exiting your dwelling, you resolve to step out of your comfort zone in pursuit of your true self, aiming to restore your original cultivation essence. After making the necessary preparations, you depart the city under the cover of night, bidding farewell to the central continent. Beyond the central continent, the other 4 regions are quite suitable for your development. However, the eastern sea and southern border may harbor hidden enemies. Surveying the entire map, you decide to venture to the northern plains, where the demonic forces are densely concentrated. Embroiled in constant conflict and turmoil, one must simply engage. In the year 4125, you arrive in the northern plains, wielding the god-slaying sword, and embark on a new journey of conquest. In a secluded valley, you strike under the veil of night, slaying 15 from the 8th realm and 1 from the 9th realm, plundering a massive stronghold and reaping considerable rewards, totaling 300,000 5th order true crystals. As for the 6th order true crystals, not a single one is found, for high-quality resources are firmly grasped in the hands of powerful factions. The chances for loose cultivators to acquire such treasures rely solely on serendipity, making the path of cultivation extraordinarily arduous. In the vastness of the world, resources are finite. Without a background or favorable opportunities, one can only carve a bloody path through adversity. A steady and unyielding approach to cultivation leads only to a dead end. Even in death, you wish to perish on the road of struggle. In the year 4220, you arrive at the center region of the northern plains, the 10,000 Great Mountains, where a particular area is teeming with various venomous creatures, the air thick with toxic mists. Any being below the 8th realm that ventures here meets immediate demise. Most of the toxins here can be absorbed by you, merging into your true patterns, filling you with immense joy as you set up a comprehensive array